Chapter 1. The System. How many steps are required to relocate a living person? The answer is 3. The first step, select an unfortunate individual from the crowd. The second step, bind this unfortunate soul to the troublesome system. The third step, have them accept a task. Linu is the unfortunate soul chosen for this endeavor. During his sophomore year, the merger of university campuses at Manhwa University took place, and the administration decided to consolidate the 3 cramped old campuses into one. The once tranquil suburban campus, devoid of any significant activity, suddenly experienced a 3-fold increase in student population, leading to a surge in foot traffic. It is often said that where there is traffic, there is wealth. Astute business owners understood this principle well and set their sights on the commercial street adjacent to the university, which had been in planning for several years but had yet to open. With the influx of money, within a month, various shops sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Promotional activities flourished, with no day left unoccupied. As soon as the commercial street opened, the naive yet affluent university students flocked to indulge in consumer pleasures, while the less fortunate became the cheap labor for the business owners. 80% of the educated youth at Manhwa University were manipulatively exploited by these entrepreneurs. Linu was among the naive and financially constrained. In truth, the living allowance provided by his family was quite sufficient. The Lin family enjoyed a modestly comfortable life in their hometown. Lin's parents ran a small supermarket near the local school, selling stationery and daily necessities. In earlier years, to care for their 2 children, they also sold simple breakfasts like steamed buns and tea eggs. Once Linu and his sister entered high school, the supermarket expanded its hours to include late-night snacks. Teachers and parents at the school, seeing the owner's children consume these products, felt reassured about their cleanliness and quality. Whenever they were pressed for time or didn't wish to cook, they would send their children to the supermarket for a quick meal. Over time, not only did the supermarket thrive, but the teachers also became quite familiar with the Lin family. Consequently, when either sibling encountered any issues at school, the teachers would not even need to make a phone call. They would simply inform Linu's parents in person after school. Linu's sister, Lin Ao, fared reasonably well, at least during her first 2 years of middle school. However, Linu spent the entirety of his 6 years from middle school to high school under the watchful eyes of his parents and teachers. He could not even skip a single session of physical education without the teacher notifying his mother. Thus, after the college entrance examination, Linu, who successfully enrolled in a prestigious university, found himself utterly captivated by gaming after his roommate introduced him to it on the very first day of college. He became infatuated, obsessed, and recklessly devoted to it. As Linu delved deeper into gaming, he began to ponder, why was his avatar perpetually missing a full set of skins, while the better skins always seemed to be available only at a higher price? Thus, he succumbed to the allure of in-game purchases. Gradually, his living expenses began to dwindle. Yet, he felt too embarrassed to broach the subject of his newfound hobby with his family. When the commercial street opened, his roommate took on numerous part-time jobs after classes, prompting Linu to join him and become the most industrious worker on the street. Urgent hiring for a bubble tea shop, overwhelmed with orders? Linu, let me take care of it. A cat in need of a caretaker while its owner is away? Linu, leave it to me. A new online shop requires middle-aged clothing models? Linu, I'm your guy. A mall is opening and needs promotional staff. An additional 200 yuan per day for wearing a mascot costume. Linu, anyone who competes with me will face my wrath. In this manner, within merely 1 summer vacation, Linu, driven by his willingness to work hard, earned enough to cover his tuition for the upcoming semester and even managed to buy a complete set of skins for his beloved hero. With his pockets full, Linu decided to hunker down in his dormitory until the start of the new term. However, the business owners had not forgotten about him. As August came to a close, the temperature in Manhwa City soared to nearly 40 degrees Celsius. The commercial street was even worse, with numerous shops crammed tightly together, creating an unbearable atmosphere. Entering felt akin to stepping into a preheated oven, with temperatures at least 10 degrees higher than outside. In such sweltering weather, few sane individuals would venture outdoors, let alone a fool dressed in a plush mascot costume, attempting to attract customers. While student workers loved money, they valued their lives even more. Despite the bubble tea shop owner's desperate shouts,
even raising pay to 400 yuan. No one responded, maintaining a collective silence.
In desperation, the owner thought of Linu. After a phone call that began with friendly banter and transitioned into a plea, 20 minutes later, the crux of the matter was revealed. He requested Linu's assistance to don a mascot costume and act as a snow cone under the scorching sun. The costume was already prepared. Though the owner of 3 shops on the commercial street was somewhat theatrical, he had treated Linu quite well, hiring him as a mascot for both previous openings and compensating him handsomely. Linu did not hesitate and promptly took on the task. However, it was only when he donned the costume that he realized the challenge. The custom mascot outfit was thick and plush, wrapping layers of stuffing around his body. At 183 centimeters tall, Linu found his visual height reduced to 173 centimeters in this outfit, which was stifling and suffocating, with only 2 small eye holes, resembling lemon slices, allowing for minimal ventilation. After just 5 minutes, the music blaring from the shop entrance became indistinguishable. The costume was stifling hot, and he felt the blood vessels in his head pulsating in time with the rhythm of the nearby speakers, while stars danced before his eyes. For the next hour and a half, he endured solely through sheer willpower. When the time finally elapsed, the owner quickly summoned 2 individuals to assist him, guiding Linu to the back room to rest and helping him remove the costume while handing him water. Linu lay there, flushed and gasping for breath, his mind buzzing like a fish tossed onto land, nearly roasted alive. It was at this moment that the troublesome system made its appearance. Ding! Congratulations, player Linu has activated the simulation management system. System loading. Please wait. And when the wait was over, it was Linu's graduation day. Having long since forgotten the incident, Linu was discussing plans with his dormitory mates about where to spend a few days before starting their formal jobs. Once they received their diplomas, the dormitory brothers would soon part ways.
The first and second roommates planned to remain in Yunhai for work,
while the third roommate had signed up for a 3-year aid project in Africa. What's going through the third roommate's mind? That project has only just been established. The conditions must be terrible, and it's hot and desolate over there. Can he really last 3 years? The first roommate, a wealthy second generation, had promised to help the third find a job before graduation. Yet unexpectedly, upon graduation, the third roommate abruptly decided to head to Africa. I was mentally prepared for this no matter how tough it is. It's just physical labor. Staying here is more mentally exhausting, the third replied with a bitter smile. The other 3 fell silent, having become acutely aware of the third roommate's peculiar family dynamics over the past 4 years. They were either demanding money or lamenting their financial state, treating him as a cash cow throughout his studies. All right, since everyone has decided on their jobs, let's think about where to go for a few days of fun. We can vote or plan an itinerary. I'm eagerly awaiting your decisions. Right. Let's find a beautiful spot to capture my handsome photos alongside your less flattering ones. Get lost. The other 3 chimed in unison. With light-hearted banter, they managed to distract themselves from their worries. The following morning, as the 4 individuals prepared for departure, that voice reemerged. Ding! System loading complete. Please select a business location. Players. Chapter 2. Starting in the desert. Current available main quests. 1. The novice entrepreneur. Choose a location within the borders of Huaxia to establish a business. Do you accept this quest? Yes, no. Linu, intrigued, pondered whether he was experiencing a hallucination or if he had truly been chosen by a system. Yes. The interface refreshed in an instant. The previous text vanished, replaced by an extraordinarily detailed map of Huaxia, which conveniently highlighted all suitable business locations, mountains and lakes, snow-capped peaks and grasslands, even barren deserts and the desolate polar regions. Having played simulation games before, Linu understood the critical importance of resources in the early stages. He had seen players who, at the outset, could chop trees and cultivate land to build homes and roads, amassing great wealth. Conversely, others languished in resource-scarce areas, merely surviving. Surely, no fool would choose the desert or glacier. One would perish from heat, the other from cold. And there's not a soul in sight. What a ridiculous setting for a business simulation. While quietly mocking the game's absurdity in presenting such dire locations for the sake of resource variety, he extended his hand towards a bright spot near Wuxing County in Jiangsu Province. This location appeared to be a small plain adorned with flowers and trees, accompanied by a serene lake, suggesting abundant resources. Come on, hurry up! The dormitory leader suddenly burst forth, forcefully patting Linu on the shoulder. I was just waiting for you. Don't! Linu exclaimed, watching helplessly as his finger uncontrollably tapped the largest, uninhabited desert in the center of the map. Linu was stunned. 1 minute ago, who would be foolish enough to choose a desert for their business? 1 minute later, that fool is me. Maintaining a dazed expression of shock, Linu stiffly turned his head towards the leader. Oblivious to his role as the instigator, the leader inquired with a puzzled look. Hey, what's wrong? Did you not sleep well last night? It's nothing, just a possible precursor to a stroke. The leader, Linu, turned back, his heart as cold as a dead fish from a supermarket. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have unlocked your exclusive business location Baldwin Desert Center. The main quest has been completed, awarding 5 points. The attribute panel has been updated. Players may check it themselves. Numbly, Linu followed his 3 roommates into the vehicle, still in shock that he mechanically chose the last row. Numbly, he closed his eyes, pretending to sleep while secretly accessing the system panel. Player name, Linu. Business location, 82 kilometers outside Jiaolan County. New Mountain Province, Waxia deep within the Baldwin Desert. Development direction, world-class tourist resort level, 100 points, 5. Backpack, none items, none skills, none ding. A new main quest has become available. Would you like to view it immediately? Yes. Main quest, 1. The Rise of the Desert in Own an Inn with a weekly visitor count exceeding 100. Do you accept this quest? Yes, no. Friendly reminder. Upon selecting the quest, players will be teleported to the task location within 10 minutes. Please ensure the surrounding environment is safe before proceeding. Just as he was about to click yes, his hand retracted. Perhaps it was best to wait until the 3rd roommate departed before proceeding. He closed the panel and proactively joined the offline chat group in the dormitory. It's in classroom 210 of the experimental building, the counselor and the belle of the management department. This was their leader, with a mischievous expression, wildly selling gossip. What? Is that true? The 2nd roommate, with an eager expression, resembled a lively creature hopping around a melon patch. Why didn't you call us then? Oh, we missed it. We really missed it. This was Yiming, sporting an earnest, studious face. Lin, yes, dead fish eyes 3rd roommate. You've changed. He then hurried over with a speed, contrasting his expression. What happened next? The 4 young men huddled in the last row, whispering excitedly, relishing the gossip. Every time they reached a crucial point, they instinctively lowered their voices, sharing the same mischievous smiles. In the second to last row of the bus, 3 seats were vacant, with only a plump lady sitting by the window in front of Linu. She, eager to catch every bit of gossip, was internally restless. Unable to directly inquire, she kept stealing glances at the 4, her desire to learn more evident. However, it was clear that the 4 were oblivious to her plight, mistaking her frequent glances as annoyance at their loud gossip. Thus, with a slight cough, they all straightened up, returning to their roles as proper college students. They maintained their serious demeanor until they reached their destination. The curious lady, unsatisfied, returned home, unable to shake off the half-finished gossip. Tossing and turning in bed that night, her mind was consumed with thoughts of the unresolved tale. What happened between that counselor and the girl, really? Why didn't those boys clarify things? Linu, together with his dormitory friends, joyfully played the role of travel soldiers for 4 days, meticulously visiting all the attractions as per the researched itinerary. They even asked a passing young lady to take a group photo, with the 4 boys grinning widely, capturing youthful memories in that snapshot. Upon returning, it was time for the 3rd roommate to depart T3 terminal in Yunhai City. With red-rimmed eyes, the 3rd roommate clenched his fists and patted each of his friends on the shoulder. Don't cry. He'll be back in 3 years. By then, he'll have transformed into a wealthy and handsome man. If I happen to find a beautiful girl and marry her first, don't be envious. Please, in 3 or 4 years, you might just become wealthy. Being tall and handsome is still in my hands, the 2nd roommate replied, scoffing. Linu and the 2nd roommate scoffed dismissively. Regardless of the playful banter, the time for parting had arrived. The aircraft heading towards the Indian Ocean slowly ascended, disappearing from sight within mere minutes. All gatherings must eventually part. The leader and the 2nd roommate were both locals of Yunhai, one interning at his family's company, preparing to become a corporate mogul, while the other, blessed with good looks and talent, had signed with a company aspiring to break into the entertainment industry. Linu, however, had a change of heart and made up an excuse about returning to his hometown. In reality, he intended to investigate whether the entity that had led him to this business simulation was genuine. Early the next morning, after confirming that the supplies he had meticulously prepared after a day of research were securely fastened, Linu found a secluded corner and opened the task panel. Main quest. 1. The Rise of the Desert Inn. Own an inn with a weekly visitor count exceeding 100. Do you accept this quest? Yes, no. Yes. The panel information refreshed instantly. Main quest. 1. The Rise of the Desert Inn. Own an inn with a weekly visitor count exceeding 100. Quest progress 0-100. Friendly reminder. Survival or demise. Quest reward. Unknown teleportation countdown. 10, 9, 8, 1. Teleportation commencing. Lin, yes, vision darkened, and then he felt a dizzying spin. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself standing in the midst of a vast expanse of desert. Damn, where are my belongings? Dog system, show yourself at once. Chapter 3. Hey, the two-story wooden lodge center of the Baldan Desert. Current temperature, 28°C. A young man clad in a lightweight athletic outfit stood before the void, his empty hands gesticulating wildly as his face contorted in frustration. As the camera zoomed in, his anguished roar echoed. Where are my pre-prepared belongings? You could have mentioned the baggage restrictions earlier. I've spent my money for this. Compensation. I demand compensation. With empty hands, how am I supposed to run an inn? What am I supposed to use? Despite Lin Yu's mounting dissatisfaction, he found himself powerless, his impotent fury only amplifying his frustration. The system remained unresponsive until he was left parched and breathless, finally calming down enough for the latest notification to arrive. Please remain patient, dear player, and carefully review the task prompt. A line of text lazily scrolled from left to right across the central panel, concluding with an arrow pointing downward. It was then that Lin Yu noticed beneath the main quest titled The Rise of the Desert and was a warm reminder, survival or death. Previously a string of inconspicuous fine print, it was now bolded, enlarged, and highlighted. Lin Yu muttered, how is this any different from hindsight? When the prompt was pertinent, you formatted it as a footnote, minuscule enough to be overlooked. Yet now, in the desert, you've chosen to emphasize it? You ridiculous system. Ding. Upon verification, the player has successfully arrived at the designated operating location. The novice gift pack has been dispatched to the system backpack. Please collect it promptly. Observing the bulging gift pack, Lin Yu's expression softened slightly. Open the novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have acquired a primary desert inn. Please select a placement location. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a cultivation card for fertile yellow soil. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have received a plant card for a mutated sea buckthorn tree. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have acquired an item card for a coat of perpetual moonlight. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a single-user unlimited speed Wi-Fi monthly card. All items have been placed in the system backpack. Please check. Lin Yu, who had previously worn a long face, gradually transformed back into a smiling visage with each melodious notification. Eagerly, he examined his rewards. Primary Desert Inn, a wooden structure capable of withstanding natural disasters of level 7 and below, serving both as a residence and accommodation for a limited number of guests. Given that the player's operational site is in a desert environment, this building will additionally possess characteristics of temperature regulation and robust purification. Cost, 1,000 points to upgrade to intermediate. It seems this absurd system has a semblance of conscience. I was bracing myself to survive under the scorching sun, yet it provided me with a house. Quite commendable. Just as he intended to explore the other rewards, he suddenly noticed a peculiar warmth emanating from beneath his feet. Lifting his foot, he exclaimed, what the? My shoe soles are melting. In the summer months, the Baldan Desert experiences its peak temperatures. Lin Yu had been cast into this environment in the morning when the temperature differential between day and night was considerable. The coolness of the night had yet to dissipate, rendering the ambient temperature bearable. However, in the mere 20 minutes of observing the panel, the sun had fully risen above the dunes, and the temperature soared rapidly. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yu found himself drenched in sweat, the perspiration drying only to become damp once more. His shirt clung stubbornly to his back, and in the most affected areas, a delicate layer of salt crystals had begun to form. The unrelenting desert, transformed by nature into a colossal iron cauldron, distorted the air within, warped by the searing heat. The shoes Lin Yu had acquired merely 2 months prior now gave him an unsettling sensation akin to treading upon excrement. If he did not devise a solution soon, his feet would inevitably become the next casualty. In a flurry, he opened the system map, which revealed the expanse of the Baldan Desert divided into countless small squares, most of which were marked in gray as non-buildable areas. Only the square he occupied shone brightly. While the squares appeared diminutive on the map, in reality, they encompassed a vast area of 2,000 by 2,000 meters. Lin Yu dragged the house icon from his backpack onto the map. The tiny miniature house looked adorably compact. Surrounding the plot were sand dunes of varying sizes, with only a relatively flat area situated in the lower middle. Selection confirmed, placement executed. As the miniature house settled onto the map, a charming 2-story wooden structure sprang forth in the actual desert, rising from foundation to rooftop in under 2 minutes. The advanced technology was truly remarkable. A sturdy wooden platform divided the entire edifice into 2 sections, with several robust columns firmly embedded in the ground serving as its foundation. Above the platform, a quaint little wooden house with flying eaves and brackets stood proudly at the center. To the right of the first floor was a handrail corridor leading to a small kitchen at the back. To the left, a staircase ascended to the second floor. Briefly surveying the exterior, Lin Yu bounded up the steps 2 at a time and dashed into the first floor. The sun offered no respite, not even for a moment. Upon entering, Lin Yu felt every pore on his body open in sheer relief. It was refreshingly cool. The wooden house maintained a comfortable temperature of 25 degrees Celsius, perfectly insulating against the scorching heat outside, ensuring the interior remained as warm as spring. Finally, Lin Yu took the opportunity to examine the layout of the first floor. It was similar to what he had observed outside, albeit compact. To the left stood a simple 4-legged long table accompanied by 6 matching back chairs, all in a crisp natural wood finish. The right side was partitioned by a woven screen, creating 2 distinct areas. Near the front door, under a window,
A cozy reading nook was arranged with 2 bean bags encircling a small round table, while several vibrantly patterned cushions lay scattered upon the soft carpet. The wall-mounted bookshelf remained empty, evoking the pleasant image of it filled with books. Linu nestled on the sofa with a volume in hand, complemented by a glass of iced tea or coffee, a truly delightful notion. Behind the curtain, a small water bar formed a semicircle, with a small door against the wall, likely leading to the kitchen. The bar counter was devoid of beverages, yet featured a faucet equipped with a basin. Linu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried over to turn on the faucet. With a delightful rush, fresh water gushed forth, quickly filling the basin to nearly overflowing. After shutting off the faucet, Linu joyfully dashed around the house, eagerly seeking switches. Water flowed throughout the entire dwelling. Electricity powered the entire abode. Linu was immensely satisfied with this little house. If possible, he truly wished to carry this small treasure in his pocket, so that when others were languishing in long queues to book hotels, he could effortlessly pull out his own abode and reside at his leisure. However, daydreams should not linger for too long, and Linu swiftly reined in his wildly wandering thoughts. Having explored the first floor, he ascended to the second. The second floor was half the size of the first, featuring a spacious terrace facing south, clearly visible as one ascended the stairs. To the right were 2 adjoining rooms, rather similar in configuration, each furnished with a bed, a wardrobe, and a small bathroom. The only distinction lay in one room containing a 1.5-meter wide double bed, while the other housed 2 slightly narrower single beds. One was a master bedroom, and the other a standard room. Chapter 4. The Novice's Starter Pack. When Linu was cast into the desert, all his meticulously prepared belongings, which he had gathered from his research, were confiscated by the system. Aside from his clothes, the only item that managed to evade seizure was his mobile phone, nestled in his pocket. Yet, in the heart of the virtually uninhabitable Barden desert, he could not find a signal. His expensive phone had become nothing more than a beautiful brick, utterly useless. From the 2 available rooms, he selected the seemingly more comfortable double bedroom as his sanctuary and quickly dashed into the bathroom for a wash. After lounging on the bed for about 10 minutes, he finally opened his backpack to inspect the remaining rewards. 1. Unlimited single-user Wi-Fi monthly card, a miraculous network that operates at lightning speed, requiring no payment or waiting, but limited to 1 user at a time for a duration of 30 days. Would you like to use it immediately? Yes, no, 2. Arable yellow soil, a versatile soil that allows for crop cultivation regardless of climate, geographical location, or season. Would you like to place it immediately? Yes, no, 3. Cloak of Eternal Moon, the first garment handcrafted by the merman, made from exquisite silks. When worn, it maintains a constant temperature of 28 degrees Celsius in environments reaching 1070 degrees. Would you like to use it immediately? Yes, no, 4. Mutated sea buckthorn tree, a level 15 mutated crop that can be harvested 3 times per season. It belongs to the deciduous shrub family, with a maturation time of 14 hours. Would you like to plant it immediately? Yes, no, good heavens. Upon reading the descriptions, Linu exclaimed in astonishment. System, can these items truly be utilized normally on Earth? Won't anyone notice the anomalies? You do realize that here, an annual yield of 2 or 3 harvests is considered high production, don't you? If the descriptions of these items are genuine, I want to be seized for dissection. Will I? According to the current technological level of the player's realm, the items provided by the system cannot be disassembled or analyzed, as long as the player does not voluntarily expose them. What would happen if exposure occurred? The player could conduct a personal experiment. After all, the consequences would be theirs to bear. Linu decided to refrain from self-inflicted torment through dialogue and resolved to keep quiet, focusing instead on enjoying the game. Surviving came first before he could ponder other matters. The sun blazed mercilessly outdoors, making it the perfect moment to try on the Cloak of Eternal Moon. Would you like to use it immediately? Yes. In the next moment, a soft, creamy garment appeared in Linu's hands. The fabric was light and thin, and when unfolded before his eyes, he could even vaguely see the window through 2 layers of material. The silhouette resembles a loose-fitting hooded sweatshirt. The fabric exquisitely soft to the touch, devoid of any stitching marks at the sleeve seams, as if tailored flawlessly to Linu's physique. Once donned, the material cascades along the contours of his body, silky smooth akin to indulging in chocolate. He picks up a duckbill cap from beside the bed and fastens it upon his head, pulling the hood from behind to wear it. The hood is ample, draping over the brim of the cap like a mini awning, casting a protective shadow over Linu's entire face. The wooden cabin maintains a constant temperature, and wearing the jacket not only alleviates any stuffiness, but also offers a refreshing sensation. Linu is prepared to venture out. Peering through the front door on the first floor, the golden sand stretches beneath layers of distorted heat waves, resembling caramelized sugar on the verge of melting, each grain reflecting dazzling sunlight. He adjusts the hood, lowering his head as he steps out of the cabin's shadow. The moment sunlight touches him, Linu initially feels a warmth enveloping him, swiftly followed by a wave of coolness emanating from his jacket, dispelling the heat in an instant. Oh, a miraculous garment for the desert. Linu exclaims in admiration. With this cooling and protective jacket, he can explore his surroundings more thoroughly. Although the desert seems desolate, it is said to be home to various small creatures, and he wonders what he might encounter. As long as they aren't snakes or lizards, just the thought of these sins shivers down his spine. The open space surrounding the cabin has been compacted into a solid surface. Although its hue remains that of the desert's yellow sand, Linu concludes, after a firm stomp, that its hardness rivals that of concrete. Circling around the cabin, He finds a rectangular kitchen at the back, connected to the main hall by a small door leading to a water bar. Facing the desert, generous large windows allow ample light to flood in. Stepping out from the kitchen, he finds himself on a gently sloping expanse of sand. Linu consults his map, identifying the location of this open space, and drags the plantable yellow soil from his backpack onto the ground. Shall I place it immediately? Yes. With a splash, a square patch of yellow soil descends onto the sand, the soft edges of the soil contrasting sharply against the dry golden sand. A gentle breeze stirs, lifting tiny grains that flutter towards the yellow soil, only to be halted by an invisible barrier at the boundary, dropping straight back to the ground. To Linu's astonishment, the yellow soil possesses a protective function. He realizes the unique challenges posed by the desert's shifting weather. It can be calm one moment and then blustery the next. Despite the surrounding dunes providing some shelter, a strong wind could easily bury his overnight, let alone the yellow soil resting close to the ground. As one of his two only fixed assets in the desert, he is understandably anxious about its safety. Thankfully, the system has not abandoned him. With the land secured, Linu's gaze shifts toward the mutated sea buckthorn tree. Shall I plant it immediately? Yes. Linu's superficial understanding of the sea buckthorn plant primarily stems from an advertisement for sea buckthorn juice. In the advertisement, a male celebrity strolls alongside sea buckthorn trees, holding the beverage while reciting the promotional lines, extolling the miraculous qualities of the fruit, claiming it thrives at high altitudes, survives in barren lands, is rich in vitamin C, and is even dubbed the king of fruits, capable of reviving battle horses. Naturally, Linu's curiosity led him to investigate further, and he discovered that the advertisement was quite exaggerated. The original legend narrates that during a military campaign, Genghis Khan ordered that injured and ill warhorses be abandoned in the sea buckthorn forest for the sake of a lighter load. Surprisingly, upon his victorious return, he found that those horses had not perished. Instead, they had survived. This led him to regard the fruit as extraordinary, bestowing upon it the title of sacred fruit. With the combination of legend and artistic embellishment from advertising, sea buckthorn gained true renown. Following the trend, Linu purchased some to sample, yet found it unremarkable, only noting its unique taste. In recent years, as experts have proliferated, declaring numerous kings of fruits, Linu's impression of the original sea buckthorn king has only deepened. The fruit tree presented by the system appeared lush and flourishing on the card. However, in reality, it stood at a mere 15 centimeters tall. As he shifted his gaze, a line of information materialized above the diminutive tree. Mutated sea buckthorn tree, Season 13. Maturing in 13 hours and 59 minutes. Chapter 5. Sleep eases hunger. Squatting beside the sapling, Linu's eyes brimmed with a father's tender anticipation for his eldest son to grow. Yet, a minute passed. 10 minutes elapsed. An hour went by, and the sapling showed no signs of change. System, didn't you say it would mature in a little over 10 hours? Surely it should have grown a bit by now. Or do you intend for this immature tree to bear fruit? Is the soil lacking in nutrients? Nutrient components within the soil undergo self-circulation. The growth rate of plants depends on their own maturation time. Players are advised to patiently await the countdown data. Very well. Nothing is insurmountable if one is willing to relinquish hope. Linu steadied himself, but unexpectedly, a jolt of tingling discomfort surged from his heels to the crown of his head. With his thighs and calves awkwardly splayed at a 150-degree angle, he found himself frozen in place, unable to straighten up or squat down. How embarrassing. However, it took only a few moments for Linu to convince himself that, given the desolate surroundings of the desert, he need not concern himself with any semblance of dignity. Thus, he maintained a comically contorted posture, balancing on tiptoes with his rear protruding, as he awkwardly made his way back to the second-floor bedroom of the wooden cabin. Lying on the bed, he opened his backpack, unveiling the final novice reward, unlimited speed Wi-Fi monthly card. This miraculous network connection would soar to life without payment or delay, though it could only be used by one person at a time for a duration of 30 days. Would he like to use it immediately? Yes or no? With a gentle tap of his finger on yes, a hefty blue mushroom trinket materialized in his hand. The small mushroom, entirely pale blue and about the size of a fist, felt as if it were made of frosted glass. Its cap was round and plump, while the stem appeared stout and robust. Suddenly, a small azure light appeared at the connection point of the little mushroom umbrella's stem. When Linu's fingertip brushed against it, the light seemed startled and darted into the umbrella's canopy. The incessant chime of message notifications startled Linu, who soon realized that his phone, which had been peacefully dormant all day, had automatically connected to a Wi-Fi network named Desert Inn, with a full signal. The glow within the mushroom's belly resembled a mischievous sprite, leisurely drifting about in its fungal abode. Linu marveled at how the network was connected. Finding a comfortable position, he sprawled on his bed and unlocked his phone. After being unwittingly disconnected for half a day, he was first greeted by a deluge of promotional messages and unfamiliar calls, which he promptly disregarded and discarded into the trash. He then opened a group chat featuring 99 unread messages titled Handsome Guy Intelligence Bureau. See-chum, I'm truly going crazy. Brothers, I really am. The old man has suspended all my cards, under the guise of hard work, claiming I should experience the bittersweet essence of grassroots labor. I can't even dare to drive, fearing I won't be able to afford gas. He yimming. Haha, hang in there, boss. Your buddies are counting on you. Su Lin. Boss, you still have a class to attend. I'm just sitting in the dorm, idly picking my feet, while the manager forbids us from going out, insisting we prepare for our debut and maintain an air of mystery. Who would recognize me if I went out now? He yimming. then you might as well stay put. If you get famous in the future, those embarrassing photos of you eating would become a dark past. If no one sees them, you'll be a heartthrob. Su Lin, get lost. I've always been a heartthrob. Si Chung, ugh. Lin Yu, ugh. Lin Yu skimmed through the messages and caught the latest updates, quickly joining the conversation. Si Chung, the missing person has returned? What have you been up to these past few days? Su Lin, confess for leniency. He Yiming, resist for severity. Ever since Lin Yu decided to venture into the desert, he had been tirelessly searching for strategies and preparing equipment, seldom touching his phone. Although the items he purchased were likely devoured by the dog system, he had nonetheless spent the necessary time, coupled with all the commotion since entering the desert. It had indeed been quite some time since he last logged into chat. A glance at his phone revealed it was 3:30 in the afternoon. During the arduous working hours of the 996 crowd, the four in the group managed to find a signal. With mutual understanding, they slacked off together. A testament to their brotherhood, Lin Yu decided not to expose this camaraderie and joined in. Lin Yu, my brothers and I are contemplating the philosophy of life in the desert. Accompanying this message was a brief video lasting over a minute. The footage was filmed from Lin Yu's second-floor window, offering a 6-meter first-person perspective that perfectly captured the vastness of the desert within a small frame. The undulating expanse of golden sands stretched infinitely, merging with the azure sky at the horizon, where the heavens were clear and devoid of clouds. The striking contrast of colors compelled every observer to succumb to the allure of nature's magnificence. Unbeknownst to the cameraman, after capturing the view outside for a while, he turned the lens toward himself. Here I am. He then sent his location to the group. Si Chung, what the hell? You went to the desert? He Yiming remarked, little one, this isn't contemplating life. It resembles seclusion for spiritual cultivation. Lin Yu felt a pang of introspection upon reading those words. Indeed, had it not been for this troublesome system binding him, he would have scoffed at anyone suggesting he undertake infrastructure development alone in the vast desert. Entering the desolate expanse empty-handed, devoid of advanced technology, only the most extraordinary individuals could endure more than 2 days. However, the uncomfortable truth remained unspoken. So he sought to fabricate an excuse. Lin Yu replied, no, I came along to gain insight for a new project that company is launching here. Si Chung interjected. What does that company do? Conduct weapon experiments in the desert? Sounds rather grim. Lin Yu countered, don't let your imagination run wild. It's merely a greening resort project still in the investigation phase. We'll have to wait for the assessment results to understand the specifics. He Yiming quipped. Is it a grand endeavor? If you strike it rich, don't forget your brothers. Once you succeed, I'll come back to find you. Su Lin chimed in. In wealth and prosperity, let us not forget one another. Si Chung added a playful remark, and after exchanging a few more banters with his dorm mates, Lin Yu closed the group chat and proceeded to address the remaining unread messages. Several messages from his parents had arrived, inquiring about the status of his job and suggesting that if things were not going well, he might consider returning home to take civil service examinations. Lin Yu replicated his earlier explanation, embellishing it with hopes and aspirations for the future before sending it to his parents. Lin's father and mother enjoyed good health and operated a thriving little shop. In their leisure time, they engaged in square dancing with neighbors and traveled occasionally. Their lives were quite fulfilling, requiring no constant presence of their children, thus wholeheartedly supporting Lin Yu and his sister in pursuing their dreams. Having sent the message without awaiting a response, he shrugged and closed the interface. It was hardly surprising, as his parents were serious business people, unlike him, who dabbled in leisure and sand. The final wave of unread messages was from his university alumni group, bustling with activity due to the graduation season. As he scrolled through the rapidly flying names, he found few he could recognize. During his 4 years at university, he had been preoccupied with studies, gaming, and part-time work, leaving little room for meaningful social interaction. Consequently, his attempt to observe the group chat yielded no rewards, only a sense of solitude. Bored, he exited the chat and checked his phone, noticing the battery was running low and could die at any moment. There were still over 8 hours until the sea buckthorn fruits would ripen. His stomach grumbled. Recalling his last meal, a steamer of dumplings and a cup of soy milk hastily consumed before entering the desert. A full day had passed, and the acids in his stomach had thoroughly digested everything. Setting his alarm and shutting off the screen, Lin Yu peacefully nestled into his bedding, tucking himself in. With his hands resting neatly on his abdomen, he closed his eyes and began counting sheep, forcing himself into slumber. Sleep now, for in 8 hours. There will be fruit to savor. Sleep, and the hunger will fade. Chapter 6. The mutated sea buckthorn fruit in the early hours of the morning. In the small wooden cabin on the second floor, a head adorned with a disheveled hairstyle abruptly emerged from the covers. Eyes still closed. He reached for the mobile phone on the bedside table. Pressing the power button, the screen remained unresponsive. He regretted playing for so long the previous night. Indeed, that meager battery had not endured. The alarm clock failed to ring, and Lin Yu, in a fit of frustration, tugged at his hair. Wasting no further time, he rubbed his face to rouse himself, hastily slipped on his shoes, and hurried downstairs, making his way towards the yellow earth. Upon stepping outside the building, a gust of cold wind struck his face, instantly refreshing him. The warmth emanating from his constant lunar jacket enveloped him, preventing him from transforming into a shivering wretch. With its ability to cool during the day and warm at night, this jacket was indeed a treasure. System, will there be more such items in the future? Lin Yu mused aloud as he walked towards the farmland. The desert's desolation at night was profound, with the full moon hanging in the sky, surrounded by an eerie silence devoid of even the faintest sound of insects or birds. Alone in the stillness, it felt rather unsettling not to utter a word. Players could unlock more items in subsequent missions, or purchase them in the shop after enhancing their levels and scores, with a plethora of options available. Besides missions, what other means are there to earn points? He pondered. One could also cultivate crops in professional planting zones, or raise animals in breeding areas provided by the system. The mature products would be reasonably priced for buyback. As he chatted with himself, he soon arrived at the yellow earth. Standing majestically in the center of the land was a fruit tree, approximately 3 meters tall, with robust branches and dense foliage. Egg-sized, orange-yellow fruits adorned the branches, shimmering enticingly under the silvery moonlight. It resembled precisely the illustration on the planting card, evoking two distinct feelings in Linu. First, the system was indeed not engaging in false advertising. Second, the act of squatting at the field's edge for an hour, waiting for the tree to grow, was undeniably foolish. The fruit tree was lush, laden with an abundance of fruits, and the nearest branch-bearing fruit was conveniently to Linu's right, within easy reach. He plucked one and examined it closely in his palm. In his recollection, sea buckthorn trees were small shrubs with tiny clusters of berries. However, the tree provided by the system was different. It bore only a few clusters, each containing a dozen or so fruits. The fruits varied in size, but even the smallest was roughly the size of an egg, the weight of the cluster bending the branches substantially. They looked utterly delicious. Just as he was about to taste one, the system's notification chimed in. Detected 30 portions of mature, mutated sea buckthorn fruit. Buyback price 3 points each. Would you like to sell? Is one cluster considered one portion? Indeed. If I were to eat a smaller one, would the cluster's weight change significantly, allowing for continued buyback? Only the smallest one will suffice. Is it possible to keep the fruit tree seeds? If I were to harvest seeds and plant them, could I grow another fruit tree? Linu's hopes for an endless lineage of fruitful trees were dashed by the system's response. No, crops produced by the system cannot be replanted on special land. They must be repurchased or, upon leveling up, planted on regular land. Can they be grown in normal soil? What about yield? Will they grow at the same rapid pace, with fruits of similar size? Second-generation plants, once removed from special land, will revert to normal growth speeds, developing according to the characteristics of the species. Their appearance and fruit will mirror that of the first-generation plants. However, under the influence of the growth environment and surrounding factors, there is a possibility that the common varieties of the current plane may degenerate. Would they really degenerate? Linu's calculations had come to naught, leaving him with a sullen expression. He raised his hand, preparing to eat something to stave off his hunger. After all, no matter how important the points were, one must have the means to enjoy life. At worst, he would eat just one skewer and sell the rest. It was as if the system had sensed his thoughts and promptly sent a notification. Players who sell all their products for the first time will earn points and gain access to the system store, where survival supplies can be purchased. Linu responded, "System, sell everything." Since entering the desert, he had been led forward step by this system. Did he have any other options? Ding. Congratulations, player. You have sold 30 units of mutated sea buckthorn fruit, earning 90 points and 28 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have completed your first points transaction and gained access to the store. Would you like to spend 5 points to open the store? Yes, open it quickly. His stomach truly ached with hunger, and especially after seeing the fruits he had just acquired vanish, he felt as if he could devour an entire cow. In the next moment, an interface resembling an online marketplace appeared before him. The products were plentiful: seeds, animals, tools, and buildings, each categorized. But Linu could only gaze longingly. Each item was rendered inoperable, displayed in gray, either due to insufficient level or inadequate points. Undeterred, Linu clicked through each menu until he finally noticed a filter button in the upper right corner. After setting the filter to currently available for purchase and confirming, the interface refreshed instantly. Now, the main screen displayed a neat array of only 5 items: pasture, carrots, cabbage, radishes, and garlic, with the shortest maturation time being a minimum of 8 hours. Next, he opened the special offers section, where a countdown timer read 10 days, 23 hours, and 55 minutes. Only one solitary item, resembling a lucky bag, sat atop the list. But upon reading the description, Linu's eye sparkled. Survival package: 6 white steamed buns, 6 meat buns, 10 packets of instant noodles, 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 2 sets of clean clothes, and 1 phone charger. Price: 10 points. These were essential supplies for survival in the desert, and Linu hurriedly clicked purchase. With a resounding thud, a cloth bag the size of a travel pack materialized on the ground, its opening tied with a golden ribbon. Linu quickly untied the ribbon. 2 sealed brown paper bags were placed on top, the bag openings marked with labels. As he reached in, he felt the warmth. They must be buns or steamed breads. He opened one bag and stuffed the contents into his mouth. After chewing a few bites and swallowing, the fiery hunger in his stomach began to subside, allowing him to take a moment to examine the package more closely. In his hand was a white steamed bun, large enough to fit in his palm, clearly crafted with care, as it had several layers within. It was chewy and soft, quite filling. Having been hungry all day, his appetite was particularly robust. Just as the last bite of the bun entered his mouth, Linu reached for a meat bun. With his stomach once again filled with food, he lay back on the sandy ground, gazing up at the starry sky in contentment. Stars twinkle in the deep blue night sky, resembling diamonds delicately placed upon a bed of azure velvet. After becoming accustomed to the nights saturated with city lights, it is difficult to truly appreciate the awe that Linu now experiences upon witnessing such a scene. Just as Lin Yu is overwhelmed by the vastness of the universe, the voice of the system suddenly resonates in his ears. Ding! A selectable side quest has been discovered. Would you like to view it? View. Lin Yu turns over and sits up, carefully examining the two newly refreshed quests. 1. Unknown territory. Is your knowledge of the unlimited to this small house? Please explore the unlockable areas on the map. Will you accept this quest? Yes, no, 2. Food is paramount. An inn without food is merely a soulless empty house. Please cultivate more than 3 varieties of edible crops to enrich the inn's menu. Yes, no. Raising his hand, Lin Yu affirms both quests, and their details transform into Side Quest 1. Unknown territory. Is your knowledge of the unlimited to this small house? Please explore the unlockable areas on the map. Current progress 3100. Quest reward Unknown 2. Food is paramount. An inn without food is merely a soulless empty house. Please cultivate more than 3 varieties of edible crops to enrich the inn's menu. Current progress 13. Quest reward A basic workshop. The reward for the second quest is not unknown after all. What exactly does the workshop process? Chapter 7. The enigmatic workshop. Lin Yu's transformation into a gaming enthusiast began during his university years, yet his first encounter with games dates back to his middle school days. At that time, farm games were all the rage. Regardless of age, anyone who was not online to grow vegetables, steal crops, or cultivate land had nothing to discuss. Players meticulously noted the ripening times of each friend's plot, setting alarms to ensure they could steal crops, often sacrificing sleep to do so. It was during that period that Lin Yu first grasped the concept of a workshop. Back then, farm games were popular for their ability to change backgrounds and raise dogs. Acquiring backgrounds and dogs could be achieved through 2 means, spending money or processing materials in the workshop. To obtain a desired background or dog, one would cultivate or raise the necessary materials on their farm and ranch, then take them to the workshop for synthesis at the press of a button. It often took a week or 2 to gather all the required recipes for a complete background. However, the exhilarating sensation of pressing a button and witnessing the finished product appear instantaneously was undeniably gratifying. System, is this workshop the kind I refer to? The basic workshop has limited production capacity and can only perform simple initial processing of crops. To process special items, one must input the relevant recipes and provide the necessary materials. If there is a basic workshop, there must surely be advanced ones as well. Can an advanced workshop process the backgrounds I mentioned, transforming the desert with a single click like a deity? Players certainly have vivid imaginations. Even if an advanced workshop could carry out such transformations, the current realm lacks the required materials. Lin Yu is overcome with a sense of foreboding. Indeed, the very next moment, the system uttered a chilling proclamation. Moreover, upon the conclusion of a player's life cycle, the system will automatically disengage, reclaiming any items that do not align with the technological level of the current plane. In essence, regardless of the effort expended in crafting items, nothing will ultimately remain. Thus, when the time comes for your departure, the workshop shall vanish as well, correct? Indeed. And what of the inn? Non-special functional items will persist in their physical form within the current plane, albeit stripped of their additional functionalities, transforming into ordinary structures. Initially, Lin Yu felt a surge of panic. However, as he gradually absorbed the system's explanations, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. Acknowledging that the golden finger would inevitably take flight one day, he resolved to prepare in advance. Lin Yu remained uncertain about the day of his demise. Yet he yearned to leave a mark upon this vast desert before the system took its leave. His mind raced with countless thoughts. Yet his current capabilities were limited to a single room and a patch of land. After planting one crop, he would have to wait for the harvest before sowing anew. The moon hung brightly overhead, casting a silvery hue upon the surrounding dunes. Although the landscape appeared illuminated, Lin Yu, unfamiliar with the desert environment, dared not wander aimlessly. He tidied up the survival package he had just acquired and returned to the inn. Upon reaching his room on the second floor, he first charged his phone, then indulged in a refreshing bath before stepping onto the terrace with a change of clothes. Earlier, his gaze had hastily swept over the area, and he recalled that there seemed to be a laundry room nearby. As he surveyed the terrace, he indeed found it. A small section against the wall was enclosed by a lattice, housing a washing machine, dryer, washboard, drying rack, broom, and an array of cleaning tools. Adjacent to the railing were 2 basins of varying heights, which could easily serve as sinks. All in all, though modest, it was well equipped. Lin Yu stuffed his clothes into the washing machine, added a splash of detergent, and pressed the start button, causing the machine to hum softly into operation. System, where does the water from washing clothes and the bathroom drain to? He inquired. The entire inn is equipped with a state-of-the-art wastewater treatment system. The wastewater generated within the building is purified and discharged underground, with the treated water meeting drinking standards, the system replied. Drained underground, only to be drawn up for consumption later? Lin Yu's expression turned a shade of green. Upon entering the inn, his thirst had compelled him to drink copiously from the faucet. Wait, did I drink the water before or after using the bathroom? This question weighed heavily on his mind, and he contemplated it with grave seriousness. The drinking water provided is sourced from deep mineral water below 2,000 meters, subjected to multiple filtration processes, allowing players to drink with peace of mind, the system clarified. Lin Yu pondered the notion. On a global scale, weren't all humans consuming recycled water? Water seeps from the ground to the surface, evaporates into the sky, and returns as rain. In this grand cycle, humanity is merely a small cog, and there is little reason for pretentiousness. Will this water supply cease to exist once you depart? It is indeed feasible, with the current technological advancements, to extract water from a depth of 2,000 meters. Therefore, this functionality is preserved in all construction-related items produced by the system. That is reassuring. However, what about electricity and internet access? Will they be cut off? Players need not worry. As long as they expand their constructed areas to connect with existing town zones within a radius of 3 kilometers, the system will automatically facilitate the connection to networks and electrical circuits. So we will need to pay for electricity and internet services, correct? Certainly. Would players even consider taking advantage of state resources? I would not. I haven tea. You're mistaken. Boss Lin exclaimed, a hint of guilt betraying his frustration. Perhaps we could extend the land to the 4-kilometer boundary and build that last kilometer just before the end? After all, it's quite distant now. And thinking about it isn't illegal. With this thought, Boss Lin regained his confidence. By the way, have you paid the construction fee for this area? Am I free to use this land? I don't want to construct buildings and facilities only to have them deemed illegal and demolished later. Since the moment the players selected the site, all related formalities have been completed by the system, with the contracting fee reduced to 30 yuan per mu, totaling 210 billion yuan. Construction and operation of residential spaces are permitted. What? How much? 210 billion? As the sun rose, the desert temperature gradually increased. Yet Lin Yu felt an icy chill within. Just a minute ago, he had been celebrating his newfound fortune. Now, a minute later, he found himself burdened with an enormous debt. This bitter reality was overwhelming for Lin Yu. Can I return to a regular job? Just a monthly salary of 3,000 will suffice. Can you find a genius who can earn 21 billion to bind? In the current realm, players are the only compatible hosts with a unique genetic encoding and cannot be unbound. The contract has been signed and cannot be altered or revoked. Players must accept reality and strive towards their 21 minor goals. Seeing Lin Yu still in a daze, resembling a lifeless fish, the system continued to encourage him. There is no need for despair, as the contracting fee does not have to be paid in a lump sum. It can be paid in installments annually. Furthermore, the system has already covered the first year's payment. Players need only focus on their operations to increase profits and settle the balance by year-end. What if I can't pay by year-end? The amount will carry over to the following year, with a penalty of 20 of the total annual fee added to the next year's settlement. I understand now. It's a cycle of debt, increasing year after year, endlessly. The sun was hot, yet Boss Lin felt a chill within. He lay quietly on the terrace. The ringing of the alarm for harvesting, set in advance, interrupted his thoughts. Lin Yu took a deep breath, stood up, and stretched towards the rising sun. 21 billion it is. System, what was that construction discount you mentioned earlier? As he descended the stairs, he asked. The contracting price of 30 yuan per mu is indeed very favorable. All the gray plots marked on the map can be unlocked later, within the contracted area. Therefore, in exchange, players must ensure a greening rate of over 70 during construction. Does the greening rate include farming? All acts of cultivation, including crops, cash crops, trees, and shrubs, as well as efforts to enhance the desert environment through afforestation, are encompassed herein, excluding, of course, any special land areas. Gradually coming to terms with reality, Lin Yu's mindset has become considerably more serene. Engaging in conversation with the system, he collected the second season of sea buckthorn berries. Following this, he embarked on an exploration task, which resembled the unveiling of a map within a game. Lin Yu activated the system's map, which expanded to his right. He then set off from the main entrance, proceeding in a straight line towards the edge of the plot. Indeed, as Lin Yu advanced, the initially indistinct expanse of yellow sands transformed. The topography within a radius of approximately 50 meters around him became vividly apparent on the map. Undulating sand dunes, gentle beaches, and partially buried rocks all came into sharp relief. Upon completing the straight path, the exploration task's progress bar had reached 7, illuminating the map little by little, filling Lin Yu with a sense of accomplishment. For the next few hours, he diligently traversed the map, with his exploration progress steadily increasing. Throughout an entire day, Lin Yu returned to the inn only once, to collect sea buckthorn berries and have a meal, spending the remainder of his time tirelessly traversing the terrain. As the sun set, he collapsed onto the platform in front of the inn, utterly exhausted. Chapter 8. Desert Storm. Lin Yu slowly maneuvered his way back to the second floor of his home, taking the 11th route. Just as he reached the stairway, a refreshing draft greeted him, wafting across his face and dissipating the perspiration that had formed on his skin. In those few short steps, his fatigue seemed to lighten considerably. Morning rises, managing the untamed, returning home with the moon and hoe, he mused, experiencing a semblance of the great poet's mindset. As he walked, he began to undress, crumpling the clothes he had worn all day into the washing machine. Despite the desert appearing clean, the invisible dust and sand had settled onto his clothes, ready to cascade off with the slightest movement. After freshening up in the bathroom, Lin Yu returned to his room clad only in a bathrobe, nibbling on a now-cold steamed bun while checking the task progress. The task titled Unknown Territory was advancing the most swiftly, having reached 72. He anticipated completing it by tomorrow with just half a day's effort. Conversely, the food is of the essence task would require some patience, as he needed to harvest the final batch of sea buckthorn berries and plant 2 additional varieties to fulfill its requirements. This could not be rushed and had to be approached methodically. Learning from experience, Lin Yu ensured his phone was fully charged and set an alarm, preparing to collect the sea buckthorn berries at the designated time in order to complete the planting task as swiftly as possible. Alone in the desert, the days were manageable with tasks to occupy him, even if he sweated profusely and felt sore. However, the nights were eerily quiet, devoid of any vibrant life. Whether it was due to the meager information Linu possessed about the desert or the system's astonishing technology, he had yet to encounter a single creature in 2 days. The thought of small animals suddenly conjured an image in his mind, one of his last visit home to see his parents. After finishing dinner, I was strolling through the community when I spotted a small snake slithering out from the hedgerow, gliding across the concrete ground, less than 2 meters away from me. Since childhood, I had harbored a deep-seated fear of such serpentine creatures, and the mere sight of it sent shivers down my spine. The little snake appeared intent on crossing to the opposite side of the path. Recognizing it was merely passing by, I held my breath, remaining utterly still, waiting for the serpent to proceed on its way. However, just as the snake reached the middle of the road, a vehicle approached and ran over it. The instant of that encounter, now recalled, evokes an unsettling sense of horror. The surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the gentle rustle of the wind brushing against the window panes. The slightly ajar window softly tapped against the frame, while the pale blue moonlight streamed through the gaps, casting shadows that danced between light and dark upon the ground. The hairs on my body began to stand on end, and a multitude of terrifying scenes from movies I had watched flickered through my mind like a revolving lantern. My face stiffened, and I hastily ascended the stairs, throwing back the covers and diving into bed, resuming my futile endeavor of counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. I scarcely remember when I fell asleep, but upon awakening, I found the daylight streaming in brightly. At 7:15 a.m., the alarm clock chimed. The final season of the sea buckthorn fruit had ripened. I pressed my hands against my face and rubbed vigorously, shaking off the remnants of sleep. Rising, I descended to the back of the house, towards the yellow earth. After 2 harvests, the mutated sea buckthorn tree now stood nearly 4 meters tall. Its trunk was robust, and its branches flourished abundantly. The leaves, dark green and densely packed, stretched outward towards the heavens, striving for life. Upon observing the tree, a reflexive thought emerged in my mind. Although it appeared vibrant and full of life, it had already reached the end of its existence. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have harvested 30 portions of mutated sea buckthorn fruit. Ding. Detected 23 kilograms of accompanying sea buckthorn materials. Would you like to recover them to your system backpack? Recycle and destroy. A slight furrow formed on my brow. Yes. The moment I pressed the button, the sea buckthorn tree seemed to be drained of its vitality, its lush green leaves turning yellow, its trunk rapidly dehydrating and shriveling. In just a few breaths, the once flourishing tree transformed into yellow earth, melding into the ground, vanishing from sight. In comparison to the boundless sandy sea surrounding it, the small tree was but a droplet of water, yet it offered the sole human witness a profound performance about life. I stood there, entranced for a while, before finally releasing a breath. A poet can only indulge for a moment. A farmer must return to their primary duties. I opened the shop and purchased a pack of carrot seeds, planting them in the soil. Unlike the solitary sea buckthorn tree, the carrots formed neat rows in the yellow earth, the ground appearing freshly tilled, with each little seedling thriving robustly upon the ridges. Carrot, maturation time 8 hours. Setting the alarm and calibrating the map, I took up my water bottle and the last 3 buns, embarking on my journey, determined to complete the exploration task in one fervent effort. Lost in my task, I remained oblivious to the world around me. In the northeastern direction, separated by a plot of land, a group of individuals was supporting one another as they traversed the arid expanse of the desert. If they maintained their course, they would be able to escape the desert after 2 days of relentless walking. Johan, please double-check the direction. We must not stray from our path, urged an elderly man with graying hair, swallowing hard, his throat parched and painful. His cracked lips revealed a hint of crimson blood amidst the dryness. Our water supply can last for 2 more days. If we remain on the right track, we might encounter local villagers before reaching the edge of the desert. The old man spoke earnestly, concealing any trace of worry or uncertainty, fearing that even a hint of hesitation might cause the children behind him to falter. Understood, teacher, replied a bespectacled young man, diligently wiping his ever-present compass with his scarf and scrutinizing it closely. Trailing behind him were a man and a woman. The girl appeared ghostly pale, her eyelids drooping weakly, her breath shallow and rapid as she was half supported by the man beside her. The man, slightly older than the compass-bearing youth, carried the burden of their belongings in silence, yet his gaze toward the elderly figure was rife with concern. He was acutely aware that their teacher's water supply had been depleted. The previous night, he had poured the last drop into the girl's container. The perils of dehydration in the desert were well known. Without water, how much longer could they endure? How long could they all persevere? After exchanging a few words, silence enveloped the group once more as they pressed onward toward their predetermined destination. Meanwhile, dark clouds loomed ominously behind them. Swirling winds sculpted from the dunes began to coalesce into a formidable storm, hurtling toward the small party. Chapter 9. The first wave of guests. Linu had spent the entire morning engrossed in completing tasks, and at last, the exploration progress of 28 was fulfilled. Ding. Congratulations, player, for completing the side quest, Unknown Territory. You have earned 1 spin on the grand prize wheel. Would you like to spin now? The melodious system notification chimed, prompting Linu to wipe the sweat from his brow as he made his way toward the inn with an empty bottle in hand. The vast desert remained eerily silent, yet the golden waves of sand reflected a blinding light, causing Linu to feel dizzy and disoriented, urging him to hasten his return. Upon reaching the edge of the yellow earth, with the carrots still several minutes away from ripening, Linu decided to sit cross-legged on the ground. Time to spin the wheel. With a whoosh, a spinning wheel reminiscent of supermarket promotions appeared before Linu. At its center was a triangular pointer surrounded by an array of colorful segments, each inscribed with various reward names. The segments for higher value rewards were smaller, while those for lesser rewards were larger. The tactics of capitalists are universally applicable. With a decisive clap, Linu struck the lottery button below. As the button descended, the wheel began to spin wildly. 10 seconds later, its rotation gradually slowed. Ding! Congratulations, player, for obtaining a basic transportation card, Camel Amao. A card cascaded down from the air, and Linu swiftly caught it. The card depicted a camel grinning with its large teeth, its creamy yellow long fur and round, plump humps rendering it exceedingly adorable. To my astonishment, this creature could traverse 60 kilometers in the desert within an hour. Linu perused the detailed information on the back of the card and was utterly taken aback by the data. This implied that if I were to ride on this camel, I could reach Jialan County in less than 2 hours. After several days of isolation, Linu found himself yearning for the comforts of civilization and impulsively kissed the card. He immediately contemplated clicking use. Fortunately, the system promptly interjected. Camel Amao is a rare mount card, and once extracted, it cannot be returned to the backpack. Amao requires 35 kilograms of refined feed and 100 g of refined salt daily. Would you like to spend 100 points to purchase a single day's worth of feed? 100 points. Linu exclaimed, incredulous. You're robbing me in broad daylight. The system, in an unprecedented display of humor, reassured him that it operates with fairness and transparency. Linu pressed further. Is this refined feed and refined salt exclusively available from you? This type of product can also be purchased with points from the system store, and players with a processing workshop may craft it themselves. Linu swiftly returned the card to his backpack, resolving not to see it again until the day of unlocking. In the ensuing hours, Linu meticulously harvested carrots, white radishes, and forage. Swiftly completing the food is the essence of the people quest. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have completed a side quest. The rewards for your beginner workshop have been added to your backpack. Please check. Ding! Player experience has reached the threshold for leveling up. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Yes or no? Rewards continued to pour in, bringing a smile to Linu's face. Without hesitation, he selected yes for the upgrade. Ding! Congratulations, player. Your personal level has risen to level 2, and your attribute panel has been updated. Player name, Linu. Business location, 82 kilometers outside Jialan County. In the heart of the Bardan Desert, Huaxia New Mountain Province Development Direction. World-class tourist resort level 2, 271,000 points, 44 backpack. Mutated sea buckthorn fruit, 60 portions. Carrots, 17 portions. White radishes, 16 portions. Forage, 25 portions. Sea buckthorn companion, 23 kilograms items. Camel Amao. Beginner workshop, skills. None. Would you like to extract the beginner workshop? Yes. Please select a placement location. Once placed, moving the workshop will cost 1,000 points each time. Linu chose the plot adjacent to the kitchen. With a thud, a small wooden house, styled similarly to the inn, materialized on the ground. Subsequently, the base platform of the inn began to extend automatically, moving the foundation of the small house onto the platform, and the connecting walls fused seamlessly in no time. The integrated small house resembled a quaint annex to the inn, harmoniously blending with its surroundings. Accustomed to the system's advanced technology, Linu calmly pushed the door open and stepped inside. The workshop was modest in size. Directly opposite the entrance stood 3 machines in a row, each equipped with a sizable feed inlet and a display screen, while the outlets were connected by a conveyor belt leading to a row of storage shelves on the right. On the left wall, there exists a petite double-hung window that faces the open space in front of the inn. The weather outside is splendid. Sunlight streams through the small window, bathing the entire workshop in a warm glow. Although the space is modest in size, it feels far from stifling. Linu approaches the central machine, deftly manipulating the display panel, where countless recipes scroll by like a timetable on a bustling station's large screen. At the top of the screen lies a search box, with a filter button to its right. Linu skillfully sets the filter to display only the currently available recipes. Instantly, the panel clears, leaving only a scant few options. Among them, the first recipe captures Linu's attention. Basic refined feed. Recipe 1. Plant symbiotic grass. Recipe 2. Plant symbiotic grass carrot, a carrot-flavored feed favored by Amao, which slightly boosts intimacy when consumed. This is indeed feasible to craft at present. Linu retrieves the symbiotic plants collected during the harvest of sea buckthorn berries from his bag, adding a full 10 portions of grass. The screen then displays a green, craftable button. He clicks to create. The machine before him vibrates gently, yet emits no noise. 5 minutes later, the feed is complete, but it detects the absence of packaging. Would you like to spend 2 points to purchase 100 basic packages? Linu selects yes. The system initiates the packaging process, and shortly thereafter, 10 bags of feed are conveyed to the outlet via a conveyor belt. Each bag weighs 5 kilograms, though it appears to be made of paper. It is remarkably sturdy. Linu casually lifts one, feeling its weight drop due to gravity, causing the bottom of the bag to bulge outward in a circular shape. Yet it shows no signs of damage. The quality is commendable. He resolves to save these bags, as they may prove useful in the future. Before Amao can enjoy the freshly crafted feed, the frugal owner has meticulously organized the feed bags. As Linu prepares to experiment with a recipe devoid of carrots, an unexpected darkness envelopes the outside world. Turning his head, he observes ominous clouds rolling in from the horizon. In the distant desert, a storm resembling an ancient dragon unfurls. Its winds whipping up countless grains of sand, sweeping across the dunes like a torrential downpour, rapidly approaching the small building. Linu's heart races. For the modest two-story wooden structure stands before the colossal storm like a tiny ant facing an elephant, on the verge of being overturned. Yet, he feels powerless, compelled to watch as the tempest draws nearer. The howling winds lift large particles of sand, hurling them against the window frames, causing the glass to crackle ominously. The intensifying cacophony serves as a prelude to nature's wrath. Within mere breaths, the towering sandstorm reaches the front of the small building. However, Linu remains powerless, merely observing as his humble abode is consumed by the swirling yellow sand. The rapidly surging ochre fills the windows of the small structure, reducing visibility to less than a meter. Yet, to Linu's astonishment, the little house at the heart of the storm remains perfectly still, undisturbed by the chaos surrounding it. Even when stones and withered branches were hurled against the glass windows by the howling winds, the seemingly fragile panes remained utterly unscathed. The small building stood resolute, like a sturdy vessel amidst raging storms, impervious to the chaos surrounding it. Outside, the yellow sands rampaged, yet inside, tranquility reigned supreme. For the first time, the formidable power of nature had succumbed to the advanced technologies at play, transforming peril into splendor. Linu finally exhaled a breath he had unconsciously held during the brief moments of the tempest. Only now could he finally relax. He then retrieved his phone to record a video, exclaiming, "Brothers, look, a tornado, witnessing a miracle. The resilience of contemporary youth is indeed remarkable." Just as he was about to share the information with his dorm mates for their admiration, he suddenly noticed several small dark spots in the video. He quickly reoriented the camera towards the edge of the storm, and one by one, those spots appeared to be flung from the swirling column like freshly laundered garments. Goodness, those must be people. Chapter 10. Prelude to the opening. The wind column spiraled past the small building, moving further away. As the swirling dust began to settle, Linu widened his eyes, scrutinizing the landing points of those individuals. Without waiting for the sandstorm to subside, he dashed outside. The moment he could barely discern the outlines of the dunes beyond the window. Was this a dream? No, it was not. Johan pondered as he stared at the exquisitely crafted wooden ceiling above. Dreams should have some basis in reality. He usually immersed himself in research under his teacher's guidance, never paying attention to the appearance of the ceiling in his dwelling. Moreover, how could one possibly find themselves in such a desolate part of the desert? Ah, the desert. He suddenly sat upright, nervously surveying his surroundings. Fortunately, his teacher and two companions lay beside him, all intact and appearing considerably better. Johan sighed in relief, finally taking the time to observe his surroundings. The place resembled a rustic-style inn, characterized by its natural wood tones, with clean long tables and sofas flanking either side, a cleanliness rarely witnessed in the desert. The vast sands of the desert are notorious for their dust. Even when wrapped like an Arab, one cannot escape returning home with a face full of grime, let alone a house perpetually enveloped in dust. Even hotels or inns located at the desert's edge would find their lobbies dulled by dust unless cleaned multiple times a day. Yet, this inn was astonishingly as pristine as those found in the city. Nay, even cleaner. Johan ran his fingers across the floor, finding it spotless, devoid of any dust whatsoever. How peculiar. Just as he pondered whether to rise and explore, footsteps suddenly echoed from behind him. Turning around, he beheld a young man approaching. The youth emerged from a small door at the back, illuminated by the light, and as he stepped closer, Johan could finally discern his features. The young man had fair skin, a smile gracing his lips, and a tall, slender frame. Clad in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, he exuded a refreshing aura of sunlight and vitality. "You're awake," the young man said, placing a tray he held upon the table. "Come over and have a glass of water. I can see that you all exhibit signs of dehydration. I've added a pinch of salt to it, and you will feel more comfortable after drinking." Johan's attention shifted from the young man to the clear glasses of water. With a gulp, he quickly rose and dashed to the table, grabbing a glass and pouring it down his throat. In no time, the glass was empty. The sensation of having embers lodged in his throat gradually dissipated, and Johan regained his composure. "Did you save us? Thank you for the water. I was utterly parched," he said, sheepishly raising the empty glass. The young man nodded in understanding. "Yes, I found you near the sandstorm. You were all unconscious, so I brought you here." He gestured for Johan to join him at the long table before continuing. "I noticed you still had your cameras and other belongings, fearing they contained important materials. So I didn't separate you when bringing you inside. I let you all rest in the living room. That is more than enough. Thank you." Johan expressed his gratitude. Few are fortunate enough to survive after experiencing a black sandstorm. It was solely due to this young man that the four of them had escaped calamity. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a life-saving grace. He briefly explained their identities. They were a group of four, a master and his 3 disciples, who, captivated by the culture of the western regions, had hurriedly come upon hearing that an expedition team had discovered the ruins of an ancient city. On the very day of their arrival, they plunged into the desert with a guide. Initially, everything progressed smoothly, but on the 5th day, they encountered quicksand, and a significant portion of their belongings was lost. The guide then refused to continue. Even after so many days, recalling that moment still sent shivers down Johan's spine. It was a challenging journey. None of us wished to concede so easily. However, supplies were dwindling, and if we pressed on, we might have had to resort to desperate measures. Reluctant to abandon us, The guide led us to an abandoned village ruin and instructed us to wait for his return before departing. Johan sighed, and that was how it transpired. We waited for 3 days without seeing the guide return, our water nearly depleted, and Xiao Ting had developed a high fever. The professor, having ventured into the desert twice before, possessed some navigational knowledge and decided to lead us out. Little did we know, we would encounter the Black Sandstorm again. As Johan recounted their misfortunes, he couldn't help but feel that their group had been extraordinarily unlucky. Each of these events, had they occurred individually, would have been unfortunate enough, yet they faced several calamities simultaneously. You all are quite unfortunate, the young man candidly remarked, eliciting an awkward smile from Johan in return. Being of similar age, the two engaged in conversation, quickly becoming familiar. It was then that the young man realized he had yet to introduce himself. I am Linu, the owner of this guest house. Johan's suspicions were confirmed, and he was taken aback. In the heart of this desolate desert, there was indeed someone operating an establishment? As they conversed, the 3 others lying on the ground gradually awakened. 2 of the young men, eager like Johan before them, hastily gulped down a glass of water. The older professor, however, maintained his composure, thanking Linu before taking small sips of water. The quaint little shop has just opened, and at present, there is not much to offer in terms of culinary delights. The kitchen is stocked with instant noodles and self-heating hot pots, should one feel peckish. They may prepare these simple meals by accessing the kitchen through a small door, which Linu pointed towards before excusing himself to tend to the fields, leaving the space to the 4 newcomers. Previously, he had rescued these 4 individuals, but chose not to house them in the vacant rooms upstairs. The rationale behind this decision, as he had mentioned to Johan, was twofold. Firstly, the primary influx of guests remained stagnant, signifying that those who do not spend are not deemed guests. Lingu, the miserly proprietor, possessed just enough conscience to save lives, but certainly not enough to offer complimentary lodging and meals. What he had referred to as generosity was, in fact, a kitchen where the food was clearly priced, instant noodles at 50 yuan per packet and self-heating hot pots at 100 yuan per box. A friendly reminder was posted in the kitchen, stating that cookware and utensils were available for use, provided they were cleaned and returned to their original places afterwards. The bright price list was conspicuously displayed at the entrance, on the stove, and in the cabinets, serving as a rather merciless reminder. In response to the system's complaints, Linu defended himself vigorously, asserting that everything had been purchased with his hard-earned points, which indeed incurred costs, since his personal level had ascended to 2. The system's marketplace had refreshed its offerings, unlocking not only rice and wheat seeds, but also introducing new products in the discount section. Among the items available were a set of 65 commercial-grade tableware, consisting of 10 rice bowls, 10 noodle bowls, 10 deep plates, 5 soup bowls, 5 uniquely shaped plates, 10 pairs of chopsticks, 10 spoons, and 5 large ladles, priced at 60 points for a limited quantity. Additionally, there was refined salt, rich in various mineral elements, available for 2 points per 500 grams, and sets of unisex summer clothing for men and women, each priced at 6 points for 6 outfits. Chapter 11. A satisfied Linu. It has been said that deep affection cannot endure through time, but rather, it is the artifice that wins hearts. Observing the new assortment of products lined up before him, Linu was struck by this notion. Indeed, the minds of ordinary individuals could never compete with those of capitalists. The 4 disheveled individuals he had just rescued might not even be inclined to spend at the inn, yet the system had conveniently presented them with essential items. Seizing the opportunity while they were still unconscious, Linu sold off the crops he had harvested, excluding the fodder, and his points balance soared to an unprecedented 3-digit figure. I shall purchase the unisex summer clothing for men, he declared. I shall purchase the unisex summer clothing for women, he added. I must buy the commercial-grade tableware at a discount, he insisted. With this upgrade, the system's marketplace had unlocked a new category labeled items, showcasing a plethora of goods, including Camelot Huang, Chef Lan Xiang, Wi-Fi annual card, and a sip of pure spring, among others. Linu found himself yearning for each and every item, yet regrettably, he could not afford any of them. The frugal individual adeptly utilized the filtering function. Upon activating the one-click filter, the page transformed into a refreshing sight, revealing 2 orphaned items on the panel. Plantable loamy soil, a fertile earth that defies climatic and geographical constraints, allowing crops to flourish in any season. Priced at 200 points. Would you like to purchase it immediately? Yes or no? Mimetic Shield Card, a visual simulation device that, when employed, isolates and protects specified items or areas, presenting them in a mimetic manner. Priced at 10 points each. Would you like to purchase it instantly? Yes or no? It felt as though fortune smiled upon Linu, who could no longer criticize the system's cunning. Just moments ago, he had fretted about how to explain the rapid maturation of the carrots and forage he had planted, should those few individuals discover them. Hastily, Linu purchased 1 mimetic card and cloaked the loamy soil beneath its protection. Upon activation, the card transformed into a glimmer of light and burrowed into the earth. Previously, while exploring the newly acquired workshop, Linu had noted Johan and his companions, who were preoccupied with rescuing someone and thus missed the opportunity to plant another crop in the loamy soil. The land, initially barren, suddenly sprouted a dense layer of seedlings once the mimetic card took effect, with tiny leaves swaying gently in the breeze. A modest fence, about a meter high, encircled the area, adorned with a sign cautioning visitors to keep their distance. Intrigued, Linu stepped over the fence. The moment 1 foot crossed the threshold, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Entry detected. Access granted. With a step forward, the seedbed transformed back into the barren, loamy soil. A step back reverted it to the lush seedbed. How remarkable! Linu amused himself by entering and exiting the field, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Unbeknownst to him, the exchange concluded, and the group of mentors and students, standing near the entrance, were left speechless. The old professor had envisioned Linu as a warm-hearted, composed, and enigmatic innkeeper based on his students' accounts, yet reality proved to be quite different. Let us return. We should not disturb the proprietor. We have experiments to conduct, he suggested. Zhou Han and Zhou Wang nodded in agreement. Understood, Professor. As the three turned back towards the door, Shen Ting, resting in a chair, inquired, Teacher, why have you returned? Did you not find the owner? The owner is quite busy. He previously mentioned that if we were hungry, we should help ourselves in the kitchen. We can inquire about the meal expenses later. It was clear that in this rarely visited place, it must be challenging for the owner to bring in food and water. The group had just discussed asking Linu about the cost of meals, intending to offer a bit more as a token of gratitude for saving their lives. However, these well-laid plans were swiftly thwarted by Lin Yu's whimsical antics. Leaving the ailing Shen Ting and the elderly teacher to rest in the hall, Zhou Han and Zhou Wang ventured into the kitchen, where they immediately spotted the warm reminder affixed to the door. They exchanged a knowing smile and cheerfully placed their money in a cabinet, purchasing 10 packets of instant noodles. A large pot of steaming noodles was soon prepared, and the 4 hungry individuals gathered around the table, devouring their meal with fervor reminiscent of famished piglets. Meanwhile, as they relished their feast, Linu was interrupted by a system notification. Ding. Congratulations, player, on successfully hosting your first batch of guests. The main quest progress has been updated. The Rise of the Desert Inn boasts an establishment that welcomes over 100 guests weekly. As the patrons dine, Mr. Lin refrains from interrupting their enjoyment and immerses himself in the delight of shopping. He procures a mimicry card for the workshop and purchases a packet of freshly available rice seeds to sow, anticipating the delightful aroma of cooked rice in 14 hours. Which brings him joy. The system kitchen generously offers a set of miniature condiment containers, though the salt within them is insufficient for a prolonged use. Seizing the opportunity in the discount section, Linu decisively acquires 5 packets of refined salt. These items are essential, yet after his purchases, he finds his points dwindling to just over 100. Glancing at the yellow earth priced at 200 points, he can only sigh with regret. The workshop, now adorned with the mimicry card, exhibits a slight transformation. Peering through the small window, one can observe an array of jars and containers stacked upon shelves, with mops and brooms haphazardly piled in a corner, resembling an ordinary storage room. A sign hangs on the door, cautioning visitors to refrain from entering. While not all may heed the warning, the protective function of the mimicry card ensures security. Beep. Player identity confirmed, entry permitted. Upon opening the door, the scene instantly morphs back to the familiar layout Linu knows well. 3 machines stand steadfast in their positions, while the shelves remain devoid of items. The contrast from the outside is striking. The effectiveness of the consumption is evident, and Linu feels quite satisfied. The small baskets on the shelves serve a function akin to his backpack, allowing for ample stacking of similar products. Linu neatly places the processed feed and his recent acquisitions into separate baskets. Once the items are stored, the labels on the baskets automatically display the names and quantities of their contents, making retrieval exceedingly simple and convenient. Linu retrieves 4 sets of clothing from the small storage area, aware that despite having the mimicry card, habits can be formidable. He fears that one day he might instinctively extract items from his backpack in view of others, leading to awkward explanations. Thus, he resolves to cultivate the habit of placing items in designated spots, preparing in advance to avoid unnecessary complications. Estimating that the 4 individuals have likely finished their meal, Linu enters, cradling the garments. Observing the 4 comfortably seated and digesting, he offers them a gentle smile and proclaims the words befitting an innkeeper. The establishment provides hot water. Would any of you care for a bath? Chapter 12. The considerate innkeeper, would you like to bathe? It is no exaggeration to say that the 4 individuals, having struggled in the desert for days and nearly perished, react to this question as if encountering a divine being. 3 young men nod fervently, while Professor Lee maintains a composed demeanor, though his eyes betray a glimmer of anticipation. However, Linu now faces a slight embarrassment, yet he has learned that one can grow accustomed to such discomfort. I only have 1 vacant guest room, and the bathroom is fully equipped. You may bathe for free. However, within the accommodation, there are only 2 beds available. Observing Linu, the 4 individuals couldn't help but notice his slightly flushed cheeks, a faint smile gracing his lips. They were seasoned outdoorsmen, having encountered a myriad of personalities throughout their years of rugged work. It was indeed a rarity to find a novice proprietor like Linu, who hesitated to directly ask for payment. Don't feel embarrassed, young man, Zhou Han said with a cheerful smile, patting Linu on the shoulder. Just tell us how much you charge per night for the room. Moreover, it seems we have a lady among us. It might be inconvenient for her to share a room. Could we perhaps lay out a makeshift bed in the living room? The initial transaction unfolded with such ease that Linu felt a wave of delight, his smile broadening. After quoting the price, he attentively offered some additional advice. Feel free to use everything in the bathroom. I've also prepared a set of fresh clothes for each of you. There's a laundry room on the terrace where you can wash your dirty garments. The arid desert air ensures that clothes dry overnight, so it won't hinder your attire. Guiding his guests upstairs, Linu opened the room for their inspection. The room was bright and immaculate, featuring 2 plush single beds exuding a faint aroma of wood. Given the scarcity of water and electricity in the heart of the desert, the accommodations were surprisingly commendable, even rivaling those found in resource-rich urban areas. The arrangements exceeded the expectations of the group. By the way, there are chargers in the bedside drawers for your phones, and the room has wireless internet without a password. However, only one person can log in at a time. I can reserve the time slot from 8:10 for you, Linu explained. The group, upon hearing this, was filled with astonishment and gratitude, repeatedly thanking Linu. 2 hours later, night enveloped the desert. Bright stars adorned the blue, velvet sky. After several days of hard work, Linu finally found a moment to sit and gaze at the stars. It is said that philosophy was born the moment humanity paused its relentless pursuit for survival to contemplate the cosmos. Initially, this notion had little resonance with Linu, but now he found himself savoring its essence. Just as Linu's thoughts began to transcend into philosophical musings, an unwelcome interruption occurred. Hey, boss, contemplating the essence of life. The young man, who just 10 minutes prior appeared as if the desert had drained him of vitality, now resembled a vibrant poplar after a refreshing wash. He emulated Linu's stance, leaning against the terrace railing, gazing at the stars, yet his thoughts diverged entirely from Linu's. Did you know? After we departed from that small village ruin, there was a stretch of road where our compass completely failed. Our teacher guided us using the stars, Johan spoke, his voice imbued with admiration for his mentor. In truth, we are aware that there may be no fruitful outcome from this expedition. That exploration team might have merely disseminated false information. Our country has tightened regulations in recent years, and it's unlikely there are many undiscovered relics awaiting those adventurers. Yet, our teacher remains undeterred, and we share his curiosity. Linu listened attentively as Johan recounted their stories, the perils they encountered, amusing incidents during their endeavors, and the noble teacher who selflessly reserved the last drop of water for his students. Their team comprised 4 individuals: the teacher, engrossed in research, Zhou Wang, who remained taciturn, Shen Ting, a girl, and the loquacious Johan, who was struggling to contain his words throughout the journey, particularly when they encountered Linu, who, though not particularly talkative, was an eager listener and would interject at pivotal moments with supportive remarks like, "How dangerous. You are all truly impressive." Johan became increasingly animated in his speech. He was still somewhat reluctant to stop when Zhou Wang emerged from the bathroom, calling for them. The 4 convened to discuss their arrangements. The elderly professor, Johan, and Zhou Wang would rest in the room, with the professor and Zhou Wang each allotted a bed, as they were the 2 most in need of proper rest, one due to age and the other from carrying the heaviest burdens for the group. Johan, however, opted for the floor. Shen Xiaoting's fever had subsided, yet she still appeared somewhat weakened. Perfectly, she occupied both of the lounge's comfortable beanbag chairs, relishing the comfort that rivaled that of the beds in the room. Once their accommodations were settled, Linu meticulously checked all the doors and windows of the small building. During his own stay, he would secure his room tightly before sinking into a deep slumber. Now, with a girl residing in the lounge, he felt it necessary to be more vigilant. After confirming everything was secure, he left the light on in the lounge and ascended to join the other 3. He took the initiative to disconnect his mobile phone from the internet, bid farewell to the trio, and retreated to his room, swiftly completing his hygiene routine and collapsing into bed. The next morning, Linu was roused by the alarm he had set in advance. He sprang up with a swift motion, his body energized, and dashed downstairs to the edge of the fields. Ding! Congratulations! You have harvested 18 portions of rice, earning 19 experience points. Your score is 199, still insufficient to purchase new land. Linu pondered, rapidly purchasing seeds and planting another wave of wheat. He reset the alarm. Peering upstairs, he noticed that the others had yet to rise. However, to be on the safe side, Linu jogged into the processing workshop, shutting the door behind him before examining a portion of rice closely. Indeed, the products of the system were of exceptional quality. The bundle of rice was substantial, with stalks that could be encompassed by both hands, yet the heads were heavy, the grains at least twice the size of ordinary rice, exuding a subtle fragrance. Eagerly, Linu fed the bundle into the first machine, and the display screen illuminated with processing options: rice, rice flour, rice milk, rice noodles. Linu had never realized that such a variety could be produced from plain rice without any additional ingredients. He tentatively selected the first option. The machine hummed to life, working for approximately 5 minutes, before delivering a 5-kilogram bag of rice to the output chute. The bag resembled the ordinary paper-like ones Linu had purchased previously. Upon opening the knot and inspecting the contents, he was astonished to find the rice shimmering with a faint green hue. Linu quickly scooped up a handful to examine in the sunlight. The rice appeared even greener, reminiscent of jade. System, can this rice truly be consumed? Such vibrant color. Surely it is not toxic. The seeds produced by the system are the result of countless experiments and optimizations by advanced scientists from higher dimensions. In the future, when Huaxia optimizes crops, it will not solely consider yield, but will also focus on color, aroma, and taste, ensuring that all seeds possess these 3 virtues. Rest assured, it is safe to eat. Strangely, Linu detected a hint of mockery in the mechanical voice of the system. Do you not think your worries come a tad too late? Earlier, you relished the buns and steamed bread, did you not? Is this player merely dull or experiencing a transient fear of mortality? Linu silently closed the panel, embraced the rice sack, and retreated to the kitchen, where she diligently simmered a pot of verdant rice porridge. Just as she intended to taste it quietly, Johan's voice resonated. Oh my, what have you made? It smells delightful. Chapter 13. A new side quest. Upon seeing the bowl of tender green rice porridge, Johan's expression mirrored Lin Yu's from 30 minutes prior: skepticism, astonishment, and an adventurous spirit brimming with eagerness. Lin Yu scooped a spoonful of porridge, poised to savor it, but upon noticing Johan, she promptly rose to serve him a bowl as well. The two sat across from each other, enjoying their porridge. After simmering for over 30 minutes, the rice soup had transformed into a viscous pale green concoction. The grains slightly blossomed. As the spoon stirred, the rice grains, resembling budding emeralds, gently cascaded from the spoon's edge. The aroma of the rice permeated the air, intoxicating and irresistible, igniting an insatiable appetite. Without a moment's hesitation, both simultaneously scooped a spoonful into their mouths. Instantly, the robust fragrance of rice enveloped their palates. The taste was both rich and refreshing, evoking the sensation of standing beside rice fields still adorned with morning dew, rejuvenating from throat to stomach. What an ethereal and unparalleled bowl of rice porridge this is. Lin Yu exchanged a glance with Johan, and they both lowered their heads, hastening their consumption. Minutes later, they relocated to the sofa, watching the other three devour their porridge with fervor while discussing their future plans. Thanks to your connection, we managed to reach the guide yesterday. He attempted to find us, but missed us due to a misalignment in timing, compounded by the fierce storm that diverted our path, Johan recounted, feeling somewhat fortunate. Had it not been for you, the four of us might never have returned. Do not mention it. Anyone in your position would lend a hand, Lin Yu replied. She inquired about their forthcoming plans, mindful of the ailing Shinting. Although her fever had subsided, Lin Yu lacked both a doctor and medication, and for her well-being, a visit to the hospital seemed prudent. Johan concurred. We sent our location to the guide yesterday. He intended to venture back into the desert to find us, so we can simply have him come here. A thought struck Lin Yu as she recalled the camel Mao item card in her bag. With feed and salt now available, why not ride Mao into the desert to join the professor and the others? Amidst the usual hustle and bustle, the yearning for civilized society surged forth. Once the others dispersed, Lin Yu hurried into the fenced area of the yellow earth, retrieved the camel card, and clicked to use it. A flash of white light enveloped her, and a tall, robust cream-colored Bactrian camel appeared before her. Its long, well-proportioned legs and sleek, lustrous coat shone brightly, while its deep brown eyes, obscured by long lashes, revealed little of the whites, lending it an exceptionally lively demeanor. Mao, with a spirited disposition, approached Lin Yu, gently nuzzling her shoulder as it landed. The three-lipped mouth arched wide, resembling a joyous laugh. I now possess a camel. While others indulge in cars or horses, I have a camel. Lin Yu was utterly elated, hastily retrieving a bag of feed to nourish Mao. As the creature feasted heartily, he held the feed bag in one hand while tentatively placing the other on Mao's neck. His slender fingers sank into the thick, cream-colored fur, a sensation so delightful it nearly provoked a scream of joy. Mao, sensing Lin Yu's touch, showed no signs of resistance. It merely twitched its ears and continued to indulge in its meal. Lin Yu was uncertain if camels of such coloration existed in reality, but the strikingly handsome and remarkably intelligent Mao had completely captured his heart. Mao, from now on, I shall prepare carrot-flavored feed for you. Upon hearing this, Mao excitedly snorted. Once sated, Lin Yu allowed Mao the freedom to roam. As a product of the system, Mao clearly comprehended commands. After releasing the reins, Mao obediently frolicked around the nearby sand dunes of the inn. 3 hours later, the distant sound of camel bells echoed towards the inn, prompting everyone to descend and observe. A procession of 5 camels approached from beyond the dunes, led by an elderly man adorned in traditional Uyghur attire. Upon spotting the inn, he hastily urged his camel to trot towards the gathering. May the heavens bless us. It's truly wonderful to see you all again. The elder gracefully dismounted, swiftly embracing Professor Li. At the level of Professor Li, every action is closely monitored by higher authorities. Should anyone discover that he was carelessly abandoned in the desert due to concern for the camel, the repercussions would be dire. The rapid change in demeanor of the elder was striking. Johan, trailing behind, whispered to Lin Yu, when we first entered the desert, this person was so aloof, even disregarding the professor. Now he is so warm. Lin Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Johan. Their silent communication went unnoticed by the guide, who was engaged in cordial inquiries with Professor Li. Upon entering the inn, the guide's eyes widened in astonishment at the establishment's cleanliness and amenities. To establish such a pristine, well-equipped inn in the heart of the barren desert spoke volumes. The seasoned guide understood this well. Consequently, Lin Yu became yet another individual to receive the guide's enthusiastic attention, and they successfully exchanged contact information. When Lin Yu expressed his desire to venture into the desert with them, the elder readily agreed, even offering to share a camel with this newfound friend. Help me, Mao. He is so enthusiastic, and I am quite flustered. The quartet settled their bill and packed their belongings before joining the elder's caravan. Lin Yu located Mao on the map and gently tapped the image of the little camel. Mao promptly turned and galloped towards him. Kneeling down, Mao indicated for Lin Yu to mount its back. With a long stride, Lin Yu confidently seated himself between the two humps. Once stable, Mao rose effortlessly without the need for a command. Lin boss, is this the camel you raised? It is truly magnificent. The usually reticent girl, Shen Ting, was momentarily captivated by the strikingly handsome Mao, prompting her to speak up. Indeed, he was named Mao, a particularly charming and intelligent young man. Lin Yu reached out to pat Mao's neck, and the flattered Mao joyfully shook his head in response to the compliment. Observing Mao's extraordinary demeanor, The guide Monier once again affixed an exceptional label to Linu. At last, the moment to embark had arrived. Monier led the way on a camel, followed by Professor Li, Shenting, Johan, and Zhou. Linu graciously declined Monier's enthusiasm and opted to bring up the rear, seizing the opportunity while the others advanced. He swiftly exchanged for a mimic card to envelop the entire inn in a protective shield, activating its defensive mode, until the true master returned. No one or no creature could enter. The caravan of 6 camels had replenished their hydration at the inn and were in prime condition, covering half the distance in less than 2 hours. As the undulating sand dunes gradually flattened, they finally encountered the first signs of life when a stretch of roadway, partially obscured by golden sand, came into view. Ding! A selectable side quest was revealed. 1. The Wish of the Sand Stabilizers. Sand stabilization is a contest between humankind and the desert, as well as a struggle between flora and the golden sands. Players are required to successfully plant 1,000 plants in the desert. Choice: yes or no. Chapter 14. Grass grids and the Grand Bazaar. As the caravan of 6 approached the edge of the desert, they came across 4 sand stabilizers engaged in constructing grass grids. Professor Li guided his camel alongside Linu, who wore a curious expression, prompting him to explain. One must first draw a square grid, approximately 1 meter on each side, in the sand. Then, long straw is arranged neatly along the edges of the grid, and using a shovel, the straw is pressed into the sand along the lines. With force applied to the center of the straw, the ends will naturally stand upright. Once all 4 sides are planted, a windbreak barrier will form, proving highly effective in stabilizing the sand. As Professor Li spoke, he expressed his admiration for the ingenuity of the laborers. With just a bundle of dry straw and a shovel, they not only successfully thwarted the encroachment of the desert, but also allowed the plants within the grass grids to thrive rapidly and robustly. Linu was equally astonished. He had previously thought the increasingly flat dunes were the result of systematic clearance by the nearby city. It was only now that he realized the seemingly smooth expanse of sand was, in fact, a series of grass grids. The closer they approached, the more awe-inspiring it became. The grass grids, measuring roughly 1 meter in width and length, stretched endlessly behind the 4 individuals, disappearing into the horizon. As the 6 riders gradually drew nearer, the 4 sand stabilizers noticed them, lifting their heads in greeting. The 4 appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, 2 men and 2 women, seemingly a couple. They unfurled their scarves and smiled, waving at the newcomers. Monier dismounted and embraced one of the men warmly. After exchanging a few cheerful words, they approached the group together. Greetings, friends. I am Sadik, the middle-aged man with a dark complexion and strikingly white teeth announced. I heard from Monier that there is a young girl in your party who is unwell and needs to go to the hospital. Do not follow the navigation. Sadiq glanced over the group and, upon noticing Shun Ting's pallor, expressed his concern with gentle admonition. Tomorrow marks the monthly Grand Bazaar in the county. Everyone has come early to prepare. Once you enter the city, simply turn left into the alley, and in about 10 minutes, you will reach the hospital. Thank you so much, Sadiq, they replied gratefully. After expressing their thanks, they bid farewell to the 4 and headed towards Jialan County. Gradually, clusters of green grass began to emerge on the grassy squares, transforming into low shrubs. As the vegetation grew taller, Jialan County came into view. Unlike the southern small towns etched in Lin Yu's memory, Jialan exuded a distinct desert charm, with houses near the desert being low earthen structures. As they ventured further in, the essence of modern society began to surface. Professor Li and his companions aimed to escort Shinting to the hospital, while Lin Yu desired to explore the county town. After parting ways, it was already evening, and it was imperative to first pay homage at the Wuzong Temple. Lin Yu settled into a local eatery bustling with patrons, and, with a swift glance around the tables using his keen eye, quickly settled on his dinner menu. Pilaf, big plate chicken, lamb skewers, complemented by the restaurant's complimentary side dishes and unlimited milk tea. After paying, he eagerly anticipated the arrival of his meal. However, he soon received a lesson in the generous portions served here. The pilaf was piled high on an oversized plate, while the big plate chicken occupied half the small table, undeniably claiming the prime position. The lamb skewers featured chunks of meat the size of fingertips, grilled to perfection with a savory, spicy aroma. As they sizzled on the table, the bold scent of cumin mingled with the unique fragrance of lamb, wafting intoxicatingly to his nostrils. Lin Yu swallowed hard, unable to resist the urge to capture a grand photograph of the culinary spread, promptly sharing it in the dormitory group chat to entice his 3 friends. Lin Yu, come. Let me treat you. He yimming. Wow, this looks so appetizing. I really want to eat it. Lin Yu, when you return to the country, come hang out with me, and I will treat you to this standard. He yimming, definitely coming. CCI, the youngest, are you busy? Meanwhile, the boss, still working late at the company, expressed his envy in the group chat, accompanied by a flurry of drooling and disdainful emojis. Su Lin, I failed the physical test, and the company has me on a fitness meal plan. It's all lettuce salad and chicken breast every day. After exchanging playful banter, Lin Yu shut his phone and began to eat. Half an hour later, feeling akin to a pregnant woman in March with his full belly, Lin Yu meandered to a hotel recommended by Mountie, where he checked into a room. Initially, he had intended to return to the inn that night, but having never witnessed the grand bazaar that the sand control workers spoke of, he decided to leave his belongings with a Mao and stay an extra night to indulge in the festivities before returning. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Lin Yu rose early, only to find that the grand bazaar was already bustling with activity. Filled with curiosity, He adhered to the principle of following the locals and, like a fish, slipped into the throngs of people. Following a Uyghur compatriot, he purchased a handful of pilaf for breakfast. A small handful, emanating the fragrant aroma of wheat baked under high temperatures. Linu imitated the locals and took a small bite from the top. In the next moment, the savory scent of meat combined with the wheat fragrance surged forth in a wave of heat, nearly toppling Linu over. Is breakfast always this hearty? Linu was awestruck and resolved to partake immediately. Rows of enticingly fresh-cut fruits beckoned. Upon biting into one, it was sweeter than honey yet not cloying at all. The handcrafted ice cream, skillfully prepared by the owner, boasted a rich dairy flavor without any trace of a milky aftertaste. By the time he encountered the array of delicacies such as milk skin cakes, braised meat, savory milk tea, and roasted meat, his stomach could no longer accommodate any more. Regretfully, Linu had to withdraw for the time being, saving his appetite for a re-engagement at noon. As he followed the crowd deeper into the market, stalls selling local specialties began to emerge. Linu sampled dried jujubes and raisins, finding them quite delightful. Although Jialan County was not particularly bustling, its proximity to the desert attracted occasional tourists seeking a respite from overcrowded popular attractions, allowing them to explore and purchase local goods. Thus, the county's delivery services were reasonably comprehensive. The dried fruit vendor offered to ship his purchases, prompting Linu to provide his home address. Mom, I've bought some jujubes and raisins. They'll be shipped today and should arrive in about 4 or 5 days. Please drop me a message when they arrive. Linu continued to browse while on the phone. I tried them. They taste much better than what we buy at home. They're also reasonably priced and larger in size. As he walked, the scene suddenly opened up before him. He had reached the edge of the market. Colorful tents were set up in disarray, with freshly cut beef and lamb on display, and bubbling pots of soup simmering in the distance. The sounds of tourists chatting, vendors bargaining with customers, and the varied voices of the cattle and sheep blended together to create a unique ambience of lively market life. Of course, with a full stomach. Linu's contemplative state was not particularly elevated. Upon witnessing this spectacle, his immediate response was to inform his mother on the other end of the call, Mom, they can slaughter sheep right here. The lamb I had yesterday was so tender and delicious. Should I buy a sheep to send back home? Chapter 15. Filming promotional videos. The mischief-making capabilities of mischievous children are remarkably potent, especially when such a child grows up to earn their own money. Their capacity for mischief multiplies exponentially. Having thoroughly enjoyed his time at the Grand Bazaar, Linu, who initially intended to purchase a few dried fruits and jujubes to send home, found himself unexpectedly purchasing a sheep, half a cow, a furnace of naan, and a multitude of local specialties, filling an entire bag to send back. There's plenty to eat. Once you receive them, please share with Grandma, Auntie, and the others. Just a little for each, and it'll be gone in no time. With a generous tone despite his empty pockets, Linu exited the Grand Bazaar, preparing for his journey home. Oh, by the way, Mom, my luggage that I sent home hasn't been unpacked yet, has it? No, I sprayed some disinfectant on it. It's still sealed and placed directly in your room, replied Lin's mother with a hint of resignation. Her younger son had promised to return after graduation, yet unexpectedly ventured so far away. All right then, I'll send you the address shortly. Could you help me ship it back? I've secured a job, and my boss is quite nice. For the time being, I'll be in Xinshur province. Linu continued to relay details as he walked towards the hotel. A relentless spree of shopping not only depleted the lodging fees contributed by the quartet, but also consumed a portion of the modest savings amassed over 4 years of university. The frugal Lin, in a triumph over his extravagant self, regained his rationality and promptly checked out. Before embarking on his journey with a Mao, he made sure to retrieve the meals he had packed from the innkeeper, allowing for a hassle-free dinner the following day. A Mao, swift as the wind, led Linu back to the inn in just over an hour. They harvested the ripe wheat that had matured and proceeded to plant a new batch of carrots. Although Linu was not particularly fond of carrots, they boasted the shortest maturation time among the currently available crops and yielded considerable experience. Moreover, a Mao relished them. Thus, they would set aside what was necessary and sell the surplus, aiming to swiftly accumulate funds for another plot of fertile land. Upon returning to his room, Linu accepted a previously available side quest, which refreshed the task panel immediately. Main quest 1. The Rise of the Desert Inn. Own an inn with a weekly foot traffic exceeding 100. Quest progress 0-100. Reward unknown. Side quest 1. The Wish of the Desert Planter. Desert reclamation is a contest between man and sand, as well as a struggle between flora and arid dunes. Players are tasked with successfully planting 1,000 plants in the desert. Quest progress 0-1000. Reward unknown. The quest appeared deceptively simple. Merely plant 1,000 trees in the desert. However, one must remember that the inn is situated at the heart of the desert. Without the system's advanced technology, constructing buildings or planting trees here would be utterly impossible. Even traversing the area would result in sinking into the shifting sands. Linu had attempted this in his spare time, and even when digging in the lowest sandy areas, he found no soil within 1.5 meters. No matter how drought-resistant a plant may be, without a drop of water, it would surely perish. Completing the quest relied solely on the system. Unfortunately, there were no hints from the system, nor were any saplings available for purchase in the store. Linu could only focus on leveling up to see if any new information would emerge post-upgrade. That evening, after harvesting a batch of carrots, Linu retained only the carrots and pasture grass, selling off all other crops in one fell swoop. Before the freshly acquired points had even cooled, he purchased a plot of fertile land. For the next 9 days, Linu maximized the utilization of 2 plots of fertile land, regardless of the hour. As soon as the alarm for harvesting rang, he would dash into the fields to seamlessly transition between planting and harvesting. The heavens did not disappoint the diligent, and finally, on the evening of the 9th day, the system's notification chimed once more. Ping. Player experience has reached the requirements for leveling up. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Yes, no. Of course, the choice was clear. Yes. The moment Linu pressed the button, a swirl of white mist enveloped the entire panel, accompanied by the sound of tinkling, reminiscent of renovation work, a far more substantial commotion than during the previous upgrade. After approximately 10 minutes, the mist dissipated. Aside from leveling up to level 3, the most significant change was that the Wi-Fi subscription now had 13 days remaining. Lin, contemplating the cost of a new subscription, felt a pang of regret. Level 5 promised additional gameplay unlocks, yet other changes were minimal, much to the disappointment of the cacophony of sound effects. With the panel closed, he opened the marketplace interface. Upon ascending to level 3, new opportunities have emerged with the unlocking of corn, potatoes, and 3 varieties of leafy greens: lettuce, bok choy, and rapeseed. Among these, rapeseed yields the highest experience points and market price, prompting Linu to sell a dozen carrots, fully cultivating both plots of land. The system's pricing is indeed whimsical. In reality, one would attract considerable attention if they attempted to barter a basket of carrots for 2 packets of rapeseed. Linu, a bit naive and financially constrained, pondered the main quest that had reset to 0, yet resolved to muster his efforts. He hurried home to message his mother inquiring about the whereabouts of his luggage. Subsequently, he scoured the internet for travel vloggers' videos to ignite inspiration. After a night of intense study, he emerged with 2 prominent dark circles beneath his eyes, promptly ascending to the terrace at dawn to set up his phone for a time-lapse of the rising sun. The footage, once edited for speed, vividly illustrated the passage of time. The orange-red sun ascended slowly from behind the dunes, golden rays transitioning from warm to scorching. Until the last hint of shadow vanished from the horizon, nature's splendor could evoke awe with merely a simple capture. He swiftly indulged in 3 meals and replicated the process to film the starry skies and the vast sea of sand. Despite being shot on a mobile device, the desolate expanse of the Baldan Desert, with its rare avian visitors, showcased an unblemished, primal beauty, devoid of any artificial traces. Each shot resembled a cinematic masterpiece. In stark contrast to the crowded, staged locations of internet dramas, this was incomparable. Thus, Linu spent 2 full days capturing footage and dedicated an entire night to meticulously editing a 5-minute video. During his school days, he had registered a commentary account to express his thoughts on various shows, casually sharing film critiques, which had garnered him over 3,000 followers. He renamed his account to Desert Inn, a ballad of the frontier, a name he conceived in a mere 2 minutes, feeling it encapsulated the essence of the borderland. He then hid his previous videos and uploaded his inaugural video titled An Immersive Experience of the Desert Scenery. After posting, he shared the link in his dormitory group chat, stating, "Linu, here, you shall escape the clamor of the city, accompanied solely by the sunrise, the desert, and the gentle moonlight each night. Visiting here is not merely a journey, it is an encounter with the infinite allure of the desert. The desert Inn warmly welcomes you." Chapter 16, the first promotional video, CCU. Little one, if you were kidnapped, just blink. Su Lin, Xiaoyu, have you become a tour guide? As soon as Linu sent that message to the group, 2 night owls emerged. Just as he was about to respond, the most reliable friend, Old 3, chimed in. He Ming, Xiaoyu, weren't you supposed to be in Xinshan province? What is going on? Have you invested in a guest house? Is it the same place from your last video? To avoid excessive chatter that could later lead to complications, Linu decided to maintain a consistent narrative. Linu, I've secured a job in the Baldan Desert. The owner has established a guest house, and I am entrusted with its management. He Ming, surely, you're not the only person there, right? What prompted you to pursue this? Any plans? Linu, indeed. The boss is an overseas Chinese with considerable connections and numerous patents. I have much to learn here. Linu continued to elaborate on his boss's impressive qualities. A couple of days ago, a tornado swept through the desert, lifting people into the sky, yet my little wooden cabin remained utterly undisturbed. After sharing this, Linu posted the video he captured that day in the group chat. Sicheng Wow? Incredible. Those 4 are real people, right? The leader, who had previously been dismissive of Linu's small inn, couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing the 4 individuals swirling amidst the tornado. Linu, yes. An archaeology professor brought 3 students here, carried by the tornado. Sicheng, your boss is indeed remarkable. The house you filmed last time didn't seem large, yet it withstood such a formidable storm. There's something to it. Su Lin, I have a few commercial performances lined up. My agent wants us to warm up before our debut. It should wrap up in about half a month. By then, I'll tell my agent I'm heading to the desert for inspiration, and he will surely agree. He Yiming, I can't make it for now, but I've made quite a few connections while working part-time. I'll post about it in my social circle to see if I can attract some business. Linu felt warmth in his heart. These were his brothers after 4 years of camaraderie, requiring no excessive words to convey their trust and willingness to help. Linu, thank you, brothers. Whenever you're free, come over. I'll treat you to food and fun, and feel free to bring your families. 3 single friends, get lost. In Xinshan province, He Pan wearily rubbed her brow, her complexion pale, looking increasingly frail against the expansive sofa. As a fashion blogger with a million fans, she placed great importance on her work, typically updating her outfit tips daily and consistently presenting a themed collection each week. If she received a lucrative advertisement, she would seek out outdoor locations that matched the clothing theme for shooting. With her background in literature from a prestigious university, she always infused her outfits with cultural significance. Consequently, the quality of her videos was exceptionally high, and once promoted, her sales capabilities consistently surpassed those of influencers with similar followings. As her fame grew, the caliber of advertisements she received also elevated. This particular commercial deal was especially significant. The client was a well-known independent designer, and he Pampan was entrusted with showcasing 4 pieces from a new summer collection themed around the Dunhuang's sun and moon. To secure this major contract, he Pampan worked tirelessly for 4 consecutive days, multitasking meals, sleep, and makeup while on the road. Finally, she carved out 7 days for the shoot. However, upon landing, both the prearranged outdoor location and hotel faced issues. "I'm so sorry, Sister Pampan. I checked the guide beforehand. Everyone said camels were easy to rent." The assistant's voice grew weaker, tears welling in her eyes. "I didn't expect. What didn't you expect? That the tourist area would be overcrowded and all the camels would go on strike? Or that the hotel reservations would only be confirmed until today at noon?" It was not He Pampan who was losing her temper, but her agent, who was visibly distressed. The agent has been with He Pampan since her entry into the industry, accompanying her every step of the way. From business negotiations to media publicity, she has meticulously cared for He Pampan's every need without a single misstep. However, 3 months ago, nearing her 40s, she unexpectedly became pregnant. Upon visiting the hospital for a checkup, she was diagnosed with an unstable fetal condition, and the doctor advised her to minimize her workload. After yearning for a child for so many years, the couple felt it was prudent to exercise extra caution. Thus, they hired a new assistant to accompany her and provide guidance whenever necessary. Gradually, He Pampan began delegating some of her daily tasks, retaining only the responsibility of business engagements. For several months, everything seemed to proceed smoothly, until an unforeseen crisis arose. The scenic area announced last night that camel rentals would cease for 3 consecutive days. Have you not thought to follow up on this? The agent paced irritably in front of the sofa. What are we to do now? What about Pampan? Are we to stand at the edge of the desert with our clothes, mingling with the crowd to take a group photo for the clients? The assistant tightened her grip on her backpack, staring at the floor in silence, tears dropping one by one. The air in the room felt thick with tension, punctuated only by the assistant's quiet sobs and the agent's heavy breaths. He Pampan opened her weary eyes, poised to speak, when suddenly the door swung open. "Darling, I discovered a place that could serve as our outdoor location." It was the agent's husband, who had come to accompany her out of concern. Having overheard snippets outside the door, he had a rough understanding of the situation and produced a video he had saved from the previous night. The agent took the phone and glanced down. The video, filmed from a first-person perspective, featured a blogger who remained unseen, only occasionally providing commentary. The rest showcased the pristine beauty of the desert, from the dawn's early light to the desert glimmering like shattered gold under the blue sky, and finally to the starlit heavens resembling a cascade of diamonds against an indigo backdrop. In just a few minutes, the video delivered an unparalleled impact, vast, expansive, desolate, and lonely, yet undeniably sophisticated. After watching, the agent finally exhaled the breath she had been holding. "This is the place," she said, tracing her finger across the screen. Upon seeing the blogger's name, Desert Inn, the Song of the North, her heart steadied further. She handed the phone to He Pampan for her to view as well. Turning to her husband, she said, "Darling, it seems this blogger runs an inn. Please contact them as soon as possible. Ideally, we can visit today." The heart of the Baldan Desert is too desolate, and Linu did not expect a single video to attract a throng of visitors. After sending the video, he put the matter aside and focused his efforts on cultivation, diligently planting various types of vegetables he had unlocked. Aside from having sold a batch of rapeseed after purchasing seeds, he collected everything else into his backpack. In between harvesting, he darted off to the processing workshop to experiment with recipes. Flour, noodles, rice vermicelli, rapeseed oil, and corn grits were all prepared. And as he endeavored to combine the rapeseed oil with potatoes in hopes of crafting chips, a private message suddenly appeared in the website's backend. "Hello, dear blogger. May I inquire if the video was filmed in your inn? How can we reach you if we wish to stay? Could you kindly provide a contact number?" Chapter 17. In Upgrade, the 4 sat anxiously around the sofa, their eyes fixed intently on the mobile phone resting on the table. The screen displayed the private message interface of a blogger, with the most recent message sent just 5 minutes prior. "Boss, could you please reply promptly upon seeing this message?" It felt as though a decade had passed, yet it could have been merely 10 minutes, when suddenly a new message replaced the old. "Yes, this is an inn. If you wish to visit, please call me at 13xxxx26. Just as Linu closed the private message page, a phone call came through. "Hello, boss. I am the person from the private message. My name is He-Ben." Linu hastily put down the rapeseed oil and focused on the call. "Hello? You wish to come here for a visit, correct? How many of you will be coming? How long do you intend to stay?" He-Ben glanced at his agent, who gestured with his hand, indicating 6. There were 6 individuals, 3 men and 3 women, planning to stay for about a week. My inn is situated in the desert, with the nearest town being Jialan County, which has a high-speed train station. I can arrange to pick you up from the station. Then we shall purchase tickets for the next high-speed train, arriving tonight. How does that sound? After confirming the arrival time, they ended the call. They would arrive at 9:30 in the evening. Venturing into the desert at night, these individuals were quite determined. Linu set an alarm for the pickup and resumed his unfinished tasks. He organized the fruits of his afternoon's labor. placing items designated for the kitchen in one area and those for his backpack in another. After a thorough tidying, he approached the small wooden building of the inn. The two-story wooden structure was charming, yet had only one room available for guests, and now there were 6 visitors. Even attempting to accommodate them in the same manner as the last archaeological group would prove impossible. The upgrade of the inn could not wait. Linu rummaged through his backpack. He had prepared a month's worth of special carrot-flavored feed for Amao, and there was sufficient rice, flour, and oil to sustain 10 individuals for a week. He selected the necessary items on the panel, leaving only the hay, and sold everything else in one go. His points skyrocketed to 1037. Next, he opened the inn information panel and, without hesitation, clicked the upgrade button. In the blink of an eye, the inn was enveloped in a thick fog. The sounds of renovation echoed within the mist, and a panel appeared before Linu. Intermediate Inn. In addition to the reception hall and players' private rooms, there are 15 functional rooms available for allocation. Please select room types and functions according to your needs, and the system will tailor a renovation plan for the inn based on your selections. The panel was filled with various options: guest rooms, standard rooms, deluxe rooms, family suites, kitchens, dining rooms, staff dormitories, and public restrooms. After careful consideration, Linu has finalized the plan. 2 employee dormitories, 2 public restrooms, 1 dining hall, 1 communal lounge, 5 standard twin rooms, 2 double rooms, and 2 family suites. Once the input is complete, he clicks confirm. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have accomplished the initial in planning, earning 1 chance at the big spinning wheel lottery. Ding. The planning information has been successfully imported, with a countdown for the upgrade set at 2 hours. Spotting the spinning wheel, Linu immediately opens it. The last lottery awarded him a fluffy companion, and he wonders what delightful surprise awaits this time. Compared to the previous round, the rewards on the spinning wheel appear significantly more abundant. With nothing to his name, Linu finds himself wanting to pocket every prize. So he boldly presses the lottery button. The wheel begins to spin wildly, and after 10 seconds, the pointer finally comes to a halt. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a support card, Chef Deletion. A gleaming card floats down from the air, and Linu hastily reaches out to catch it. The front of the card displays a cheerful plump chef in his uniform, his belly round, and his face beaming with friendliness, radiating a warm and approachable aura. Wait, system, are you actually giving me a living person as a reward? In the future, human memories can be preserved through special means, and many exceptional individuals in various fields voluntarily opt to duplicate and store their memories for research or educational purposes. Ordinary people can also sell their memories to gaming companies or similar institutions for compensation. A mechanical voice from the system resonated in Linu's mind. What if someone directly inputs the memories of a great individual into their own brain and undergoes cosmetic surgery? Wouldn't that create an indistinguishable imitation? The federal law explicitly states that within the same dimension, memory cards cannot be applied to humans or replicants. If discovered, the highest federal law will be enforced. Enforced? With what? The death penalty. Linu paused contemplatively and continued. Then what about this chef card I received? Is it a robot? A replicant? To be precise, it is a biorobot. Once they leave the card, they will possess emotions just like a normal human, their bodies undergoing the natural processes of aging and decay over time. Upon the conclusion of life, the memory chip within them will dissolve naturally. The system's mechanical voice paused for a moment before delivering a final admonition. They will be utterly loyal to you under the system's constraints. Please treat these individuals, who have been given a second chance at life, with kindness. Linu sensed the gravity in the system's voice and earnestly promised, rest assured, I will respect and protect them as if they were my own family. To be honest, when he saw that unequivocal pledge of loyalty, Linu's heart was deeply stirred. After all, in this era, even family may not wholeheartedly have your best interests at heart, let alone friends and colleagues. It is not that those emotions are insincere, but rather that everyone has their own thoughts and considerations. When faced with circumstances, they inevitably weigh their options. With a bias in their hearts, emotions naturally lead to choices. Thus, a commitment that explicitly prioritizes one's well-being becomes exceptionally precious. Linu turned the card over, revealing only a few brief lines of introduction. Deletion's favorite pastime as a child was to linger around the village's chef, hoping for a taste of meat whenever the chef was in a good mood. No one could resist Deletion's uniquely crafted roasted lamb chops. Not a soul. A warm reminder followed. Once the character card is removed, it cannot be retrieved from the system's inventory. Players are advised to use it cautiously. Upon reading the prompt, Linu hurriedly inquired, by the way, system, what about the identity information on the character card? Without an ID, Uncle Lee is essentially an undocumented resident in my possession. Players need not worry. With this an upgrade, a mere fraction of points will suffice for the system to complete the missing logical chain, ensuring peace of mind. How much for one person? Only 500 points. Linu retorted, why not just rob? The system replied, robbery is illegal. Noticing Linu's silence, the system added, regardless of the dimension. Chapter 18. Intermediate in Linu lightly tapped. Use auxiliary card, Chef Deletion. The card was suddenly enveloped in a swirl of white mist, which dissipated after a few seconds. A plump uncle clad in a chef's uniform appeared before Linu with a cheerful smile. Hello, boss, I am Deletion. The jovial chef slightly bowed, showing no hint of condescension towards the youthful Linu, instead exuding a natural warmth. Linu felt similarly inclined, especially since Deletion was the only one capable of communicating seamlessly about the system, deepening his sense of affinity. Thus, he smiled gently and said, Uncle Lee, There's no need for such formality. You can call me Xiaoyu. Afterward, he stepped forward and embraced the chef lightly. Li Dashin was momentarily taken aback, but then gently patted Lin Yu's back, his eyes glimmering with increased fondness. Li Dashin then willingly spoke of his own experiences. I have been interested in cooking from a young age. Reading and studying always makes me drowsy, but the sight of delicious food invigorates me. His round face shone with satisfaction, devoid of any embarrassment. I cannot boast of much, but anyone who has tasted my roasted lamb chops has never claimed they were anything less than exquisite. Lin Yu was increasingly tempted. Uncle Li, we have guests arriving at the inn tonight. I'll go buy some lamb chops from the county, and you could showcase your skills for us. Oh dear, that would be too rushed. The master chef waved his hands, explaining to Lin Yu, the lamb chops need to be thoroughly coated with my secret marinade and massaged for 20 minutes. Ideally, they should marinate overnight. The next day, they should be roasted in the oven or beside a clay pit, brushed with oil while cooking to achieve that savory, spicy flavor. As Lin Yu listened, he swallowed eagerly and quickly opened his phone's memo, jotting down all the seasonings Li Dashin would require, planning to make a grand purchase in Jialan County shortly. Whether the guests would enjoy it remained uncertain, but as a meat enthusiast, he vowed to experience the taste of this secret roasted lamb chop. Time passed slowly as the old and young engaged in conversation. 2 hours later, ding! The upgrade of the intermediate inn has been completed, and the attribute panel has been updated. The intermediate desert inn is a wooden structure capable of withstanding natural disasters of level 8 and below, designed to accommodate small groups of travelers. Given its desert setting, the building boasts additional features such as temperature regulation, purification, and durability. Ding! Congratulations to the player for elevating the inn to an intermediate level, granting 1 spin of the grand prize wheel. Setting aside the lottery for now, Lin Yu and Chef Li take a tour of the upgraded inn. In contrast to the previously solitary wooden cabin, the intermediate inn showcases a significantly enhanced design. The entire structure follows a layout of front reception and rear accommodation, interconnected by a corridor forming a flattened shape. Upon entering through the main door, one is greeted by the reception hall, where a semicircular front desk divides the space into 2 sections. To the left, a cluster of sofas encircles a small tea table, creating a cozy reception area, while to the right, adjacent to the main entrance's windows, lies a petite water bar, behind a few hanging woven grass curtains. A small tea room has been fashioned, featuring 2 low tables surrounded by hand-woven cushions. A 2-tiered bookshelf rests against the wall. One can easily envision the serene pleasure of sipping tea and flipping through a book in this quaint corner. The hall's layout is intricately designed, adorned with potted plants, decorative items, and casual sketches, all thoughtfully placed to exude an air of sophistication. Moving to the courtyard, 2 public restrooms are located on the left, their gender indicators crafted in the form of charming lanterns. To the right lies Chef Li's future culinary battleground, the kitchen. Upon entering, one encounters a long preparation table, surrounded by various workstations. The kitchen is strategically organized, equipped with every necessary utensil. Chef Li circles the kitchen, assessing the stove and utensils, and his expression reveals his satisfaction with the design. Ah, they've even built a hanging oven. Quite impressive. Lin Yu glanced over to see Chef Li praising the earthen oven next to the kitchen's back door. Lin Yu silently mused that tomorrow's roasted lamb chops would surely be elevated in flavor. On the other side of the kitchen's back door was originally a processing workshop, which has been expanded slightly in size, accompanied by a small room labeled as a storage area. A quick glance revealed 3 towering shelves lining the walls, all entirely empty. The 2 then turned into the dining area on the opposite side of the courtyard. Perhaps due to its modest scale, the dining area features a single substantial wooden table flanked by 2 rows of wooden chairs, without any partitioning. To the left of the dining room, a staircase leads to the second-floor guest room area, while to the right, 2 staff dormitories are located. Lin Yu took a brief look, noting that each room is simply furnished with 2 beds, 2 tables, and 2 wardrobes. Chef Li, without hesitation, chose a room near the kitchen. There is also a small staircase to the right of the staff dormitory leading to the second floor, and as Lin Yu ascends, he discovers that his room is located up there. Although both are on the second floor, a wall divides the space into 2 distinct sections. This division ensures greater privacy for both Lin Yu and the staff, as their accommodations are separated from those of the travelers. Quite splendid. Lin Yu expressed his approval of the system's design. As Lin Yu glanced at the time, he noted that there was still over an hour until dusk, and in approximately 3 hours, He Bin and the others would likely arrive. He granted Li Dashin full access to the warehouse and workshop. The rice, flour, and oil he had prepared, along with some unsold vegetables, were all stored in the warehouse, which maintained a constant temperature, ensuring they would not spoil. Now that the professionals were in place, he entrusted everything to Li Dashin. Subsequently, Lin Yu picked up his phone and dialed a number. Uncle Manier, it's Lin Yu. This evening, I would like you to accompany me to welcome the guests. As he spoke, Lin Yu stepped outside. There will be 6 individuals arriving on camels. In his earlier years, Manier had lived in a village near the desert. He later prospered by raising cattle and sheep and moved his family to the city. However, as he grew older, and after the passing of his wife, he began to long for his hometown. His dutiful son, however, refused to let his father live alone in the village, and they reached a compromise. If he wished to reside near the desert, they would settle in the county town, where travel would be more convenient and his son could rest easy. Thus, Manier settled alone in Jialan County, where he kept a few camels and occasionally worked as a guide to earn some extra income. Yet, this area was not a popular tourist destination, and the number of visitors was already scarce. Following the previous incident, although neither Professor Lee nor Lin Yu had mentioned it. The story of the camels abandoning people in the desert had circulated, further diminishing the old man's business. Just after Lin Yu ended the call, Manhwa promptly rose to prepare the camels, equipping them with gear and grooming them. His diligent care for the camels, combined with this additional attention, yielded remarkable results. Listen up, everyone. Tonight, let us put in our best effort. Whether you can enjoy a steady stream of work under young boss Lin hinges on your performance. Chapter 19. Temporary downsizing. Lin Yu, accompanied by Uncle Lee, drafted a comprehensive list of spices and ingredients, mounting his camel, a Mao, and heading straight for Jialan County. An hour later, Lin Yu met Manhwa at the county gate. Uncle Manhwa, are the camels ready? Lin Yu dismounted and led a Mao to Manhwa's side. All set. They've been fed and salted. With the people aboard, we can reach your inn in just over an hour, Manhwa replied, walking alongside Lin Yu into the county. You've officially opened your inn, haven't you? Would it be alright for me to fetch your guests from now on? Manhwa inquired. Of course. Your expertise in camel handling is commendable, Lin Yu praised him, giving a thumbs up. I also heard about the last incident from Professor Lee. You kept your promise and returned the next day to fetch them. Professor Lee has spoken highly of you. Before parting ways with Professor Lee in Jialan County, he had specifically recommended Manhwa to Lin Yu, knowing that the old man, despite his affection for the camels, was indeed a man of responsibility. It was this very sense of duty that had driven him to brave the storm twice to search for them in the desert. This was precisely why Lin Yu thought of renting the old man's caravan first. The location of his inn was exceptional, situated across the vast expanse of sand, where even off-road vehicles struggled to navigate. Moreover, considering the arid desert terrain and its intricate weather patterns, despite the seemingly short distance of over 80 kilometers on land, navigating through the desert poses a significant challenge. Merely not getting lost is a stroke of good fortune. One cannot even begin to fathom the difficulty of accurately locating a small wooden lodge within such vast expanses. Thus far, only 2 groups have successfully reached the inn, one being a team of 4 archaeologists who were fortuitously guided there by the wind, and the other being Manhwa, who, upon receiving a location message from the archaeologists within the inn, managed to find it through his own adeptness. Once one ventures deep into the desert, a mobile phone becomes nothing more than a mere ornament. Yet this elderly gentleman, relying solely on a vague directional hint, remarkably located the inn, truly deserving of the thumbs up from Lin Yu. The primary objective is to achieve a weekly influx of 100 guests. Following the departure of the 4-person team, progress reset back to 0 in the second week. Therefore, Lin Yu places great importance on the current group of 6, hoping they will pave the way. Should they succeed, a partnership with Manhwa would undoubtedly be forthcoming. One seeks friendship while the other desires a stable occupation. Thus, an agreement was swiftly reached, with their discussions becoming increasingly animated. Manhwa guided Lin Yu around the county, not only procuring all the items on Li-N's list, but also leveraging connections to secure an entire freshly slaughtered sheep for Lin Yu. In less than 40 minutes, the sheep was expertly butchered, packaged, and slung across a Mao's back. Uncle Manhwa, I cannot thank you enough. I was at a loss regarding where to purchase lamb chops for tonight, and you've taken care of everything. Now I can also provide a proper account to Uncle Lee. Young boss, are you hiring? During Manhwa's previous visit, he noticed that it seemed Lin Yu was the sole occupant of the small desert lodge. He had marveled at the audacity of youth, never anticipating that additional help would soon arrive. Indeed, Uncle Lee is a chef, entirely responsible for the kitchen. My culinary skills suffice for my own consumption, but with so many guests this time, a professional is essential. Absolutely, if the food is delightful and the experience enjoyable, guests will be inclined to return. The elder nodded in agreement. After wandering about the county for over an hour, the 2 arrived at the station just as the train carrying the guests pulled in. After waiting a few minutes at the entrance, Lin Yu spotted his guests amidst the crowd. They were undeniably conspicuous. A group of 6 disembarked, with a couple at the forefront. The man, robust and tall, slightly bent forward, half supporting, half cradling a woman with a subtly rounded belly. Following closely behind was a young girl clad in a white t-shirt and shorts. Despite her sunglasses and mask obscuring her features, it was evident she was a striking beauty. Trailing behind were 2 men and 1 woman, each burdened with large hiking backpacks, bulging with contents, while simultaneously pushing 2 substantial suitcases. Lin Yu promptly approached to greet them, leading the group towards Manhwa. Boss, I apologize. My wife is pregnant, and I fear she wouldn't handle riding a camel into the desert well. Thus, we plan to settle in the county for the time being. Tonight, only the 4 of them will check in. The leader, Bin, said somewhat sheepishly. Lin Yu paused momentarily, but upon observing the woman's pregnant belly and pale complexion, he refrained from further commentary. Although it is quite inconvenient to change one's mind before checking in, the circumstances are clear, making it difficult to voice any reproach. Very well. I shall escort the 4 of them into the desert tonight. You have cancelled one of the suites you previously booked, correct? Indeed. Thank you, boss. After a brief exchange, Bin led Sister AI to the pre-researched hotel. Given the conditions in Jialan County, the best accommodation available is indeed a hotel. Lin Yu, accompanied by the remaining 4 individuals, arrived at Manhwa's camel caravan, where they all introduced themselves in a casual manner. The girl in the white t-shirt is Pan, a fashion blogger, while the young assistant following closely behind her is Tian. The 2 men carrying luggage include the robust photographer Ali and the slender makeup artist Tony. The 2 gentlemen nodded at Lin Yu before joining Manhwa to secure their belongings onto the camels. Boss, how long until we reach the inn? Tian inquired, handing the water bottle she had been holding to Pan, who took a sip before she turned to ask. We should arrive in about an hour and a half. But it would be best for everyone to wear jackets. The temperature in the desert drops quickly at night, so please keep warm. Once the luggage was secured, Linu beckoned everyone to mount their camels. As they left the county, the first-time camel riders were filled with excitement, glancing around and chattering incessantly. Once they entered the desert, everything appeared novel, and they busily snapped photos with their phones. Even the two previously quiet gentlemen could not resist joining in the photography frenzy. However, even the most breathtaking scenery can become tiresome after a while, especially after a long day of travel that left visible signs of fatigue on their faces. The latter half of the journey fell into a lull, and Linu exchanged a glance with Mounier, silently urging the camels to hasten their pace. Oh, are we nearing our destination? Xiao Tian pointed towards a glimpse of a roof peeking over the sand dunes. The group perked up at her words and quickly turned to look in the direction she indicated. As the camels continued to traverse the dunes, an ancient and elegant building came into view. A wooden plaque hung above the entrance, displaying 3 elegantly painted characters, Saishang Chu. Chapter 20. Welcoming guests. The 4 first-time visitors to the inn might only find the establishment, set amidst the desert, to be striking and grand. However, for Mounier, it was nothing short of astonishing. Just days prior, this was merely a simple wooden structure where 4 guests would necessitate floor space for a modest stay. Yet now, with the inn upgraded to a second level, each room had been automatically assigned a key card, crafted in a warm brown hue, with a material that felt smooth and cool to the touch, exuding quality. Xiao Tian accepted the key card, examining it closely. The front displayed a simple map indicating the various functional areas of the inn, with a small symbol for Suite 201 located in the upper right corner. Linu registered the 4 individuals' information and cautioned, given the unique location, please refrain from leaving the inn after nightfall unless absolutely necessary. If there is an urgent matter, you may call me using the number on the back of the key card, and I will attend to it promptly. Is there a shield in this inn, boss? It seems too fantastical that we can remain safe without leaving the premises. After a long silence, photographer Ali could no longer contain his jest. Haha, just call the boss if you need anything. The real-life shield will be on duty immediately. Haha, the boss is truly humorous. After sharing a few laughs, Linu led the group through the courtyard toward the staircase. As they passed the kitchen, Li Dashin, wearing a chef's hat, greeted them at the door. Xiaoyu, you arrived just in time. I prepared some vegetable buns and corn porridge. Why don't you and the others have a bite before resting? Until that moment, Linu had not felt the pangs of hunger, but upon hearing Li Dashin's invitation, a wave of hunger surged from his stomach. Uncle Li, your timing is impeccable. I feel as if I'm starving. He gestured for the others to head to the dining area, while he swiftly darted into the kitchen to assist in serving the dishes. Pan contemplated declining. As a fashion blogger who relied on her looks and figure, she had zero tolerance for weight gain. The term midnight snack had not graced her life in several years. However, upon witnessing the eager expressions of her assistant and 2 male colleagues, she swallowed her words, thinking it best to indulge just a little. The professional chef was remarkably swift. As soon as the group settled at the table, he entered carrying an enormous clay pot. When he placed it on the table, the solid wooden surface trembled under its weight. As they exchanged glances, Li Dashin lifted the lid. Instantly, a wave of fragrant steam filled the air, rich with the scent of rice. The aroma was both pure and robust, and inhaling it caused an immediate salivation in anticipation of the meal. Linu held a large tray piled high with buns and a stack of bowls and chopsticks. As he reached the table, the others instinctively rose to assist him, and before Linu could react, he found himself left with an empty tray. Ali, who was accustomed to handling equipment, was the quickest, already with a bowl of porridge in one hand and a bun in the other, ready to feast. Linu quickly joined in, taking a bun and pulling it apart, releasing a puff of steam. He was astonished at how, after seasoning and steaming, the cabbage filling retained its crispness. The first bite revealed a delightful crunch mingling with the soft dough, and before he knew it, the simple vegetable bun became irresistible. As Linu devoured his first bun, he prepared to reach for a second, only to find his hand grasping at emptiness. He paused and glanced at the table. The 4 urban youths were consumed in their meals, and Pan, who had previously shown reluctance at the mention of a midnight snack, had barely half a bun remaining. Mounier, older and with a hearty appetite, was still chewing one bun while grasping for another. Noticing Linu's gaze, he smiled before returning to his meal. Lacking experience in this culinary competition, Linu could only sip his porridge in silence. The rice, patiently simmered by the system, was rich in flavor and smooth in texture, and he found himself unwittingly finishing an entire bowl. After indulging in a hearty meal, everyone willingly rose to assist in tidying up the dishes, each one caressing their warm bellies with satisfaction as they ascended the stairs. Linu urged Li Dashin and the guests to take a moment to rest, while she herself carried the dishes into the kitchen. Mounier, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. It was rather unusual for a boss to take the initiative to work while allowing employees to rest. When Li Dashin invited him to share a room, he could not help but inquire cautiously, "Old brother, are you perhaps a relative of the young boss Lin?" Li Dashin burst into hearty laughter and clarified, "I merely work for Xiaoyu. There is no familial connection." With a slight tilt of his head, he glanced toward the kitchen's light and added softly, "This child has a good heart. She regards me as her own elder. For this lifetime, I shall serve alongside Xiaoyu." Oblivious to their conversation, Linu finished washing the dishes and ensured all windows and doors in the inn were secure, then turned off the lights and locked the doors before ascending to the second floor. The new room was significantly larger than before. The single bed, once 5 meters, had transformed into a spacious 8-meter double bed, and the cramped shower had been replaced with a well-appointed bathroom featuring a separation of wet and dry areas. Additionally, a terrace adorned with a set of rattan chairs faced the desert, where the gentle evening breeze wafted through the room, stirring the pure white sheer curtains and creating an enchanting atmosphere. After a swift wash-up, Linu nestled into bed to check her information. She realized that leveling up would require considerable time, and her points barely exceeded 100, yielding little in the way of progress. The completion of the main quest hinged upon whether the 4 guests who checked in today could assist in promoting the inn. If the results were favorable, there might be a chance. If not, she would have to continue filming videos herself or collaborate with travel agencies. Shaking her head, Linu dismissed the latter option. A budget travel group without shopping commissions would undoubtedly require a significant share to attract patrons. Contemplating her substantial debts, Linu could not help but feel a tightening in her purse strings, deciding against any expenditures, as it was an unpleasant thought. Moreover, even if she attracted a few groups, given the current capacity of the inn, it would be rather challenging. Should guests become critical of the service or accommodations, a single negative review could jeopardize Linu's main quest. Thus, it was far more prudent to entertain guests who came of their own volition. The task of planting trees remained shrouded in mystery. She would have to wait until after leveling up to see if the system would unlock related content. With that, Linu closed the interface, reminding herself that she must continue planting carrots. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she acknowledged that carrots were the most cost-effective crop among those available and were a favorite of Mao's. Each time she squeezed in time to plant carrots, she could not help but lament internally, when shall I ever be liberated from this dreadful vegetable? Gazing at the countdown above the carrots, Linu checked the time and confirmed that by the following morning, she would accumulate enough points to purchase a 3rd plot of yellow land. With the increase in base numbers, the speed of leveling up would surely accelerate. Embracing this hopeful anticipation, Linu drifted into slumber. The next morning, as Linu descended the stairs with her hair in disarray, she was intercepted by Ollie at the staircase. What? You all want to borrow Mao to shoot an advertisement? Chapter 21. A mouse seeks the spotlight. As Linu descended the stairs, the quartet and Manier were gathered around the table, enjoying breakfast. With the procurement of supplies completed yesterday, today's morning repast was notably more sumptuous. Scallion oil flour rolls, stir-fried bok choy, and cold shredded potatoes adorned the table, each person also having a fried egg. Li Dashin sat nearby, contentedly sipping tea, the leaves of which Linu had specially purchased from the supermarket the previous day. Though not of a rare variety, the tea was pleasantly rich and fragrant, much to Li Dashin's delight. Upon seeing Linu arrive, Li Dashin was about to inquire if he wished to join for breakfast when he was interrupted by a sudden dash from the photographer, Ollie. Boss Lin, is that milk-colored camel outside yours? Could we borrow it for a couple of days? Borrow a Mao? Aren't you shooting a clothing advertisement? Linu, sporting a disheveled appearance, stifled a yawn. Last night, he had returned to his arduous farming routine, waking twice to harvest carrots. Were it not for Uncle Lee's delectable cooking, he might have remained in bed. Li Dashin entered with Linu's breakfast, and Ollie eagerly assisted, setting the table and serving dishes with a fervor that made Linu chuckle. What inspired you to shoot a Mao? After taking a bite of the flour roll, he savored its delightful texture, a testament to Uncle Lee's exceptional culinary skills. One more bite. Ollie, unable to resist the allure of the meal, continued. I didn't notice last night due to the darkness, but this morning, as I ventured out for inspiration, I saw a Mao's stunning milk-colored coat. It's absolutely breathtaking. Especially against the backdrop of the desert sunrise, a candid shot would be a masterpiece. After savoring a mouthful of cold dishes, he resumed, moreover, our clothing theme for this shoot is Dunhuang's sun and moon. I felt the original concept lacked brilliance, but upon seeing a Mao, inspiration surged forth. I have a premonition that this piece will certainly be a hit. At this, the other members of the shooting crew could not help but cast expectant glances at Linu. Little Lin, we implore you, please lend us a Mao. We can offer a fee for his services. Boss Lin, we assure you, we will take excellent care of a Mao during the shoot. We won't tire him out. The quartet chimed in, launching a rapid-fire plea. Overwhelmed, Linu raised his hands to signal them to pause. Everyone, I have no objections. But my consent alone does not suffice. If you wish to proceed, you must speak directly with a Mao. If he agrees, that will suffice. Furthermore, there is no need for a fee. Should a Mao grow weary and unwilling to cooperate, you are free to let him go. A Mao was no ordinary camel. After spending numerous days together, Linu discovered that this little fellow possessed an intelligence comparable to that of an 8 or 9-year-old child, with a lively disposition. Linu regarded him as part of the family. If the child wished to be photographed, so be it, but if he preferred to frolic and enjoy himself, that was equally delightful. However, once money was exchanged, a Mao would be obliged to comply, which was not what Linu desired. Yay, thank you, Boss Lin. Thank you, Little Lin. The two girls expressed their gratitude, while Ollie swiftly polished off his breakfast, wiped his mouth, and dashed towards a Mao's direction. It remains a mystery how they reached a consensus, but by the time Linu finished his breakfast and emerged, a Mao had been enveloped by a group of admirers, becoming the center of attention. The itinerary for their small team today primarily involved gathering inspiration and refining their filming plans. The inn, nestled within an untouched desert landscape, offered unparalleled vistas, and with the striking presence of a Mao, each member brimmed with fresh ideas. They intended to shoot a small sample to send to their agent. However, The absence of internet connectivity hindered their ability to capture additional behind-the-scenes content that could be shared on Ponpon's account as a treat for fans. In this era, navigating online traffic proves challenging, as influencers compete fiercely. Merely presenting an opulent facade is insufficient. They must also occasionally update vlogs and share snippets of delightful surprises with their audience to cultivate and expand their follower base. Upon overhearing their conversation, Linu slapped his forehead in realization. He had forgotten that the individual Wi-Fi monthly plan could only be utilized by one person. Once he arrived at the inn, his phone would automatically connect to the network. He recalled the previous archaeological team's insistence on disconnecting the Wi-Fi, yet, having grown accustomed to it, he had entirely overlooked this detail. He hastily accessed the system's marketplace. Following the inn's update, the marketplace had refreshed its offerings. Linu typed Wi-Fi into the search bar, and the system presented a page of products. Individual Wi-Fi monthly plan, priced at 30 points, coverage area of 100 square meters. Group Wi-Fi monthly plan, priced at 300 points, coverage area of 2,000 square meters. Unlimited data Wi-Fi card, permanent priced at 10,000 points, covering all areas within the inn's construction limits. With the expansion of the inn's area, the coverage of the individual Wi-Fi was clearly inadequate, and Linu could not allow the diminutive signal mushroom to be used by guests, as he could not adequately explain its satellite-like signal source. The unlimited card was particularly enticing, not only due to its expansive coverage, but also because it would resolve the internet issue in one fell swoop. Alas, his financial constraints thwarted his desires. Even the group Wi-Fi card nearly caused him to clench his teeth in regret, a painful expenditure indeed. After the system's mechanical announcement, a tender yellow mushroom appeared in Linu's backpack. "There is connectivity here. Please wait a moment while I activate it," he said, retreating to his room. He closed the door, retrieved the small mushroom from his bag, and, familiar with the process now, pressed the glowing point to switch it on. The two mushrooms stood side by side on the bedside table, radiating a soft glow. "By the way, system, how many days are left on my individual card? Could I possibly sell it back to you as a second-hand item? Let us negotiate. Wastefulness is a shameful act, especially for such an appealing little mushroom. Are you not inclined to reclaim it? What a waste. You could recharge it and sell it again." The system, now exasperated, replied, "Remaining time on the individual monthly card is 5 days. Buyback price is 3 points. That can't be right. Shouldn't I receive 5 points for the remaining 5 days? Don't deceive me. My math may not be stellar," Linu exclaimed, quickly calculating the figures in his mind. The monthly card, a reward from the system rather than a player purchase, had a buyback price that was fair and non-negotiable. All right, no need to be angry. I want to sell it. Is that satisfactory?" Linu responded, tucking the blue mushroom into his pocket and descending the stairs. Determined to turn off his mobile data for the next 5 days and carry it with him wherever he went, putting it to good use. The system is truly relentless. You bring the room card close to your mobile phone, and upon recognition, confirm the registration information to connect to the inn's network, which will automatically disconnect after checkout. Linu demonstrated this with the room card for everyone. It really connected, and the signal is full. Boss Lin, your inn is quite impressive. Even in such a deep desert, there's internet. Oh, it's nothing special. It's just the investors who are remarkable. Linu humbly waved his hand. Noticing that everyone's phones were buzzing with incoming messages, he bid farewell and sought out Manhwa. This morning, he received a call about a package. His mother had sent him some luggage. A Mao was recruited as a temporary model, and Linu intended to borrow a camel from Manhwa to fetch his belongings from the county town. "Xiaoyu, could you bring back some eggs when you return? I'd like to make some marinated eggs for you all tomorrow morning." "Sure, Uncle Li. I'll head out now. If there's anything else you need, just text me, and I'll pick it up." Manhwa's camel was not as swift as a Mao. It took nearly 2 hours to reach the county town. Passing by the vegetable market, a flock of chicks successfully halted Boss Lin in his tracks. "Oh, when will I be able to open a ranch for my large plate of chicken?" Chapter 22. The new 7-person group reluctantly taking a final glance at the fluffy chicks in the basket, Linu secured the camel and turned to enter the market. In July, in the New Mountain province, it was the season for various fruits to be in abundance. With the significant temperature difference between day and night, the fruits stored more sugar, making it nearly impossible to choose poorly. Each bite was sweet without being cloying. Linu was tempted by one fruit after another, strolling and stopping, and spent less than 200 yuan on a full snakeskin bag of melons. He carried it on his shoulder and in his hands, making 2 trips to load everything onto the camel's back. With a large package added, the camel was heavily laden. Just as Linu prepared to head back, his phone rang. "Boss Lin, I heard from Xiao Tian that you're in the county town." On the other end was Ponpon's agent, sounding quite spirited, evidently having rested well the previous night. "Yes, I came to collect a package and buy some things. I'm about to head back. Do you have anything you'd like me to take for them?" "It's not about taking something. Xiao Tian just sent me some photos from the location that the brand representative saw, and they particularly liked your environment. They decided to shoot the entire series with Pampan, and their own photography team is coming along with the outfits." The agent's tone was filled with excitement. They arrived this afternoon, a total of 7 people, taking the high-speed train to Jialan County at 1:30. The brand is bringing its own team for makeup, styling, photography, and promotion. Aside from Pampan, the rest are essentially left to their own devices. However, the agent was not at all disappointed. Rather, they were quite thrilled. Pampan has over 3 million fans, and influencers of similar stature face a common dilemma. Should they pivot? Sticking to their original path implies dwindling opportunities and increasing competition. The delectable cake at the pinnacle of the pyramid is indeed appealing, yet it is also the most scarce. Upon reaching a certain level of followers, influencers must explore a sustainable direction. Some venture into acting, taking on minor roles, bravely stepping into the entertainment industry. Some have embarked on the journey of establishing their own brands, becoming their own employers. However, Pampan and her manager have set their sights on the fashion industry. From the very beginning of managing her account, she has been meticulous about the quality of her work, and her manager exercises great care when selecting advertisements. The recent Dunhuang series, crafted by a dedicated creative team, signifies that Pampan's aesthetic has garnered the approval of professionals, marking her official entry into the fashion realm. This excitement is palpable for her manager, who understands the stark contrast between managing an influencer and a traditional artist. Although Linu is not well-versed in influencer economics or the intricacies of the fashion world, he recognizes that the primary task has been successfully accomplished. The manager proactively added Linu on WeChat, subsequently sharing photographs of the 7 individuals involved. Linu acknowledged this with a prompt response and called Maynir. Upon learning that business was on the horizon, the elder expressed his immediate intent to return to the county to prepare the camels. Linu's understanding of the fashion industry was tinged with an innocent naivety. As he pondered the peculiarities of their attire, a realization that struck him during a previous grand showcase he attended with Su Lin. However, this time, Linu experienced an epiphany, recognizing that this is indeed the everyday style of those within the fashion world. The group of 7 once again exemplified the adage of standing out in a crowd, each member sporting stylish sunglasses, their attire, skirts, trousers, shirts, and t-shirts, imbuing a distinctive flair. The rustic Lin, you could only marvel at their elegance. He hastened forward to greet them, and the leading gentleman removed his sunglasses, extending a hand in greeting. Hello, Boss Lin. My name is Lin Chung. We have quite a bit of luggage. The professional equipment will be handled by them. But these few boxes are a bit of a hassle. Not at all, Linu replied. My manager has informed me of the situation, and I brought along extra camels to assist with your luggage. Shall we proceed? As they began their journey, Linu noticed a girl in a white t-shirt grimacing at the sight of the camels beside him, her disdain evident, but she chose not to elaborate. After all, they were merely strangers, and there was no need to force a connection. As they made their way toward the heart of the desert, the girl in the white t-shirt voiced her discontent. Sister Lisa, why did Lin Gu choose such a dreadful location for the new series? It's nothing but sand everywhere. It's filthy. Her expression, though playful and endearing, contrasted sharply with her ungracious remarks. And this camel is shedding. Who knows if it has lice? Ugh. Mind your words. Lisa. The girl being addressed appeared to be in her mid-20s, sporting a close-cropped hairstyle and a black stud in her right ear, exuding an air of confidence and charm. It's normal to feel uncomfortable on your first outdoor shoot, but remember why we are here, she admonished. As long as we can produce exceptional work, we must adapt to any environment. Moreover, we arrived unexpectedly, and the owner has been waiting at the station for several hours just to greet us. For that reason alone, we must persevere. The girl in the white t-shirt pouted but ultimately fell silent. At the rear of the procession, Maynir lifted his weary eyelids and glanced at the 2 individuals, remaining silent. The leader, Linu, also refrained from speaking. Apart from the 2 men occasionally capturing moments with their cameras, the others engaged in only sporadic whispers regarding their shooting plans, maintaining a predominantly quiet demeanor. Linu chose not to disturb them, immersing himself in his thoughts as he accessed the system's marketplace. After several days of absence, the discounted section had indeed refreshed with enticing items, including a new character card. Discount section, next refresh in 14 days, 10 hours, 19 minutes. Underground River Index Tool. Upon use, this tool can detect underground water veins within a 100 square meter radius, allowing one to channel the water to the surface after paying the requisite points. Price, 1,500 points. Laborer Zhao Xiaoyun, abandoned at birth. Zhao Xiaoyun has longed to meet her biological parents. At 20, she resolved to cease her search. Price, 2,000 points. Linu had previously searched the marketplace, discovering that items in the discounted section were typically half-priced, each one a remarkable bargain. Unfortunately, his finances were lacking, rendering him unable to purchase anything. Fortunately, following the recent upgrade of the inn, a countdown timer for the discount section had been added. Linu planned to endure sleepless nights to gain experience, aiming to acquire as much yellow earth as possible and place an order on the final day of the countdown. Suddenly, a delectable aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Have we arrived? Linu's thoughts returned to the present, and he looked up to see Chef Li waiting at the inn's entrance. He eagerly waved, his face breaking into a broad smile. Uncle Li, I'm back. The lamb chops smell divine. Chapter 23. The exam preparation duo. A discerning foodie can assess the quality of a dish at first glance. For instance, the freshly baked lamb chop before them, with its distinct rib bones glistening in golden hues, had slightly charred edges. A layer of sauce, caramelized to a reddish brown from the flames, was evenly spread across, with droplets of succulent fat bursting forth, cascading down the meat's grain onto the tray. Gulp. In unison, everyone swallowed hard, including the young woman in the white t-shirt, who had previously shown indifference to all things desert-related. The professional team paused their discussions, seamlessly falling into rhythm as they followed Linu's lead, securing the camels, unloading luggage, washing hands, and seizing the lamb chops. The moment the tender lamb met Linu's palate, he could not suppress a sigh of satisfaction. The perfectly charred exterior contrasted with the succulent, juicy interior, delivering a delightful burst of flavors, smoky, tender, and mildly spicy. capable of winning over even the most discerning carnivores. Truly, Chef Lee's lamb chops were a culinary masterpiece. After a sumptuous lunch, the atmosphere among the two small teams, united by Pan, became significantly more congenial. After Linu facilitated their check-in, the photographer and makeup artist from Pan's team dutifully followed behind the professionals, assisting with their gear. The integrated team greeted Linu and commandeered the second floor's common lounge, officially commencing their busy schedule. In the following days, Linu barely crossed paths with them. However, according to Uncle Lee's observations, they were early risers and late returners, often venturing out at midnight with their equipment, even sending someone back to pack meals. The guests were bustling about, and Linu was tirelessly engaged in his endeavors. With the completion of the main quest within sight, Linu was eager to level up swiftly, hoping to make progress on the side quest involving tree planting. After 5 days of relentless effort, Linu's hard work bore fruit. He had acquired 6 plots of arable land, planted with carrots that yielded a steady supply of 324 experience points daily. The filming for the small team was nearing its conclusion. Boss Lin, we're leaving today. Thank you for taking care of us these past few days, Lin Chung said, producing an envelope from his bag and handing it over. This is the remuneration for Mao's efforts. You must accept it. Initially, it was agreed that Mao would voluntarily assist for 2 days, but after a change in plans, he had become the team's designated model, following them around at all times. Linu had not seen him for several days. Very well, I shall accept this on Mao's behalf and treat him to an extra meal later. Seeing their sincere attitude, Linu decided not to decline further. Farewell. As the group organized their luggage and once again mounted the caravan of camels, they set off towards Jialan County. Perhaps it was merely their imagination, but after several days of staying there, the exhausting work felt less burdensome than usual, and both their skin and spirits had improved significantly. After watching the last camel disappear behind the nearby sand dunes, Linu returned to the inn. The luggage sent by his mother consisted of items packed during his graduation, while the belongings he could not take had been sold secondhand in the alley behind the school. However, after 4 years in the dormitory, the miscellaneous items accumulated had filled 2 entire suitcases. He arranged his clothes in a circle and placed electronic devices in the center. This was a packing secret he learned from his mother. He washed and hung out the sheets, clothing, and socks that needed cleaning, instantly clearing out a significant portion of his luggage. Linu retrieved his computer, powered it on, and logged into his account. The agony of being a gaming enthusiast forced to abstain from his beloved pastime for a torturous 20 days was almost unbearable. Just as he was about to dive into the game, a new email notification popped up in the corner of the screen, revealing the sender to be Tian Ning. Why is she sending me an email? He murmured, moving the mouse to click on it. Tian Ning was the assistant known as Little Tian to Pan. The email contained just a few lines, stating that the filming had gone smoothly over the past few days, and the post-production was progressing rapidly. Ollie had even prepared a highlight reel featuring Mao and the inn. The video began with a silhouette of Mao against the rising sun. The camera slowly zooming in to capture the moment he turned his head, the first rays of sunlight outlining a golden edge around his large head. As the video played on, Mao could be seen walking, running, and rolling in the sand, surrounded by an endless sea of dunes, resembling a creature favored by nature itself. Truly, the professionalism was evident. Linu quickly saved the video and found Little Tian's contact to send a message. Linu, I received the video, it's splendidly shot. Please extend my thanks to Ollie, and I'll treat you all to a meal next time. Little Tian, Ollie asked me to tell you not to be so polite. Next time, just treat him to a roasted lamb leg from Uncle Lee. Grins. Linu, no problem, just let me know in advance when you come, and I'll ensure everything is ready. Little Tian, okay, I'll get back to work. Talk later. Linu watched the video several times, growing increasingly satisfied with each viewing. He logged into his account, having been occupied with receiving guests and tending to the field since he last posted the video, and had not had a chance to check back. Upon logging in, he discovered several new comments beneath the original video. Kudos to traditional architecture. The desert scenery is absolutely breathtaking. Creator, please share the location. Not to mention, I adore this vast, sparsely populated place. The previous comment is spot on. This video is indeed captivating. He chuckled at the amusing thoughts of the netizens, finding their unique perspectives delightful. If his amateur video could barely surpass 10,000 views, he eagerly anticipated the results of a professionally edited video. Without hesitation, Linu uploaded the new video titled "A Mao Takes You on a Desert Tour." After confirming the details, he clicked send. Hey, Ting, when are you coming back? In the dormitory of University X in New Mountain Province, He Xiaowen was sorting through a table full of study materials for the graduate entrance examination. Among the 8 girls in the dorm, only she and Su Tingting were preparing for the exam, while the others had either sought jobs or returned home, gradually moving out. The two had agreed to rent an apartment together to study and keep each other accountable. I'm at the school gate now, just grabbing a meal at the cafeteria, and I'll head back to the dorm with some braised pig trotters from Canteen 2. Great. I'll be waiting for you in the dorm. Love you lots. He Xiaowen swallowed hard and hastened her pace. 20 minutes later, just as she placed the last book into the box, the dormitory door swung open. Come help me out. Su Tingting entered, one shoulder bearing a bag and the other hand carrying a large bag of takeout. Seeing the table laden with food, He Xiaowen affectionately patted her head. With all this takeout and cafeteria food, are you planning to indulge yourself before the end? This is a pre-celebration for our upcoming cohabitation, don't you get it? Su Tingting shot her a playful glare, taking a hearty bite of the signature pig trotters from Canteen 2. Have you found an apartment? Here, take a look at this video. Su Tingting unlocked her phone with her oil-free hand and handed it over. Is this an inn? The video displayed the very essence of Lin Yu's recently uploaded footage. A delicate wooden house stood alone amidst the desolate desert, the slanted roof catching the last rays of the setting sun, while cream-colored camels galloped freely over the sand dunes, the faint sound of camel bells echoing in the distance. Each frame was exquisitely beautiful, worthy of being captured as wallpaper. But this inn looks rather expensive. Can we afford it? Chapter 24. 2 long-term tenants at 3 p.m. Jiaolan County Train Station. Uncle Manier, we've arrived, right at the station entrance. 2 young girls, pushing large suitcases, had just exited the station. One was speaking on the phone. You'll be here in 10 minutes, right? Great, we'll be waiting for you. The girls were Su Tingting and He Xiaowen. They had initially planned to rent a place near the university for their studies, but circumstances had changed over the past 2 years, with an increasing number of candidates vying for limited opportunities. The houses near the school were either fully rented, exorbitantly priced, or involved complicated shared arrangements. Su Ting and He Xiaowen shared a dormitory for 4 years, becoming intimately acquainted with each other's habits. With aligned aspirations, they could mutually supervise one another, which ultimately persuaded both sets of parents to allow them to rent an apartment together. Su Ting harbored a particular fondness for travel videos. As a beleaguered student with little time for exploration, she relied on virtual travel to satiate her wanderlust during study breaks. Serendipitously, just as she sought a tranquil place to focus on her studies, a plethora of videos promoting solo travel adventures appeared on her feed, as if a surveillance device had been implanted in her mind. The more she indulged in these tailored videos, the more enthralled she became, until she stumbled upon Lin Yu's video titled "A Mao Takes You to Explore the Desert." I must tell you, the moment I laid eyes on that desolate yet enchanting landscape, my heart was captivated. It was devoid of crowds and entertainment. If we ventured there, we wouldn't even be able to order takeout. Surely, we could immerse ourselves in our studies without distraction. Did the owner truly promise us a discount? He Xiaowen, however, harbored concerns that they might be falling prey to a scam. An establishment so well appointed in the midst of a resource-scarce desert. Surely, food and supplies would need to be transported from afar. Could they genuinely charge as little as 200 a day? Of course. I had already privately conversed with the owner. With our recent graduate certificates, we would receive a 20% discount, bringing the rate to 240. But the owner insisted that a minimum 3-month lease was required. Sensing her lingering apprehension, I reassured her. The owner showed me the license, and I verified it online. Everything is properly registered. Moreover, we can treat this trip as a reconnaissance mission. If it doesn't meet our expectations, we can simply leave after a day. While the 2 young women were fretting over the guest house, the proprietor was lamenting the depletion of his finances. The complete set of guest house operational procedures required an exorbitant 5,000 points from the system. Fortunately, it was available for installment payments. Otherwise, Lin Yu would have had to invest her entire savings to cover the deficit. These were necessary expenditures, inevitable whether incurred now or later, so there was no need to grieve. After collecting a batch of carrots, Lin Yu turned and entered the kitchen. Uncle Li, I need to discuss something with you. What are you cooking? It smells delightful. Her inquiry was abruptly interrupted by the vibrant array of vegetables in Chef Li's pot. She hurried over to get a closer look and was thrilled to discover it was a grand plate of chicken. Tender pieces of chicken were piled high on a platter, accompanied by colorful bell peppers, cubed potatoes, and black fungus, all enveloped in a rich, brown sauce that emanated an irresistible aroma. Haven't you been yearning for this dish? I had Mountie Air bring back 2 free-range chickens. Come, taste it to see if it suits your palate. Li Dashin handed Lin Yu a pair of chopsticks while he prepared a serving of noodles, intending to treat Lin Yu to an additional meal. Lin Yu took a bite and was instantly overwhelmed by the exquisite flavors. She feared that Chef Li's culinary indulgences would soon lead to the demise of her 4-pack abs. With this bittersweet reflection, Lin Yu continued to eat heartily, only to remember that she had come to the kitchen to discuss the meal arrangements. Uncle Li, our guest house will undoubtedly attract more patrons in the future. What do you think of this plan? Lin Yu produced the regulations she had stayed up late to draft and handed them to Li Dashin, explaining, I propose we establish a fixed schedule for meals, similar to a school cafeteria, providing breakfast, lunch, and dinner at designated times. In the kitchen, you are managing everything alone. Unlike the last time when the guests had irregular schedules, you shouldn't have to endure late nights preparing meals. Li Dashin recognized that Lin Yu was concerned for him, and he felt a warmth in his heart, readily agreeing to her proposal. The 2 reached a consensus and posted the dining rules. Thus, when Su Ting and He Xiaowen arrived at the inn, they heard Lin Yu's earnest instructions. Given our unique environment, with the challenges of transporting supplies, we must avoid waste. Therefore, our meals will be served buffet style. The chef will prepare the menu a day in advance, so please inform us of any dietary restrictions beforehand. The cost of meals is included in your accommodation fee, and the most crucial rule is that we must not waste food. Su Ting and He Xiaowen exchanged bewildered glances, nodding in confusion. This was entirely different from what they had anticipated. Their primary concerns had been the room rates and the environment. Yet it seemed the owner was most worried about the issue of waste. However, this consideration eased their apprehensions, leading them to believe that the owner must not be a fraud. Upon receiving their agreement, Lin Yu immediately donned a bright smile and offered to carry their luggage upstairs. The 2 girls had booked a standard twin room. Upon entering, they found 2 adjacent single beds, impeccably tidy, with a floor-to-ceiling window facing the desert. Outside, a small terrace was furnished with tables and chairs. Given the reasonable price, the environment was surprisingly delightful. Lin Yu placed their luggage at the door and reassured them. The soundproofing in this room is excellent. Even if the neighbors sing karaoke, you won't hear a thing. She endorsed her and further, pointing out. To your left is the communal lounge, where you can study during the day. Just step outside, turn right, and you'll find the terrace. The laundry facilities are right there. Everything inside is available for your use, as long as you don't waste anything. Everything is sanitized daily, so rest assured. And regarding meals, the two girls were overwhelmed by the array of benefits and could only nod in agreement. The generous treatment left them with no complaints, and they immediately decided to rent long-term for 3 months. One stayed in the room to unpack, while the other went downstairs to finalize the long-term rental. Unbeknownst to Linu, who was nearly mistaken for a fraud, she glanced at the progress of her main quest. 1. The Rise of the Desert Inn. Own an inn with a weekly guest flow exceeding 100. Task progress. 81-100. With 2 days left until this week's refresh. The 2 long-term guests could contribute an additional 4 points to the guest flow, leaving her just 15 points short of completing the task. Linu resolved to check the comments on those 2 videos for any missed opportunities. To her surprise, upon opening the app, her phone bizarrely lagged for a few seconds, followed by a flurry of message notifications, rapidly accumulating to 99 unread messages. Dumbfounded, Linu opened the comment section. Pampan fan here to visit. Is this the place my goddess filmed the Dunhuang series? Looks splendid. Uploader, arriving on the afternoon of the 28th to book a room. Check your private messages. This uploader is bound to go viral. Fire extinguisher Lu Ming. Linu pondered, what on earth is happening? Can someone please explain what is going on? Chapter 25. The power of influencers. He Pampan expressed her profound admiration for the recent photoshoot featuring the Dunhuang series, which is both unique and steeped in traditional elegance. This reflects the ongoing collision of tradition and innovation championed by Mr. Saint Lu, exuding a sense of fashion and romance. The stylist Saint Lu and photographer Chen Kong captured the essence of the Dunhuang sun and moon fashion show, complemented by a grid of images showcasing He Pampan alongside the designer and creative team. As a dedicated fashion blogger with a substantial following of 3 million, He Pampan's video garnered over 10,000 likes and comments within a mere minute of its release. Enthusiastic fans flooded the comments section with fervent praise. This shirt is incredibly slimming. I must have it. The waist design of this trench coat is absolutely stunning. Goddess vibes. The design of those jeans speaks to my heart. I must buy it. Did anyone else notice that adorable little camel beside the sister? I absolutely adore its milky color. I'm picking the milky camel. By the way, did the sister use a filter? Fans eagerly built upon the comment threads, astonished when the influencer herself responded to the last comment. It's not a filter. A mouse fur is naturally this color. So beautiful. Aw, the sister replied to me. Excited young fans twirled in delight as the influencer continued to engage with her audience. Besides her interactions with the brand, the most frequently asked questions revolved around a Mao. As the comments escalated, He Pampan eventually tagged Lin Yu's guesthouse account. Fans traced the internet to discover it was a newly established account with only 2 videos. They proceeded to leave comments under those 2 clips. Given He Pampan's vast follower base, even if merely 1/10 of her admirers engaged, the ensuing buzz would far exceed Lin Yu's modest account of just over 3,000 followers. Within a brief hour, the previously unremarkable videos shot to prominence. Lin Yu stared in disbelief at the incessantly pinging notifications from the account. Moments later, the phone on his desk rang. Was it the owner of Saishang Chuan? I want to book a room. A somewhat rugged voice came through the line. Certainly. How many guests will be accompanying you? Lin Yu inquired while jotting down notes. We are a family of 3, arriving in Jialan County tomorrow at 10:30 in the morning. I saw on your profile that you provide pickup services, correct? Indeed. Just call me in advance when you arrive. The inn is located in the desert, and camel rides are necessary for entry and exit. Is that acceptable for you? Haha, absolutely. My son has been eagerly anticipating this. Ever since watching your video, he has been pestering us to take him to see a Mao. Welcome. Would you like me to reserve a family suite for you? It consists of 2 rooms, 1 large and 1 small, providing ample space for your family. Sounds perfect. See you then. See you then. That phone call seemed to have activated a mysterious switch. From that moment on, Lin Yu's phone rang incessantly throughout the night. The reservations kept coming in, and he wished he had 8 hands to manage the influx. By the time the phone finally fell silent, it was already past 11 at night. Lin Yu rubbed his aching wrists, sifting through the reservation details. Originally, only the standard room for the 2 graduate students was fully booked for 3 months, while the others remained temporarily vacant. As of now, all the rooms from tomorrow until the end of the month have been fully booked. Considering the potential significant changes with the inn's upgrade by the month's end, he has reluctantly declined several reservations for the following month. The next day, amidst the sweltering heat, a lady clad in layers and donning a wide-brimmed sun hat complained. I truly cannot fathom why you 2 would choose to travel to the desert in such weather. Isn't it far more pleasant to stay home, basking in the air conditioning and enjoying watermelon? It's simply unbearable. Trailing behind her were 2 men, 1 large and 1 small, who smiled at her with an air of deference. One pushed a suitcase while the other held her hand, guiding her out of the station. As the sunlight enveloped her outside the station, she instinctively adjusted her sun hat, ready to speak when her husband's booming voice interrupted her. Look over there. Are those camels coming to greet us? Following his gaze, the woman spotted an elderly man dressed in traditional Uyghur attire standing across the station, accompanied by 3 impeccably groomed camels, each adorned with a sunshade for their comfort. The elder noticed them and swiftly approached. After a brief exchange of information, it was confirmed that they were indeed sent by the inn to welcome them. Mounir assisted in hoisting the suitcase onto the camel and produced a small foam cooler from nowhere, offering them 3 ice creams with a warm and friendly demeanor. Faced with such thoughtful arrangements and kindness, the woman felt it unnecessary to voice her complaints further, and the family comfortably mounted their camels. Travel, after all, is a matter of mindset. Previously, the woman had felt irritable and discontented, finding fault in everything around her. Now, as she settled on the camel, savoring her ice cream while gazing at the gradually desolate yet rising sand dunes, her appreciation blossomed. The group was seamlessly escorted to the inn. Just as they finished unpacking, the melodic chime of a brass bell resonated through the room. "Mom, it's time to eat," the owner said when the bell rings. "We can head to the dining room." Let us go, let us go." The young boy, newly arrived in the desert, was captivated by everything he saw. With school starting soon and the prospect of dining in a cafeteria that also rang a bell, he found it all incredibly amusing. The couple was tugged along by their little boy into the dining room. The suite at the inn was reasonably priced, and the adults had not anticipated much from the included meals, yet they were taken aback upon glancing at the table. A whole roasted leg of lamb was proudly displayed at the center of a long wooden table, sizzling and glistening with juices, surrounded by an array of vegetables and fruits. Even in a restaurant, this feast would be deemed extravagant. "Surely this is for us," the woman whispered to her husband. "It must be, look. Those 2 young ladies at the table are also waiting to eat," he replied. The 2 graduate students, having endured 2 days of culinary delights, had developed a measure of resistance, and, noticing the family at the entrance, eagerly beckoned. "You must be the new guests arriving today. Please, come and sit. The owner and the chef will be here shortly." As the family settled down, Linu entered, carrying a small dish of lamb, closely followed by Dashin, who bore a large pot of soup. With all the dishes laid out, everyone took their seats, concerned that the little boy might not handle spicy food well. Uncle Lee had specially prepared a mild lamb stew. Linu placed the dish of lamb before the young boy, saying, "Here you go, little handsome, give it a try." The boy beamed, replying, "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, grandpa." The couple never anticipated such thoughtful hospitality from the inn, and they expressed their gratitude. Exclaiming how attentive the staff was, the woman ceased her complaints about her husband and son's capriciousness, realizing that despite having stayed in numerous hotels and lodgings, none had ever provided such a heartfelt ambience that felt akin to returning home. No need to be formal. Here, with so few guests, we serve what we eat ourselves. And you can rest assured it's all very clean and safe to enjoy, they were told. The lamb, perfectly charred on the outside yet tender within, was fragrant, spicy, and succulent, while the vegetables were fresh and crisp, cleansing the palate. Everyone savored their meal immensely, even the usually picky young boy, who finished an entire bowl of rice. "Husband, how about we extend our stay for a couple more days?" she suggested. "Didn't you want to return home to enjoy the air conditioning and eat watermelon?" He replied, "You can enjoy watermelon and air conditioning here too, and the meals you prepare can't compare to this." The husband sighed. Being a man is truly challenging. Chapter 26. The delightful family of 3. Of course, extending their stay was not feasible. After all, the once quiet inn had transformed into a bustling establishment. Upon hearing that reservations extended well into the end of the month, the family sighed in unison, converting their disappointment into hunger. It was challenging to cater to everyone's tastes, perhaps due to the absence of truly delicious dishes thus far. Regardless, Linu observed the diners at the table. No one refrained from indulging, including the elderly Manhwa and the young boy. One savored spicy roasted lamb, while the other relished tender stewed lamb, both enjoying their meals with great enthusiasm. After a satisfying lunch, they gazed at the bright sun overhead, and the unrepentant parents whimsically coaxed their little one. "Xiao Hao, let us head back for a nap. A full belly makes for a sweeter slumber. But the teacher said it's not good to sleep right after eating. It can cause stomachaches. Then let us take a stroll back to our room and watch some cartoons before sleeping." "All right." Xiao Hao was led by his parents, one holding each hand, glancing back longingly at the resting Amao beneath the eaves. "See you this afternoon, Amao." 2 hours later. "Brother, can I go play with Amao now?" After a refreshing nap, the little boy bounced energetically towards Linu, his small water bottle in tow. Linu crouched to meet the child's gaze, speaking gently. "Your brother has no objections, but you must ask Amao first for permission to ride." Leaning closer, Linu whispered in Xiao Hao's ear, "You can go to the kitchen and ask Grandpa Lee for a carrot. Amao will like you even more." With the secret to winning Amao's favor now known, the child skipped joyfully to the kitchen. Linu stood, explaining to the couple, "Amao is quite clever and can understand many simple phrases. Just remind him to walk slowly, and there should be no danger if you run into any issues. Uncle Manhwa is right at the door, and you can seek assistance at any time." "Thank you, Boss Lin. You are incredibly considerate." "No need for thanks. Enjoy your playtime." As dinner time approached, Hao Hao burst through the door, brimming with energy and excitement. "Brother, we're back. Amao is so smart. So smart." The little one excitedly recounted to Lin Yu's splendid camel riding adventure from the afternoon, repeatedly exclaiming how clever his little companion was. In stark contrast to the energetic Hao Hao, the couple who entered from behind appeared utterly exhausted. The entire afternoon, Hao Hao had been incessantly engaged in an impromptu cosplay atop Amao, frequently striking dashing poses for his mother to photograph, who could only comply with utmost devotion. Once fatigued from the photo shoot, Hao Hao's interest shifted to exploring the desert on camelback, negotiating with Amao to trot along the dunes. His father, still novice in camel riding, remained rigidly supportive, not daring to relax his grip on Hao Hao for even a moment. When dinner time finally arrived, the couple hastily summoned Amao back to the inn. as they usually spent their days in an office. The physical exertion of that afternoon equated to an entire week's worth of activity. While devouring his meal, Hao Hao's father lamented to Lin Yu about his son's boundless energy. I cannot fathom how he remains so invigorated. Both his mother and I are utterly drained, yet he seems unfazed after countless climbs up and down from the camel, striking poses with unyielding vigor. The little one, presumed by his parents to be tireless, dozed off in the bath shortly after returning to their room, his head lolling dangerously. Fortunately, the father, alert to the situation, managed to support his son's head just in time, averting a potential choking incident. After soothing his wife and child to sleep, the man stepped out to the terrace to converse with Lin Yu. Boss Lin, your establishment is truly remarkable. Fresh air, tranquility, and delectable meals. With a hearty laugh, he patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, adding, had your rooms not been fully booked, I would have extended my stay for another couple of days. Xiao Gu, do inform me in advance for your next visit. I shall reserve a room for you. That would be splendid. Xiao Dingyuan pulled out his phone to add Lin Yu as a friend, expressing, I have stayed in numerous hotels and goose houses, yet yours exudes the most warmth and humanity. He perceived Lin Yu not as a shrewd businessman, but rather as a recent graduate, someone whose thoughts were easily discernible. Interacting with such a person provided Xiao Dingyuan, who had navigated the complexities of society for over a decade, with a sense of ease. Unbeknownst to Xiao Dingyuan, Lin Yu had an advantage. The vegetables produced by the system were of exceptional quality at reasonable prices. As for the abundant dining options, Lin Yu simply remarked, it's because I wish to enjoy them myself. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, meandering through various topics, gradually fostering a sense of camaraderie. The night quietly slipped away, making way for the dawn of a new day. The next morning, the Xiao family prepared to check out and head to Jialan County to catch a high-speed train. Though their departure was not urgent, each member had their own agenda. The little one was engaged in a hushed farewell with his friend Amao, secretly agreeing on a future playdate. Despite the language barrier, Amao occasionally grinned and nodded, prompting the little one to chatter joyfully. Hao Hao's mother reclined on a beanbag, scrolling through her phone, taking advantage of the swift internet to shop online. By the time she disembarked, her parcels would likely have already arrived home. Such is the relentless pursuit of efficiency in contemporary shopping. Meanwhile, Xiao Dingyuan continued his conversation with Lin Yu and Chef Li, with the three generations engaging in lively discussions across a myriad of topics, creating a warm and congenial atmosphere. The next group of guests is expected to arrive around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The Xiao family is eager to accompany Manier's caravan back to the county to catch the high-speed train. After savoring their final lunch, the three hurriedly climbed onto the camel, racing towards the county town. They nearly missed their train for the sake of this meal, but fortunately managed to make it. Observing the camel's brisk pace, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Yu utilized a point to clean the guest room and glanced at the progress of the main quest, the rise of the desert inn. To own an inn with a weekly guest flow exceeding 100, current progress, 87,100. With only 2 days left until the flow refreshes, all 9 rooms had already been fully booked. Satisfied, Lin Yu closed the quest panel, pondering the rewards for such arduous progress in the main quest. Victory was within reach. Unable to contain his excitement, he took a few quick steps and leaped, performing an imaginary slam dunk towards the front. Meanwhile, at the Jialan County train station, a throng of people poured out from the exit. Hey everyone, I have just arrived in Jialan County. The innkeeper said a camel will come to pick us up. Please lend a hand and give Wenzi some likes. Soon, I'll take you to the same scenic spots as Pan Pan. A girl clad in a yellow sun-protective outfit and denim shorts held a selfie stick, continuously responding to a barrage of questions, resembling a live streamer. Ah, the camel caravan has arrived. Chapter 27. Gaining extraordinary abilities. With only 2 days left on the countdown for the main quest this week, Lin Yu was busier than ever, juggling multiple roles. He alternated between being the front desk clerk and the tour guide, while also taking on the responsibilities of a purchasing agent. Heading to the county to gather missing ingredients for Chef Li, he felt as though he could use 8 hands to keep up with the demands. The inn's 9 rooms were fully occupied, with 1 room consistently claimed by a pair of graduate exam students. The standard and deluxe rooms each accommodated a maximum of 2 guests, while suites could host up to 4. Notably, among the new guests was a female streamer named Chu Won, known by her account name, Always on the Road, Little Wenzi, boasting over 200,000 followers as a travel blogger. She was inspired to visit after watching He Ponpon's video, eager to capture the desert sunrise and starlit sky. Ironically, after relishing a meal at the inn, this girl made it a point to return before each mealtime, setting up her phone to live stream wherever she went. To avoid disturbing others, Chu Wen always waited until everyone had finished eating before she began to serve herself. Upon noticing this, Lin Yu kindly added a small table for her in a corner of the dining area. As more guests arrived, the drawbacks of communal dining became increasingly apparent. Many guests were uncomfortable sharing dishes with strangers, resulting in leftover food despite Chef Li's exceptional culinary skills. Fortunately, when upgrading the inn, the dining area had been designed with a full capacity in mind, leaving ample space. Seizing the opportunity, while everyone finished breakfast and departed, Lin Yu secured the doors and windows, adjusted the camouflage card, and, once assured of privacy, used points to arrange a significant transformation. Lunchtime approached. Oh, has it been converted into a buffet? Soon, the first batch of guests discovered the remarkable change in the dining area. Indeed, the previously singular long table occupying the central position has been reconfigured into 2 distinct sections. On the left, A long table accompanied by several small square tables is arranged neatly. To the right, a wooden self-service buffet has been added. Upon this buffet lies the day's lunch, with an array of colorful dishes elegantly displayed in small bowls, each meticulously aligned for easy access. This method of serving food is far more hygienic and convenient. Indeed, at the long table, I often hesitated to take dishes that were too far away. One girl whispered to her companion while deftly grabbing 3 small bowls of stir-fried bok choy. "Why aren't you taking any lamb? The roasted lamb chops prepared by this chef are simply divine. I've never tasted anything so exquisite at any restaurant," her friend remarked, promptly serving her a portion of the lamb as well. The 2 young women found a small square table against the wall to sit down. Yet the first girl couldn't resist taking a bite of the bok choy. With a crunch, she savored its crisp tenderness and the uniquely delightful flavor, feeling rejuvenated. The restaurant operated smoothly, and Linu received good news from his side. Ding! Congratulations, player, for completing the main quest, The Rise of the Desert Inn. Reward, skill, plant directional alteration, and 2 spins of the prize wheel. Linu sat up straight, astonished to discover the system could offer such extraordinary rewards. He opened the skill description for a closer look. Plant directional alteration. Upon acquiring this skill, players can control any selected plant to undergo alteration in a designated direction on non-special land. For instance, increased sweetness, extended roots, or changes in appearance. With a cooldown of 24 hours. Note, the scope of alteration is limited by the player's cognitive level in this dimension. System, what does this hint mean? What does it mean that alteration is limited by cognitive level? For example, a player can make a tree grow taller but cannot make it reach the sky, as the player's subconscious perceives this as illogical. The subconscious understanding is not subject to the player's conscious control, thus constraining the manifestation of the extraordinary ability. Oh, so if I believe there is a Godzilla in the world, I could make plants grow in the shape of Godzilla, right? If the player's overactive imagination can overpower their reason, then yes. For some reason, Linu detected a hint of exasperation in the system's mechanical voice. Yet, this was of little consequence. He had more inquiries to make. What does it mean that it can only be used on non-special land? It can only be applied to real land. It cannot be used on yellow earth. The system's irritation was becoming apparent. Oh, so it can be used in the desert. This system seemed to have a bit of its own temperament. How could he ascertain the usage and limitations without a thorough explanation? Holding the freshly unveiled skill panel, Linu beamed with excitement. He had already conceived his first experimental subject. The side quest involving tree planting had been lacking direction, and Linu initially hoped to grind experience points to see if the system would unlock something useful. Now that he had this skill in hand, he could easily procure tree species suitable for desert planting from reality and guide them to route towards the underground river. With water, sunlight, and oxygen, the 3 essential elements for plant growth, all in place, Linu was confident he could successfully cultivate 1,000 trees. With this thought in mind, he promptly picked up the phone to call Maynir. Since Manhwa became the exclusive transport captain for the Linu Inn, his life has been imbued with a sense of routine. He makes multiple round trips daily between Jialong County and the inn. Linu compensates him based on the number of passengers. And the old man has also been able to take on some individual travelers along the way, resulting in a commendable profit that leaves him smiling each day. Linu recalls that Manhwa has a friend who deals in seedlings in the desert, someone who surely knows where to procure suitable saplings. Surprisingly, instead of consulting his friend, Manhwa directly provided Linu with a phone number. "Little boss, my nephew is in this line of work. Just contact him directly, and I'll have him offer you a discount." It was as if a pillow had been delivered just as he felt sleepy. Linu saved the number, noted as 34 Imamat. The following day, upon arriving in Jialong County, he promptly dialed the number. "Hello, my name is Linu, and I was referred by Uncle Manhwa to purchase saplings." Manhwa had already informed him, and the other party replied, "I'll send you an address shortly. Just come over to choose. We just received a batch of excellent poplar saplings today." After exchanging a few more words and setting a time, they ended the call. Linu initially thought Manhwa merely introduced him to a small-time sapling seller, perfectly fitting for his first attempt at a new skill, as he didn't intend to buy much. However, to his astonishment, upon navigating to the location provided, he was awestruck by the imposing double iron gates. Beyond them lay a concrete plaza, where 3 trucks were actively loading and unloading saplings, the smallest of which bore an estimated weight capacity of at least 5 tons. Imamut, a robust man with a buzz cut, appeared to be in his early 30s and greeted Linu warmly. Even upon learning that Linu intended to purchase just over 100 saplings to test the waters, he exhibited no impatience, instead personally guiding him to the warehouse to select his saplings. "You've come at a fortunate time. We just received a fine batch of poplar saplings. Once you've made your selection, head to the front desk to settle the bill. I've informed them to give you the wholesale price." Imamut, clearly busy with his thriving business, received several phone calls in the brief exchange. He concluded with a few reminders. "If you're making small purchases in the future, there's no need to take the long route here. We have a storefront near the Grand Bazaar. You can go there, and the variety will be more extensive." After Linu nodded in agreement, Imamut finally answered a call and walked away, soon disappearing from sight. Linu had scant knowledge of desert flora and was astonished to discover that such arid land could support a multitude of plant species. Xinjiang poplar, tamarisk, willow, red willow, locust, fragrant locust, white ash, sand jujube, sea buckthorn, saxaul, spruce, Chinese red pine, prickly juniper, lilac, and forsythia. The staff presented him with a catalog showcasing the mature forms of these saplings, broadening Linu's horizons. Ultimately, though, the frugal Linu only brought home 100 poplar saplings, totaling a mere 126 yuan. Chapter 28, The Photography Prodigy Ding. Congratulations, player, you have acquired cultivable yellow land. Linu spent 200 points to embed the last piece of yellow land into the planned plot, arranged neatly in a 4x5 layout behind the inn. On the yellow earth, one can only cultivate optimized seeds procured from the system. However, Linu discovered that the surface surrounding the yellow land, approximately 40 centimeters in width, was considerably finer than the surrounding sandy areas, resembling a transition from desert to fertile land. Consequently, he excavated pits to plant trees, encircling the 20 plots of yellow earth with 2 rows of saplings. Boss Lin, is this the inn's farmland? May we take a look? Linu was watering the young saplings with a bucket when 2 young women approached him with inquiries. Having registered the information of all guests, Linu recognized them. The taller one with straight black hair was Lin Na, while the shorter one with a ponytail was Chu Wan, a travel vlogger who now seemed to have transitioned into a food vlogger. Apologies, but this area is a private vegetable garden belonging to the inn. Managing the desert is quite challenging, hence we do not currently permit harvesting or visits. Enhanced by the camouflage card. The entire expanse of yellow earth appeared to visitors as a lush vegetable patch, a refreshing sight amidst the desolate yellow sands, eliciting surprise from anyone fortunate enough to behold it. However, if you wish to take photos, I would be glad to assist. Noticing their disappointment, Linu quickly added, prompting the girls to beam with joy as they eagerly handed him their phones, then rushed to strike poses in front of the garden's fence. After a period of study, Linu understood the importance of maintaining account traffic through consistent updates. Thus, every evening he dedicated time to mastering editing and filming techniques, documenting daily life at the inn through short vlogs, which had garnered him nearly 100,000 followers. With professionalism, Linu lowered the phone, positioning the camera at chest level, directing the girls to adjust their poses while capturing numerous shots. He also adjusted some parameters according to his understanding, producing several film-style photographs of them against the desert backdrop. My goodness, Boss Lin, you are an incredible photographer, exclaimed one girl. Yes, one. In this photo, your legs look like they're 1.80 meters. The girls excitedly scrolled through their photos, showering Linu with praise for his photographic skills, and unanimously selected one to use as their profile picture. As long as you are satisfied, I shall return to my tasks. Linu indicated towards the vegetable patch behind him. Yes, thank you, Boss Lin. We'll be on our way. Watching the 2 girls stroll away hand in hand, Linu resumed watering his saplings, simultaneously accessing the skill page to activate the targeted mutagenesis ability. A sphere of green light emanated from him, enveloping the newly planted rows of poplar saplings as he mentally directed the enhancement of their root systems. Upon completing this thought, he sensed the saplings gradually absorbing the green aura until the last flicker of light faded away. Linu opened his eyes, observing no visible changes in the saplings. It was too early to ascertain any growth in their roots. Turning back towards the inn, he decided to inspect the situation during the next watering session. Just as he reached the entrance, he spotted a mound nestled under the eaves. Recently, the number of guests had increased, many drawn by videos featuring a Mao. However, a Mao is quite clever and is not willing to be merely a background prop for anyone. When encountering beautiful young ladies, it eagerly approaches them. But when they attempt to hug it for a photo, it shakes its head and pushes them away. It prefers to frolic alone in the desert, only returning at mealtime. With a pitiful demeanor, it pretends to have been entertaining tourists all along before scampering off to seek affection from Uncle Li. Chef Li is often busy in the kitchen, unaware of the truth, and feels sympathy for this little creature's hard work, even doubling its carrot rations. After indulging in its extra meal, a Mao presents itself as the dutiful little darling in front of Chef Li, but as soon as he leaves, it instantly reverts to its mischievous self. Its professionalism fades away, yet its intelligence is undeniably affirmed. Consequently, tourists not only remain unperturbed but grow increasingly fascinated by this little creature. Anyone fortunate enough to capture a photo with it is regarded as exceptionally lucky. Observing all of this was Linu, who approached and sat down a step away from Ah Mao, hesitant to draw closer due to the heat radiating from its fluffy coat, which made him sweat just by looking at it. Ah Mao, have you been well these past few days? I've seen many beautiful young ladies taking pictures with you. Linu gently stroked its neck. Ah Mao lifted its head from the food, revealing a wide grin filled with big white teeth, exuding an innocent and harmless aura. If Linu had not personally witnessed its dual nature, he might have genuinely believed it to be a docile and hard-working camel. Just maintain your current state. Play when you wish, take photos when you desire. However, remember to keep up your exercise and not become complacent. When you first arrived here, you could run 60 kilometers in an hour. Don't forget your abilities in your playful antics. We still need to cooperate in the future. The youthful Linu admonished his furry son like a doting father. It was unclear whether Ah Mao comprehended the long-winded advice. But as Linu expressed his thirst and prepared to drink some water, Ah Mao suddenly backed up, sprang to its feet, and scampered off towards another direction. Linu looked up to see yet another young lady waiting to take a photo with it. He sighed, unsure if his words had even registered with Ah Mao, and turned to return to the inn. The temperature in the desert fluctuates dramatically between day and night. During the day, it can soar above 40 degrees Celsius, making even protective clothing feel unbearably hot. Yet, as the sun sets, the temperature plummets, leaving one shivering even in thick outerwear. Linu, equipped with a cheek jacket, did not feel the chill as acutely, but the young saplings he had recently planted appeared wilted and lifeless. Given the circumstances, he dared not uproot one to check if his abilities were effective. Instead, he resignedly planted another batch of carrots before heading home. Perhaps tomorrow will yield better results. At the month's end, 2 long-term renters preparing for their graduate exams would return to school for a few days. Linu decided to schedule his regular reservations for 2 days later, utilizing the free time to focus on gaining experience and observe any significant changes after leveling up. Ding! Congratulations, player. Your personal level has increased to level 4, and the attribute panel has been updated. Please check it yourself. Other aspects remain largely unchanged, except for the development direction of the world-class tourist resort, which unexpectedly added 4 words: culinary specialization. Linu gazed at those 4 words in silence. System, did you arbitrarily add those? The direction of the inn's development is derived from the behavioral data collected from players, analyzed statistically by this system. If players have objections, they should reflect on their behaviors seriously. Linu pondered. Is my foodie attribute so glaringly apparent? That shouldn't be the case. Isn't my agricultural inclination more evident? However, today he seemed to have seen Masterly purchasing bean curd skin. He wondered if he could savor hot and spicy soup tomorrow. Chapter 29. Triple Draw. Also captivated by Chef Lee's culinary skills was Chu Won, a travel blogger with over 200,000 followers. After returning from the desert, she began preparing to edit the video of her desert journey. Having been a blogger for quite some time, she had drafted the script early on in the filming process and merely made slight modifications to finalize it. Yet, upon opening her hard drive, she found herself lost in thought. What was I thinking at that moment? Am I truly a travel blogger? Why is 2/3 of the content about food? After struggling for half an hour with insufficient footage for a complete video, she ultimately decided to let it be. 2 hours later, the blogger known as the perpetually traveling Wenzi released her latest video, My Experiences in the Desert. The video was brief, lasting only 3 minutes. Starting with her signature rapid-fire introduction, followed by Chu Wen's familiar face. The camera followed her from the city to the desert, the sunrise by the sand dunes, the starry sky over the sandy sea. Each frame was stunning enough to be a wallpaper. However, as Chu Wen's fans watched, they began to notice something amiss. Wenzi, have you switched to being a food blogger? Goodness, the scenery lasts a second while the eating goes on for 3 hours. I specifically rewound the progress bar to time it. Out of 3 minutes, 2 minutes and 10 seconds were spent eating. Miss, is there no one on the internet you care about? What else with the death angle of this close-up? Where's your composition, your idol persona? In 1 minute, I need the detailed address of this restaurant. Upstairs, this ISNTA restaurant. It's a desert inn, and the food is included with the room. This is making me hungry. Agreeing with the previous comment, seeking address. Indeed, Chu Wen had been a blogger for a considerable time, but she had no experience as an eating broadcaster. Her eating videos were merely recordings from her live streams. She thought of using them as interludes while editing, but found herself unable to stop eating. Whenever she remembered to capture the moment, she would bring the food closer for a close-up, leaving viewers even hungrier. In Yunhai City, at the Xian home community, wife, come eat. Wang Lei called out as he brought out the last dish, raising his voice, stop watching videos. The food will get cold. Wang Lei was a product promotion streamer, known for his engaging style and humorous banter. Unlike other streamers in the same category who promoted products with excessive zeal, he chatted casually while recommending items, even advising fans to consume rationally and avoid reckless spending. Surprisingly, this sincere approach attracted a loyal following. Every night, he broadcasts for 3 hours, while his wife assists him as a customer service representative. This young couple has thrived in their streaming venture, purchasing a house near a primary school within 2 years, astonishing all those relatives and friends who once doubted them. Here she comes, a young woman shuffling in her slippers, tossing a facial mask into the trash, while she massages the remaining essence and sits down at the dining table. You've worked hard, dear. Next time, don't take on so much. Your streaming is exhausting. Let us just have something simple to eat. What hard work have I done? You're the one who spends each day selecting products and liaising with manufacturers, which is mentally and verbally taxing. You're the one who bears the strain. Wang Lei served a generous helping of dishes to his wife, saying, dig in. Today we have fresh farm eggs, and I added a bit of bitter melon. Give it a try. Though this couple lacks formal education, they fear neither toil nor fatigue. Having mutually supported each other from the countryside into the city, and now they own a home, they continuously demonstrate understanding and compassion, living a sweet life together without ever having significant quarrels. At this moment, observing her husband's gaunt face, the woman's heart swells with concern. Darling, how about we live stream from the manufacturer for the dairy product special at the end of the month? Is it that dairy farm in Xinshan province? Isn't it too early to go now? Let us go early. We can film a vlog of the production workshop for our fans. And look, Luo Fangfei pulled out a video to show Wang Lei. I've been following this blogger named Zai Wenzi for quite some time. She recently visited a desert homestay in Xinshan province. After work, let us take a couple of days to relax too. You've been streaming nonstop lately. Knowing that his wife genuinely cares for him, Wang Lei smiled contentedly. All right, I'll listen to you. We'll book tickets after dinner. With the continued buzz surrounding Zai Wenzi's video, many netizens who share the couple sentiments are eager to experience the end themselves. Meanwhile, Linu, oblivious to all this, is applying a third layer of soap to his hands, cleansing and praying for fortune. System, grant me a triple draw. All right, the prize wheel is ready. Shall we draw now? Yes. Linu quickly confirmed. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the support card, Underground River Index Tool. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a support card, Labor Zhao Xiaoyan. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the tool card in management system. Linu exclaimed, system. Are you honestly telling me that you've installed surveillance in my mind? The sudden acquisition of 2 items from the discounted section felt surreal. Shaking his head to dismiss his doubts about the system, Linu opened the in management system. In name, Saishang Chu. In level, intermediate, expandable, players must explore to expand. Number of rooms, 5 standard rooms, 2 deluxe rooms, 2 suites, 1 lounge, 1 kitchen. Room cleaning, 1 point per cleaning, automatically cleans after checkout, settled at month's end. Territory safety, eliminates all potential threats to guest safety within the buildable area, blocked instances, 3105. Note, this option is enabled by default for the safety of both visitors and players. Please carefully select whitelist species. Understood, everything is clear now. Linu suddenly realized why he had encountered no animals in the desert despite his prolonged stay. It turned out the inn had isolated all the creatures. Upon opening the list of restricted species, he was confronted with a long string of scorpions, lizards, spiders, and sand rats, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. System, thank you for saving my life, he exclaimed. You are welcome. Please continue to contribute your canine life to the inn, came the reply. Feeling ungrateful, he refrained from expressing further thanks. After a moment of silence, Linu quietly closed the management panel. Ding. Congratulations, player. The auxiliary card, Laborer Zhao Xiaoyan, has been successfully matched, granting you 500 player points. As soon as the system announced this, a girl in overalls and a white t-shirt appeared before Linu. Her profile indicated she was 20 years old. Yet her youthful face gave Linu an unsettling impression of employing a child laborer. Hello, boss. I am Zhao Xiaoyan, she greeted cheerfully, a shallow dimple appearing on her right cheek, making her seem even younger. Linu glanced at the adorable girl, and then at the deduction of 500 points from his account, feeling a mix of emotions that left him momentarily speechless. Chapter 30. Side quest completed. A laborer, as the name suggests, is capable of performing various routine tasks competently. Thus, Boss Lin assigned this charming girl to the reception hall, freshly appointed at the front desk. Upon acquiring the in-management system, the front desk also received an employee version, resembling a computer monitor but equipped with more comprehensive functionalities. Any changes regarding reservations, checkouts, or renovations would be instantly synchronized with the management system. Previously, Linu had to check the system interface while manually jotting down information for outsiders. Now, with the upgrade, he successfully relieved himself of a part-time front desk role and appointed Zhao Xiaoyan as the lobby manager and receptionist, achieving his ambition of self-leadership. With this task accomplished, Boss Lin filled his water bottle and embarked on several days of early morning departures and late returns. Click to use Underground River Index tool. A cloud of white mist enveloped the system map, dispersing a few seconds later. New blue lines appeared on the map, varying in thickness, traversing the entire desert and vanishing at the edges. This represented the underground river buried beneath the yellow sands. Linu, accompanied by his camel, headed towards the thickest vein of water marked on the developed map. A few minutes later, the pair arrived at the upper left corner of the unlocked area, which was a low-lying basin, much like the surroundings of the inn, covered in yellow sand with not a single blade of grass in sight, offering no indication of water beneath. Following the direction of the water vein on the map, Linu marked a dozen points along the edge of the underground river before returning to the inn. Yesterday, he had employed a mutation skill on the saplings he had just planted. Yet the seedlings showed little change on the surface and appeared to be suffering from the drastic temperature fluctuations, as if they might perish at any moment. Fortunately, upon checking again today, they had revived, with none having died. Linu selected the most thriving sapling and pulled with all his might. Oh, are their roots this deep? Due to the need for transplantation, the pit he dug yesterday was not particularly deep. The inability of a typical adult male to uproot a mere sapling signifies one undeniable fact. The power of the mutation had manifested. Linu steadied his stance, grasped the sapling's trunk firmly near its base, and, with his energy concentrated, exerted a powerful pull once more. To his astonishment, the sapling emerged from the earth, its roots extending even longer than the visible trunk above ground. The roots tapered from thick to thin, with the tips curiously stretching towards the farmland. Were it not for the systematic protective mechanisms of the yellow earth, the sapling might have already taken root. The contrast between the root system now and the half-length roots from yesterday was stark. Such incredible efficacy of the mutation. Recognizing the effectiveness of his abilities, Linu wasted no time. After a hearty lunch, he energetically excavated all the poplar saplings surrounding the farmland, and with Mao bearing the saplings, he made his way to the spot he had marked that morning. Following his pre-planned points, he planted a sapling every 2 to 3 meters until the moon reached its zenith, successfully planting 100 saplings. The next morning, after breakfast, Linu intended to check on the saplings, only to discover the small symbols on the map flashing. He hastily opened it to find that the saplings planted yesterday had transformed into little green dots, connected along the blue water vein lines, presenting a delightful sight. System. Does this mean they have all survived? Indeed, the player's direction of mutation and planting strategy is exceptionally sound. All the saplings planted last night have thrived. Congratulations. And please continue your efforts. Overjoyed, Linu's eyes crinkled into a smile as he dashed out the door, calling for Mao. Mao, let us go check on the saplings. Off we go. Hearing the call, Mao quickly jogged toward Linu. Without needing to crouch, Linu grasped the saddle's handhold, lightly pressed his feet, and effortlessly mounted the camel with great flair, drawing applause from onlookers. Little boss, that was so cool. Hey, handsome, have you considered becoming a star? You'd be fantastic in action films. Linu felt somewhat unaccustomed to such straightforward banter from strangers, shyly waving to the crowd, with a gentle tug on the reins. Mao understood and began to stride forward, swiftly disappearing from view. The little boss looks so cute when he blushes. Just like the male lead from that novel we read last night. The one with 2 male leads, right? I totally agree. That moment he mounted the camel was so striking it made my nose bleed. Exactly. The gentle beauty and the dual strong leads are just so captivating. 2 fashionable young women whispered about topics beyond the comprehension of those around them, occasionally exchanging glances that ignited fits of peculiar laughter. Linu remained blissfully unaware that a new persona had been crafted for him. He and Mao soon arrived at the site where the trees had been planted yesterday. The saplings stood robust, their leaves of vibrant green, thriving in the very spots where they had been nestled in the earth. If one had not witnessed it firsthand, it would be rare for anyone to truly grasp the profound awe of witnessing a cluster of flourishing saplings amidst a desolate desert, barren of any life. This is a sensation that can only be bestowed by the gift of life itself. Linu acquired a mimicry card, enveloping a vast area designated for tree planting, and set it to a visitor stop mode. Should any guests inadvertently wander into this space, they would be automatically redirected elsewhere. Consequently, as tree planting continues, the changes will blend seamlessly into the landscape, shielded by the mimicry card. Presently, Linu's primary tasks encompass 2 aspects. The first is to ensure a video update at least every other day, capturing the daily occurrences at the inn. Sometimes, this involves him bathing and feeding Mao, while at other times, he films Uncle Li preparing meals in the kitchen, or the charming Xiao Yun tidying the rooms and tending to the plants. Each moment a simple, yet heartwarming vignette. This style of video has drawn considerable attention from netizens yearning for pastoral life, leading to a gradual stabilization in guest numbers, with the 9 rooms generally fully occupied. The second task involves daily commutes between the county town and the desert, procuring saplings from the store in Yimamuti for planting. However, observing that the saplings are thriving, Linu realizes sticking to the original plan would be a waste of time. Hello? Uncle Manhwa, I've ordered some saplings from my brother at Yimamuti. Could you kindly bring them back with you when you come to the inn each morning? We can settle the account along with the guest pickups, right? Manhwa readily agreed to assist by transporting the saplings each day, even waiving the fee for smaller quantities. In the following 5 days, Linu maintained a disciplined routine. The night before, he would plant the ordered saplings into shallow pits prepared beside the farmland, utilizing his abilities to induce rapid root growth. The next morning, he would extract them and plant them along the water veins. By precisely calculating the cool-down time of his skills and the planting speed, his work progressed remarkably smoothly. On the 5th morning, Linu finally heard the long-awaited system notification chime. Ding. Congratulations, player, on completing the side quest, The Wish of the Sand Control Person. Reward, Basic Building Group Blueprint, X1, and a chance to spin the lottery. A building blueprint? Such a generous reward for tree planting? With a sense of curiosity, Linu opened the detailed description, only to realize he had perhaps overestimated the significance. Basic Building Group Blueprint. Upon selecting an appropriate construction site, it automatically generates relevant architectural models. Players may spend points to construct directly according to the blueprint. This building will serve as an auxiliary structure to the main building, possessing equivalent defensive mechanisms and architectural characteristics. Understanding this, Linu recognized that he had merely received a blueprint, and whether he could construct it would depend on his points. Nevertheless, this tantalizing prospect piqued his curiosity, prompting him to open the map to select a construction site. To his surprise, the only highlighted area available for building was the mini poplar forest he had just planted. My reward is something I cultivated myself. How delightful and unexpected. Chapter 31. Poplar Forest and Underground River. A temporary notice was issued. Between 9 p.m. tonight and 6 a.m. tomorrow, the inn will undergo maintenance and renovation. Guests are encouraged to remain within the inn's premises. Those wishing to take photographs or stroll outside should use the back entrance. During dinner, Linu disseminated this announcement in the guest group, which had been established when Xiao Dingyuan and his family checked out, with Hao Hao repeatedly expressing his intention to return after his holiday. Thus, Linu resolutely formed a group, inviting customers who expressed a willingness to return, and even placed a QR code at the front desk. Consequently, some new guests willingly scanned the code to join the group. The number of participants grew steadily, and it has now approached 300. The conversations within the group are diverse and lively. Those who choose to vacation in such a remote place share similar inner needs. And as they are not well acquainted, communicating in the group is often more liberating than conversing with those nearby. The group buzzes with activity daily, and Linu frequently engages, sharing pictures of the sumptuous meals prepared by Master Li and delightful snapshots of his pet, a Mao, eliciting a flurry of late-night banter and accolades for a Mao, which he finds endlessly entertaining. At this moment, as soon as Linu sent out a message, replies inundated the screen. Renovation? Is the little boss planning to expand the inn? It should have been expanded earlier. I booked the standard room 3 days in advance, and now I'm sharing a bed with my wife while we scroll through our phones. Hey, big brother upstairs. Your wife is in the group too, right? I'm out. Haha, tough luck, big brother. 1. Noticing the conversation veering off track, Linu quickly chimed in. Linu, no, we are planning to open a new area, allowing everyone more recreational space. Support the boss. It would be wonderful if we could have more camels like a Mao. He is so popular. During our 2-day stay, we only got to take a photo with a Mao once. Upstairs, a Mao loves taking pictures with pretty ladies. You only managed one photo in 2 days. I'm male, no wonder it stings. But can it all be completed in one night? A customer redirected the conversation. Yes. We hired a professional construction team. The main structure has already been pre-built, and tonight we just need to install it. The NS soundproofing is excellent. Everyone should close their windows tightly to ensure a restful night's sleep. After exchanging a few more lighthearted remarks with the group, Linu set his phone down. By 9 in the evening, most guests had returned to their rooms to rest, yet a few curious patrons lingered at the entrance, eager to witness Linu's renovations. Before long, a long line of camels emerged from behind the sand dunes. Each individual was bundled in scarves and hats, leaving only their eyes visible. The strong winds of the desert night made such attire commonplace. However, this group appeared robust and exceedingly silent, traversing from the dunes to the NS in trance without uttering a single sound. System, are these individuals also bioengineered beings? Is it truly impossible to detect their flaws? Certainly not. Given the current technological level of this realm, even a full-body scan would fail to reveal their true nature. As long as the players do not expose any inconsistencies, they will never be discovered. As the group engaged in conversation, the leader of the caravan had already dismounted from his camel, nodding slightly to Linu as he directed his team to begin unloading their cargo. Wooden planks, intricately carved components, and an assortment of uniquely shaped mortise and tenon joints were unloaded, accumulating into a small mountain of materials. Subsequently, a roll of protective fabric was unloaded from the last camel, obscuring the construction area in the direction of the undertaking. The fabric was remarkably lightweight and thin, yet utterly opaque. Standing at a height of nearly 3 meters, the barrier effectively shielded the view of several customers reluctant to return to their rooms, compelling them to depart in disappointment. With the outsiders gone, the camel caravan quickened its pace. In just over 10 minutes, a lengthy, colossal passageway unfurled from the inn towards the poplar forest, completely concealed overhead. Once the optical illusion was arranged, Linu ventured into the passageway, momentarily dazzled, as a long wooden walkway materialized before him. The walkway, approximately 2 meters wide, featured low railings about a meter high on either side, with protruding sections forming wooden benches at intervals for resting. Elevated above the ground, the walkway not only evaded the encroaching quicksand but also kept the surface pristine. Riding his swift steed, Mao, Linu reached the sandy valley where the poplars were planted in mere minutes. Now, traversing the walkway on foot took no more than 20 minutes. The system's formidable power had systematically displaced the sand dunes, allowing the walkway to meander through the newly flattened valley, flanked by towering sand dunes beneath a sky adorned with stars and the moon. Beyond this, the world remained enveloped in utter silence. Standing upon the walkway, one felt as though they were in a desolate alternate realm, both eerie and enigmatic. Steadying his mind, Linu continued onward until he arrived at a miniature poplar grove. These diminutive saplings hardly met the standards for landscaping. However, with the cool-down period for his transformation skill having concluded, Linu prepared to unleash a grand maneuver. He activated the Underground River Index tool. Would he like to expend 10,000 points to channel a tributary of the underground river to the surface? Confirmed. Linu's points dwindled to single digits in an instant, while a faint rumble resonated from beneath the earth. The sound intensified, culminating in an almost deafening roar. Suddenly, a massive column of water erupted from the sandy ground adjacent to the poplar forest, ascending approximately 2 meters before being forcefully pulled back down by gravity. It crashed onto the arid sand below. The torrent was swiftly absorbed by the golden sand, yet an unending stream of water surged forth from the depths. Humanity marvels at the grandeur of the desert, yet fears the encroachment of the yellow sands upon the land. Thus, endless efforts are made to mitigate the desertification process and prevent moisture loss. However, the sand can only absorb water up to a certain saturation point. Once this threshold is reached, moisture can once again inundate the sands, reclaiming dominance. The current state of the poplar forest exemplified this phenomenon, as groundwater gradually spread through the sandy valley, transforming the once voraciously absorbing sands into a mere backdrop at the pool's bottom, shimmering with radiant fragments under the moonlight. A shallow pond emerged amidst the poplar grove, with water continuing to extend outward. The still green saplings reflected beautifully in the water, creating a picturesque scene. Linu activated his transformation skill, adjusting the threshold to its maximum before pressing the release button. A vibrant aura of green light erupted from him, subsequently splitting into countless tiny orbs that scattered across the young saplings. In an instant, the entire grove of saplings seemed to have consumed a potent stimulant, growing wildly, elongating, thickening, and flourishing with an abundance of leaves. In a mere 10 minutes, they transformed into towering trees crowned with lush foliage. Once the transformation ceased, Linu felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, and he collapsed onto the ground. Oh dear. It feels as if I've been drained of my vitality by a fairy. I hope there are no lingering effects, he murmured weakly while lying on the ground. Addressing the system, players need not worry. This is merely a brief fatigue resulting from excessive skill usage. A good rest will lead to swift recovery, the system replied. Just as Linu began to relax, the system continued. The mutation ability is only at the beginner level, hence the consequences are not severe. However, should advanced skills be overexerted, the repercussions could be uncontrollable. Linu inquired, what kind of consequences? The system responded, perhaps you would indeed be completely drained. Linu exclaimed. Why didn't you mention that sooner? I value my life. I nearly met my end just now. Chapter 32. A new check-in spot Qian. Today's breakfast includes potato cakes and lean meat congee with century egg. Hurry up, or the potato cakes will be gone. On the second floor of the inn, a girl, freshly adorned and ready to leave, urged her friend towards the bathroom. After some time, Master Li from the inn's kitchen had gained considerable renown among the guests. As of last night's dinner, not a single customer had voiced any complaints about the meals. The two girls in room 206 had been staying for 3 days, and one of them had even shared photos of their meals in a family group chat, prompting even their mother to remark that the food was better than what they had at home. Seeing the guests enjoy their meals brought joy to Master Li, who became increasingly eager to put thought into his cooking. The variety of dishes for each meal multiplied, and the group even compiled a list of dishes previously prepared by Chef Li for everyone to vote on. Each person could only cast 1 vote per day, and the reigning favorite was the potato cake, with even roasted lamb chops relegated to a distant second. The guests were blissfully unaware of the farm's existence. Yet the combination of the farm-fresh potatoes and the chef's expertise allowed them to truly savor a delightful culinary experience. Here she comes. Qian, one hand clutching a hair tie and the other hastily gathering her ponytail, rushed out of the bathroom. The inn's excellent Wi-Fi had tempted her to game with friends until the early hours of the morning, leaving her still a bit dazed. After swiftly tying her hair, she hurried toward the terrace, exclaiming, "What on earth is that? Why are you standing there like a statue? Come on." Seeing her friend frozen on the balcony, the girl couldn't help but approach her. "What do you see? Oh my goodness, is that a boardwalk? Built overnight?" Indeed. Last night the area in front of the inn was barren, but now a wooden boardwalk had extended from the right platform. In the dim light of night, the boardwalk had gone unnoticed, but under the bright sun, it appeared as a sinuous dragon, stretching far beyond the distant dunes. Linu's actions had been cloaked under the guise of a camouflage card, and apart from the oilcloth barriers created by the androids, the guests had seen nothing. Thus, the sight of this winding boardwalk that had materialized overnight left everyone in awe. In this vast world, nothing surpasses the joy of a delightful meal. As the crowd was captivated by the boardwalk, 2 young ladies from room 206 hurried into the dining area, one grabbing 2 potato pancakes and a large bowl of porridge, indulging in their meal. By the time others remembered to return for lunch, the 2 had already satisfied their appetites and were eager to explore the boardwalk. "Excuse me, what's south that place over by the boardwalk? Can we go there?" One girl curiously inquired of Linu, who was heading towards the dining room. "It's a splendid spot for photography. Make sure to bring a power bank, or your phone battery might not last," Linu replied with a smile. After setting up the underground river last night, he had relocated the mimic card to the edge of the woods, continuing to display the forest's camouflage. When customers approached, they would only see deeper woods, obstructed by a sign that read, "Visitors, please stop." It must be said, the forced defense of the mimic card proved extraordinarily effective. The curiosity of the 2 girls was piqued even further, and after checking their gear, they eagerly set off onto the boardwalk. Many other guests, sharing similar sentiments, joined the hiking group upon overhearing the conversation. A throng of people ambled along, moving at a much slower pace than Linu would have on his own. The boardwalk meandered yet remained flat, allowing everyone to walk leisurely, expending minimal energy, chatting and laughing until they reached the final sand dune. This segment of the boardwalk featured a sharp turn, prompting everyone to perk up and quicken their pace. "Oh my, is that a populous Euphratica forest? When did such an expansive grove appear here? I didn't see it during my previous stroll," one exclaimed. "It seems I've never been this way before." "There was a visitors please stop sign up right here," another added. "Yes, I've tried to head this way several times, but felt as if I were walking in circles. If science fails, let us turn to mysticism, right? In my view, it's just the desert terrain resembling each other too closely. Look at this dune and the one beside it. What is the difference?" The group nodded in agreement. Indeed, the distant and nearby dunes, large and small, appeared indistinguishable at a glance. The person who raised the question scratched their head, growing uncertain. "Could it be I misremembered? Look, there seems to be a small lake in the middle of the forest." Someone exclaimed. "What? A lake? Let us go take a look." Together, the only visitor who had passed through this area before the populous Euphratica was planted was thus inadvertently reassured, while Linu remained oblivious to it all. The end of the boardwalk was approximately 10 meters from the populous Euphratica forest, with several low steps leading down to the ground. As the crowd descended the steps, they were finally confronted with the breathtaking scenery. The golden-orange tree crowns resembled fireworks blooming in midair and under the azure sky. The striking color contrast rendered every frame of the landscape as beautiful as an oil painting. Typical populous Euphratica trees can grow to heights of 10 to 20 meters. But thanks to Linu's extraordinary abilities, this grove stood out remarkably, with the tallest trees nearing 30 meters. Even the outermost ring of trees boasted heights of nearly 20 meters. Moreover, while populous Euphratica forests require at least 35 years to mature into large trees, enduring the ravages of wind and sand, resulting in branches of myriad shapes. However, this grove of poplar trees is distinct. They were nurtured overnight by Linu. Having encountered little adversity, almost all of them grow straight upwards, each serving as an exemplary model of standard poplar growth. Fortunately, when the trees were initially planted, Linu adhered to the water veins trajectory, and following the awakening of extraordinary abilities last night, numerous new saplings emerged beneath the mature poplars, enhancing the overall harmony of the landscape. Otherwise, the stark alignment of bare trunks would have presented a glaring issue. while 1,000 saplings may seem bare. Over 1,000 towering poplars evoke a profound sense of awe. Coupled with the advanced simulation of the mimicry card, the forest appears to stretch infinitely within the visitor's vista, creating the illusion of a lush expanse of poplar woods. Look, there is indeed a lake in the center. The visitors, snapping photos, ventured further inward until they halted at the sight of a shimmering expanse of azure water. What a splendid lake it was. The surface lay smooth as a mirror, reflecting the cerulean sky and the golden-hued poplar forest, momentarily blurring the lines between heaven and water. After a whole night of surging, the water had spread widely until it was halted by rocks buried beneath the yellow sand. As the visitors approached the lakeside, they first felt the damp, golden sand beneath their feet, which began to sink. Before they could utter a gasp, their feet found purchase on the solid rocks beneath. A dozen individuals cautiously explored along the lake's edge, each discovering a suitable stone to tread upon. The sound of camera shutters filled the air, a symphony of clicks. Once grounded, everyone transformed into fervent photographers, capturing images of the trees, the lake, their friends and family, and themselves in wild abandon. After dining, Linu strolled into the poplar forest with a freshly crafted warning sign and found a conspicuous spot to affix it. Water is precious. Deep water is dangerous. Please do not pollute the water source. Swimming and playing in the lake is prohibited. Those taking photographs greeted Linu warmly, and upon reading the sign's message, they expressed no objections. After all, anyone with a modicum of morality would surely adhere to these guidelines. As a seasoned photography enthusiast known by returning guests, Linu found himself roped into assisting, taking turns capturing group photos for patrons. He did not decline, meticulously seeking the perfect angles for each shot and even demonstrating poses for those unsure of how to stand. Say cheese. Yes, show me those 8 teeth, just like that. Auntie, could you remove the scarf? Yes, just place it there. It looks splendid. Uncle, don't be so serious. Smile a bit. Hold the leaf. Yes. Just like that. The more Linu photographed, the more engrossed he became, while the number of patrons awaiting their turn continued to grow. Chapter 33. The accommodations are insufficient, Zhangge. This is the place. Look. The bespectacled assistant turned the laptop screen toward a middle-aged man clad in a checkered shirt. The man, named Zhang Liang, is a travel photographer. In recent years, travel weddings have gained popularity among the youth due to their affordability and the ability to circumvent unnecessary familial socializing. Consequently, the profession of travel photography has emerged, distinct from traditional studios or photography workshops, as it places greater emphasis on the photographer's personal skill. In the realm of technology, one can thrive remarkably, almost single-handedly reaping substantial rewards through photography. Zhang Liang exemplifies such a photographer. In his early years, he contributed to various travel magazines. However, as the industry evolved, every conceivable location, both domestically and internationally, had been thoroughly captured, leading to a diminished demand for part-time photographers. Accustomed to a carefree lifestyle and reluctant to embrace the constraints of a full-time position, Zhang decided to collaborate with a proficient assistant skilled in photo editing and embarked on an independent venture. Their duo, characterized by professional expertise and refined aesthetics, gradually amassed a loyal clientele and gained a modest reputation within the community. Furthermore, with their business expansion into travel photography, their success flourished. Yet, in any lucrative domain, a wave of imitators inevitably emerges. Recently, at the behest of a client, they scouted several locations in advance, ultimately selecting a quaint town in Yunnan to capture a series of photographs themed Waiting for the Wind. The client was thoroughly pleased upon receiving the images and promptly shared them on social media. However, it was not long before multiple photography teams arrived, seeking to replicate the same style, with compositions so strikingly similar that it could hardly be deemed mere coincidence. To maintain their competitive edge, the duo found themselves compelled to continuously explore new shooting locations and tailor photography plans for their clients. Their latest endeavor involved a significant project for a 30-something financial elite. Reportedly, he had risen from humble beginnings in the countryside and had established his own company, now enjoying the fruits of his labor with a car, a house, and a substantial income. However, his romantic life had been less prosperous until he met his current wife in his 30s. When they first wed, his company was undergoing a critical transformation, and the bride selflessly postponed their wedding to support her husband. Now that the business was on a stable path, Xi Jinping wished to make amends for the past by fulfilling his wife's long-held desire to replicate a particular photograph featuring a girl in red riding a horse in the desert. After discreetly researching online, he discovered the image and, upon a client's recommendation, chose the top-ranked Zhang Liang team for the task. With a generous budget at their disposal, the small team aspired to achieve excellence, knowing that the resulting photographs could serve as a hallmark for attracting future clients. Yet, as the shooting date approached, the duo had still not finalized their location. Notably, the number of picturesque deserts in the country is limited, and with the recent surge in popularity of Dunhuang photography, the more renowned desert landscapes had become inundated with crowds. A single glance through the lens would likely reveal not the vastness of a desert, but rather a sea of heads. Brother Zhang, the client mentioned, I will be bringing along a dozen relatives, and I hope we can find a location that is less crowded yet visually stunning. Money is no object. The assistant set down her phone and pointed at the screen, saying, I saw a recent photo my cousin posted a couple of days ago. It was confirmed, shot directly on her phone, without any filters. Zhang Liang intently scrutinized the photo on the screen. Beneath a cerulean sky lay a crystal-clear lake. And in the distance, a thriving golden poplar forest stood majestically, while a young girl beamed at the camera, displaying an exuberant smile. The snapshot, though amateurish in angle and composition, emanated the quality of a professional DSLR photograph. This was undoubtedly the result of the environment, a natural essence that even the most skilled editing could not replicate. Jonggu, I just inquired with my cousin, and it turns out that this grove of poplar trees is privately cultivated by a desert inn. Currently, the influx of tourists is not overwhelming, so booking a room 3 days in advance should pose no issue. Noticing the flicker of interest in Zhang Liang's expression, the assistant added, moreover, I've heard that President Xi's parents are rather frugal. This inn offers affordable accommodations and includes 3 meals, which they should find quite satisfactory. As Zhang Liang listened to the assistant's report, he perused the photographs on his computer and proactively searched for videos of the inn, watching each one attentively. The dynamic poplar forest and the shimmering lake appeared even more enchanting, and he noted the quaint charm of the inn along with the playful antics of the dog. A Mao, frolicking in the grove, sparking a cascade of inspiration in his mind. All right, let's settle on this location. Please coordinate with President Xi's secretary to arrange the shoot for 5 days from now and ensure they secure the rooms in advance. We shall meet directly at the inn. Zhang Liang followed up by subscribing to the inn's video account on his phone, gathering his belongings as he made his way to his workspace. Pausing for a moment, he turned back to remind, I will now revise the shooting plan and send the updated version to Ruanxing shortly. You should book the rooms for the day after tomorrow. We'll scout the location ahead of time. Understood, Zhanggu. Ruanxing was a stylist whose aesthetic sensibilities resonated perfectly with Zhang Liang's vision. Each time they collaborated on a shooting plan, Ruanxing consistently crafted suitable and unique styles that enhanced Zhang Liang's photographs significantly. Their teams had always enjoyed a harmonious collaboration. With this new location, Zhang Liang felt a surge of creativity, confident that it would present an intriguing challenge for Ruanxing as well. With this thought, he quickened his pace towards his workspace. Meanwhile, amateur photographer Linu was blissfully unaware that a professional photographer was soon to arrive at his establishment. Presently, he faced 2 pressing issues, a shortage of available rooms and an insufficient supply of food, since the poplar grove opened to the public. Its remarkable beauty had swiftly established it as a must-visit destination for travelers. Thanks to the seamless connectivity of advanced technology, the photos taken by visitors quickly flooded various social media platforms, generating a remarkable volume of posts. As the summer vacation approached its end, children and adults alike were eagerly surfing the internet, indulging in numerous trending topics. A girl in room 206, while uploading her photos online, casually included a popular hashtag. Little did she realize that this seemingly trivial action would present Linu with a tremendous business opportunity. In just one night, her post was shared thousands of times, garnering hundreds of comments. Miss, where was this taken? Please share the location. Wow, you're stunning. Is this the Water Mirror Lake? The photographs are truly remarkable. Just a couple of days ago, I returned from there. The scenery is beyond description, though there were a few too many people. How did the young lady manage to capture such pristine images? I yearn for a pair of skilled hands adept at photo editing. The girl scrolled through her comments. And just then, she stumbled upon this one, promptly responding. This isn't Water Mirror Lake. It was taken in a poplar forest at an inn. There aren't many people here now, and with the right angle, you can get a perfect shot without any editing. Once this comment was posted, replies surged. Summarizing in one phrase, share the inn's address. Don't make me beg on my knees. Chapter 34. The restaurant's resounding success. If the inn had previously ignited a modest flame of popularity thanks to the influencer, He Pampan, and the charm of a Mao, the emergence of the poplar forest has certainly set it ablaze. Discovering a picturesque spot devoid of the sardine-like crowd is truly a rare find. This post garnered over 10,000 likes overnight, capitalizing on the tail end of summer and ushering in the first vibrant hues of autumn, propelling it into the trending spotlight. Requests for the address flooded in, both in comments and private messages. After a brief moment away from her phone, the unread messages in the corner had swelled to 99. The girl felt a tumult of emotions, excitement at having gained some attention alongside the inn, bolstering her 4-year-old account, which had barely broken double digits, to almost 10,000 followers. Yet, there was a tinge of anxiety. What if a deluge of netizens descended upon this place? Would the innkeeper and his cozy establishment be able to withstand the influx? As she had anticipated, events unfolded accordingly. For 3 consecutive days, she observed the once leisurely innkeeper, Xiao Lin, now stationed at the reception, constantly answering calls and organizing matters. The camel caravan, which had previously made 2 trips a day, was now bustling with activity. Yes, esteemed guest, our rooms are fully booked until the 26th of this month. Does that work for you? Lin Yu sat at the front desk, handling calls, while Xiao Yun assisted a newly arrived couple with their check-in. All right, I'll reserve the king-sized room for the night of the 26th. Goodbye. Lin Yu stretched, handing over the notes he had just taken to Zhao Xiaoyun. These are the reservations made over the phone this morning. Please verify them with the check-in system and ensure accuracy. Of course, boss. Carry on. Call me if you need anything. Their conversation was overheard by a passing girl, who, feeling slightly guilty, tiptoed back to her room. Lin Yu opened the attributes panel. Both the main and side quests remained stagnant, and he still required a small portion of experience to level up. According to the standard planting schedule, in 4 days, he would meet the requirements for another upgrade, as long as he proceeded methodically. The challenge lay with the inn. In the past few days, the influx of tourists had far surpassed the inn's capacity. While the lack of accommodations deterred a small number of visitors, many opted for nearby lodging, scattering across various hotels and inns in Jialan County. only to return during the day for camel rides to the poplar forest and head back to the county for overnight stays. In early August, the desert heat continued to intensify. Standing in the sunlight for even a brief moment would leave one's skin feeling scorched. Prolonged exposure could easily render one thoroughly baked. This predicament has placed visitors who do not reside in the inn in a challenging position. The cool moments are fleeting. They must either rise early or venture out late. Nightfall in the desert is fraught with peril, and the local guides typically refrain from traversing the dunes after sunset. Tourists are reluctant to risk an overnight stay amidst the poplar forest, leading to a collective decision to embark at dawn. However, the distance from Jialan County to the inn is considerable. Even on camelback, it takes approximately 2 hours. By noon, returning to the county under the scorching sun is a daunting thought. Consequently, many tourists sought out Linu, wishing to enjoy a meal and rest at the inn. Currently, the guests at the inn are provided with complimentary meals, and Master Li, who prepares dishes for 9 rooms, manages quite adeptly. In his spare moments, he even enjoys tea with Linu in the first-floor tea room. Nevertheless, the requests of the guests cannot be overlooked. After conferring with Master Li, Linu hung a price list at the entrance of the dining area, accompanied by a gentle reminder: self-service, children under 6 eat for free, take as you please. And waste is not tolerated. The farm has now unlocked several staple grains and has cultivated various vegetables. However, other supplies must still be procured from Jialan and transported via camel, resulting in elevated costs, which are reflected in the restaurant's pricing. Yet, patrons hesitated little, understanding that prices at tourist attractions tend to be higher. For the sake of enjoying the cool air and a meal, spending a bit of money seemed worthwhile. Upon entering the dining area, however, they discovered that this was far from the ordinary boxed meal they had anticipated. The dishes displayed on the serving table were rich and delectable. Aside from the limited portions of lamb chops and stewed beef, all other items were available for unlimited helpings, allowing guests to eat to their heart's content. One curious visitor sampled a few dishes, and upon tasting, he was momentarily stunned. "Brother, is this your first visit?" A friendly gentleman at the adjacent table inquired, eagerly recommending, "You must try the sautéed bok choy and garlic lettuce. The flavor is simply exquisite." The visitor, taken aback, pondered how delicious vegetables could truly be. However, the man's enthusiasm was infectious, and he, too, retrieved a portion of garlic lettuce. To his surprise, the dish was indeed popular. Had he not been quick, the last serving would have been claimed by someone else. "What kind of lettuce is this? It's remarkably fresh," the visitor exclaimed softly. Moments ago, he had speculated that the lettuce must have been blanched, yet the stems and leaves retained their vibrant white and green hues, leaving him uncertain of its doneness. The aroma was merely a hint of garlic, presenting a rather unassuming appearance. Had it not been for the fact that the dish could be eaten raw or cooked, he might have hesitated longer. However, the instant he took a bite, he realized his misjudgment. This was no ordinary vegetable. As he bit down, the crisp stems shattered, releasing a refreshing aroma intertwined with perfectly seasoned sauce. With each crunch, a wave of fragrant goodness cascaded down his throat. Before he knew it, he had polished off a plate of 7 or 8 stalks of lettuce, only to snap back to reality when his chopsticks clinked against the empty plate. Absolutely magnificent. Indeed, with such exquisite dishes and exceptional culinary skill, to enjoy this at such a price was nothing short of miraculous. The gentleman beside him, pleased with his successful recommendation, wore a satisfied smile as he resumed savoring his meal. The patrons of the restaurant are largely preoccupied with their own thoughts. Those residing here make every effort to ensure they are never late for their meals. Meanwhile, those without accommodations are fervently shoveling food into their mouths to appease their growling stomachs. The restaurant is bustling with guests, all engrossed in their dining experiences. The lounge and tea room of the inn are filled to capacity wherever there are seats. The inn, a marvel of advanced technology, maintains a consistently pleasant temperature, regardless of the scorching sun or howling winds outside. Tourists enjoying their afternoon respite crowd the hall's lounge and tea room, while some who cannot find a seat resort to laying their garments on the floor to create makeshift bedding. A glance around reveals a sea of heads crammed into the reception hall. Guests navigate the space either on tiptoe or by taking detours, making movement rather inconvenient. While a stay of 3 to 5 days may be manageable, over time, the two groups of guests, the residents and the transient visitors, are bound to clash. Linu observes everything keenly and contemplates a strategy. Chapter 35, A New Task Trilogy Ding. A new main quest has been discovered. 1. Path to Expansion. The surge in customer flow translates to points, experience, and money. Yet, all of this clearly does not belong to a humble inn with only 9 rooms. Players are tasked with expanding the inn's functional spaces to accommodate more travelers. Will you accept this quest? Yes, no, 2. Source of Deliciousness. The optimized vegetables provided by the system have captivated the guests' palates. Players are to unlock 50 types of optimized ingredients to further solidify the restaurant's reputation. Will you accept this quest? Yes, no, goodness. Just as Linu was pondering how to retain the guests without accommodations, the system promptly issued 2 quests. Without hesitation, he accepted both, and the quest details refreshed instantly. 1. Path to Expansion. The surge in customer flow translates to points, experience, and money. Yet, all of this clearly does not belong to a humble inn with only 9 rooms. Players are tasked with expanding the inn's functional spaces to accommodate more travelers. Quest progress, $9.99. Reward, 1 draw from the special terrain card lottery. 2. Source of Deliciousness. The optimized vegetables provided by the system have captivated the guests' palates. Players are to unlock 50 types of optimized ingredients to further solidify the restaurant's reputation. Quest progress, 1350, reward, auxiliary card, pastry master Ching Ching. The second task seems tailored for dedicated players. As long as the farming flag remains unfurled, unlocking 50 ingredients is not a distant dream. Linu salivated at the thought of the reward featuring a pastry master. With Li Dashan's cooking skills already so delectable, how exquisite would the pastries be with a specialist in that craft? The imagination was tantalizing. Wiping away the drool, Linu turned his attention to the reward for the first task and inquired, "System, what is a special terrain card?" The terrain card is an exceedingly rare item within the prize pool. When utilized, it can completely transform the landscape within its range, creating a uniquely functional area. How unique can it be? It is of a nature that cannot be replicated given the current technological level of the player's realm. But after my demise, won't the special effect buildings be reclaimed? If it is so unique, wouldn't my efforts in completing the task be in vain? The alterations to the terrain resulting from the use of the topography card are permanent. Similar environments can indeed be found in the current plane, though it is impossible to construct them manually. After hearing this explanation, Linu felt a flicker of interest in the task. Since the changes are enduring, it is certainly worth the effort. Noticing Linu's lackluster expression, the system promptly reminded him, the level of the expansion task lottery card will be determined by the player's completion rate. Completion rate? Isn't it sufficient to simply increase the number of rooms to 99? If a player merely increases the number of rooms, it will be regarded as the lowest completion rate, placing them in the pool for low-level topography card lottery draws. However, if the player thoughtfully plans the layout of their inn, they will have the opportunity to obtain high-rated cards. Linu broke into a cold sweat, relieved that he had asked a few more questions. Had he blindly added rooms for every additional guest in a literal interpretation of the task, even if he had filled the quota, he would have completely forfeited the chance to acquire a high-level topography card. It is worth noting that during the past month, he had tirelessly progressed and drawn from the lottery several times, yet had never encountered anything as formidable as a topography card. Upon opening the management system, Linu discovered that an expansion renovation button had been added next to each room type, including the staff dormitory and his own room. The former pertains to expanding the area, while the latter relates to redesigning the layout. The categorization of everything from room types to furniture, wallpaper to flooring is so meticulous that it rivals a home renovation game. The system even offers a blueprint function, allowing for endless modifications to the renovation scheme until one finds the perfect design. After pressing the confirm button, one would receive an overall quotation. Renovation games can be quite addictive. Linu used his own room as a template, clicking and adjusting to create a luxurious esports style. With all the advanced technology the system had to offer, he then clicked confirm. The current quotation for the room stood at 28,540 points. Would he like to proceed with construction? Note, player points insufficient. Linu's vision darkened as he quickly exited the blueprint. The room immediately reverted to its original state, as if awakening from a dream. Indeed, the dreams of the impoverished are merely that, dreams. After a flurry of activity, Linu arrived punctually at the restaurant entrance for lunch, only to be halted in his tracks. The restaurant was crowded, and one had to raise their voice to converse just a few steps apart. Guests with trays scanned the room for available seating, while Chef Li was busy serving dishes, and Xiao Yun was diligently portioning out bowls, both of them perspiring profusely. Observing this, Linu quickly maneuvered in from the back, donned a mask, and assisted with serving. The trio collaborated efficiently, and finally completed the lunch rush. After the mealtime, only a few guests remained at their tables. The three of them each grabbed a small stool and sat at the kitchen entrance enjoying ice pops. "Brother Yu, we've had an influx of guests lately. Our kitchen staff is a bit lacking," suggested the cute girl Xiao Yun, pulling out a small notebook to hand to Linu. "What is this?" Linu took a bite of the ice pop and opened the small notebook with a single hand. The pages were filled with delicate characters, chronicling the guest flow data from the day Xiao Yun joined until noon today. Initially, there was just one entry per day, but in the past 3 days, it had increased to 1 entry per day. The influx of resident guests remained stable, yet the surge in walk-in visitors was astonishing. The free poplar forest and the delectable buffet restaurant served as two formidable attractions for tourists. Coupled with Master Li's culinary skills and the spontaneous promotion by visitors, the guest flow had doubled. Additionally, given the remote location, many tourists had allocated ample time for their visit. Those unable to secure accommodations at the inn typically opted to stay in Jialan County and ventured into the desert during the day. Consequently, Linu's counterparts in the county also benefited. Some astute individuals even dispatched people to await arrivals at the bus station, offering a seamless pickup and drop-off service. With the online buzz and the steady influx from Jialan County, the guest flow to the inn had surged impressively over the past 3 days. Linu closed the booklet. "Uncle Li, Xiaoyan, you have both worked hard these past few days. With the increasing number of guests, the workload has become quite substantial for just the two of you. I am preparing to expand the inn and hire new staff." Turning to Li Dashan, he inquired, "Uncle Li, do you think we should also revamp the kitchen and dining area?" Upon discussing his domain, Li Dashan became animated. The current kitchen was designed using big data calculations, and while it was fully functional, it did not align with Li Dashan's habitual usage. He pulled out a small notebook from his pocket and began to share his thoughts with Linu. With gestures and explanations, Li Dashan expressed his kitchen requirements. But Linu struggled to grasp many of the technical terms, such as ventilation hood and steam boiler. Rather than getting bogged down in jargon, he granted Li Dashan access to the kitchen blueprint, allowing him to design according to his preferences. They would later upgrade the kitchen based on his designs. Li Dashin was overjoyed. After finishing his ice pop in a few bites, he hurried back to the kitchen. From the window, Linu observed the elderly man enthusiastically unrolling a measuring tape and incessantly taking measurements, alternating between the stove and the oven, jotting down notes and sketches, all the while sporting a broad smile. Linu smiled faintly and returned to his room to embark on the grand undertaking of renovation. Chapter 36. New employees arrive before the construction begins. It is essential to cultivate the habit of checking the discounted section daily. Today's specials. 1. Labor Gao Feng. Gao Feng has possessed considerable strength since childhood. At the age of 8 or 9, he could lift sacks like an adult to help support his family. Unfortunately, he has an enormous appetite, rendering his earnings insufficient to satiate his hunger. Special price, 800 points. 2. Laborer Yao Jiqiang recently turned adult. Yao Jiqiang steps out of the mountains for the first time, possessing only agricultural skills and nothing else. Special price, 1,000 points. 3. Laborer Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu is a quiet, intelligent young woman who delights in learning about the outside world through books and enjoys listening to others' innermost thoughts. Special price, 1,200 points. The collection titled Selected Chinese Mythological Stories comprises 99 traditional Chinese mythological tales, meticulously edited and proofread, available at a special price of 10 points. The Selected Children's Bedtime Stories encompasses 99 bedtime stories from both Chinese and foreign origins, also in a finely crafted proofread edition, offered at the same special price of 10 points. Moreover, the Jade Gourd Seed, transformable, is a level 25 special plant that matures in 14 hours, with its fruits eligible for secondary processing at the workshop, priced at 30 points. Linu scanned the interface and, without hesitation, decided to purchase the 2 sets of books priced at 10 points each, intending to fill the bookshelf in the first floor reading area when the night grew quiet. As for the first 3 miscellaneous items, Linu hesitated momentarily at the daunting prospect of consuming 3 words of the peak, yet ultimately opted for purchase all. With the system's safety net of the yellow earth, he reasoned that he would not be overwhelmed. At the stroke of midnight in the reception hall of the inn, the leisure-seeking tourists had all returned home, and the guests had retired to their rooms. Linu treaded lightly, locking all doors and windows to ensure no one entered or exited. After adjusting the mimicry card for the living room's protection, he retrieved the 2 sets of books from his backpack. With a dull thud, 2 large stacks of books landed on the floor, still unopened and neatly piled. Reaching up to Linu's chest, he casually picked the topmost book, Andersen's Fairy Tales, which was beautifully bound and printed in high clarity, reminiscent of the exquisite hardcover versions typically priced over 100 online. As Linu crouched to skim through the stacks, he noted that every single book matched this high standard. Purchasing them for merely 10 points was indeed a remarkable bargain. The system's architecture boasted a built-in cleanliness effect, and despite the passage of days, there was not a speck of dust on the shelves. Linu meticulously categorized and arranged the books, then affixed a prominent sign beside the shelves stating, "Free reading, cherish the books, do not remove from the inn, do not damage. Any damage incurred will be at your own risk." He also activated the defensive features of the inn's mimicry card, ensuring that guests could not remove the books from the premises, further bolstered by the front desk's daily oversight, a double layer of security. After completing these tasks, Linu ventured to the fields to harvest carrots, garnering a fresh influx of points. Following his previous spree of purchases, his points had dwindled to just over 3,000, but this latest endeavor restored them to just above 4,000, providing him with a sense of reassurance. With the main quest's completion performance looming ahead, he recognized that blindly increasing the number of rooms was the most foolish course of action. Furthermore, unless Linu could upgrade the room count to its maximum overnight, it would be impossible to meet all guest demands. Instead, it would be wiser to construct a few new room types, satisfying some customers' high standards for accommodation while also widening the price disparity between room types to enhance the inn's revenue. Contemplating the 21 small goals dangling over him, Linu shivered. Currently, the inn's sources of income were limited to 2, lodging and the restaurant. Additionally, these earnings had to cover the transportation costs for the camels and procurement of ingredients, as well as settling the expenses for saplings, among others. The actual cash flow was not as plentiful as it appeared. Although Mr. Lin currently finds himself in a state of financial constraint, he has nonetheless begun to contemplate employee welfare in a manner that diverges from the typical capitalist mindset. Li Dashin and Zhao Xiaoyun, though serving as auxiliary staff, are, after all, living beings deserving of consideration. Linu aspires to provide them with salaries that reflect standard practices, along with adjusted time off, allowing them the leisure to engage in simple pleasures such as sipping tea and strolling through the streets, thereby granting them their own space and recreation. However, the reality remains that, given the current customer flow and workload at the inn, these 2 employees are firmly anchored to their posts, with little opportunity to enjoy any earnings they might acquire. Reflecting on this, Linu, feeling a twinge of guilt, absently touched his nose. He decided to have Xiaoyu commence work the following day, allowing her to alternate shifts with Xiaoyun and assist Uncle Li in the kitchen. As Linu pondered these matters, he opened the inn's management system and clicked on Expand. The blueprint feature unveiled the inn in a 3D perspective before his eyes. 4 green arrows pointed outward from each direction of the inn, indicating areas available for expansion. Just as he was about to click on the wall behind his room, he suddenly noticed a green arrow in the corner of the map. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be situated at the edge of the poplar forest. It dawned on Linu that he had previously received a construction blueprint, The ever-frugal Mr. Lin, having split his points in half upon first seeing the construction instructions on the blueprint, had tossed it into the far corner of his backpack and had not looked at it since. Now, he realized that this blueprint also fell within the scope of the inn's expansion system. Does constructing the building indicated by this blueprint contribute to the main quest? Yes. Any functional building constructed on unlocked land will be counted towards the total. Linu tentatively clicked, and the system promptly displayed a notification. Ding. Do you confirm the expansion of the inn's second accommodation area? Yes, no. Upon clicking yes, the system responded. Ding. Insufficient expandable area. Please unlock the corresponding land before attempting again. Upon examining the map, Linu discovered that the poplar forest he had planted according to the water veins was precisely positioned at the edge of the land parcel provided by the system at the outset. Moreover, the direction for expansion given by the system encroached upon a neighboring, yet still locked, gray area. He moved his finger across the map and clicked to unlock. Ding. Will the player spend 4,000 points to unlock the new land parcel? Yes, no. With a resigned pout, Linu selected yes. Ding. Congratulations, player, for unlocking a new land parcel. Area, 2,000 by 2,000 meters. Ding. Congratulations on achieving your first unlocking milestone. The blueprint for the basic building complex has been upgraded to intermediate, poplar cabin blueprint. Linu's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly examined the detailed description. Poplar cabin blueprint, a comprehensive renovation blueprint that, when utilized, will automatically generate buildings in the style of the setting sun over the poplar forest. Maximum number of buildings, 20. These structures will serve as ancillary buildings to the main structure, possessing equivalent defensive mechanisms and building attributes. No longer a mere collection of simple squares as in the basic blueprint. The design had transformed into intricate models of charming wooden cabins. The roofs, adorned in varying shades of orange, harmonized beautifully with the dense poplar forest before Linu. Moreover, each cabin, while maintaining a unified style, exhibited unique details that distinguished one from another. Some windows are larger, some come with gardens, and others feature rooftops equipped with observation decks and semi-open stargazing skylights, allowing one to enjoy the panoramic views and stargaze at night. The mere thought is quite delightful. Upon clicking to utilize the Populous Euphratica wooden house blueprint, the map of the Populous Euphratica forest area revealed changes. Within the area covered by the blueprint, 20 scattered green dots appeared, all extending towards the newly developed plots. Linu tentatively clicked on the nearest green dot to the Populous Euphratica forest, and a window suddenly popped up displaying images of 20 small wooden houses, each accompanied by corresponding expansion points, with the lowest requiring 2,350 points. Linu mused, I shall wash up and rest tomorrow after selling the carrots. I can afford the smallest one. Chapter 37. Initiating the tree planting mode early the next morning, Linu brought 2 new employees to the front hall. Xiao Yun. This is Xiao Yu. Please help her familiarize herself with the front desk duties. During busy meal times, you two can switch shifts to assist Uncle Li in the restaurant. After providing a few instructions, Linu led Gao Feng towards the kitchen in the backyard, perhaps due to their shared origins from the system. The 2 young women naturally felt a sense of camaraderie and soon engaged in lively conversation. Xiao Yu, with her quiet demeanor and elegant appearance, was entirely different from the chattering little sparrow, Xiao Yun. The addition of a meticulous young lady at the front desk greatly enhanced efficiency, allowing guests to check in or dine without much delay, significantly increasing their satisfaction. The small boss is indeed reliable. As soon as he mentioned the slow queue due to the crowd, he promptly hired new staff. Indeed, both Xiao Yun and the newly arrived Xiao Yu possess excellent service attitudes. I just arrived yesterday and asked numerous questions, yet they displayed no signs of impatience. If it weren't for the difficulty of booking a room here, I would certainly extend my stay for another 2 days. The food is delightful, the sleeping conditions superb, and even the staff are commendable. My spirits have lifted considerably. One could only wonder when the boss would consider an expansion, as the inn felt somewhat cramped at present. Let us inquire with the boss later. Yes, please inform the group after you ask. Unbeknownst to Linu, the guests were just as eager to build their homes. Upon entering the kitchen with Gao Feng, he headed straight for Chef Li, who was busy preparing breakfast. Uncle Li, I brought you a new recruit, Linu announced, nudging Gao Feng in front of Li Daxian. Gao Feng's profile indicated he was merely 18, yet standing at nearly 6 feet 3. He appeared to be in his early 20s, his slightly youthful face betraying just a hint of his age. What a fine young man, truly robust, Chef Li exclaimed, drying his hands and patting Gao Feng's sturdy arm. Can you lift that jar? Li Daxian referred to a ceramic jar almost human height. He intended to prepare some pickled vegetables, but the jar was cumbersome, often requiring Linu's assistance to move it. Seeing Gao Feng's impressive stature, he couldn't resist the urge to have him try. Hey! Without hesitation, Gao Feng steadied the jar with one hand and supported the base with the other. With a strong effort, he lifted the heavy jar off the ground. He even effortlessly turned to Li Daxian and asked, Uncle Li, where would you like this jar placed? His demeanor was so relaxed, it seemed as though he were lifting a lightweight wooden bowl rather than a jar weighing over 100 pounds. Place it here. Place it here. Li Daxian promptly pointed to a vacant spot by the back door and declared, what a fine young man. From now on, follow Uncle Li in the kitchen, and I shall teach you the art of cooking. Gao Feng beamed with an endearing smile. Thank you, Uncle Li. I will certainly learn diligently from you, though I must admit, I have quite the appetite. His voice dwindled, the tall figure of nearly 2 meters hunched his shoulders. His face flushed as he stared at the ground, too shy to meet anyone's gaze. Oh, what a trivial matter. What is wrong with having a hearty appetite? It's a blessing. The little boss has plenty of food. Eat to your heart's content. Chef Li waved his hand grandly. Linu, who managed the meals, remarked, well, as long as you are happy, leaving the freshly bonded master and apprentice to nurture their rapport in the kitchen. Linu rode on a Mao and returned to Jialan County. After a 20-day interval, stepping into this once remote and underdeveloped county, he was struck by the notable transformation it had undergone. Previously, outside of the bustling market days, the streets were sparsely populated, mostly by the elderly. According to Manhwa, the youth either pursued education or sought employment, flocking to the larger cities. However, this time, Linu observed a significant increase in stylishly dressed young people. It was easy to distinguish them from the locals. They strolled leisurely, occasionally pausing in front of shops run by locals, selecting charming little trinkets. Boss Lin, you've come to the county as well? Are you heading back to the inn soon? Linu turned at the sound to find an unfamiliar young face. Noticing Lin Yu's bewilderment, the young man quickly introduced himself. I'm a guest at the inn. I couldn't secure a room yesterday, so I just had a meal and returned. We met in the restaurant. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu recalled the encounter and exchanged pleasantries. Are you returning to the inn shortly? I have some matters to attend to. Are you in a hurry? No rush at all. I've booked a room for tonight and was actually planning to explore the county before heading back. Let us exchange contact information. And you can call me when you're leaving. After a few more exchanges, they parted ways. Since the conclusion of the last tree planting task, Lin Yu had ceased planting the poplar trees. However, the unexpected unlocking of the second residential area compelled him to continue his role as a tree planter. At the very least, he needed to cultivate the patch of forest covered by the mimicry card and hasten its growth. Otherwise, with an influx of guests, the simulated forest created by the mimicry card, no matter how realistic, would not suffice. If curiosity arose regarding the areas covered by the mimicry card, it would create trouble for the little boss. It was better to prepare the forest in advance, ensuring that when the mimicry card was withdrawn, all the illusions would transform into reality. Perfect. Furthermore, Lin Yu remained mindful of the system's mention of taking away special items. Since retaining those items was not an option, he resolved to plant more trees in the vast desert, enhancing the greenery. Even if he were to meet his end, the trees left behind would hold significance, making his existence worthwhile. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have grasped the essence of management and unlocked a new main quest. Oasis of Hope. Long-term, land desertification is a tangible manifestation of ecological degradation. Please plant vegetation in the desert to halt the desertification process. For every oasis formed with an area exceeding 100 square meters, players will receive a reward of 1,000 points, with no upper limit. To be settled at the end of the month. Do you accept the quest? Is there any true meaning in operation? Lin Yu was left speechless. After all the hustle and bustle of opening an inn, starting a restaurant, and planting carrots, he finally realized that the primary purpose of the system was to have him plant trees in the desert. Must everything be so roundabout? Is this some kind of nurturing game? Hey, I want to tell you, you'll have to guess, and if you can't, then you're a little fool. This ridiculous game of drawing and guessing is something Lin Yu stopped playing after elementary school. What if I don't understand? Players will, as envisioned, forever toil over the trivialities of the inn, remaining a laborious pauper, and at the end of their life, the system will take everything away, leaving them as a ghost who toiled in vain. You really are something. Thank you for the compliment. Feeling overwhelmed, Lin Yu closed the panel and began to take the tree planting task seriously. He arrived at the nursery store in Yamamuti. This time, he signed a long-term order, committing to plant 300 saplings daily, primarily populating the area with poplar trees, interspersed with saxaul, sea buckthorn, and sanjujube. After paying a deposit and taking today's batch of saplings, he called the young man he met earlier. The two returned to the inn together. Over the next day and a half, aside from earning points by brushing carrots on the yellow earth, Lin Yu diligently planted trees in the poplar forest. Tree planting is arduous and exhausting. After accumulating enough points, Lin Yu was the first to expand the employee dormitory. Lin Yu, summon my dedicated tree planter. Chapter 38, Ranch Unlocked. Ding. Would the player like to spend 500 points to upgrade the employee dormitory to an independent courtyard? Yes. The moment Lin Yu's finger descended, a swirl of white mist enveloped the two adjacent dormitories. 5 minutes later, the two dormitories that were originally located beneath Lin Yu transformed into an independent courtyard next to the inn. It resembled a traditional Sihiyuan, complete with side rooms and a small courtyard in the center. The area that was supposed to be a back room became a corridor, connecting the courtyard to the main building of the inn. Just as the mealtime had passed, a few employees were resting in the kitchen. Lin Yu called a few of them to tour their new home. The left side of the main room was designated for Li Dashin, offering 2 beds compared to his previous accommodation. The new space was divided into an inner and outer room, with the outer room designed as a small lounge for tea and relaxation. Each side room housed 2 individuals, yet the room sizes had significantly increased, each equipped with a private bathroom. The men, accustomed to a rougher lifestyle, felt little difference, but the 2 young women were particularly delighted. God knows how inconvenient it was for them to wash and hang their intimate garments in the communal bathroom. With improved living conditions, their enthusiasm for work soared. As the afternoon break ended and everyone returned to work, smiles adorned their faces. Although the employee dormitory and guest room area were connected, they did not share the same passage. Furthermore, the system's perfect environmental simulation ensured that the sudden appearance of this small courtyard behind the inn went unnoticed by the guests just a wall away. Almost done. Lin Yu crouched by the farmland, inspecting the batch of saplings he purchased yesterday afternoon. This time, He deliberately controlled the degree of plant mutation, feeling that he should stop the stimulation once the main roots reached about 1 meter in length. Jiqiang, please plant these saplings at the far end of the populous Euphratica forest, ensuring a minimum spacing of 2 meters between each tree, and aim for a somewhat loose arrangement, resembling natural growth. For this batch, proceed as instructed. Next time, I will request Uncle Manier to assist in delivering the saplings directly to the populous Euphratica forest. Upon their arrival, plant them immediately, and I will find time to encourage root growth with my skills. Linu directed the silent man standing beside him, who was none other than the laborer Yao Jiqiang, purchased by Linu the previous day. True to the card's description, he was taciturn yet possessed great strength, offering a reassuring presence. Understood, boss. The man secured the saplings onto the camel's back and set off toward the populous Euphratica forest. In the kitchen, Li Dashan and Gao Feng were present, while in the front hall, Xiao Yun and Xiao Yu were busy. Yao Jiqiang was occupied with planting trees. With a significant portion of his tasks delegated, Linu could finally concentrate on accumulating experience points. He promptly converted all his points into 9 plots of arable land. After weighing the value of points against experience, he opted to plant the most cost-effective crop, carrots. Strangely enough, it seemed that the more Linu wished to avoid seeing carrots, the more he was unable to discover crops with superior cost-performance ratios. However, a Mao, the pet, relished the situation, as Chef Li generously provided it with double portions during feeding time. When tourists wished to take photos with it, a Mao, not always accommodating, prompted them to employ charm tactics, often resorting to the kitchen to acquire carrots as a form of bribery. Despite feigning reluctance, it could indulge in 8 meals a day without ever tiring of them. Linu, however, could not share in this enthusiasm, having loathed the peculiar vegetable since childhood. Potatoes and eggplants, with their versatile recipes, could offer diverse flavors. Carrots, on the other hand, regardless of the addition of oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, or spicy condiments, would always assert, "Hey, I am a carrot." 8 hours later, after selling the carrots, he accumulated 522 experience points and 986 points. He purchased 5 plots of land and planted carrots again. 16 hours later, he sold the carrots once more, gaining 612 experience points and 1156 points. After 3 days of intense effort, Linu gazed at the neatly arranged 100 plots of arable land, filled with a sense of accomplishment. As his experience for leveling up was also complete, he hastily clicked the Level Up button. Ding. Congratulations, the player's personal level has risen to level 5. Ding. Congratulations. The player has unlocked new crops, red dates, eggplants, tomatoes, leeks, and organic cauliflower. Ding. Congratulations, the player has unlocked the ranch function. Please check the attributes panel for details. The ranch function has been unlocked. Linu quickly opened the attributes panel, and on the far right of the row of icons for the backpack, map, and envelopes, there indeed appeared a shimmering bullhead emblem. Clicking on the bullhead, the system's mechanical voice promptly chimed in. Ding. It has been detected that the player has not purchased a breeding area. Would you like to enter the shop to purchase a breeding area to unlock the ranch function? Yes or no? What could Linu say? He hurriedly selected yes. The shop interface automatically opened, revealing a row of menu buttons at the top for planting, breeding, items, buildings, and special offers. Previously, the breeding and building buttons were grayed out and inoperative. Now, the breeding button had been illuminated. Linu, filled with curiosity, clicked to explore further. To his astonishment, he discovered that nearly every creature found on Earth could be observed here, including some rather adorable little beings, all classified by the system as edible species. He pondered whether he should raise or consume these creatures. The system assured players that there was no need for concern. Firstly, all crops produced on the ranch could be exchanged for points, and the image of compliance in the outside world would be guaranteed by the mimicry card. As if granting Linu a moment of contemplation, the system paused for 3 seconds before continuing. Secondly, the ranch gameplay is not singular. Once the animals mature, players can opt for the system to recycle them or choose to process them further in a workshop. They can even be brought into the real world as ordinary livestock for continued nurturing. Regarding the special animals of your concern, they may be raised and, once matured, released back into the wild, thereby aiding in the conservation of endangered species, a pursuit that piques the interest of humanity in this realm, does it not? Wait, it can be done this way? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Linu felt as though a door to a new world had swung open. Could this management game truly be played in such a manner? Suddenly, he realized, could the plants I cultivate in the arid land also follow this method? Could they be brought into reality for further growth upon maturation? Of course, the system replied. And vegetables cultivated by the system yield second-generation seeds that possess greater environmental adaptability than the original varieties found in this realm. Linu could not help but exclaim, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? I feel as though I've missed out on a fortune." Until level 5, players do not possess the authority to transplant crops. So knowing earlier would have been of no use. Linu breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief. It feels as though my fortune has returned. Chapter 39. Ad-free viewing. Lin Xiaoyu foots the bill. Unlocking more options seemed futile, as he would ultimately return to planting carrots. Indeed, even with several new crops unlocked, the most cost-effective choice remained the carrot. With 100 units of land, he allocated 5 units for new crops while devoting the remaining 95 units to carrots. Frustrated with the situation regarding carrots, Linu exited the fields and rode to the poplar forest on his mount, a Mao. In recent days, Linu had been busy accumulating points, taking time each day to utilize his mutation abilities to help the saplings take root. The saplings from the county had been delivered to the poplar forest and entrusted to Yao Jiqiang. Yao Jiqiang was much more adept at planting trees than Linu. Having completed the designated quantity, he still had time to water the young trees. After using his abilities, Linu controlled the mimicry card to step back slightly, methodically revealing the poplar forest to visitors. Moreover, Linu discovered something noteworthy. Previously, perhaps due to the insufficient number of saplings, he had overlooked the gradual accumulation of experience points amidst the rapid gains from his carrot harvest. It was only after purchasing a full 100 units of arable land that he noticed the experience points were consistently integers, yet after harvesting carrots, the number 111 was still floating above. Upon delving into the details, he realized, your employee Yao Jiqiang has planted 1 poplar sapling, earning 1 experience point. Your employee Yao Jiqiang has planted 1 tamarisk sapling, earning 1 experience point. Poplar tree number 502 is growing normally, earning 5 experience points. Poplar tree number 122 is growing normally, earning 9 experience points. What a delightful surprise. Linu flipped through his experience records and discovered that ever since he embarked on the Oasis quest 3 days ago, these delightful little creatures had been incessantly providing him with experience points. The large trees offered bountiful rewards, each yielding between 512 points, while the saplings contributed a modest sum of approximately 13 points each. By early morning, the entire poplar forest had generously bestowed nearly 6,000 experience points upon him. The previously empty progress bar immediately surged forward. Coupled with his continuous harvesting of carrots for experience, he would surely level up within 5 days. Compared to the arduous effort it took to reach level 2 before, this felt like soaring into the heavens. Temporarily affluent, Boss Lin instructed his employees to continue their tasks while he immersed himself in the simulation card, opening the Poplar Wood Cottage blueprint. A series of 3D miniature cottages materialized before him. Some items appeared unremarkable at their full size, yet when proportionally scaled down to miniatures, their cuteness factor doubled instantly. These tiny houses were a perfect example. Lin Yu approached one, peering through the open doors and windows, revealing a meticulously arranged array of miniature furniture within. Each piece exquisitely crafted and aesthetically pleasing. The entire decor exuded harmony and comfort, resembling a dollhouse so inviting that it seemed fit for real inhabitants. After scrutinizing each house and weighing his options against the contents of his wallet, Lin Yu ultimately selected a 2-story wooden cottage priced at 3,500 points. Shall I spend 3,500 points to construct this building? Yes. In an instant, as the points diminished, a cloud of white mist appeared on the vacant ground before him. The sound of clinking and clanging echoed through the tranquil evening forest, resonating distinctly. Hey, is something new being constructed over there? A visitor inquired, shifting direction toward the source of the commotion in the poplar forest. Oh, I just saw Boss Lin head that way. Is he building a house? How does one lay a foundation in the desert? Are you joking? Another retorted. Then tell me, how is the inn built? Isn't it in the desert? Well, the ground around the inn is quite solid. There must be a rock layer beneath. It's different. But how do you know there isn't one beneath here? The inquiring visitor fell silent, yet curiosity was piqued, and he followed the crowd toward the edge of the poplar forest. However, before they could approach, they were intercepted by Yao Jiqiang, who was watering the saplings. Apologies, everyone. This area is temporarily closed to the public. Once the construction is complete, we will notify everyone in the group. Please return for now. Excuse me, what is being built in there? The noise is quite significant, a visitor asked. Curiosity evident in their tone. This question was answerable. Several employees of Lin US and had discussed it. Based on the feedback regarding the guest rooms, the boss is preparing a new accommodation area. How wonderful. Perhaps we can extend our stay? I wonder how many rooms there will be. Imagining houses built within the poplar forest is simply romantic. I wish to stay too, but I fear the cost. The current room prices are reasonable. If it becomes too expensive, I can only observe. I look forward to it and hope it is completed soon. The visitors discussed their anticipation for the new guest rooms as they gradually walked away. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, marveled at the 2-story wooden cottage before him. To refer to it as a cabin may be somewhat misleading. More accurately, it should be termed a wooden villa. The structure, akin to an inn, is erected upon a wooden platform, accessible via a series of steps leading down to the ground. The first floor consists of a space that is half room, half terrace, where a set of outdoor sofas and a collection of sun loungers are arranged. The wicker sofas are adorned with several cushions featuring ethnic patterns, exuding both elegance and charm. The upper floor is partially sheltered beneath the terrace, supported by 2 columns at the front. Surrounding the enclosed area are sheer curtains that cascade down to the ground. One can easily envision the serene evenings as the sun sets, when the curtains are drawn to shield against the lingering warmth of the sun and prying eyes, allowing the family to recline blissfully on the terrace. Directly accessible from the terrace is the main entrance on the first floor. The large windows and the door are divided by wooden latticework, through which sunlight streams, casting a warm glow upon the rustic wooden furnishings inside. The first floor is equipped with a compact bathroom, a cozy sitting area, and a semi-open kitchen. The living room television also shares the Wi-Fi subscription signal, granting access to all satellite and internet channels. But aren't these usually reserved for members? How delightful it is to have instant access. Lin Yu settled comfortably on the sofa, ready to indulge in a series. Speaking of video subscriptions, Lin Yu had quite a few grievances. Before the college entrance examination, the television at home was seldom watched, only occasionally by his parents. However, after the exams, with newfound leisure, he intended to catch up on some series. Yet, upon turning on the television, he discovered that everything came at a price. To watch a film, one needed to subscribe to a dedicated film section. To follow a drama series, one required a subscription to a platform with exclusive rights. Thinking he could simply watch regular programming instead? Not so fast. For every 30 minutes of content, one must endure 15 minutes of advertisements. Want to avoid them? Then purchase a television membership to bypass the ads. Exasperated, Linu resolved never to watch dramas on television again. To his surprise, the television in this little villa required no membership and had no advertisements. How delightful. Upon connecting to the Wi-Fi subscription service, the system would automatically purchase memberships for all platforms, deducting 30 points per month from the player's account for each additional device. Linu exclaimed, "You expect me to pay for customer consumption?" The system replied, "Support genuine content. It starts with you." Chapter 40, The Peculiar Customer. After being informed that he might be compelled to spend 3,030 points monthly, Linu lost the joy of exploring new rooms. He hastily ascended the stairs for a glimpse of the second floor, which was divided into 2 rooms, each with a north-south orientation and bay windows. Each room contained a double bed, sharing a bathroom complete with a bathtub. Overall, though small, the space was well equipped. It resembled a family apartment, comfortably accommodating a family. However, a single house was insufficient. At least 4 or 5 would be required to open the reservation pathway. Otherwise, even a family residing in such a remote cabin, distance from the inn, would surely feel a twinge of unease. A day later, having exhausted his points, Linu constructed 4 wooden cottages. Some were large enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people, while others were suitable for 2 or 3. During the renovation, Linu endeavored to replace the sofa and television arrangement in 2 of the rooms with a combination of bookshelves and long desks. Upon clicking confirm, to his astonishment, the transformation was indeed successful. With newfound experience, Lin invested 20 points to purchase 2 sets of discounted books, placing half in the newly acquired shelving. A gentle breeze wafted through the gaps of the sheer curtains, enveloping the space in an artistic and refreshing ambience. Yet, little did anyone know just how much Lin had discreetly saved through this entire makeover. Once the house was completed, quaint pathways automatically materialized, following the design specifications, forming winding cobblestone trails that exuded a rustic charm reminiscent of pastoral life. The small cabins were separated by an array of shrubs and poplars, allowing residents a mere glimpse of each other as steeples, thus ensuring a commendable level of privacy despite their proximity. After researching comparable lodging configurations online, Linu set a reasonable price for his 5 rooms and formally uploaded the details into the inn management system, naming the wooden cabin area Poplar Grove. Xiaoyan, the new room types are live. Please check the backend. I've already set the prices. After lunch, kindly send out a notification in the group. Certainly, Boss Lin. Linu captured numerous delightful photographs of the newly completed 5 cabins, curating a charming 9-grid collage for a post. Poplar Grove officially launched. 5 room types available. For reservations, call 17635. Having reaped the benefits of online popularity a few times, Linu established accounts on major platforms, regularly updating the inn's daily happenings and news. Primarily overseen by Xiaoyun and Xiaoyu. Whenever he logged in, netizens would often remark, "This unpretentious copy is undoubtedly penned by Xiaoyu Miao." Indeed, ever since the guests heard Chef Li affectionately call him Little Yu, the moniker swiftly transitioned from Xiaoyu to Little Fish. As Lin became increasingly busy, often elusive, he presumed the nickname would gradually fade away. To his surprise, he inadvertently fueled its persistence. Linu had a penchant for food, though he might occasionally deny it. Every food lover possesses an internal clock. Regardless of the busyness of the day, once mealtime approaches, their appetite awakens. Lin, never missing a meal, inadvertently transformed himself into a beloved meme. On the day when Chef Li prepared roasted lamb chops, Lin eagerly returned to the restaurant, anxiously awaiting his first bite. Thanks to Chef Li's favoritism, his portion of lamb chop was larger than his own face. With cheeks puffed and lips glistening, Lin's eyes sparkled with sheer delight. In that moment, anyone present in the restaurant was irresistibly tempted by the sight, and the lamb chop was devoured in an instant. A customer, unable to resist capturing this moment, transformed it into a meme with the caption, "Savoring every bite of meat, absolutely delightful." The patrons of the inn quickly stumbled upon this post, filling the comments section with laughter. "Our little fish is enjoying his meal. Look at his chubby cheeks. Come here. Let mama give him a rub. His lamb chops are enormous. Indeed, a favorite of the master chef. I'm salivating." A rather cheeky customer seized the opportunity during lunch to inquire of Chef Li, "Master Li, aren't you worried that you're giving the little boss too much food? He might get fat." Li Dashin also noticed the post and chuckled in response to the netizen. "Our little fish is still growing. Let him eat. No fear of gaining weight." This remark sent the online community into fits of laughter, and the young man in his 20s was humorously dubbed Little Fish Sprout due to the playful banter surrounding his growth. Linu, prepared for the reactions, focused solely on the feedback rather than the titles. This poplar forest scenery is truly breathtaking. From the direction of the wooden cabin, it seems there is a vast expanse of trees behind it, quite a rarity in the desert. I just called. The smallest cabin has 2 rooms and can accommodate 4 people. If anyone wants to share, it's quite a bargain. Any sisters looking to split a room? I have 2 people on my side. Me. I'm currently at Jiaoan. Just 1 person. I can head over this afternoon. What a great deal. It even includes 3 meals. I'm in. Upstairs, private message for a double room. Count me in. I'm on board. Seeing the positive responses, Linu turned off his phone and called Yao Jiqiang to head back to the restaurant for dinner. Today's menu featured 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetarian options, a grand plate of chicken, fish-flavored shredded pork, and steamed spare ribs, each limited to 1 generous portion. The vegetable dishes included stir-fried potato shreds, garlic bok choy, and scrambled eggs with chives, complemented by a complimentary winter melon and dried shrimp soup. The staple foods were hand-pulled noodles and rice, with watermelon, pre-sliced and chilled, serving as a refreshing dessert, its skin glistening with droplets of cool water, enticingly vibrant against the bright red flesh. To be fair, this meal was not the epitome of luxury, yet the freshness of the ingredients, combined with Chef Li's culinary expertise, made it an invaluable offering for the guests. Most diners shared this sentiment, savoring their meals with delight. However, just as Linu took his first bite of chicken, an unwelcome voice disrupted the ambience. This place is a ripoff. A tiny room costs hundreds, and for lunch, we're served this kind of food. The only fruit is the cheapest watermelon. We feed this to pigs back home. An elderly woman's voice grumbled. Auntie, please don't say that. The food here is quite good. And the room rates are reasonable. Reasonable? Do you earn mountains of gold? My Pung works hard, but he can't afford to indulge your wastefulness. Linu turned to see the source of the commotion. At a small table by the window sat a family of 6. The speaker was a middle-aged woman with permed hair, while a younger woman beside her quietly attempted to reason with her. The woman's complaints were overheard by several patrons, who turned to look. Instead of silencing her, the woman took pride in the attention, a smirk spreading across her face. Raising her voice, she addressed the crowd. Pray, tell me, is this and not extortionate? Chapter 41. The distress of Qi Zhangping. How much could a pound of eggplant and potatoes possibly cost? 2 beds in a room, along with 3 meager meals, and they charge several hundred yuan. It is simply too easy to earn such money. The woman's tone was charged with indignation, and with each word, she felt increasingly aggrieved over her expenditure. She glanced around at the other patrons, seeking those who might echo her sentiments. The restaurant fell into a hush. The family seated at her table bowed their heads in silence, unsure whether they felt a twinge of shame or if they too concurred with her perspective. Clearing his throat, Linu spoke gently to the woman. Madam, I am the proprietor of this inn. Allow me to address your concerns. First, regarding the room rate. Our establishment is uniquely situated, and the costs associated with maintaining water, electricity, and cleanliness exceed what one would expect in a standard environment. Furthermore, our ingredients are procured fresh from the county town at dawn every day, and our professional chef prepares meals with a rotating menu that changes weekly. At this point, Linu glanced at the empty plates on their table and added, though I am still young and inexperienced, I must recommend our watermelon. It is truly delightful and certainly not fit for pig feed. With that, he took a hearty bite of watermelon, savoring it. Well said, proprietor. A nearby diner applauded Linu's words. Indeed, what age are we living in? Even in a desert, one would expect to pay at least 100 or 2 for a budget hotel, not to mention that this includes 3 meals. In fact, I was just about to say, what's wrong with watermelon? I personally enjoy it. Others observed that the bowls on the woman's table were emptied, save for a few leftover watermelon slices. They began to jest. Didn't she say it was unpalatable? It seems quite clean to me. As the woman noticed the lack of support, her cheeks flushed crimson. She attempted to speak again, but was restrained by an older woman at the table. The younger woman, feeling embarrassed, apologized to those around her and hurriedly led the woman and her family away from the restaurant. Linu thought this was merely a trivial episode. Yet he encountered the same family again that afternoon. We were already staying here. We should have been given priority for a room change. How could you be so unperceptive? Young lady? Auntie, you and my mother should rest for now. Let me handle this, came a voice filled with familiarity. Linu heard the same woman's voice from noon. This time, the scene had escalated, with nearly a dozen satisfied patrons gathered to witness the commotion. Linu called for Xiao Yu to inquire about the situation, and soon learned the backstory. It turned out that this family had come to the desert for a photo shoot. The man who booked the room was surnamed Qi, and they were quite the spectacle, accompanied by both a photographer and a stylist. The young couple had brought along their respective parents and a relative, and the loud woman was a relative of the groom. Mr. Qi had gone to the county town with the photographer in the morning, leaving the other staff to hurriedly finish their meals before returning to their work. Mrs. Qi, accompanied by both sets of parents and her second aunt, ventured to a restaurant for a meal, culminating in the midday incident. This second aunt is quite the master of disguise. When Mr. Qi was present, her demeanor towards the elderly and Mrs. Qi was exceedingly cordial. However, once Mr. Qi departed, her true colors emerged. How do you know this so well? Linu was puzzled. He hadn't installed any cameras in the room, so how did Xiao Yu gather such gossip? It is because this aunt only turns against Mr. Qi. She generally disregards others, and her outbursts typically occur in public settings. Just the other day, I witnessed her reprimanding Mr. Chi's parents for not managing their daughter-in-law, behaving like an empress dowager. A true adept at changing her face? Indeed. Linu was still processing this information when the commotion intensified. You, young lady, do not speak to me in such a manner. I cannot comprehend you. Just tell me if we can switch accommodations. If not, I shall remain here, and no one behind me shall proceed. Linu hurriedly waded through the crowd to ascertain the situation. Xiao Yun's eyes were red with distress. Boss, this guest insists on moving her entire family to Huyang, but the large suite for 8 has been reserved for 2 days. The guests arriving this afternoon have already booked it. She wishes to exchange her 3 standard rooms, but we've inquired, and the other party, who is here solely for vacation, is unwilling to swap. Though from a systematic background, Xiao Yun was merely a girl just past 20. And being berated for nearly half an hour was indeed quite unfair. Before Lin Yu could speak, the man who had been attempting to mediate interjected, "Boss Lin. I am Qi Zhangping. I sincerely apologize. It seems my family has misunderstood the situation." The man bypassed the woman and extended his hand for a shake with Lin Yu. He then turned to Xiao Yun and said apologetically, "Miss, my second aunt spoke in an inappropriate tone. I apologize on her behalf." Lin Yu was reluctant to accept this apology, questioning the previous behavior. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a system notification chimed. Ding. A selectable side quest has been detected. Would you like to view it immediately? Lin Yu opened the quest interface. Qi Zhangping's dilemma. Qi Zhangping is prosperous in his career and enjoys a harmonious marriage, yet he faces an undeniable concern. He wishes to spend a delightful trip with both families, but a relative consistently disrupts the atmosphere. Please assist Qi Zhangping in flawlessly completing this travel photography journey. Will you accept the quest? Yes or no? System. Do you believe I possess the potential to be a matriarch? I have little confidence in this task. Confirmed. The refreshed quests fall well within the player's capabilities. Please have faith in yourself. Forget it. I've never been adept at dealing with distant relatives. Lin Yu, uninterested, was about to close the quest panel when the system interjected. Upon examination, the rewards for this side quest may unlock a special character card. Do you wish to forfeit? A special character card? How special? Is it akin to Uncle Lee S, with innate skills? The special card pool includes, but is not limited to, skills, management abilities, specialties, etc. Each special character card is unique. Specific rewards will be determined by the player's completion of the quest. Lin Yu swiftly returned to the quest interface and promptly accepted the task. From a young age, I have always enjoyed interacting with my numerous aunts, to the extent that my mother affectionately referred to me as the friend of women. The system responded, as long as you are happy. This occasion marked the moment when Lin Yu found himself with the most tasks to complete, and the sight of a neatly organized list of assignments and rewards instantly filled him with courage. What is one ant compared to my ability to manage 7? Let the side quests come at me with greater intensity. However, I must first address the matter at hand. Let us discuss this later and not disturb other guests. With a special character card dangling before him, Lin Yu seamlessly shifted into the role of the caring older brother. He gestured for Qi Zhangping to follow him and his entire family to the backyard for a conversation. Qi Zhangping's parents and in-laws looked somewhat embarrassed, but followed Lin Yu along with the couple. The second aunt, who had initially remained stationary, rolled her eyes and decided to follow suit when she saw everyone leaving. Chapter 42. Mind your own business. Qi Zhangping leaned slightly, whispering a few words into his wife's ear. By the time they reached the stairs leading to the second floor, his wife had already taken their parents upstairs. Upon witnessing this, the second aunt raised her voice. Pumping's wife, where are you going? Aren't we supposed to discuss the matter of changing houses? Are we not changing anymore? The group did not turn back, their figures quickly vanishing around the staircase corner. The second aunt huffed in dissatisfaction, then turned and raised her chin, trailing behind Lin Yu and Qi Zhangping into the room. Once the three were seated, Gao Feng entered with 3 cups of tea. Lin Yu gently blew on the steam rising from the surface of the tea before taking a sip. Mr. Qi, I understand your needs, but there are only so many rooms available at Huyang, and I find myself in a difficult position. I am aware, Boss Lin. I apologize for the inconvenience. However, it is quite rare for our family to gather, and my wife and I rearranged our work schedules a month in advance just to come together for this outing. The man spoke for a while about family matters, his face displaying a blend of bittersweet smiles and happiness. Lin Yu noticed that when he mentioned his wife's family, the second aunt rolled her eyes several times, seemingly unimpressed. Perhaps out of respect for the man, she refrained from speaking up, instead casting occasional glances at Lin Yu. As if contemplating something, Lin Yu opened his mouth and glanced at the woman. The man caught on immediately and said, Auntie, I have scheduled a stylist for you. You should get your hair done and change your clothes, as we will be taking photographs shortly. Why should I go through all that trouble? My regular clothes are perfectly fine, she replied. Auntie, the man interrupted, firmly seizing the moment. A single styling session costs over 1,000. If you don't go, they won't refund you. What? 1,000 yuan? What kind of styling is that? A robbery? No way. I need to hurry and discuss this. Before the last word left her mouth, she hurriedly dashed out of the room. Boss Lin, please feel free to speak your mind. My second aunt is not a bad person. She just sometimes speaks without thinking. Please do not take offense. Lin Yu remained noncommittal. Mr. Qi, I shall be straightforward. Currently, all 5 wooden cabins at Huyang have been fully booked. Our staff has reached out to your guests, but they are unwilling to switch. Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted to one of urgency, and he opened his mouth to speak. However, Lin Yu raised a hand, indicating that he had not yet finished. Do not rush. Tomorrow, 3 wooden cabins will be available at Huyang Li, one of which is the largest type we currently offer, comprising 6 guest rooms that can accommodate at least 12 people. I can prioritize this reservation for you. I'll take it. The man replied eagerly, fearing Lin Yu might reconsider. Do not be hasty. I have not yet completed my statement. Lin Yu adjusted his demeanor and continued. Ordinarily, I would refrain from meddling in your family matters. But given the unique circumstances, I will speak frankly. I overheard your earlier conversation. You are here to take wedding photos with your wife, correct? Yes. My wife has always wanted a desert-themed photo shoot. I thought it better to capture something she loves rather than the cliched wedding photos. In the future, when we are older, we can reminisce about these moments. The man's face radiated happiness, clearly betraying his deep affection for his wife. Yet, have you noticed that your wife does not seem particularly happy? The man's expression faltered. Lin Yu continued. During lunch, I encountered your family at the restaurant. Your wife was preoccupied with attending to both sets of parents and persuading relatives, leaving her little time to enjoy her meal. Observing the man's contemplative demeanor, Lin Yu pressed on, I understand your good intentions. You wish for both families to coexist harmoniously and to cherish this meaningful time together, but the remaining words were unnecessary, as guilt had already begun to manifest on the man's face. Thank you for your reminder, Boss Lin. I will proceed with the standard 2-day reservation for that cabin. Additionally, I would like to reserve another small cabin that can accommodate 3 to 4 people. Would that be acceptable? Lin Yu, seeing the task nearing completion, offered a genuine smile. Certainly, making an exception for the happiness of a family is worthwhile. I will send the reservation details to your phone shortly. You may check in afternoon tomorrow. Thank you, Boss Lin. The man expressed his gratitude before hastily departing. I wonder what special card I will receive upon completing the task. I am somewhat eager to find out. Lin Yu seized the last moments of leisure, meandering to the kitchen with a teacup in hand to share a cup of tea with Chef Li. The consequences of indulging in tea late at night could be quite severe. As the moon reached its zenith, Lin Yu remained wide awake, feeling as if he could undertake any endeavor. Naturally, becoming a thief was out of the question. Such a life was unattainable. After enduring past midnight, the trees planted yielded over 6,000 experience points, causing the upgrade progress bar to surge significantly. The carrots were harvested anew, bringing in 3,200 points. However, he was still half a sum short of the funds promised for Qi Zhongping's cabin. There was no other option. The promised accommodation had to be secured, even if it meant toiling relentlessly. With an increase in guests, Lin Yu designated 5 plots exclusively for Chef Li, cultivating essential grains and vegetables for the kitchen. Any surplus produce was stored in a small warehouse, which maintained a constant temperature to preserve freshness. What went in remained unchanged, alleviating concerns over spoilage. Yet, thinking of the day he would meet his end, Lin Yu felt a pang of heartache at the thought of losing that small sanctuary. However, after taking just a few steps, he suddenly realized that with his demise, how could there be any lingering heartache? The enchanting structures vanishing alongside him were, in essence, akin to accompanying him in death. Contemplating this notion brought him a measure of solace. Lin Yu stealthily entered a small warehouse, seized a handful of jujubes, and sat on the first floor platform, munching while pondering his forthcoming plans. After consuming the jujubes, he headed to the processing workshop to prepare a month's worth of feed for a Mao, indulging in a burst of creativity as he carelessly tossed various ingredients into the machine for it to conjure something unique. Surprisingly, despite the initial products being utterly dismal, he attempted to create garlic eggplant by tossing in garlic and eggplant, only to end up with a garlic-flavored eggplant puree. Next, in his endeavor to make tomato chips, he instead produced a raw tomato potato mash. Following a series of mishaps, Lin Yu finally spotted a small question mark icon on the processing page. Curious, he clicked on it, only to discover it was an instruction manual. The manual stated that when processing food, one must adjust the mode to recipe processing mode, then input the recipe and steps on the screen, placing a finished product in the left feed inlet. Once the machine recognized the recipe, it would automatically save it, allowing for normal processing mode to commence. This implied that the machine could only replicate what had already been created by someone else. System, indeed. Whether in advanced realms or the current dimension, original recipes and production techniques are exceedingly valuable. Recipes certified by the system will automatically be patented in this dimension for the creator, as it is everyone's responsibility to protect originality. Lin Yu system. You truly live up to your reputation. Chapter 43. A new approach to earning money. The following morning, at 8:30 a.m., Lin Yu had already mounted a Mao and arrived at the undeveloped area of the Poplar Grove. His points balance stood at 62-68. Opening the control panel, he selected a housing model with a maximum of 6 rooms. Deciding against a television, he reasoned that with everyone busy taking photographs, they would likely have little time to watch. He configured the room with basic amenities, envisioning a spacious living room adorned with a long table and 12 chairs. After a flurry of edits, the originally quoted 7,900 points for the housing model was swiftly reduced to 6,000 points. Lin Yu beamed with satisfaction and decisively opted to purchase it. With a sound echoing the flight of money, a large wooden cabin materialized before him. If the other housing models exuded charm, elegance, or opulence, this particular abode embraced a minimalist aesthetic. The streamlined long table and backrest chairs, coupled with the expansive light gray tones, created an ambience where the furniture was both fluid in design and sparse in quantity. Lin Yu stroked his chin in appraisal. It appears quite lavish, indeed, quite commendable. However, he queried the system. This furniture seems rather expensive. How is it that it required fewer points than the previous decoration? The system elucidated that all items within the player's realm are merely different manifestations of energy, and the points required depend solely on structural complexity. In other words, simpler designs, or those with fewer materials, are priced lower, irrespective of the raw material costs in our dimension, correct? The system's criteria for evaluation encompass multiple dimensions, allowing players to explore at their discretion. Understood. All interpretative authority resides with the system. Mr. Chi, Unit 6 in Poplar Grove is now ready for occupancy. You may move in at your convenience. Additionally, I will ensure that Unit 7 is tidied up before dinner today. You can simply ask Xiao Yun at the front desk when you arrive. Thank you very much. Boss Lin, it is my pleasure. I wish you a delightful stay in the days to come. In just 8 hours, the arid land will yield over 3,000 points. More than sufficient to construct a couple of guest rooms, especially since he has now mastered the art of conserving points. Let us refrain from unnecessary embellishments. By simply selecting the appropriate number of rooms and furniture configurations, the system can automatically generate at least 3 design proposals. Expensive yet economical. Linu, who has grasped the key to wealth, even contemplated erecting several wooden cabins immediately, eager to manifest all his ideas. Hoping to renovate the poplar cabin blueprints at the lowest possible cost. The sense of achievement derived from saving money in reality would surely pale in comparison. However, it is unwise to dwell too much on daydreams. Linu quickly awoke from his fantasy of sudden riches and building 20 houses. Reflecting on his performance in the workshop last night, which sparked a new money-making idea. With 21 small goals in mind, Boss Lin felt that his current methods of generating income were still insufficient. At this rate, earning a year's expenses by year-end seemed utterly implausible, especially considering the employees dependent on him for their livelihood, the caravan of Monnier, and the newly planted poplar forest, all of which required financial resources. Thus, it was imperative to explore new sources of income. The workshop served as an excellent tool. Regardless of its future, it was essential to utilize it to its fullest potential. What he produced in his amateur attempts was akin to culinary darkness. But what if professionals were to take charge? Linu promptly made his way to the kitchen. During lunchtime, several young individuals from the peak hours had gone to assist in the dining hall. Master Li, having finished lunch, enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. Reclining in a chair at the kitchen entrance, the gentle breeze swayed the rocking chair as he hummed a little tune, clearly in good spirits. Linu approached, took a seat beside him, poured himself a cup of tea, and grabbed a flaky pastry to savor. With a mouthful of pastry and a sip of tea, he relished the moment, momentarily forgetting his purpose for being there. Although Master Li was not particularly skilled in making pastries, this flaky treat, which could serve both as a snack and a meal, was crisp and fragrant, truly delightful. Linu indulged in the pastry while Master Li watched him with a smile. Take your time. This is my new recipe for dried mustard greens filling. How does it taste? Your culinary skills are beyond reproach. However, do we have any dried mustard greens available here? I learned online shopping from Xiao Yun. The internet is incredibly advanced now, and you can purchase anything. Oh, look at you, so trendy, even shopping online. Indeed, I've also learned numerous recipes online. Although many of the ingredient proportions are somewhat off, the methods are worth trying. True, many who cannot cook nowadays can still share recipes. As long as the photos look appealing, that suffices. At this point, Linu suddenly sat up straight. Uncle Li, let me set up an account for you. We can share some simple yet visually appealing recipes. Xiao Yun and the others can take pictures for you. And it could also serve as a promotional platform for our inn. What do you think? Sure, go ahead. I'll also learn to navigate the internet like you young folks. If I encounter any difficulties, I'll ask you. Li Dashan has always been supportive of Lin Yu's decisions and readily nodded in agreement. All right, I shall now register an account for you. And then I will tag a few accounts from the inn, ensuring they all follow you shortly. After completing the operation, Lin Yu suddenly smacked his forehead. Recalling the true purpose of his visit to Li Dashan, he recounted his culinary misadventures from the previous night and shared his thoughts with Li Dashan. If we could launch our own portable food products, allowing travelers to take them along, or even dispatch them nationwide via express delivery, our sales would undoubtedly surpass the small-scale endeavors we currently engage in at the inn. As someone with a background in the system, Li Dashan understood the wonders of the workshop. In his youth, he had apprenticed under a chef renowned for village feasts for several years, and after his training, he traveled extensively, learning from numerous masters. He had served in small establishments, taken on various roles in hotel kitchens, and even ventured into the bustling world of street food stalls, thus gaining a wealth of experience. Beyond the skills acquired from his mentors, he had also developed several exclusive recipes throughout his extensive culinary career. Coupled with the high-quality ingredients produced on the farm, he eagerly anticipated the delightful creations they could conjure. Furthermore, the workshop would automatically apply for patents for recipe creators, ensuring that if their products became popular, there would be no fear of recipe theft. With all these positive prospects, Li Dashan readily agreed without further contemplation. In the sweltering heat of summer, most guests had retreated indoors, either poring over a few pages of a book at the tea table or indulging in a delightful afternoon nap in their beds. However, within the processing workshop separated by a mere wall, Lin Yu and Li Dashan were fervently engaged with a processing machine, immersed in their work. Chapter 44. Delectable potato cakes. Potatoes were sliced, steamed until tender, and then mashed. Flour was gradually mixed in while stirring. Once the mixture could be formed into a ball, a bit of fresh grated carrot or diced vegetables was added. They shaped the mixture into small cakes, half a centimeter thick, and placed them in a pan to fry until they reached a perfect 7/10 doneness. When hunger struck, they could be conveniently reheated in a microwave, air fryer, or skillet for 5 minutes, making them both quick and delicious. This was the conclusion Lin Yu reached after devouring 3 pieces, an assessment he deemed quite fair. Uncle Li, this is sufficient. I find the taste quite comparable to what you freshly made. Li Dashan also sampled the potato cake. Indeed, it is delightful. The preparation is simple. The key lies in the cooking technique and the superior quality of our farm's potatoes. Though Master Li had countless recipes in his repertoire, to be prudent and mindful of Lin Yu's modest circumstances, they decided to commence their experiments with the simplest of recipes. Once the potato cake recipe was finalized, the subsequent experiments were entrusted to Chef Li, the professional. Lin Yu, an amateur in the kitchen, withdrew from the processing workshop to fulfill his promise. He ventured into the fields to harvest another batch of carrots, selling them back to the system. Before he could even relish the points earned, They were transformed into the promise made to Mr. Chi for a quaint little cabin. Thus, the 7 wooden cabins in Poplar Grove were completed. After notifying the guests that they could check in, Linu opened the inn management system to inspect the room situation. Since the staff dormitory had been expanded, the 2 employee quarters downstairs had become vacant. With a small maintenance sign displayed outside the restaurant and the mimicry card set, Linu commenced the transformation of the dining area. Ding. Would you like to spend 200 points to remove the wall? Confirmed. 5 minutes later, the renovation was complete. 2 hours later, during dinner time, the arriving guests were astonished to find that the restaurant had undergone a remarkable transformation. The area appeared to have expanded by at least 20 square meters. Neatly arranged 4-person square tables replaced the long table that had previously dominated the space. Additionally, a row of bar tables facing the large windows had been added, accompanied by matching high stools. Lin Boss works quickly. I was just here for lunch a few hours ago, and look at this change. It's impressive. One guest exclaimed. The area seems significantly larger. I was worried there wouldn't be enough room, so I rushed over, another added. I was also concerned about arriving late and missing out on a meal. But now we can all sit down and enjoy our food comfortably. There were those who, quick on their feet, silently formed a line early on, while those at the front had already collected their meals and indulged in their dishes. Observing this, the others followed suit and began to queue up. Gradually, the line moved forward until someone noticed a small stall beside the food counter. The stall, measuring 1 square meter, displayed a flat frying pan and a small basket of golden potato pancakes. Gao Feng, donned in a pristine chef's uniform, stood behind the stall, lightly oiling the pan and heating it over a low flame as he placed the potato pancakes onto it. The palm-sized pancakes filled the pan, and as they sizzled, the aroma of the potatoes began to waft through the air. Despite being a novice in the kitchen, Gao Feng handled the task with apparent ease. Wait, aren't potato pancakes only served for breakfast? Why are they available for dinner today? One guest remarked. My friend adores these pancakes, but the master chef only makes them once a week. He just checked out this afternoon. He probably hasn't even boarded the high-speed train yet. I should send him a picture to tease him. This individual, known for his mischievous nature, promptly took a close-up photo of the pancakes in the pan. Whoosh. Sent. Unbeknownst to him, his friend on the other side responded with a message that brought a smile to his face. Indeed, the master chef's skill is unmistakable. I can tell just by the aroma, though the quantity seems rather limited. Being an avid foodie, he quickly struck up a conversation with Gao Feng, young chef. Are the potato pancakes available for dinner? If so, I'll gladly queue up here. Gao Feng expertly flipped the pancakes. Yes, tonight, rice, noodles, and potato pancakes are available for selection. Those who want pancakes should line up here. Upon hearing this, at least half of the guests switched lines, and in no time, 2 distinct queues formed in the restaurant. Young chef, could you add another piece for me? Will we be serving potato pancakes every evening from now on? A patron requested, receiving 2 pancakes from Gao Feng, who promptly obliged with another serving. He gestured for the guests to slightly adjust their position, allowing those behind to move forward. It was then that Gao Feng responded. The supply will continue as usual, once a week. Today, the owner and my master have provided a tasting for everyone. If you find the flavor satisfactory, we will subsequently offer vacuum-packed versions that you may purchase to take home. That's splendid. When will they be available? Are they expensive? I have to return to school the day after tomorrow. If there's still time, I would like to bring some back for my friends to indulge in. One customer sampled a bite and remarked, this tastes just like the master chef's. I can hardly tell the difference. Young chef, are your potato cakes limited in quantity? Can they be shipped? Indeed, they are incredibly convenient for breakfast, paired with a cup of soy milk. It makes a perfect meal. People around me often say I have a discerning palate. If there are too many seasonings or additives, I can detect it with a single bite. It has been years since I have tasted such pure potato cakes. The patrons engaged in animated discussion, and the potato cakes from the processing workshop garnered unanimous praise from the diners. Gao Feng wore a smile as he recited the lines that Lin Yu had prepared for him. The potato cakes for takeout have no limit, but I advise against buying too many at once. We do not use additives or preservatives, and the vacuum packaging has a shelf life of only 7 days. Our inn prepares them fresh every day. You can buy them as you go. He then pointed to the golden brown potato cakes in the pan, adding, these are the size of our cakes, and the price is right here. This price is reasonable. A bag of cakes is enough for a breakfast, quite a bargain. However, given this hot weather, I fear they might spoil on the way. Young chef, do you offer shipping? Preferably with a cold chain, if possible. I would buy more to send home. I share your concern about spoilage. If you could ship with a cold chain, I would purchase some as well. Since my own cooking isn't particularly good. At that moment, Lin Yu entered, munching on a carrot. He seemed to have developed a fondness for eating raw carrots. The potato cakes will be available for purchase tomorrow. Those interested can go to the small room next to the restaurant. I will discuss shipping options. If it can be arranged, I will post a notification at the entrance of that small room. Great. Please confirm in the group later, as I will be leaving tomorrow. If shipping is available, I could buy some for home. Yes, indeed. Please notify the group as well. Alright, no problem. Chapter 45. May I choose the Calabash Brothers? Lin Yu had previously pondered how such a simple recipe could yield such exquisite flavor, prompting him to send various fruits and vegetables from the farm for testing. Upon comparing the results with the testing report provided by the system, he noted that while the system's report featured more items with greater detail, both indicated one significant fact. The nutritional elements in these fruits and vegetables exceeded those of their ordinary counterparts by more than threefold. Moreover, no toxic or harmful residues were detected. Such findings are rare in conventional agricultural practices. Even vegetables marketed as organic cannot entirely avoid pesticide residues in the soil. which merely meet certification standards due to their low levels. Thus, with confidence in the high nutritional value and delightful taste of these snacks, Linu envisioned transforming them into a thriving industry within the inn, with various subsequent offerings already taking shape in his mind. The next step would be to gauge the sales performance. As it was Linu's first foray into business, uncertainty lingered in his heart. However, players need not worry. The system had meticulously compiled reputation data for all guests who had dined at the inn and tasted the potato cakes, revealing a satisfaction rate exceeding 90. Linu raised an eyebrow, reaffirming that this system had indeed installed surveillance within his mind. Now, please assist me in selecting the most cost-effective courier service. One that guarantees swift delivery, low charges, excellent after-sales service, and includes cold chain logistics. He mused, pondering whether leveraging big data for such a request was unreasonable. Faced with this seemingly excessive demand, even the omniscient system fell silent for a moment. Please hold on. 2 minutes later, a densely packed spreadsheet appeared before Linu, listing all registered and operational courier companies across the entirety of China, from delivery areas to arrival times, along with their lowest discount prices and contact details in collaboration with major merchants. The system had left no stone unturned. With the cards laid bare in negotiations, victory became a foregone conclusion. Seated within the inn, Linu made merely 3 phone calls before successfully negotiating a partnership with the courier company offering the best quote, which boasted cold chain capabilities and guaranteed delivery to town-level destinations within 3 days. With the courier dilemma resolved, Linu felt a surge of confidence regarding the sale of potato cakes the following day. As autumn approached, the air in the Baldan Desert remained oppressively hot. Seizing the last vestiges of coolness after nightfall, most travelers had risen early, either to witness a breathtaking desert sunrise or to stroll through the poplar forest. Inhaling the freshest air, some began to leisurely pack their belongings, preparing to return to their familiar worlds to continue their studies or endeavors. However, this morning bore a slightly different atmosphere. The small room adjacent to the restaurant, which had remained closed, swung open, revealing a signboard that read, "Potato cakes on sale today. Courier service available." Peering through the window, one could see Gao Feng, now dressed in a new ensemble of light blue trousers. His short hair and expressive eyebrows lending him a refreshingly spirited appearance. Standing behind a long table, one hand gloved and the other holding a paper bag, he called out to the crowd outside, "Freshly baked potato cakes, delightful whether steamed, roasted, or pan-fried. Come, dear guests, when till you take home a couple of bags." He had crafted an engaging persona akin to that of a shop assistant, immersing himself in the role. "Good morning, young master. I'll take 10 bags of potato cakes, please. My child isn't fond of regular meals. These would be perfect for him to try." A gentleman, following the invitation, stepped inside. As he glanced into the basket laden with potato cakes, he remarked, "The packaging looks quite impressive. However, it doesn't seem like plastic, more akin to paper." The packaging for the potato cakes had been custom designed by Linu at the workshop. Among the crops he had unlocked, some would yield accompanying byproducts during harvest. Providing fodder for the camel named a Mao requires but a trifling amount, and thus it accumulates increasingly. Coincidentally, with the launch of potato cakes, these byproducts find their purpose. 2 potato cakes are neatly stacked and secured within a vacuum-sealed pouch, compact and convenient, fitting neatly in the palm of one's hand. The front of the bag showcases the plump, rounded characters for potato cake, while the lower right corner bears the inscription tincture, rendered in a style reminiscent of the inn's signboard, exuding a sense of grandeur. The back of the pouch displays a pristine list of ingredients: potatoes, flour, and finely chopped carrots, complemented by salt and pepper, devoid of any lengthy, indecipherable additives often found on other food packaging, instilling a sense of reassurance. The pale yellow packaging, reminiscent of craft paper yet sturdier, is described by Gao Feng as he packs 10 bags of potato cakes, explaining, "This is our specially customized biodegradable paper bag, resistant to water and oil. Simply tear a small opening at home, and you can directly place it in the microwave or a frying pan or air fryer for 3 minutes before enjoying." Diners form an orderly queue, each carrying 5 or 10 bags, while a long-suffering guest, longing for a hearty breakfast, requests over 50 in one go, a hefty bundle indeed. "Huh. A month's worth of breakfast in hand. I can sleep an extra 20 minutes each day now." A jovial patron quips, "Young man, are you planning to eat potato cakes every day? Aren't you worried about growing tired of them? I've been here for 5 days and have only had them twice. Their flavor haunts my dreams. If I weren't afraid of them spoiling, I could eat them for 2 months straight." The discerning palate of a true foodie has already discerned the extraordinary quality of these cakes, naturally leading to a desire for abundance. Laughter erupts among the surrounding travelers, who, in agreement with the young man's sentiments, add a few more bags to their original orders, thinking of their relatives and friends to share with, ensuring nothing goes to waste. The potato cakes in the 4 square baskets on the long table dwindle rapidly. 20 minutes later, all 600 potato cakes have been sold. Gao Feng invites those who missed out to join the inn's group, promising to notify them first when the next batch is ready, or even assist in shipping them directly, before finally bidding farewell to all the customers. With everything running smoothly on this front, Linu shifts his attention back to the fields. The green jade gourd seed, a level 25 crop, is a variant of the green gourd, characterized by its hollow fruit and translucent jade exterior, which can be transformed into a container upon maturation using a directional metamorphosis skill. Linu, transform? Then I choose the gourd baby, the one that can save Grandpa. Chapter 46. The enchanting Zhang Lushing Linu argues fervently, "Surely I can't transform into a gourd baby? ISNT it directional metamorphosis? I just want the gourd baby. System. Players should be aware that there is a distinction between dreams and delusions. Linu, bereft of the gourd baby, feels akin to a true salted fish, mechanically harvesting carrots, mechanically selling them, and then mechanically purchasing land. Linu sighed, lamenting the burden of managing his meager resources. Why are there so many demands for money? Currently, the ghost houses in Saishangchu and Huyang were fully booked, and daily expenses had increased significantly. He allocated 10 units of land to Li Dashin, allowing him to cultivate whatever he needed, while reserving a small plot for Xiaohulu. The rest was transformed into fresh carrot fields. Reluctantly, he pushed the image of the Calabash children from his mind, striving to envision the form he wished to bestow upon the little gourd. Ding! Are you sure you want to alter the green jade gourd seed into its current form? Before Linu, a 3D model of a wide-mouthed cup spun continuously. Unlike ordinary glass or plastic, this cup, from lid to body, was a translucent light green, refreshing and unobtrusive, yet subtly reminiscent of a gourd. Confirm. A flash of white light enveloped the scene, and a miniature gourd vine emerged from the yellow earth. Intriguingly, this vine came complete with a matching mini gourd rack, its tender green tendrils delicately draping over it, undeniably charming. The green jade gourd, Season 14, would mature in 26 hours, with an expected yield of 30 units. With a harvest of 4 seasons, he anticipated producing 120 cups. Jampeng, you're busy with work, so you should head back. Let your wife stay with us for a couple more days to relax, said his aunt, as the family emerged from the inn, laden with bags. A middle-aged woman moved slowly in their group. Just after his aunt finished speaking, Jampeng noticed his wife's expression darken, while his in-laws exchanged hushed words with her. Seemingly oblivious to the conversation around them, he quickly replied, Aunt, Xiaohui and I need to return to work. Perhaps next time we can make time to come out together. Having already purchased tickets, he urged, let us hurry to find the camel, or we might miss the bus. With that, he took the lead, carrying the heaviest luggage towards the camel. Previously, he had not paid much attention. But ever since Lin Yu had shared his thoughts with him, he had begun to closely observe the dynamics within his family. His wife, always gentle and virtuous, had even suggested bringing her parents to live with them this year. Both he and his wife worked, while her parents helped with cooking and cleaning at home. Concerned that her elderly parents might feel lonely, she often took them out for leisure activities. His wife's thoughtfulness had made their parents quite happy, and after 6 months of living together, there had been no major conflicts. This trip had been a mutual decision, since the elderly couple had adapted to city life. Their visits to their hometown would become less frequent. They hoped to gather with relatives from their hometown, capture some photographs, and create lasting memories for his parents. Though they had initially promised to bring a large group, everyone suddenly backed out just before the trip, leaving only this aunt to accompany them empty-handed. Jampeng, who had lived in school since middle school and later pursued higher education and work, had little interaction with this aunt. Seeing her chat amiably with his mother and share laughter with his wife and in-laws, he thought nothing of it. Little did he know that when he wasn't present, she wore a completely different facade, either criticizing his parents for being too lenient in managing their daughter-in-law or lamenting their lack of financial control. Either she assumes the lofty demeanor of an elder, instructing her daughter-in-law on the necessity of discernment and decorum, leading one unfamiliar with the situation to mistakenly believe she is the empress of the household. Consequently, over the next 2 days, he decisively borrowed 2 assistants from the photography team, specifically to accompany his aunt on excursions for dining, leisure, and photography. With double wages offered, the 2 young men immediately became charming and attentive, ensuring she was well catered to. One would fetch water while the other engaged in conversation, providing a delightful experience. How could a woman inclined to seize advantages resist such treatment? For 2 full days, the family managed to avoid any further encounters with this so-called empress. The parents had previously met a few times and had developed a mutual understanding of each other's temperaments. With no disruptions, the 4 of them strolled in the morning, capturing photographs with the young couple, and in the afternoon, when the weather grew warm, they comfortably lingered in the inn, sipping tea and chatting. The young couple enjoyed their time as well, with Qi Zhangping accompanying his wife as she changed into one outfit after another for photo sessions, showing no signs of impatience. The photographer's skill was exceptional, producing images that far exceeded expectations. Watching his wife's radiant smile blossom, Qi Zhangping felt a quiet sigh of relief within him, resolving that in future outings, it would be imperative to keep that empress unaware of their activities. As the family rode camels toward Jialan County, Lin Yu received a notification of task completion. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have completed the side quest, Qi Zhangping's worries. The rewards have been issued to your inventory. Please check them at your convenience. Upon glancing at his inventory, Lin Yu was dismayed to find not a lottery ticket, but rather that the days on his Wi-Fi monthly card were about to reset. Alas, if only he could purchase a permanent monthly card in one go. Is there a discount available? The Wi-Fi card, intended for public convenience, was priced at rock-bottom rates, and aside from the newcomer period, no further discounts would be offered. Am I not a newcomer? 2 months in, and still considered new? He protested. Look at my points balance. It's clearer than when I first started. Even the emotionless system was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by his audacity. Undeterred, Lin Yu casually opened the lottery interface. Unlike the usual spinning wheel for special character cards, this time it featured a rectangular prize pool arranged with 12 blind boxes. Each box bore the number 112. Not perceiving any apparent distinction, Lin Yu did not indulge in superstition and casually selected the one in the upper right corner. The moment he picked up the box, the entire prize pool vanished. Curiously, he opened the box, and a fragrant white mist burst forth, gradually coalescing into a graceful figure before him. "Greetings, I am Zhang Lushing." A visage of exquisite beauty emerged from the mist, reminiscent of a mythical enchantress capable of ensnaring one's essence. Even Linu, a devoted gamer with little understanding of romance, found himself momentarily breathless, his capillaries flushed with color, and he quickly lowered his gaze, seeking refuge in the action of opening the information card to avoid her penetrating stare, needing a few moments to compose himself. Zhang Lushing, the proprietor of the renowned Yinyu Tower, the foremost establishment in the capital of the Great Yu Dynasty, skilled in managing relationships and particularly fond of tea. In the realm of psychology, it is posited that individuals possessing a clear self-awareness and ample self-confidence tend to introduce themselves with the phrase, "I am XXX," whereas those lacking such confidence might instinctively begin with, "I am called XXX." From the brevity of her self-introduction and the succinct yet astonishing 32-character biography, it is evident that Ms. Zhang Lushing belongs to the former category. Even though Lin Yu may not be well-versed in history, he is aware that there has never existed a dynasty named the Great Yu in the annals of Chinese history. Could it be that parallel dimensions truly exist? Chapter 47. The exquisitely attractive little kettle boss? Little boss. Perhaps Lin Yu had been lost in thought for too long, as Zhang Lushing gently called to him twice. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Lin Yu regained his composure. May I call you Sister Lushing?" "Of course, dear. I am already 39. If you call me sister." "It seems I am the one benefiting," Zhang Lushing replied, her lips curving into a smile, her eyes and brows radiating charm. 39. Lin Yu's eyes widened slightly. Zhang Lushing, tall and graceful, donned a vintage green qipao. Were it not for her mature and elegant demeanor, one might easily believe she was merely 27 or 8. "Sister Lushing, you appear no older than your 20s. With your beauty, I am sure many outside would envy me for calling you sister," Lin Yu retorted quickly, his eyes remaining clear and bright, devoid of any frivolity. Zhang Lushing gazed into the youthful man's sincere eyes, momentarily taken aback, her smile deepening. As they walked side by side toward the inn, Lin Yu took the opportunity to share details about the establishment. Upon reaching the staff dormitory, he opened the bedroom on the right side of the main room and said, "Sister Lushing, you shall reside here from now on. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me." He pointed to the room across from hers. "Masterly, the chef, resides here. His lamb chops are exquisite. You must savor them at lunch." Following Lin Yu, Zhang Lushing listened intently as he candidly divulged every detail about the inn, from staffing to revenue, leaving her heart warmed. The system had invested in numerous dimensions. Although these replicants possessed memories, within the vast database of the main system, they were but cold cards. Those fortunate enough to venture outside were often relegated to being mere tools, aiding players in amassing wealth and dominance, with many reduced to servitude. Bound by the rules, they could neither resist nor betray, required to exhibit unwavering loyalty. Individuals like Lin Yu, who treated them as equals, were a rarity. After years of lying dormant in the database and observing countless player profiles, she had encountered only him. "Sister Lushing, the management of this inn is now entrusted to you. I have also granted you authorization for the processing workshop and the 10 plots of farmland," Lin Yu continued, oblivious to Zhang Lushing's momentary distraction. "That will be all. Should you need assistance, feel free to seek me out. Otherwise, manage these matters as you see fit," Lin Yu concluded. Zhang Lushing smiled gently. "Little Yu, rest assured. I shall not betray your trust and will diligently manage the inn." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by the sudden change in address, but soon smiled and said, "Of course, I trust you. You are the esteemed manager of Yinyu Building, far surpassing my own capabilities." After lunch, Lin Yu gathered all the staff to introduce Zhang Lushing, formally appointing her as the general manager of the inn. Although this position only came with a handful of 5 subordinates, the ceremony was nonetheless quite significant. After observing for 2 days, on the 3rd day, Zhang Lushing approached him with a notebook in hand. "Xiao Yu, I've organized my thoughts over the past couple of days, and there are 3 pressing matters at hand. First, there has been a slight decline in foot traffic at our inn as office workers and students gradually return to their routines, leading to a decrease in online engagement. We need to swiftly explore new customer sources. Second, Monier's camel caravan has reached its passenger capacity, and numerous customers have expressed concerns regarding the long wait times. Do you think we could establish our own passenger camel caravan? Third, the variety of attractions or activities we offer has diminished. If we could quickly introduce some new experiences, I believe it would help boost visitor numbers." Zhang Lushing truly exemplified a seasoned businesswoman. After her 2 days of assessment, Lin Yu no longer received distress calls from the front desk. Once, Lin Yu was a versatile jack of all trades, adept at handling guests and addressing complaints. But now he truly resembled a boss. The new shift schedule for the 2 young ladies at the front desk was freshly produced the next day, and Gao Feng had been assigned to manage a few simple breakfast items, allowing Master Li to take a moment to enjoy a cup of tea. Even Yao Jiqiang, who was planting trees in the poplar grove, had his rest time arranged by Zhang Lushing, whether it was delivering meals or calling for camels to fetch them. With her meticulous planning, all employees operated with greater efficiency, and everything was in perfect order. Guests praised the new female manager, noting that any matter they discussed with her received prompt attention, exemplifying exemplary service. Lin Yu gazed at the neatly written notebook, which contained only 3 items, feeling overwhelmed with emotion. In return, he aspired to be a capable and efficient boss. "Sister Lushing, here's what I propose." Lin Yu pulled out his notebook and elaborated item by item. Regarding the foot traffic issue, I plan to tackle it through online channels. Currently, our inn has 3 accounts managed by Xiao Yun and Xiao Yu, and I've instructed them to post at least once daily about the inn's activities, which has yielded decent engagement. Masterly has recently opened a food account, though its followers are few. You might consider planning some promotional efforts for it later. Refining his thoughts, Linu continued, we can experiment with our accounts by introducing new items, holding giveaways, or offering group booking discounts. Although we currently only have one type of potato pancake, we could encourage Masterly to create new offerings based on promotional outcomes. Just then, Linu suddenly remembered something. He opened his backpack and immediately spotted the small, glimmering green object. For several consecutive days, the harvest of carrots has been remarkably pleasing. The sight of 170 neatly arranged carrots is nothing short of breathtaking. In a corner, an unassuming gourd vine stands. While the 30 small gourds from the first season quietly linger in the corner of a backpack for an entire day, only to be remembered now by Linu, who is somewhat absent-minded. When the oddly shaped gourd is finally taken out, it is no exaggeration to say that it truly illuminates the room. With a capacity to hold 500 milliliters of water, its rounded form is delightful. Linu holds it in her hand, the plump gourd fitting perfectly within her palm. Though it is a plant, it resembles the most transparent crystal glass. Surprisingly, it is lighter than plastic of the same size. When half a bottle of water is poured inside, the ripples reflect off the translucent walls, casting shimmering glimmers, making even ordinary water appear to possess an air of nobility. This water bottle is stunningly beautiful. Sister Lu Sheng, what do you think of this little water bottle as a new product? Zhang Lu Sheng's eyes light up. For the past few days, aside from work, she has been engrossed in learning modern knowledge online using Lin Yu's computer. Fully aware that we live in an era that values aesthetics, whether it be for people or objects. How many of these little cups do you have? Currently, there are 30, but in 2 days, I can gather up to 120. Lin Yu, thinking a bit too simplistically, mused that 120 cups seemed somewhat insufficient. During the live stream she watched, hosts prepared stock in the thousands. Sister Lu Sheng, isn't that a bit too few? Perhaps I should look for more. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Luxing interjected, too few? Don't you know that rarity increases value? I'm going to draft some promotional material now. I'm taking this cup. With her words barely leaving her lips, she hurriedly dashed away. Well, about raising camels, never mind. I suppose I should open the ranch first. Chapter 48, Potato Pancakes available online. Mom, where did you put the potato pancakes you brought back for me? I remember there were 2 bags. Lu Yu rummaged through the refrigerator for quite some time, but to no avail, so she resorted to summoning her mother. Eating potato pancakes every day must be tiresome. I just made some fresh mung bean porridge, and there are also soup dumplings from downstairs. You should hurry and eat a bit before heading to work. Lu Yu glanced at her watch and exclaimed, oh no, I'm really running out of time. Mom, I'm off to work now, but please help me look for the potato pancakes while I'm gone. I've been wanting to eat them since last night. With that, she grabbed her bag in one hand and stuffed a dumpling into her mouth with the other. Rushing out the door, Lu's mother quickly moved to the window, and after watching her daughter exit the building, she called out to her husband in the bedroom, dear, come out for breakfast. Our daughter has already left. The bedroom door opened promptly, revealing Lu's father in a shirt and casual pants. His demeanor refined, yet quickening his pace towards the dining table. Almost simultaneously with his seating, Lu's mother placed a plate on the table, and to Lu Yu's surprise, it contained the elusive potato pancakes she had been searching for. Whom do you think our daughter inherited her forgetfulness from? She brought back 20 pancakes. And Weevee already snuck a few bites. It's only now that she has realized they're missing. Lu's mother chuckled, quickly taking a warm pancake for herself. It's certainly ISNT from me. After teaching for so many years, I've never made a mistake with a single decimal point. Father Lu delicately spread a hint of chili sauce atop the potato cakes. The rich aroma of the potatoes mingling with the sesame-studded chili sauce created an exquisite flavor. However, the potato cakes purchased by his daughter were undeniably delightful. Had he not sent them for testing, he might have suspected they contained some secret ingredient. For a single bite, left one yearning for more. Did his daughter not mention that these potatoes were cultivated in the desert, where the climatic conditions yield extraordinary vegetables? He genuinely wished to witness it for himself someday. As the couple savored their meal, the sudden clinking of keys interrupted them. And before they had time to tidy the table, the door swung open. They turned to see their daughter, who had hurried off to work, standing at the threshold, her gaze fixed intently on the dishes before her. Daughter, weren't you supposed to be at work? Why are you back? Father Lu stammered, his cheeks flushing as he lowered his head to quietly nibble on the cake, avoiding his daughter's gaze. Dad, Mom, is it delicious? Lu Yu's voice was soft, revealing that she had forgotten about her day off until she reached the bus station. There's still some for me, right? Yes. Your father saved a piece just for you. Come quickly, eat it while it's hot. Mother Lu, quick to react, filled her own bowl and moved the last piece to the edge of the table, warmly inviting her daughter while ignoring her husband's reproachful glance. The family of 3 awkwardly and silently finished their breakfast, while the vacationing Lu Yu settled on the sofa to play with her phone. You've had enough screen time at work, let your eyes rest at home, Mother Lu admonished after the breakfast incident, reverting to her nagging demeanor. Oh Mom, I'm just looking at the in-group, the very place where I bought the potato cakes. The owner mentioned that today they have over 300 packages available. But you must purchase 100 to qualify for free shipping. I'm hesitating, that is too much to eat at once. How can you say it's too much? Buy them. Mother Lu's attitude shifted immediately upon hearing this. She abandoned her chores and plopped down beside her daughter. Yesterday, when Aunt Feng visited and had a potato cake, she declared it delicious too. We could share with our neighbors and relatives. Given that we consume 3 packages per meal, we might not have enough. Should I really buy them? Buy? The in-group now boasted over 400 members, with countless similar dialogues occurring in their households. At 9:30 a.m., the Seashore in-group buzzed with activity. Linu. Today, 300 packages of potato cakes are ready. Customers who wish to order should send their address and quantity in a unified format to customer service Xiaoyun. Orders under 100 packages will be cash on delivery. Those over 100 will qualify for free shipping. Available until sold out. As soon as Linu's message was sent, the previously lively group chat fell silent. His advertisement lingered alone at the end of the chat window, leaving the owner feeling somewhat awkward. Yet, 15 minutes later, Xiaoyun's message broke the tension. Attention everyone. Today's potato cakes are sold out. Orders will be processed in the order received, and will take 35 days to fulfill. So it wasn't just my advertisement that was unwelcome. With this realization, Linu regained his confidence. As the notifications chimed, the group chat buzzed back to life. Flying to space. Your speed is truly impressive. I merely shared an address, and I've already become a pre-order customer. Early summer's coolness. I snagged the last 20 packages. The shipping cost arranged by the boss is quite reasonable. Only 12 yuan to deliver to me. If I weren't worried about them spoiling, I would have purchased 100 packages. June's rain. Haha, I managed to grab 100 packages directly, hands on my hips. I laugh with glee. This is Lu Yu, reclining on the sofa, chuckling blissfully. Formatting. The third floor deserves a beating. Assessment complete. Bagayalu. It's hard not to agree. Observing the cascade of agree reactions below, Lu Yu erupted into laughter. Upon seeing her daughter receive the tracking number, Lu's mother picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, Lao phone. Do you remember the potato pancakes you ate at my place yesterday? Alright. I'll set aside 10 packages for you. Hello, Fong Fong. Is your mother there? No, that's alright. Your aunt has bought some delicious potato pancakes. And your grandmother will send some over to you. My precious granddaughter needs to eat well. Lu Yu sat on the sofa, astonished by her mother's social prowess. In merely a few minutes and a handful of phone calls, more than 60 of her 100 potato pancakes destined for delivery had been promised to others. Had Lu's father not intervened just in time, the remaining 30 packages would likely have vanished as well. After tallying the orders, Lin Yu and Gao Feng packed the potato pancakes into large bundles, placing them on the backs of 2 camels as they set off toward Jiaolan County. A few days prior, the production of potato pancakes had been modest, with most being purchased by guests at the inn as local specialties to take home. However, following a recent wave of customers returning home and extolling the virtues of the pancakes, orders began to surge dramatically. On the first day, 600 packages were sold within the inn. The second day saw 400 packages allocated for online sales. By the third day, 800 packages were distributed online. Today, a staggering 300 packages sold out in just 15 minutes. The bundles had become so voluminous that they required 2 camels to carry. Xiaoyun had preemptively sent the address and note information to the courier station, and as Lin Yu and Gao Feng arrived, the staff promptly assisted in sorting and affixing shipping labels. A total of 300 potato pancakes were divided into over 60 packages. The group collaborated efficiently, completing the packing in just over half an hour. Lin Yu bought a box of water, taking a bottle for herself while leaving the rest at the courier station as a token of gratitude for the delivery personnel, all of whom smiled and expressed their thanks. Though seemingly a trivial task, it was not something just anyone could accomplish. Lin Yu suggested Gao Feng take a break while she retrieved her phone to make a call. Hello, is it Xiaogo? This is Lin Yu. Are you busy right now? Chapter 49, A New Approach to Seed Blind Boxes. Speak plainly, stop with the roundabout talk. The voice on the other end belonged to Xiao Dingyuan, who had visited the inn with his wife and son, Hao, when it first opened. Before leaving, Lin Yu added Xiao Dingyuan on WeChat. While at the inn, Xiao Dingyuan was preoccupied with accompanying his wife and son, leading to minimal interaction with Lin Yu. However, after their departure, their communication gradually increased. Initially, Xiao Dingyuan came across a video of Huyang Lin on the official inn account and reached out to Lin Yu regarding booking arrangements for another visit. Subsequently, they discovered they were both playing the same game, with Lin Yu in the mid-lane position and Xiao Dingyuan as the jungler. Their collaboration proved to be quite effective, leading them to acknowledge each other's skills. Through this back and forth, a friendship blossomed. After the potato cakes were vacuum-packed, Lin Yu even sent some to Xiao Dingyuan's family. Alright, I won't beat around the bush, Xiao Ge. As a professional, how much would it cost to develop a mini program for the inn? Lin Yu inquired. That depends on the functionalities you require. Xiao Dingyuan responded earnestly, shifting to a more serious tone. For instance, if you only need booking and cancellation features, it would differ from adding functionalities like a marketplace, a message board, or synchronized logistics. The pricing varies accordingly. I currently just need booking, cancellation, and marketplace ordering functionalities. I recently listed a potato cake, and as orders increase, managing them manually has become cumbersome and prone to errors, Lin Yu admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I checked those major platforms, and aside from the entrance fees and deposits, their rules regarding customer service response times and logistics efficiency are quite stringent. A slight misstep could result in losses. For my small business, every penny counts. Xiao Dingyuan playfully teased Lin Yu about being frugal and then discussed the specific requirements, ultimately providing a very reasonable quote. Lin Yu was delighted upon hearing this, as it was considerably lower than the minimum price he had encountered online. Moreover, Xiao Dingyuan assured him that he could reach out anytime during the usage period for any issues, offering lifetime after-sales support. Thank you so much, Xiao Ge. Next time, bring your wife and Hao along. and I'll reserve a small house for you in Huyang Lin for free. Haha, you said it. And I take you at your word. It must be taken seriously. I miss Hao Hao. Even Amiao misses him. Lin Yu cleverly mentioned Hao Hao's beloved Amiao to emphasize his fondness. After a few more exchanges, they agreed on a delivery time frame of 2 weeks and ended the call. Lin Yu transferred a deposit of 30, and after receiving an okay from Xiao Dingyuan, he tucked his phone away and returned to the inn with Gao Feng. With the versatile manager, Ms. Zhang Lushing, present, everyone performed their respective duties, and apart from a few staff members, no one noticed Lin Yu's prolonged absence. Feeling unburdened, Lin Yu handed the camel over to Gao Feng and headed towards the edge of the farm. Just as he was about to purchase more land after harvesting a batch of carrots, he heard the mechanical sound of a system prompt announcing an upgrade. Ding! Player experience has reached the upgrade threshold. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Yes, no. Upon checking his attributes panel, Lin Yu noted that the experience bar for leveling from 5 to 6 had indeed transformed into 513-285-0000. Without hesitation, he clicked, yes. Ding. Congratulations. Player has ascended to level 6. New crops have been unlocked. Seed gameplay has been updated. Special deals in the marketplace have been refreshed. Goodness. It appears we have a trifecta of actions at our disposal. First, let us examine the cultivation interface, where 3 new crops have been unlocked: roses, lotus roots, and peas. While the seeds themselves are rather unremarkable, the prime choice for accruing experience points remains the humble carrot. System, where lies the new gameplay. Players are advised to scrutinize the hints located at the upper right corner of the seeds. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yu discovered that the seeds in the shop are now presented in the form of cards, previously encircled by ornate patterns depicting the crops. Many cards now bear a red envelope symbol in the upper right corner. Lin Yu casually tapped the red envelope on the lotus root card, and a notification chimed. Ding. Would you like to purchase the lotus root seed blind box? Blind box contents: optimized powder lotus, optimized crispy lotus, contents random, probabilities evenly distributed. What an intriguing concept. Which genius conceived this idea? Lin Yu was genuinely astonished. He had previously mused about the possibility of growing sticky corn while cultivating regular corn. Though the latter made for a delightful porridge, he preferred the tender crunch of fresh corn on the cob. He hastily tapped the red envelope on the corn card. And indeed, the desired notification appeared. Ding. Would you like to purchase the corn blind box? Blind box contents probabilities: sweet and glutinous black corn, sweet and glutinous white corn, sweet and glutinous yellow corn, high oil yellow corn, sweet and crispy fruit corn. Contents random. Probabilities evenly distributed. Lin Yu discerned that the system categorized the seeds not by their specific numbers as in reality, but rather by broad categories based on flavor, all of which are optimized varieties. With such an array of corn types, it was evident that Lin Yu need not worry about corn cakes, corn on the cob, corn flour, corn oil, or even popcorn in the future. Hello? Uncle Lee, did you receive my message? Lin Yu called Li Dashin in the kitchen to share the news of his newly unlocked crop varieties. Yes, indeed. Please check if any of the new varieties can be used for new dishes. If so, let me know, and I shall cultivate a batch. We can launch them together with the mini program next week. All right. Thank you, Uncle Lee. I shall hang up now. After ending the call, Lin Yu opened the system map. He now possessed 202 plots of land, which appeared quite impressive in reality, but occupied merely a narrow strip behind the inn within the system's map. Presently, Lin Yu had 2 cultivable areas, one initially granted by the system and another purchased for 4,000 points to plant trees. Yao Jiqiang diligently planted over 300 trees daily, also responsible for watering and fertilizing the recently planted saplings. His life was clearly organized around the forest's demands. Soon, an entire area of forest would be filled, providing Lin Yu with over 6,000 energy points daily, and this figure was steadily increasing. The tree planting task in the oasis would yield substantial rewards by the end of the month. Closing the map, Lin Yu strolled back, contemplating several matters. 1. The ranch must be established swiftly, as orders for potato cakes were on the rise. Chef Li utilized genuine ingredients, ensuring that eggs, carrots, and greens were always included in the cakes, and he was rumored to be experimenting with a corn kernel version. If Lin Yu did not devise a means to cultivate and raise his own raw materials soon, the richness of these cakes would strain his wallet. 2. A separation zone should be planted between the inn and the agricultural area to definitively delineate the area off-limits to tourists. Develop a captivating new project, one that can be initiated immediately. Lin Yu accessed the system's marketplace, and as anticipated, the section for special offers, which typically refreshed bi-weekly, was instantly updated following the upgrade. Upon seeing several items emblazoned with bold red price cuts, Lin Yu's lips curled into an exuberant smile. Chapter 50. Humans inferior to chickens. Lin Yu felt a twinge of discontent. Today's special offers in the marketplace. Next refresh countdown. 14 days, 23 hours, 42 minutes. 1. Horticultural specialist Gao Xiaolan, who harbors a disdain for bustling cities, finds solace in nurturing plants. She gained fame for cultivating the rare black peony during a year of drought. Special price, 2,600 points. 2. Apprentice makeup artist Yeya, a vivacious and cheerful girl since childhood. Yeya clutched her mother's makeup kit instead of traditional writing tools during her coming-of-age ceremony. By age 16, she became a skilled makeup artist. Special price, 1,800 points. 3. Handyman Gao Jianmu, the taciturn elder brother of Gao Xiaolan. He enjoys woodworking alongside farming. His only family is his beloved sister. Special price, 1,200 points. 4. Sewing specialist Qi Minglan, from the moment she could walk. Chi Minglan learned the art of garment making and embroidery from her grandmother. At 18, she debuted with a piece that was swiftly acquired by high-profile collectors in the metropolis. Special price, 8,800 points. 5. Barren sandy land. Capable of cultivating ordinary crops, this sandy terrain lacks essential nutrients and has poor water retention, devoid of any special effects. Note: plant fertilizers can be used to enhance soil quality. Special price, 60 points. 6. Yunming silkworm. A level 25 variant of the heavenly silkworm that can be raised in pastures of level 10 or above. It feeds on the leaves of mulberry or osmanthus trees. If supplemented with a small amount of optimized mulberry, it can produce Yunming silk. Special price, 800 points. Note: Yunming silk is a raw material for crafting Yunming fabric, a delicate purple textile that is breathable and cool, perfect for summer attire and undergarments. Linu perused the special offers from beginning to end, and then back again, almost overwhelmed by the abundance of choices. Not only did 4 character cards appear at once, but astonishingly, 3 of them were exceptional talents. Moreover, the Yunming silkworm seemed like a boon exclusively intended for the seamstress Chi Minglan. Such fortuitous timing, an expert in sewing paired with a rare material, is a classic trope of mobile games designed to entice players into spending. Having navigated the game for 4 years, would Linu fall for such a ploy? With a tearful resolve, he admitted, yes. Glancing at his point balance, 122 points. No matter, if he could accumulate enough points within the next 14 days or before the next upgrade, all would be well. Closing the marketplace interface, Linu opened the map to begin reconfiguring his layout. The initial plot designated for the inn was labeled as Plot 1, while the diligent Yao Jiqiang cultivated trees on Plot 2. The inn was situated 3/4 of the way towards the lower right of Plot 1, still a considerable 82 kilometers from Jiaolon County. Now, Linu possessed 213 plots of land. After camouflaging with mimicry cards, the expansive vegetable garden covering over 200 square meters was sufficient to pique the curiosity of many visitors. More than once, Linu had noticed people standing outside the farm, taking photographs and peering in. Their intentions seemed innocent. Yet he could not shake the worry that an unforeseen incident might arise. After dinner, a chime echoed. Did the player spend 202 points to relocate to the designated position? Indeed, Linu felt a pang of regret as 202 little coins fluttered away like wings. The 10 plots of land designated for the kitchen and 1 for growing gourds remained untouched, still enveloped by the mimic card. The remaining 202 plots were instantaneously shifted to the upper right corner of plot number 1, arranged neatly along the edge in 4 rows and 5 columns. With 2 left over, with the farm settled, it was time to inspect the ranch. Ding! Congratulations to the player for unlocking Poultry Farming Area 1, earning 800 points. With a balance of 2,756 remaining. Having learned from the previous experience of costly land relocations, Linu had thoughtfully mapped out the approximate boundaries for planting and raising livestock. The newly acquired poultry farming area was placed to the left of the planting zone, precisely 10 meters away, also aligned along the edge of plot number 1. This way, as the scale increased, he could simply unlock corresponding plots in the future. Closing the map, Linu hurried to the inn, seeking Mao, and rode off towards the farming area. Upon arrival, he discovered that the so-called farming area was merely a 4 square meter patch of sandy ground enclosed by a fence about a person's height. The surface was slightly compacted, and the fence sturdily built, yet it was difficult to discern how this could possibly be valued at 800 points. Surely, I shall not be taken for a fool, he mused, muttering that wealth is often illusory and that one should not count those with fur. Reluctantly, Linu opened the shop interface and navigated to the livestock section. Currently, the animals he could raise at his level included chickens, ducks, geese, cows, and sheep. However, the latter two required the purchase of specialized livestock farming areas, which were prohibitively expensive for now. The poultry farming area had a maximum capacity of 10 animals, limited to the same species. Ding! Would you like to spend 700 points to purchase 10 native chickens? Confirmed. A cloud of white mist enveloped the entire farming area, accompanied by a clattering cacophony that persisted for 5 minutes. As the mist dissipated, the rustic wooden fence vanished. In its place stood a high-tech structure before Linu. The building towered approximately 4 meters high, its walls resembling glass with a subtle grainy texture, cool to the touch. System, what material is this? The farming area will automatically alter its appearance based on the type of animals raised. This chicken coop's exterior material is proprietary. Each farming area is equipped with a specialized sensing system that can autonomously adjust temperature, humidity, air quality, and more, ensuring a clean, comfortable, and fresh environment for the livestock. Linu exclaimed, incredible. Apart from the segment about the incomprehensible material analysis, the rest sounded impressively sophisticated. As he pushed open the door, a chorus of clucking filled his ears. A prompt appeared before him. Your chicks are hungry. Please immediately feed them using the feeder on the left. 10 fluffy little chicks surrounded Linu's feet, resembling 10 adorable yellow balls seeking food. He was utterly charmed. Hastily, he looked around for the feeder. And to his astonishment, the 4 square meter chicken coop resembled a miniature amusement park for chicks. Directly facing the entrance was a charming little red-roofed house, approximately 2 meters tall, complete with doors and windows. Inside the room were several chicken nests woven from straw, thick and soft, presumably designed for hens to lay their eggs. The small cottage was enveloped in varying shades of green, with a few shrubs adorned with crimson berries nestled in the corners. To the left stood a feed dispenser, half the height of a person, crafted from raw wood and featuring a hand crank, exuding an antique charm. As Linu approached, A dialog box promptly emerged above the feed dispenser. Please select the quantity of hay to add. With 32 portions of hay remaining in his backpack, Linu decided to add them all at once. The hand crank of the feed dispenser began to turn on its own, and moments later, a stream of grayish-black pellets poured into the feeding trough. The little fluff balls surrounding Linu's feet chirped excitedly, abandoning their previous distraction to scurry towards the trough and peck at their food. The tiny wings fluttered occasionally, revealing their evident delight in the feast. How ungrateful they were, enjoying their meals with music playing in the background. Indeed, as the chicks lowered their heads to eat, a melodious tune resonated from within the chicken coop. Observing the well-fed and entertained chicks, Linu felt a pang of envy. Humans seem to fare worse than chickens. Chapter 51. Delegating tasks to free hands. Local chickens reach maturity in 6 hours, laying eggs every 6 hours thereafter, with 4 eggs each time. After 36 hours, 1 whole chicken can be harvested. Total hay consumption, 9. Egg redemption price, 2 points each. Whole chicken redemption price, 86 points each. In the same area and time. The experience points provided by the chicken coop equate to approximately double that of cultivating carrots, while the point returns are threefold compared to carrots. Indeed, raising livestock proves to be far more lucrative than farming. Linu murmured about the business prospects as he closed the marketplace panel, departing from the envious chicken coop. However, the schedule seemed rather tight, collecting eggs every 6 hours and harvesting carrots every 8 hours. Intertwining the two tasks made it somewhat overwhelming. Would players like to activate the delegation service? Intrigued, Linu inquired further. Players could entrust production buildings to the system for management, with a management fee of 10 points per month per building. During the management period, the system would calculate the average daily points and experience earned from the farm and ranch, settling accounts each morning at 9 a.m. to facilitate players' planning and layout. Is it 20 points for the farm and 10 points for the ranch per month? He asked, based on the current scale of the player. Indeed, came the reply. Delegate. Except for the 11 plots next to the kitchen, I will delegate the rest. Ding. Congratulations to the player for activating the delegation service. Farm management fee, 2,020 points, 20210. Ranch management fee, 10 points. Chicken coop, 110. Current balance, 26 points. Though impoverished, he felt a peculiar joy. The sensation of an empty wallet was truly captivating. And Linu was unsure if he was entranced or merely asleep. The following day, it was not the alarm for harvesting carrots that roused him, but rather the system's notification sound. Ding. Today's tree planting experience, 7,356 points. Ding. Today, the entrusted information has been delivered. Defaulting to all products for sale, the farm anticipates earning 10,908 points and 10,908 experience points. The ranch expects to gain 336 points and 600 experience points. The attribute panel has been updated. Players may check it at their convenience. Linu, with a carp leaping majestically, sat upright with a chicken nest hairstyle, diligently accessing the attribute panel. A series of delightful news opened the door to a splendid day. First, the experience bar for leveling up has surpassed 1/3. The pace of advancement has quickened, surpassing previous speeds. Second, the 5 animals unlocked by the second main quest have been accounted for. The progress bar has crossed the halfway mark. Third, there is no longer a need to wait for crops to fully mature. Daily average points can now be acquired, enhancing the efficiency of capital flow, allowing for immediate reorganization of future plans. No more time constraints, oh joy. With points exceeding 10,000 yesterday, waking up feels like hitting the jackpot. Fourth, the Wi-Fi monthly subscription has expired. Wait, what? The subscription has expired? That's not good news. The last piece of information slightly cooled Linu's racing thoughts. The single-user card costs 30, the multi-user card 300, and the permanent card is 10,000. The first two are monthly rentals, while the latter offers permanent usage and encompasses all unlocked parcel areas. Consequently, all guests can enjoy swift internet access within the inn's operational range simply by checking in and using their room cards. How could one resist such a bargain? Perhaps it is prudent to purchase a permanent card? Just as the thought of ordering the permanent card crossed his mind, the phone by the bedside rang. Hello, Xiaoyu. Are you awake? The voice of the goddess, Zhang Lusheng, always calm and cheerful, reached Linu. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was nearly 9:30. Having skipped breakfast due to not needing to harvest crops in the middle of the night, he had overslept. I'm awake, Sister Lusheng. What can I do for you? The internet went down at midnight last night. Guests have reported this at the front desk, and we explained that the line maintenance has extended to this morning. When do you think you can restore it? Zhang Lusheng, having risen through the system, naturally understood the inn's internet situation. However, instead of pressing for an immediate resolution, she lightly addressed the issue and only contacted Linu this morning. If it were Xiao Yun or Xiaoyu, the first instinct would have been to seek Linu's assistance. One must commend such a capable aide. Linu felt greatly relieved. Thank you, Sister Lusheng. I will handle it right away. The internet should be back to normal in about 5 minutes. Please reassure the customers. No need for thanks. It's part of my duties. However, there is another matter. Please hold on. Zhang Lusheng turned to relay the internet issue to Xiao Yun before stepping into a secluded area to continue. Xiaoyu. The viewership of several videos we posted online has surged rapidly. We have received many more reservation calls in the past few days, but the rooms are insufficient, and many guests have given up waiting. When do you think we will complete the construction of the rooms in Huyang? Linu broke into a sweat. He had been overly excited about the ranch yesterday. Had it not been for Zhang Lusheng's timely call, he would have hastily spent his newly acquired points on a permanent monthly card. Fortunately, there are still rational minds among the staff. reciting thrice that impulse is the devil. Linu swiftly descended from his bed and dashed into the bathroom. Sister Lusheng, I'm up. See you in the storage room in 10 minutes. Indeed, meetings in the storage room had become a cherished tradition among the inn's staff. Lin, the proprietor, was rather inept at financial management. Every time his savings began to accumulate, various expenditures awaited to deplete his points. This perpetual cycle left him in a constant state of financial strain. The necessary meeting room and employee lounge remained non-existent, and the only slightly spacious storage area was temporarily commandeered for meetings. As Lin's thoughts wandered to this predicament, he spat out the remnants of toothpaste, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for his miserly tendencies, though such feelings never lingered long in his mind. He set his phone aside, brought his palms together, and splashed water on his face 5 times in a haphazard manner, then grabbed a towel to dry himself off. Lin's spirits had returned to normal. Extending his arm, he retrieved his phone from the table, and with long strides, he descended the stairs in just a few moments. Such was the impressive speed of a straightforward man. When Zhang Lusheng entered, Linu was already in the storage room, his tall figure of 6 feet compressed onto a small stool, diligently scribbling in a notebook while murmuring to himself, seemingly deep in planning. Upon noticing her arrival, Lin quickly pushed a small stool towards her, inviting her to sit. Sister Lusheng, I watched the video you all posted. The creativity is truly commendable. I could never conceive such an interesting idea on my own. This compliment was merely an opening, a gentle way to initiate conversation. Well, we attempted to follow your lead, and surprisingly, it turned out quite well. Zhang Lusheng replied with a light-hearted compliment. She then turned serious, asking, Linu, what are your plans for the house in Huyang? If it's not built soon, once this wave of guests passes, attracting customers again will require a fresh marketing effort. Chapter 52. The financial struggles of the innkeeper on the largest social networking platform in China. A daily record post quietly ascended to the trending topics. The post was titled, Free Meals Taste the Best, Spinning Around JPG. Accompanying it was a video lasting less than a minute. A cheerful female voice emanated from the video. Let us see what delicious meals are served in the inn's restaurant at night. Hearty eaters are the true connoisseurs. The camera panned, and the first close-up featured glistening roasted lamb chops. Master Li's secret roasted lamb chops are my favorite. I'll take a large portion. A hand reached into the frame, unceremoniously claiming a bowl brimming with the meatiest cuts. Each rib was sliced into palm-sized pieces and through the screen. One could almost inhale the tantalizing aroma. The voice seemed to anticipate the viewer's thoughts. Grab another bowl, and another was placed on the tray. Double the meat, double the joy. The scene shifted, with the voice continuing to narrate. Tomato scrambled eggs, I adore them. I'll take a bowl with extra soup. The tender eggs soaked in a vibrant tomato broth, surely delightful when mixed with rice. Braised eggplant, I dislike the peculiar taste of eggplant, just passing by. Fish-flavored shredded pork, I love it. I'll take a bowl with extra meat. A bowl filled with more meat than vegetables was eagerly claimed. Spicy and aromatic dry pot cauliflower. A dish I dearly relish, accompanied by a generous serving of meat. Stir-fried bok choy, a refreshing green landscape. I shall let it pass today. The camera swiftly glides onward, pursuing the next culinary target. Chef Li's secret recipe for steamed pork, tender and glutinous, is another delight I cannot resist, ideally with an ample portion of meat. Given the caloric excess of the day, I opt for something lighter to aid in weight management. 2 segments of sweet corn are placed onto the plate. A bowl of mung bean soup, sweetened with a spoonful of sugar, offers a refreshing relief. How healthful it is. The bowl of mung bean soup fills the gaps, rendering the entire tray brimming. Caloric bombs, white rice, fried rice, and steamed buns appear fleetingly on screen, only to be ruthlessly swept away. I choose small grapes for my fruit, and the girl sets down her tray, returning to her seat with a bowl of green horse milk grapes. She concludes, this constitutes today's simple lunch. Here, you may indulge first. With chopsticks, she brings lamb chops closer to the camera, and then the video abruptly ceases. Throughout the video, the girl's face remains unseen. The focus is solely on the array of delectable dishes, though filmed on a mobile device. The slightly shaky footage does not detract from the mouth-watering allure of the steaming dishes. Envious viewers respond in kind. Yin is not pleased. Which inn is this? Are they still hiring? The kind that can eat a lot after attending university? Long White Mountain appointment. Gaining 10 pounds in a week. Ting Mei, what in? This is my home. Please step outside. I'm about to dig in. Running meat. Truly impressive. There's nothing I don't enjoy. Wind. Beautiful lady. How can you eat so much yet maintain such slender arms? I envy your physique. Wusu. Please place my bok choy onto the plate. Thank you. I adore it. Kai. Why not eat eggplant? It's so delicious. Men only affect my sword drawing. Fellow eggplant hater here. I simply cannot eat it. The video is shared at a time when most companies and schools are enjoying their lunch break. Such a lavish meal incites numerous comments from those laboring overtime, lamenting their own takeout. The comment section grows increasingly animated, with the post climbing higher in popularity. With trending searches amplifying visibility, more and more viewers engage with the video. Curious netizens explore the poster's profile, discovering a dozen posts, all in the same vein, radiating similar envy. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, each meal distinct, in no time. Envy blazes within the hearts of many. Comments explode. Like surge, private messages flood. The poster, dubbed the Rice Girl, has skyrocketed to fame. The phones at the front desk ring incessantly, with young ladies Xiaoyan and Xiaoyu sweating and straining to maintain their gentle patience. Yes, dear guest. You have reached the Saishangchu Inn, the filming location of the Rice Girl. Indeed, The 3 meals are included within the accommodation fee, and guests may also opt for individual dining at the restaurant. Greetings, esteemed guest. Yes, complimentary pickup and drop-off services are indeed provided, particularly for camel rides into and out of the desert area. Salutations, dear guest. Suite 18 will become available at noon. May I inquire if this timing suits your schedule? Kindly provide your name and contact number for reservation purposes. On the display screen, the blue icon indicating full booking occupied all rooms, with the latest reservations extending to half a month later. Yet, the phone continued to ring incessantly. In the small storeroom, one could observe yesterday's newly released video. We have been testing various time slots for video postings, and today we finally discerned the optimal timing. Linu noticed that the latest video had garnered over 10,000 likes and comments, with numbers continuing to rise exponentially. Thus, Sister Lu Sheng, I shall construct 5 new wooden cabins in populous Euphratica before 11 o'clock. At that time, I would appreciate your and the assistance of Xiao Yun and Xiao Yu in managing guest reservations. As Zhang Luxing nodded in acknowledgement, Linu continued, stating that the current capacity of the restaurant, accommodating up to 200 diners simultaneously, had reached its limit. I will be expanding the restaurant and the room for Saishenku until dawn. Please ensure timely arrangements tomorrow morning. Regarding the new products, didn't Masterly prepare several recipes in the workshop? Given the current flow of guests, let's have Masterly focus his efforts on this influx for the time being. Once the mini-program development concludes, we can delve into the details together. After conveying these instructions, Linu rose and walked alongside Zhang Luxing out of the room. Additionally, the Wi-Fi issue has been resolved. I shall procure a permanent solution next month, but for now, this will suffice. After exchanging a few more words, they parted ways to attend to their respective tasks. System, aside from Xiao Yun, do the others lack identification information? Affirmative. Then why did you only deduct 500 points that one time? Was the player's perpetual poverty only just realized? If the system continues deducting points, you shall find yourself in debt. Linu, oh dear, must you always speak such blunt truths? Then, during the settlement tomorrow morning, please assist me in processing the identification information for the other 5 individuals. The number of guests is increasing, and it would be prudent to prepare for any inspections. Understood. The identities of 5 employees have been recorded in the population database of this realm. Player points, 2,500, current balance, 8,470 points. Are these points being deducted immediately? When players have demands, the system responds. Urgent matters are handled with special consideration. I am short on funds for building today. System, suddenly silent, offering no response. Linu, then lend me some. I will repay you tomorrow after selling eggs and carrots. System, player, dreams can exist, but do not voice your unrealistic aspirations. You truly are something else. Even a bank would not be as stingy. The speed of deduction surpasses light itself, and upon requesting a loan, you turn your back. In the future, when refreshing character cards, please include the funds for identification information. Would that be acceptable? The system detects that the player's current request is reasonable. Discounted items have been updated. Please check at your convenience. Linu opened the marketplace interface, and as expected, a neat row of character cards now displayed an additional 500 points in their price section. Linu, I thank you sincerely. No need for formalities. Serving the people and the players is my calling. Chapter 53, Transportation Issues. Ding. Congratulations to the player for spending 1,800 points to construct cabin No. 8 at Huyangli. Balance, 6,670 points. Ding. Congratulations to the player for spending 1,820 points to construct cabin number 9 at Huyangli. Balance, 4,850 points. Ding. Congratulations to the player for spending 3,020 points to construct cabin number 10 at Huyangli. Balance, 1,830 points. Ding. Congratulations to the player for spending 1,830 points to construct cabin number 11 at Huyangli. Balance, 0 points. Seated within the construction area of Huyangli, Boss Lin dedicated the entire morning to meticulously selecting furnishings for his new abode, ultimately exhausting his points and leaving himself financially depleted. Fortunately, for quaint wooden cabins had just been completed. After updating the room information in the in-management system, the front desk computer refreshed almost simultaneously. Manager Zhang. Little Yu has added 4 new cabins over at Huyangli. Do take a look. Indeed, after Manager Zhang took office, Lin Yu had seamlessly transitioned from being Boss Lin to Little Yu. Zhang Lusheng was currently in the reception hall, reconciling the accounts for the past fortnight. Upon hearing this, he closed the ledger and approached the computer to check the details. The new accommodations featured 3 small cabins and 1 larger one, all adorned in a minimalist Chinese style, complete with low tables and cushions, and a tea room offering splendid views, an ambience that was both captivating and harmonious. They catered to the youthful desire for trendy photo opportunities while simultaneously appealing to the tastes of older generations. The new rooms are truly exquisite. Little Yu's aesthetic is becoming increasingly refined. The earlier cabins felt rather mainstream, but these have developed a unique charm. Indeed, I absolutely adore this renovation. When my shift ends, I plan to film several immersive house tour videos. The previous ones received quite a positive response. Alright, once you're done, feel free to leave early. I'll cover for you for a bit. Thank you, Xiaoyu. The longer the 2 young women spent in the outer world, the more their demeanor and conduct mirrored the authentic human beings of this era. Moreover, Lin Yu's laid-back personality, combined with Zhang Lusheng's professionalism and understanding of balance, allowed them a certain freedom in their endeavors. As the 2 capable individuals tended to their own affairs, they felt increasingly at ease and joyful. Listening to their quiet discussions and observing the discrepancy in the promised 5 cabins versus the actual 4, a knowing smile graced Zhang Lusheng's face. Though she graciously chose not to expose Boss Lin's predicament, having completed 4/5 of the building task, Boss Lin found himself hindered by financial constraints. He could only take out his notepad to address the next pressing matter. It is not an exaggeration to say that although Lin Yu traversed the inn daily and Uncle Mounty would make at least 2 round trips between the county town and the inn each day, the two had not crossed paths in quite some time. In the past, without a management system in place, Lin Yu would rise at dawn to harvest and plant, always striving for first place at mealtime. Conversely, Uncle Mounty had shifted from a flexible schedule to a fixed routine, departing and returning at set times due to the increasing number of guests at the inn. Thus, through a series of unfortunate coincidences, the two had repeatedly missed each other. Uncle Mounty, it's been a while. Lin Yu had nestled in the library corner of the inn for nearly an hour, finally spotting the elderly Uyghur man who had come to escort the guests. The transformation in him was quite remarkable compared to before. I still recall over a month ago when Professor Li and the others were swept away by the storm, and Lin Yu had the fortune of welcoming the first wave of guests. Mayonnaire, on the other hand, had ventured into the desert twice in search of them, but to no avail. At that time, the old man was filled with concern and guilt, tirelessly searching for them, appearing quite disheveled. Later, when they encountered each other again in Jialan County, the old man seemed to adopt a more casual demeanor, as if he were merely enjoying retirement and earning a little pocket money from selling wine. However, now, as Lin Yu scrutinized the man's small jacket, sunglasses, and sun hat, he noticed that nothing had changed. Upon seeing Lin Yu, the old man's smile broadened, and he dismounted from his camel to give Lin Yu a warm embrace. The warmth of his spirit remained undiminished. Observing the old man's rejuvenated energy, Lin Yu could not help but tease, "Uncle Manier, it seems you've aged backward since we last met. You look quite dashing." "Haha, thanks to you, young boss Lin. I've been so busy with guests that I hardly have time to drink." The old man chuckled, patting the wine flask at his waist, his demeanor showing no signs of craving for alcohol, instead radiating contentment with his current situation. The back door of the kitchen, located near the fields where tourists were prohibited, was relatively deserted. Lin Yu fetched 2 small stools and beckoned the old man to sit down. "Uncle Manier, you still have guests to send back to the county, so I shall be brief." Seeing the old man nod, he continued, "I noticed that the camel caravan has more than 50 camels now. Are you managing well with the workload? To be frank, many guests have recently expressed that the waiting time has become a bit lengthy. Sharing a cake is fine for one person, provided that individual has a sufficient appetite. The current situation is that while Manier is indeed working hard, his caravan size cannot adequately accommodate the surge in guests at the inn. However, since their cooperation had always been pleasant, Lin Yu, concerned that the old man might overthink, added, "I am still young and inexperienced, and I would like to hear your thoughts. Young boss Lin, I've already contemplated the matter you mentioned." The old man replied with a hearty laugh, revealing that he had an answer ready. "I plan to reorganize a larger caravan with an old buddy of mine. He is quite an experienced caravan leader." He then proceeded to share his plans. The old man, having recognized the business opportunity presented by the inn's prosperity, initially took the initiative to expand his operations, purchasing camels from several nearby households and hiring 2 camel drivers, energetically commencing his business of transporting guests. Lin Yu provided him with commission based on the number of passengers transported. Although the unit price seemed modest, each camel could carry nearly 200 kilograms. As the number of guests increased, the old man typically accommodated 2 passengers per camel. With his current scale, his daily earnings were substantial, especially considering the additional income from independent travelers who did not stay at the inn and had to pay for their camel rides themselves. Furthermore, these independent travelers were unlikely to obtain Lin Yu's rates. The combined earnings rendered the old man's life far more comfortable than that of Lin Yu, who was perpetually impoverished and burdened with debts. The old man's bountiful earnings naturally evoked considerable envy. He has an older brother named Hassan, with whom he traversed the desert in their youth, leading a caravan for trade. They faced bandits and fought wolves, and Hassan has saved his life more than once in the vast sands. Much like Mountier, the elder Hassan has toiled through life's tempests, securing a bride for his son and purchasing a home, only to return alone to his village in the desert. Occasionally, he gathers with Mountier to share a drink and reminisce about the past. However, upon their recent reunion, he was astonished to discover that Mountier had embarked on a venture of his own, and quite successfully at that. This piqued Hassan's interest. After accompanying Mountier to transport guests a few times and witnessing the increasing flow of people to the inn, Hassan envisioned a promising future and felt a surge of ambition. The 2 elders quickly reached an accord and promptly devised a plan to reorganize the caravan. Lin Yu had initially intended to explore the system for alternatives to camels as a means of transportation, but upon hearing the elders' words, he reconsidered. Introducing an excess of advanced technology could render his efforts futile if he were to perish and the system vanish. Instead, collaborating with the 2 elders to establish camel transport as a permanent feature of the inn seemed far more prudent. This would not only attract tourists but also provide a livelihood for the caravan. There is an abundance of wealth to be made. It is unnecessary for one to amass it all alone. Imagining the boundless golden sands of the desert, the distant sound of camel bells, and the procession of camels lined up on the dunes stirred his spirit. Was this not the quintessential image of the Silk Road that resonates with the hearts of the people? This endeavor could indeed be realized. Chapter 54. Reorganizing the caravan. Boss Lin, this is my old brother. You may call him Uncle Hassan. Given Hassan's intention to leverage the inn's clientele for the caravan's reorganization, Linu decided to gather everyone together to discuss the specifics. Hassan was quite agreeable. With a call from Mountier, he arrived on his camel within an hour. Hassan was a lean man, and despite his advanced years, his hair frosted with gray, he moved with vivacity and energy. Linu had Galfong prepare some fruits and snacks. As Hassan casually removed his outer coat to eat, the muscular definition of his arms was striking, eliciting a sense of envy in Linu. Yet, despite his admiration, he remained focused on the matter at hand. Uncle Hassan, I have collaborated with Uncle Mountier for quite some time, and as you share a deep bond with him, I will be forthright about my thoughts. Please feel free to voice any concerns you may have. Very well, if Mountier trusts you, then I shall place my trust in you as well, Hassan replied, his demeanor earnest and succinct. Linu seized the moment to present his suggestions regarding the caravan. Firstly, there was the issue of image. Summer was the season for camels to shed their fur, and their collective appearance would suffer. To elevate the transport business to a cultural and aesthetic level, it was imperative to enhance their outward presentation. If they continued to operate the caravan as they had in the past, treating camels merely as a means of transport, they would never become a hallmark of the inn or a symbol of the desert. Secondly, regarding pricing, Linu hoped that after the reorganization of the caravan, the inn could still secure preferential rates for guests, ensuring that regardless of the number of individual travelers, the inn's residents would receive priority transport services. This concern was not merely a figment of Linu's imagination. Now, Zhang Lusheng, accompanied by two young ladies, dedicates their time daily to filming promotional videos. The influx of customers has visibly surged. Despite the continuous addition of guest rooms, the inn is unable to accommodate all the patrons. Consequently, the number of independent travelers residing in Jialan or nearby will undoubtedly increase, leading to a more substantial revenue from this segment. Should the caravan prioritize profit, those seeking complimentary rides will have to queue, while those willing to pay will board promptly. Linu's proactive approach to reorganizing the caravan today could be likened to lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. His words, however, did not alter the expressions of the two elders. Boss Lin, I have considered the price you mentioned. Our caravan relies on your support to thrive, and you can rest assured that we will prioritize your interests, for we cannot engage in thankless acts. Hassan, though few in words, firmly laid down his commitment. Moreover, it would be prudent to establish a unified standard for the pricing of rides for independent travelers. I have heard that some in the county are charging exorbitantly. If we aim for longevity and growth, we must not emulate their practices. Indeed, having witnessed my success, a few have attempted to replicate it. We must certainly not follow in their footsteps. The elders, seasoned in their experience, needed only Linu's brief reminder. Mountier then inquired, as for the image issue. Boss Lin, do you think we could style it like my camel? Linu followed his gesture to see Mao leisurely enjoying his carrot-flavored feed, while a tall camel quietly approached, stretching its neck to sample a bite. The camel was draped in a vibrant striped blanket, with tassels swaying gently as it moved. The expansive blanket covered most of its body, leaving only its short-haired neck and limbs exposed, exuding a distinctive exotic charm. Yes, precisely. We could make it even more refined, perhaps by adding a small sunshade or a couple of seats. In high spirits, Linu opened his phone's photo album to showcase pre-saved images to the two elders. They nodded in approval as they viewed the pictures, occasionally discussing details among themselves. As time passed, the finer points of their collaboration were nearly settled, and both parties expressed a genuine willingness to cooperate. Linu then instructed the system to draft a contract, printed it out, and presented it to the two elders. Being seasoned merchants, they readily reviewed the contract. Gentlemen, may our collaboration flourish. With 3 copies of the contract safely in hand, Linu shook hands with the two elders. He then called Zhang Lusheng to introduce her to both parties, emphasizing that future matters would require their direct communication. After watching Zhang Lusheng escort the elders to the restaurant for dinner, Linu stretched languidly. Having constructed a building in the morning and engaged in partnership discussions in the afternoon, he felt quite pleased with accomplishing 2 significant tasks in a single day and decided to grant himself a break by retreating to his room for some rest. The following morning, at 9 o'clock, the new round of settlements arrived as expected. Ding. Today's tree planting experience, 656 points. Ding. Today's entrusted information has been delivered, defaulting to the sale of all products. Anticipated income from the farm, 908 points. Experience, 908 points. Anticipated income from the ranch, 336 points. Experience, 600 points. The attribute panel has been updated. Players are encouraged to check it themselves. Linu skillfully grabbed 2 pillows to cushion his head and languidly opened the attribute panel. The experience bar for leveling up had progressed 2/3 of the way, and he would be able to level up by tomorrow. Suddenly, Linu inquired of the system, will the special price area refresh with each upgrade? The response was affirmative. Is there any way to retain those specialization cards? I desire them, but my points are insufficient. Linu began to charm the system. The system was momentarily taken aback, and after a considerable pause, the mechanical voice resumed. Players may spend 10 points to lock in desired items. These locked items will unlock during the next shop refresh and enter the current prize pool, available for normal purchase. However, the number of locks is unlimited for players below level 10. Why level 10? Upon reaching level 10, players will unlock the purchasing rights for special items. At that point, the lock function will become ineffective, and items in the special price area that go unsold can be purchased at full price in the shop. Linu remarked, the system is becoming increasingly stringent. it's getting more difficult to reap benefits. Alright, lock all 6 special prices for me. I will buy them once I accumulate enough points. Ding. The player spent 60 points to lock in the special items, leaving a balance of 11,184. Additionally, acquire a mimicry card to enclose the empty land connecting the curved house to the farmland, creating a disguise. Ding. The mimicry card has been positioned, leaving the player with 10 points and a current balance of 11,174 points. The tavern's dining video continued to gain traction, its popularity unabated. The elderly Hassan was remarkably swift. By the following morning, he had recruited 2 chains. A chain comprises a string of camels, here defined as 10 camels, to join the transportation team, working seamlessly alongside Monir. However, Linu discreetly called out to Monir, Uncle Monir. The boy leading Hassan's camel train, is he not yet of age? In the traditional merchant caravans, the head of the train is typically accompanied by assistants, such as a cook and logistic support. Now, the 2 elders were intent on restructuring the large caravan. Even with a limited number of camels, they began to consciously allocate personnel. Monir had temporarily assigned 2 camel drivers to his more than 50 camels. In Hassan's team, the assistant responsible for overseeing and integrating the caravan was, astonishingly, a boy who appeared to be underage. Despite the boy's robust physique, standing over 1.7 meters tall, Linu noticed his youthful face and was skeptical that he was indeed an adult. Indeed, the boy, named Bear, was only 16 years old. At 16, isn't he attending school? Chapter 55. The young team leader Bear's 16-year-old Bear lived with his parents in a small village adjacent to the desert. He was a late-born child. After giving birth to him in her 40s, his mother's health had deteriorated, rendering her incapable of heavy labor. His father spent years planting trees in the desert, earning a meager salary. The family also included a grandmother in her 70s. The 4 of them relied solely on the father's scant wages and the mother's odd jobs, living a frugal existence. Bear, understanding the burdens of his aging parents and grandmother, ceased his education after junior high and began to seek a livelihood in the county alongside adults. However, he had not yet reached adulthood, and few respectable employers were willing to hire him. Those who did often found various excuses to withhold wages or pay less. Upon returning to the village, the elder Hassan noticed this boy's industriousness and earnestness in his work. He often looked after him, significantly improving the family's circumstances. This time, when reorganizing the caravan, he decided to have the boy resign from his menial job and serve as his assistant. Children raised in the desert possess at least some innate ability to gauge the weather and navigate camels. Coupled with Hassan's promise of a competitive salary equivalent to that of an adult, Bear became increasingly diligent and responsible. At this moment, as the guests dismounted from their camels, the boy displayed remarkable perceptiveness, readily offering assistance with the heavier luggage. He moved with agility and efficiency. Even in the early morning sun, the desert's temperature approached 30 degrees. Tourists were bundled up in hats, scarves, sunglasses, and sun protective clothing, while the boy, with his short hair and simple attire, worked with great fervor. Sweat poured from his pores, leaving rings of moisture on his clothing. Some cleanliness-conscious individuals distanced themselves, finding his sweat odor unpleasant, but he merely smiled and moved away. Others, showing kindness and understanding of his labor, slipped him tips, which he gratefully accepted with a smile, further invigorating his work, like a small sun ablaze with energy. The 2 elders and Linu noticed the guest's act of tipping, but chose to turn a blind eye. This boy is truly remarkable. Linu marveled, filled with admiration. Elder Manhwa nodded in agreement. As the caravan gradually found its footing, the 2 experienced elders, with their connections, alleviated Linu's worries about transportation, yet new challenges emerged. The inn's clientele continued to swell, and Xiao Yun and Xiao Yu, managing both the front desk and various accounts, began to struggle under the mounting responsibilities. The front desk was inundated with booking inquiries, while guests at the inn or casual visitors posed a myriad of questions. Meanwhile, several online accounts were inundated with messages, all marked at 99. Zhang Lushing juggled multiple roles: accountant, front desk attendant, customer service representative, and overseer, swiftly switching between identities, barely managing to carve out a moment to eat. Linu opened the marketplace, but the character cards under the props menu remained grayed out, indicating they were unavailable for purchase. It seemed imperative to level up swiftly. Linu sighed. Leveling up required points, which in turn necessitated raising more chickens across multiple fields, and acquiring more chickens demanded spending points on chicken coops, creating a perfect loop of tasks. How splendid, Linu self-deprecatingly remarked. Despite the multitude of tasks, each needed to be addressed one by one. He first opened the map, then proceeded to construct a dwelling in Poplar Grove. Ding. Congratulations to the player for spending 2,300 points to build Poplar Grove, cabin number 12. Remaining balance, 8,874 points. Ding. Congratulations to the player for spending 2,720 points to build Poplar Grove, cabin number 13. Remaining balance, 6,154 points. Ding. Congratulations to the player for spending 2,800 points to build Poplar Grove, cabin number 14. Remaining balance, 3,354 points. Ding. Congratulations to the player for spending 2,880 points to build Poplar Grove, cabin number 15. Remaining balance, 474 points. Ding. Congratulations to the player for spending 400 points to purchase Plantable Yellow Land, 2. Your balance is now 74 points. The sensation of being financially constrained can indeed be oddly comforting. Ding. Congratulations to the player for harvesting 30 Jade Gourd post-mutation. Would you like to pick them immediately? The mechanical voice of the system suddenly echoed, startling Linu. He clicked pick. Ding. Congratulations to the player for harvesting 30 jade gourd post-mutation, 3 kilograms of gourd vines, and 36 experience points, which have been added to your backpack. The adorable and stout Tauntaun cup lies within the confines of the backpack, with the number 119 displayed in the lower right corner. A bundle of vibrant green gourd vines has been collected next to the cup. Gourd vines. The vines are soft yet resilient, making them excellent material for silk threads. Casually retrieving the Tauntaun cup, Linu noted its pristine clarity, devoid of any dust. However, the seemingly fastidious Lin, pretending to be cleanliness-obsessed, rinsed it in the basin before filling it with water and taking hearty gulps as he made his way to the reception hall. The consequence of spending all his money early in the day was that, just as he stepped through the door, he was promptly conscripted. Xian had gone to film a video, while Zhang Lushan was busy tallying accounts for the vegetable shop, butcher, sapling shop, and camel team. The front desk was abuzz with Xiaoyu, who seemed to possess 8 arms as she juggled tasks. As Linu entered, he was immediately pressed into service at the front desk to answer the phone. After a morning filled with buzzing phone calls, Linu's head resonated with a similar hum. The online users who called to make reservations recognized his voice and transformed into loquacious chatterboxes, unable to cease their rambling. Conversations ranged from a Mao to the restaurant, and from the desert to emoticons. This only strengthened his resolve to remain hidden and elusive, preferring to be a quiet behind-the-scenes boss. After a morning of mental exhaustion, he could hardly bear any more. Gulping down a couple of mouthfuls of water to soothe his hoarse throat, he had barely set the cup down when a curious female voice chimed in beside him. Little fish fry, that cup of yours is the same as the one posted in your account, right? The actual item is even more beautiful than in the video. Oh my, how much is it? Her voice rose increasingly high, successfully capturing Zhang Luxing's attention. Having been preoccupied with calculations, she had not noticed that this unfortunate child, Linu, had taken the cup out for use. She had intended to keep the suspense going for a few more days before launching it for sale. This plan would now have to be expedited. This water bottle is a limited edition. If you want one, you can sign up in the group right now. We can even add a strap, animal handle, and straw for free. Little U's is the original version, while mine is the processed direct drinking cup. What do you think? Before Lin Yu could respond, Zhang Luxing interjected, conveniently retrieving the cup from beneath the front desk to show the girl. If Lin Yu's was the pure natural version, then Zhang Luxing's was the enhanced plus version. The overall shape remained the same, but the sides of the cup were adorned with a hollow bamboo-patterned woven strap. The original cup lid featured a small gourd head attached to a segment of vine, which had now been transformed into a round, plump panda, with the vine now resembling bamboo that the panda seemed eager to grasp. The charming and whimsical carving of the panda reaching for bamboo leaves was simple in design, but exuded a delightful childlike essence. The panda's right foot was extended downward, its rounded paw pads facing outward. Upon pressing the paw pad, the lid sprang open, revealing a smoothly curved drinking spout. Oh my, how utterly adorable. The charm of this national treasure is indeed undeniable, prompting the girl to decisively abandon Lin Yu's old cup in favor of the panda mug, which she clutched with great affection. Alas, its little bottom serves as a switch. How delightfully cute. Ah, beautiful sister, I desire this. How much does it cost? Chapter 56. The pricey little gourd mug? 129 yuan. How exorbitant. Before the young girl, who had been given special attention by Zhang Luxing, could utter a word, a patron nearby exclaimed in astonishment. A cup priced over 100 yuan could procure several on a certain online marketplace, especially when they are made of 304 stainless steel. How could this tiny cup command such a steep price? Little proprietor, you have changed. The teasing tone belied a lack of politeness. The hall of the inn was bustling with patrons, not only those residing there, but also numerous walk-in customers seeking to purchase meal vouchers or simply resting on the sofas. Upon hearing these remarks, a buzz of discussion erupted. As Lin Yu had recently opened, most of the attendees were first-time visitors, harboring skepticism towards so-called trendy shops. To be frank, while it has become commonplace for people to spend 20 or 30 yuan on a cup of milk tea, or even several hundred on a piece of clothing, they tend to be more frugal when it comes to everyday items. For instance, a 79 yuan eyebrow pencil might be deemed inferior to a set of 3 priced at 99 yuan. Moreover, individuals accustomed to buying bottled water for just 1 or 2 yuan often outnumber those willing to spend over 100 on a water cup. It cannot be said that one consumption philosophy is correct over another. Rather, it is merely a reflection of differing values. Lin Yu furrowed her brow and stepped out from behind the counter. Sir, that is not quite how to phrase it. If you believe this item is not worth over 100 yuan, you are free to refrain from purchasing it. However, I am willing to pay for its aesthetic appeal. And that is a mutually agreeable transaction. The proprietor has clearly marked the price, and there is no need to escalate the matter. Before Lin Yu could continue, the young girl, still tightly embracing the panda mug, interjected. This little cup is simply stunning. I would drink more water simply due to its presence. How is spending over 100 yuan on happiness not worth it? Young lady, you do not know the value of money until you manage a household. With that amount, you could do much more. It could cover a meal here. As soon as the words escaped his mouth, even he was taken aback. Realizing the absurdity of comparing Lin Yu's reasonable restaurant pricing to the overpriced mug, the surrounding patrons exchanged glances, the atmosphere becoming rather peculiar. A muffled chuckle echoed, easing the tension that had settled in the hall. Several nearby customers joined in to diffuse the situation. Sir, your intentions are well-meaning, and the proprietor has no intent to deceive. While we may not favor this little water bottle, these young ladies adore it. They are paying for their passion. And as long as it brings them joy, it is a worthwhile expense. Indeed, indeed. The gentleman recognized that his initial remark had been rather ungracious. But he harbored no ill will, merely pondering how many bottles of water could be purchased for that price. The young girl spent her money. Yet the cup may not be cherished for long. Much like her sister, who, every time she resolves to lose weight, first purchases equipment, sportswear, yoga mats, small dumbbells, and an array of fitness gear that fills not merely 3, but nearly 5 boxes. After a brief period of enthusiasm, these items are soon forgotten. As she continues to wander about in oversized t-shirts and flip-flops. Brother, you think this cup isn't worth the price, don't you? He retorted. Indeed, it is merely for drinking water, he replied with stubbornness. Then take a look at this, Zhang Lushing said, arriving late and handing over a folder to the man. He paused, took it, and opened it. What met his eyes was a detailed and professional inspection report. While he could not comprehend the array of testing items, he could clearly see the final results. Every item tested for toxic and harmful substances was marked as 0. What does this signify? This exquisitely crafted little cup contains absolutely no harmful substances whatsoever, not merely within permissible limits, but entirely devoid of them. The man was taken aback, quickly flipping to the first page, where a clear stamp from a reputable domestic testing center was affixed. This report is authentic. He stared at the report for a while in silence, while those around him were stirred by curiosity, gathering to examine the document. Oh, such pristine results. Not a trace of harmful substances? It must be fake. In this industrial age, nothing is that clean. Everything is within acceptable limits, after all. The average Chinese has a steel stomach. Truly, see for yourself. It's from the XXX testing center, someone exclaimed, snatching the folder from the man's grasp and passing it around. I just checked the number. This report is genuine. Everyone. Linu clapped his hands to garner attention. I understand there are questions regarding the price. To the lady holding the report. Yes, you. A young girl wearing glasses pointed to herself. After Linu acknowledged her, he continued, please turn to the last page of the inspection report and kindly read aloud the concluding section for everyone. The girl complied, flipping to that page and reading aloud, word by word. According to standard testing, the inspected items conform to the standards. It has been verified that the overall material of this sample is entirely made from natural plant materials, with no residual harmful substances, no toxic side effects, and no chemicals. As her voice grew softer, she became so engrossed in the reading that she forgot to speak aloud by the end. Entirely plant-based? A visually impaired individual inquired. Indeed. Zhang Lushing confidently responded. The body and lid of the small cup are crafted from a very rare gourd, seamlessly integrated without any signs of splicing. The girl holding the cup quickly leaned down to examine it closely, and upon inspection, she found no signs of the typical injection molding found in ordinary cups, which only deepened her affection for the little water vessel. Furthermore, Zhang Lushing pointed out to the crowd, the cup's shoulder strap, direct drinking spout, and straw are all made from natural plant materials. Even when boiling water is poured in, there will be no peculiar odor. We have conducted tests. And when a bottle of mineral water was poured into the cup, the result after 48 hours showed a bacterial growth value of 0. In essence, this cup is effective in inhibiting the proliferation of bacteria, and its benefits to health are beyond dispute. What? It is actually made of gourd? The body of the cup is so transparent. I initially thought it was crafted from glass or plastic. A gourd, how charming in its appearance. Allow me a glimpse, please. Do not push. I have yet to grasp it. This one is mine. You all can request a new one from Manager Zhang. The girl who first acquired the cup took the opportunity amidst the crowd's exclamations to discreetly scan a code at Xiaoyun Station. Upon the successful transaction of 129, she clutched the cup and dashed out of the hall. Hey, miss, I will get you a new one. That one is a sample we sent for testing. Zhang Lushing hurriedly called out to her retreating figure. The girl paused momentarily, then bolted toward her room without looking back, exclaiming, I shall hold on to this one for now. Have someone bring me a new one later for a swap. She was genuinely apprehensive that if she turned around, the cup in her possession would be snatched away. The remaining crowd quickly shifted their focus, encircling Zhang Lushing, who stood at the center. Linu, having accomplished his task, relinquished control to Zhang Lushing. There were only 118 cups left, and he was confident that Sister Lushing would manage the situation promptly. The unscrupulous boss thought to himself, unaware that the scene in the hall had been thoroughly captured and shared in the group by the ever-connected guests. Chapter 57. The Power of Melodrama. Daddy, Daddy, come quickly. There is a beautiful gourd cup over there. Can you buy me one, please? Hao, with his little legs, scampered toward his father, holding up his mother's phone. Xiao Dingyuan was seated at a table working, and upon hearing the call, he swiftly turned to catch his chubby son. What cup? Didn't you just buy your Peppa cup? Are you no longer fond of it? Though he said this, the good father still took the phone to have a look. The person filming was positioned relatively close to the main event, and the impressive resolution provided everyone with close-up shots. From the astonishing test report to the cup tightly embraced by the little girl, everything was captured without omission. Linu had left the scene. Yet the diligent cameraman continued to record the subsequent developments. The footage revealed Zhang Lushing presenting an image showcasing 4 different cup designs to the guests present. Please have a look. We currently have 4 styles available for selection: panda, squirrel, rabbit, and wolf. The camera thoughtfully zoomed in on the image, displaying the 4 cups, which, while generally similar in shape, featured distinct strap colors tailored to each respective animal. The squirrel strap was adorned with a crimson pine cone pattern, the rabbit's with a carrot motif, and the wolf's boasted a striking wolf tooth design. The patterns were intricately woven into a strap approximately 3 centimeters wide, exuding elegance. Guests who did not catch the style may view the cup videos on our official account. Customers interested in placing an order can register their desired style with Xiaoyun, and we will endeavor to craft and deliver it to you as soon as possible. If you must leave, do not worry. You can leave your address for complimentary shipping. The cameraman, perhaps also intrigued, produced a final few shaky shots before Xiao Dingyuan switched off the phone and turned to the official account of the guest station. From the moment Zhang Lushing received the cup, her mind was incessantly occupied with promotional strategies. Ultimately, she resolved to employ a subtle product placement approach. During the filming of a dining video by Xiaoyun and Xiaoyu, the little kettle made several delightful appearances on screen. The physical product was already quite charming, and with the inn's antique decor and the expansive sandy landscape outside, the resulting footage was exceptional, each frame akin to a meticulously crafted promotional film. With everything prepared and merely awaiting the opportune moment, misfortune struck as Linu, this unfortunate child, prematurely released the video. However, every cloud has a silver lining. Many past guests who had joined the group during their stay or visit followed the video's lead to search for the inn's official account, casually clicking to follow while watching. The video specifically showcasing the little cups naturally highlighted their aesthetic appeal. In no time, the inn's group chat buzzed with activity. Zhang Lushing, we currently have only 110 little cups available. To our esteemed guests, if you're interested, please contact Xiaoyun or Xiaoyu promptly to send your address for reservation. They will be shipped out in order. June Rain, I want a rabbit cup. I'm going right now. Hey Donking, I do want one, but as a grown man, I find it hard to take that design out. Green Pastures, the one above, you could buy it for your daughter. Hey Donking, forever single. Green Pastures, sorry to interrupt. Aside from a few gentlemen allergic to cuteness, the remaining eager buyers flooded into Xiaoyun and Xiaoyu's private chat. The two girls were diligently replying, while Lin Yu's phone began to ring. Hello? Xiao Gu, is the mini program ready? Almost there. Our company had previously handled a similar function, and I've created a simple version based on that structure. If you need it in the next couple of days, I can finish it with some overtime. But what? Just say it. Don't make me guess. Do you still have that gourd cup? My wife and I couldn't snag one in the group chat just now, and Hao is beside me making a fuss. All right, tell your little you brother. Shouting Yuan's voice faded, replaced by a long-lost childish tone. Little you brother, Hao misses you. Do you miss me too? The little rascal was attempting a clever approach. Lin Yu stifled a laugh, replying, little you brother has been rather busy lately, and hasn't he had the time to think of Hao. Ah, but I miss you. The child was evidently stumped by the unexpected response. If you don't follow the script, how am I supposed to continue? Hao's round little face flushed red. Yet his yearning triumphed over the scripted dialogue. In a small voice, he asked, little fish brother, I really like that big wolf cup. Can you sell one to my dad? Through the screen, Lin Yu sensed the child's hopeful tone and decided against teasing him further. Hao, little you brother has saved one for you, and is preparing to send it to you tomorrow. How could I forget your share? Really? Thank you, little fish brother. Mua, love you. The child joyfully pressed a wet kiss to the microphone, which was soon transferred to Xiao Dingyuan, with faint sounds of Hao sharing his happiness with his mother in the background. Little fish, thank you. Hao is so happy. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal. No need for thanks, Xiao Gu. You've been a tremendous help with the mini program. The two conversed for a while about the specific details of the functions before bidding farewell and hanging up the phone. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun and Xiao Yu received the results. 118 cups, out of which Lin Yu kept 7 for himself, sent one to Hao, and reserved the remaining for unforeseen circumstances. The other 110 cups had already been claimed by guests at the inn and netizens who reached out via the official account. Lin Yu spent the entire afternoon in the workshop, diligently processing the cups according to the customers' requests. Just before nightfall, he accompanied Yao Jiqiang, who had just finished planting trees, to deliver the goods to the county town. The 3 ladies in the lobby distributed the cups ordered by the inn's guests room by room, and by the time they finished, it was already past 10 in the evening. I'll be on duty tonight. Everyone else can head back to rest. Just come and switch with me in the morning, Lin Yu urged the girls to return, before retreating to the reception desk, where he both attended to his duties and played on his phone. As the night deepened, guests gradually returned to their rooms in small groups. Feeling a twinge of unease in the empty lobby, Lin Yu decided to indulge in a popular TV drama, immersing himself in the tumultuous dynamics between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, which opened the door to a new world of melodrama. Wait, it can unfold like this? So this mother-in-law deliberately added so much salt to the chicken soup just to get back at her daughter-in-law. Is the male protagonist blind? My goodness, marriage is terrifying. As fleeting thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Yu, a young man of marriageable age, found himself momentarily gripped by a fear of commitment. At 8 in the morning, Xiao Yu entered. Xiao Yu, I'm off to work. You should eat breakfast and get some rest. Upon seeing Lin Yu, who sported dark circles under his eyes and a dazed expression, she hurried him to take a break. Ah, okay, I'll go now, Lin Yu replied, realizing the addictive nature of the melodrama he had been watching. What was that female lead running away from home for? Is she going to clash with her mother-in-law again? As he pondered the plot while making his way outside, his gaze was vacant, yet the absurd storyline continued to play in his mind. Chapter 58. Corn crisps. The next morning at 9, the familiar sound of points being credited echoed. Experience points from the farm, ranch, and tree planting all came through. Ding. Player's experience points have reached the threshold for leveling up. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Yes or no? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, player has reached level 7, with 60. 000 experience points, and a balance of 768 points. Ding. New crops have been unlocked. The special price section of the store has been updated. Linu tousled his hair, resembling a bird's nest, and opened the seed interface. 3 new vegetables were unlocked: cucumbers, chili peppers, and celery. It was the same dual gameplay of regular seeds and blind boxes. Staring at the long list of classifications for chili peppers, including Tianjiao, Suajiao, and Yojiao, Linu instinctively swallowed hard. Autumn was approaching, and the season for hot pot was drawing near. Just as he was about to continue browsing the updates in his favorite special price section, he was interrupted by a call from Deletion. Hello, Xiaoyu. Are you awake? For some reason, every conversation with him lately began with this phrase. Had his reputation for sleeping and become so well known? This can't be good for my image, he thought. Uncle Li, I've been up for almost an hour. To illustrate, lies come easily to the tongue. On the other end of the line, Deletion chuckled softly, choosing not to unveil the pretense, and promptly delved into the matter at hand. Xiaoyu, there are 2 issues I need to discuss with you. Firstly, we have insufficient land in the kitchen for planting. Could you allocate some more? How much do we need? Linu, now truly awake, settled onto the terrace with a notebook in hand, ready to heed the employees' requests. Since we began selling potato pancakes, our sales have soared, peaking yesterday with nearly 3,000 packages sold. Most of these orders utilized the potatoes stored in our warehouse, Deletion elaborated. Linu quickly calculated the figures in his notebook. The system provided uniformly sized potatoes, each yielding an average of 5 pancakes. Given the current sales, over 3,000 packages would necessitate 5 plots of land. With each guest consuming approximately 1 pound of food daily, the daily consumption approached 400 pounds. Furthermore, since the vegetables produced by the system are of superior taste, guests often prefer the farm-fresh options among the various dishes, indicating that the actual consumption would only be higher than this estimate. Altogether, it became evident that the kitchen required 10 plots of land, seamlessly integrated as before, to barely meet the demands. Considering the varying maturation times of different crops, Chef Li and his team would need to intermittently harvest to maintain the normal operation of all processes, leaving Linu with a sense of guilt. He promptly assured through the phone, Uncle Li, I will allocate an additional 20 plots right away. This oversight is on me. You must be overwhelmed. If such a situation arises again, please inform me in advance. Chef Li waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was a minor issue. After that gesture, he realized they were on a call and that the other party could not see him, so he quickly added, Xiaoyu, if it doesn't disrupt your plans, it would be best to reserve 30 plots for the kitchen. What is the reason for that? Linu inquired, intrigued. This brings me to the second matter I wish to address. We have developed some new flavors. Come and taste them. All right, I'll be right there. The mere mention of food invigorated Linu. Inside the processing workshop, 3 silent machines were diligently at work, the display screens lined with an array of formulas awaiting processing, tirelessly operating 24/7 for Linu. At the far right machine, Zhang Lushing and Deletion stood holding trays, eagerly awaiting his arrival. The air was thick with the rich aroma of corn. It smells divine. Linu inhaled deeply, hastening towards them, finally discerning the contents of their trays. What they held resembled triangular snacks akin to potato chips, having taken on irregular wave-like contours from high-temperature roasting, making each piece distinctly unique and visually appetizing as they were piled high on a large platter. Xiaoyu, these are the corn crisps crafted by Master Li. We allowed some employees and select customers to sample them beforehand, and we've narrowed it down to the 4 most praised flavors for you to try, Zhang Lushing explained. Gesturing towards the 4 plates on the tray, with a swift motion, Linu seized a piece and popped it into his mouth, delighting in its satisfying crunch that matched his expectations perfectly. As the chips crumbled, a refreshing aroma of corn filled the mouth, and each small fragment, unlike potato chips that quickly lose their crispness, retained a delightful chewiness. The subtle texture of the granules danced against the teeth, enticing one to savor those morsels a bit longer, and with each bite, the flavor intensified, proving to be quite addictive. Linu sampled the remaining 3 flavors, tomato, garlic, and spicy, each possessing its own unique charm. Indeed, among the 4 flavors, there was not a single one he did not relish. The tasting session of the corn chips concluded successfully after Lin, the proprietor, polished off 1 plate and stealthily took away 3 more. However, the launch for sale must await the timely arrival of the mini-program S enhancement. Feeling a bit parched after indulging in the snacks, Lin was about to follow Master Li into the kitchen for a refreshing drink when his gaze wandered over several shelves against the wall. He recalled the early days when this small room was nearly barren, with scarcely any items to store. Now, however, each shelf, even every tier, was meticulously labeled by several employees. One tier housed Master Li's vegetables, fruits, grains, and oils, while another was designated for daily essentials at the front, alongside unopened packaging bags, a mouse feed, and freshly processed potato pancakes. Each small basket was filled to the brim. These baskets served a purpose akin to Linu's backpack, accumulating similar items, but given their overflowing state, it seemed their capacity was nearing its limit. Moreover, were it not for the wooden shelves' innate ability to provide absolute isolation and preservation, the chaotic mix of food, daily supplies, and various feeds would certainly have drawn the scrutiny of food safety authorities. The expansion work was urgent, and Linu meticulously reviewed the progress of his tasks. Main tasks. 1. Path to expansion. The surge in customer traffic translates to points, experience, and money. Yet, These benefits clearly do not belong to a modest inn with only 9 rooms. Players are required to expand the inn's functional rooms. Task progress, 2,499 for 9 rooms in Saishangchu, 15 rooms in Huyangli. Task reward, 1 draw for a special terrain card. 2. Source of deliciousness. The optimized vegetables provided by the system have captivated the palates of diners. Players must unlock 30 types of optimized ingredients to further solidify the restaurant's reputation. Task progress, 2,750 for carrots, cauliflower, and red dates. Task reward, auxiliary card, pastry master Chingching. 3. Oasis of hope. Long-term desertification is a tangible manifestation of ecological destruction. Players are tasked with planting vegetation in the desert to halt the desertification process. For every oasis created covering an area of over 100 square meters, the system will reward the player with 1,000 points, with monthly settlements. Current task progress, 01001. Task reward, 1,000 points for every 100 square meters of greening completed. The progress of the first task was barely a third completed, the second task was just over halfway. And the third task would not be settled until the end of the month. Where would the substantial points come from? Was he to continue laboring over carrots? Help. Chapter 59. Gao Xiaolan and Gao Jinmu. As Linu exited the processing workshop, he paused before the kitchen's dedicated plot of land. In the eyes of passing guests, this area appears to be a lush expanse. However, to Linu, having relocated over 200 plots of land, it has transformed into a veritable vegetable garden, albeit a miniature one. Yet, he has already conceived a plan for its transformation. Ding. Would you like to spend 800 points to purchase arable yellow land? 19? Yes. Ding. Points. 800. Current balance. 649 points. 30 plots should suffice for the current influx of guests and the demand for 2 types of snacks. For the time being, Chef Li and his team need not meticulously harvest the crops. With just over 7,000 points remaining, the inn has numerous expenses. To continue acquiring land and chickens to earn points. Once he has the means, he will indulge in 2 chickens at once, savoring braised in one hand and beggar's chicken in the other. He is eager to experience the exquisite taste of chickens raised in this garden, where dining is accompanied by music. Linu poured himself a bowl of comforting yet illusory chicken soup, authorized the new vegetable plot for Master Li, and made his way towards the poplar forest. Initially intending to summon Amao as his steed, he found that the little camel had become the inn's star, perpetually surrounded by admirers, far too busy to assist. Half an hour later, Linu arrived at the poplar forest. Jiqiang, there don't seem to be many poplar saplings today. Linu assisted in supporting the saplings, allowing Yao Jiqiang to free one hand, and their collaboration significantly quickened their pace. Yes, today there are more saxaul and sand willows. The poplars from the county town are still being transported and won't arrive until tomorrow. Initially, Linu desired only poplar saplings, but after utilizing his alienation ability, they grew too vigorously, standing unnaturally straight like poles, prompting the inclusion of various other trees. As he surveyed the surroundings, Linu noted that Yao Jiqiang had faithfully executed his directive to plant in a more natural manner, resulting in a haphazard arrangement of trees, both large and small. Although Linu made it a point to practice his alienation skill daily, the limited range of the skill necessitated adjustments based on approximate areas, leading to a small grove that appeared quite untamed. Jiqiang, let us pause for a moment. This approach may not be sustainable. Boss, is there a problem? I believe we need to carefully plan how to plant these trees. Right now, this forest is a bit too wild, and I fear it may become unruly in the future. Yao Jiqiang, somewhat perplexed by his boss's intent, chose to maintain his silence due to his naturally reticent demeanor. Linu opened the special offers section of the marketplace, realizing he had yet to explore the newly refreshed items available after reaching level 7. 1. Laborer Xinxian. As a child, his greatest joy was clinging to the orphanage wall, hoping someone would adopt him. Special price, 500 points. 2. Laborer Shun Shuriwa. The director of the Red Star Orphanage shares the surname Shun, thus giving the children a common surname. Special price, 500 points. 3. Laborer Shun Shirkong. After leaving the Red Star Orphanage, Shun Shirkong changed his name, yet he has never forgotten the kindness of the director who raised him. Special price, 500 points. 4. Horticultural specialist Gao Xiaolan. Gao Xiaolan harbors a distaste for bustling metropolises, finding her true passion in nurturing flora. In a particularly arid year, she successfully cultivated the rare ink stick peony, garnering widespread acclaim. Special offer, 2,600 points. 5. Intern makeup artist Yeya. From a tender age, Yeya has been vivacious and cheerful. During her childhood, when given the chance to choose between traditional writing instruments, she instead clutched her mother's makeup box. By the age of 16, she had embarked on her journey as a budding makeup artist. Special offer, 1,800 points. 6. Handyman Gao Jinmu, brother to Gao Xiaolan. Gao Jinmu is a man of few words. In addition to tending to the fields, he enjoys woodworking. His only family is his beloved sister, whom he cherishes deeply. Special offer, 1,200 points. 7. Sewing specialist Qi Minglan. Qi Minglan has been learning the art of tailoring and embroidery by her grandmother's side since she first learned to walk. At 18, she completed her apprenticeship, and her inaugural creation was swiftly acquired by a prominent figure in the metropolis at a high price, earning her considerable recognition. Special offer, 8,800 points. 8. Baron Sandyland. a type of sandy soil suitable for growing ordinary crops. It lacks essential nutrients and exhibits poor water retention. Devoid of any special effects. Note: plant fertilizer can be utilized to enhance soil quality. Special offer, 60 points. 9. Cloud Dream Silkworm. A variant of the celestial silkworm at level 25. It can be raised in pastures of level 10 or higher, feeding on the leaves of mulberry or jujube trees. If supplemented with a small quantity of optimized mulberries, it can produce Cloud Dream Silk. Special offer, 800 points. System: are the 3 newly unlocked individuals from the same place? Indeed, all 3 are orphans from the AL 981 Dimensions Red Star Kindergarten. They voluntarily signed a memory preservation agreement and simultaneously entered the database, resulting in their concurrent appearance to players. Well, it's quite the reunion. Let us not be overly sentimental. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have acquired the support card, Horticultural Specialist Gao Xiaolan. 2,600 points. Balance 5,049. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have acquired the support card, Handyman Gao Jimu. 1,200 points. Balance 3,849. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have acquired the support card, Handyman Shinshuren. 1,500 points. Balance 2,349. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have acquired the support card, Handyman Shinshurkong. 1,500 points. Balance 849. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have acquired Plantable Yellow Land. 4, 800 points. Balance 49. System: please proceed to lock the remaining 5 items for me. Locking 5 items requires 50 points. Player balance insufficient. I have spent so much here, surely. A discount on points would not be a loss for you. Ding. Player has locked 5 special offer items, 50 points. Balance 1. Is it possible for points to go negative? The calculations have unraveled, and Linu feels somewhat disheartened. Special arrangements made. This system has fulfilled the player's request within the permissible rules. Please be grateful, as points will be automatically deducted when the balance updates tomorrow morning. Nearby, waiting for instructions, Yao Jiqiang witnessed Linu's dramatic change in demeanor. Ahem. Well, Jiqiang, I shall add another hand to your efforts. Linu cleared his throat, feigning nonchalance, and then produced 2 cards. Bang. At the edge of the forest, enveloped in a mimetic card, a tall man and a petite woman materialized before Linu's eyes. Upon landing, they instinctively surveyed their surroundings and, upon spotting Linu, hurried toward him. Both had black hair and dark eyes, yet the man stood tall and composed, his steady gait accompanied by calloused hands, evidence of years of diligent labor. In contrast, the girl possessed a charming round face, her height hardly exceeding 1.60 meters. For every stride her brother took, she had to take 2 to keep pace, yet her lips danced with a smile, her steps light and buoyant. As she nearly reached Linu simultaneously with her brother. Hello, boss. They chimed in unison. Jianmu, Xiaolan. Come here, let me introduce you, Linu said, slightly turning his head to acknowledge Yao Jiqiang, who stood nearby. This is Jiqiang, responsible for the planting work in the poplar forest area. The siblings nodded in acknowledgement, greeting Yao Jiqiang, who responded with a smile, foregoing further pleasantries. There would be ample opportunities for familiarity in the future, as Linu continued speaking. From now on, Jimu will partner with Jiqiang, primarily planting trees in this direction. Linu indicated toward the barren sandy area to the left of plot 2. In the woods near the small lake, shrubs like the short-rooted salsola and flower sticks could thrive, while farther away, larger trees such as poplars and Chinese mulberries would be planted, with Linu's skills assisting. Their roots could extend over 8 meters down to the moisture-rich soil of the underground river. Thus, as the project progressed, it would either require spending points to further elevate the underground river or investing money to purchase saplings to ensure their survival. In summary, Linu's wallet would invariably be put to the test. Chapter 60. Launch of the mini-program and new product release. You pulled out a notebook, beckoning the 3 to take a look. The system map was visible only to him, so he sketched the approximate boundaries of plots 1 and 2. From here to here, you can plant trees with a density of around 2 per square meter, he instructed, his finger gliding from the junction of the 2 plots toward the left side of plot 2. However, I would like you to create a buffer zone approximately 20 meters wide to completely separate the residential area from the agricultural zone. The existence of the system must remain a secret. With limited resources in the early stages, all buildings had been constructed in close proximity. Now, Linu intended to gradually segregate these functional areas. This buffer zone would serve as a barrier, thoroughly separating the tourist area from the agricultural and pastoral lands. Moreover, he had additional plans. Xiaolan, your task is to focus on this area. Since unlocking roses in the system, Linu had refrained from planting until he unlocked Gao Xiaolan, a specialist in cultivation, which finally sparked his inspiration. The roses come in numerous colors and varieties. I need your expertise to help design and plan a new project that can serve as a landmark for the inn. Gao Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart racing at being entrusted with such an important task, her cheeks flushed and her gaze bright. Boss, when can we begin? I will do my utmost to ensure I do not let you down. The ambitious Linu felt a pang in his chest, his wallet's meager 2-digit point balance rendering him unable to provide a definitive answer to her eager eyes. Roses were delicate and thriving in the harsh, arid desert environment posed a significant challenge. Yet, the extraordinary qualities of the yellow earth compelled Linu to keep this secret hidden from others. When he passes away, everything will vanish into thin air, and he shall become renowned in death. However, fortune smiled upon him as a barren sandy land was refreshed in the discounted area. Linu inquired about it, and learned that this land would not disappear in the future. It is merely the barren soil of the standard plain, coupled with Gao Xiaolan's expertise in cultivation. A plan for a rose garden that could rival or even surpass the populous Euphratica forest began to take shape in Lin Yu's mind. Yet, at this moment, the impoverished boss Lin, with only 49 points remaining, could not afford even a single plot. Xiaolan, do not rush into the flower planting just yet. There is a more pressing task I need you to undertake. Do you have confidence? Gao Xiaolan was perplexed as to why an urgent matter moments ago seemed to have lost its urgency, but she wisely refrained from questioning further, responding instead with a confident, I do. Excellent. Boss Lin replied with an appreciative glance, pointing towards the edge of the forest. You have observed the condition of this section of trees, correct? Gao Xiaolan nodded, having noticed that while each tree thrived individually, collectively they presented a chaotic appearance, indicative of a rather free-spirited approach to planting. I hope you can assist in planning the types and positions of the trees in this area, aiming for a natural look that mimics spontaneous growth, yet remains aesthetically pleasing. Understood, boss, Gao Xiaolan confidently responded. Although she was not the most adept at tending to flowers, as an exceptionally successful horticulturist, she possessed a unique perspective on aesthetics. Hai Jinmu and Yao Jiqiang collaborated on planting trees, initially feeling somewhat awkward. However, they soon developed a harmonious rhythm, one stabilizing the trees while the other filled the soil, one watering while the other dug holes. They were both skilled workers, and within a single morning, they managed to plant all the saplings intended for the day. Lin Yu then led Gao Xiaolan to the highest sand dune nearby, where she sketched a rough topographical map of the surroundings. With the aid of Lin Yu's underground river indexing tool, they swiftly devised a preliminary planting plan, awaiting further refinement upon returning to the inn. As their work reached a pause, the quartet strolled back to the inn, sharing light-hearted banter. In the distance, they spotted Zhang Lushing standing at the entrance. Along the way, Lin Yu sent the new employee information to her, and upon their meeting, he readily introduced Jinmu, Xiaolan. This is Zhang Lushing, the chief manager of the entire inn. She will arrange your upcoming work and accommodations. Just as he concluded, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he saw that the caller was Xiao Dingyuan. I must take this call. You may follow manager Zhang. Join the others for lunch later to get acquainted. Let Uncle Li roast a lamb leg to welcome you. The two newcomers nodded eagerly, and, seeing Lin Yu answer the phone, promptly followed Zhang Lushing. Xiao Yu, the mini-program is ready. Are you available now for me to explain? Xiao Dingyuan's voice came through. The gourd cup for Hao Hao has been dispatched, but the delivery speed is limited. It is still en route. Yet, Xiao Dingyuan kept his promise, burning the midnight oil for 2 consecutive nights to complete the mini-program. The interface features a warm yellow and white palette, with a lovely texture that gives a subtle sandy feel, creating an impression of sophistication. The interface encompasses functionalities for booking and checking out, a marketplace, a message board, and a chibi-style in map feature. The map draws inspiration from the system's cartography. Over the course of more than 50 days of operation, the inn has gradually reached a certain scale, boasting farmland, forests, and residential structures, all spaced at considerable distances from one another. However, these elements comprise less than 1% of the total area across the 2 developed plots, not to mention the vast, unmanageable gray zones depicted on the system map, which stretch beyond sight. Lin Yu is unaware of the true extent of this desert. It may very well be impossible to fully develop it within a lifetime. Given these circumstances and the system's established goal of wellness-oriented development, Lin Yu's approach to development is bound to be a grand amalgamation of agricultural tourism, with each attraction potentially situated far apart. Rather than deploying more personnel for navigation at that time, it would be wiser to lay a solid foundation in advance. Updating the map with each new addition, Lin Yu's mind raced with ideas while his hands remained deftly engaged, experimenting with all the features of the mini-program while listening on the phone. The interface was crisp, and the operation was seamless. It was a product of expertise, leaving no room for criticism. How does that meet your expectations? It runs as smoothly as indulging in chocolate. As long as you're satisfied. I'll take my leave now. I worked tirelessly last night, and now must wash my face and head to work. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Go. Next time, bring your wife and Hao Hao to stay for a few days, and I'll ensure to accompany you throughout, providing support in dining and entertainment alike. You cheeky fellow, Xiao Dingyuan chuckled and chided. I'll take your word for it. Next time, I'll look forward to being treated by you, the host. All right. No problem. Come to play. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the inn's mini-program officially launched. Several accounts managing the inn are in the capable hands of 3 female representatives, consistently updating daily. Notably, the Foodie Girl, account managed by Xiaoyan, has transformed into a sensation, amassing 100,000 followers in just a few days. The accounts frequently interact, and under the influence of their matrix, messages among the various accounts are nearly interchangeable. At this moment, a simultaneous effort resulted in a pinned message sent to the fans and customer groups of several accounts. The exclusive mini-program for the inn is now live. Just 3 steps. Open the chat account, scroll down to the search bar, enter Saishangchu Inn, and click the magnifying glass icon to search. Chef Lee's delicious secret corn crisps are now available for direct purchase in the mini-program. The announcement was accompanied by a nearly 10-minute-long video, which garnered immense attention from countless netizens. Chapter 61 Shin Shuren and Shun Shirkong, the already viral Foodie Girl, made another appearance. However, this time the filming location was no longer the familiar restaurant, but a tastefully decorated small room, shot in the inn's tea room. In front of the camera was a low table, behind which sat the foodie girl, her lower body concealed by the table, featuring a close-up of her mouth. Visible only from the nose down. On the table lay 4 large bags of corn chips, each packaged in a similar style to the potato cakes, albeit with a change of hue, a pale yellow garlic flavor, a light red tomato flavor, a reddish-brown spicy flavor, and a golden yellow original flavor. Suddenly, a girl, known for her hearty appetite, dragged an oversized snack platter into view and, after casually selecting a bag of chips, triumphantly tipped it upside down, emptying the entire contents into the dish. The thin triangular chips clinked against the glass plate, producing a delicate sound, while a close-up revealed a light dusting of reddish seasoning on the chips, indicative of the tomato flavor. The generous portion of chips piled high, even in the large platter, with some unable to withstand the crowd and tumbling onto the table. Unfazed, the girl picked up a few fallen pieces and popped them into her mouth, the crisp sound resonating through the high-quality audio, provoking an inexplicable urge to swallow. Oblivious to her surroundings, she devoured the chips on the table before embracing the entire platter, munching away as she indulged in her drama series. The heart-rending cries from the television intertwined with the crunch of chips, creating a strangely addictive atmosphere that captivated viewers even further. Commenters on the video were quick to express their amusement. This video is intoxicating. I've been watching someone eat for nearly 10 minutes, and astonishingly, this person hasn't shown their face. Is there anyone else who listened to the crunch while chasing a drama episode? Please raise your hand. I was more engrossed in the show than when watching it on my computer. Am I losing my mind? Or is the world going mad? By the way, what is this snack? It looks so delicious. Welcome to the series of wanting to eat but can't, wanting to cook but lacking ingredients. And even if you learn, you won't succeed. I remember the blogger works at a guest house in the desert. Their previous videos showcased the meals there, which made my daily lunch feel somewhat disappointing. Within a minute, I need the purchasing method for these chips. Don't make me beg. Zhang Lusheng, keenly aware of online trends, saw spontaneous guidance from viewers and playfully sought attention beneath several highly rated comments, all while directing interested buyers to save a mini program. With a charming demeanor, she effortlessly expressed a flurry of emoticons, embodying a carefree spirit. Zhang Lusheng proclaimed, "After all, they can't see me through the screen. It's perfectly fine to let loose." Each bag of corn chips weighs 500 g, conveniently packaged into 5 individual 100 g bags for easy consumption. Whether at work, school, or out on the town, they are conveniently storable in a bag. Viewers recognize the sincerity of the generous portions and the absence of additives or preservatives in the ingredient list, confirming the guest house's integrity. Through an advanced technological packaging system, there is no need to include any preservatives or desiccants, as long as the bag remains unopened. The shelf life of the chips can extend for a minimum of 3 months. Furthermore, these chips provide a substantial sense of satiety, being low in oil and salt while maintaining a dry texture. The flavor is entirely derived from the essence of tomatoes, garlic, and chili peppers produced on the farm, making them a favored choice among those seeking high-quality carbohydrates for weight management and dieting. As the popularity of the blog post surged, orders on the mini program witnessed another explosive increase. Over 3,000 units that had just been launched sold out in less than an hour. Numerous customers left comments on the message board, expressing their desire for the establishment to enable pre-order links, suggesting that orders could be shipped according to the sequence in which they were placed. After all, they could not guarantee their ability to secure an order during the next wave of stock replenishment, given the speed required. Linu felt as though he had forgotten something important, but upon seeing the comments from netizens, he temporarily set the matter aside. "What are your thoughts, Sister Lusheng?" he inquired. "I believe it would be wise to observe for a couple of days, allowing the excitement to normalize, before we regulate the shipment quantities based on the average daily sales. Otherwise, regardless of the number of orders sold, delays in shipping will undoubtedly lead to customer dissatisfaction," she replied. Linu and Li Dashan nodded in agreement. Moreover, Zhang Lusheng shifted her gaze towards Linu, indicating that they were already short-staffed in the kitchen and could not accommodate more orders. Although they had a workshop for processing, packing, and delivery required personnel, and the potato cakes already demanded the assistance of everyone. The implication was clear: they needed more hands. Linu suddenly slapped his forehead, finally recalling what he had overlooked. He had purchased several auxiliary cards, and Gao Jianmu and Gao Xiaolan had been working for half a day, now familiarizing themselves with the inn under the guidance of Yao Jiqian. Meanwhile, Shun Shuren and Shun Shikong remained resting in his backpack. Linu swiftly retrieved the cards and activated them. 2 figures materialized from the mist. Fortunately, this occurred within the confines of the small warehouse covered by a simulation card. Otherwise, the transformed Linu would have become the second internet sensation for the inn, following the foodie girl. Shun Shuren appeared to be a frail young girl, resembling someone slightly malnourished, with dry, yellowish hair and a pale complexion. Her slightly pursed lips betrayed her nervousness. In contrast, Shun Shikong was a bright and cheerful young man, dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans, exuding an air of ease and accompanied by a smile, unflinching in his gaze towards others, portraying a completely outgoing demeanor. If Shun Shuren bore traces of having grown up in an orphanage, Shun Shikong exhibited no signs of such a past, appearing as a child nurtured in a happy family. Linu had limited knowledge of psychology and could only discern these superficial traits. However, with the system in place, he did not need to worry about employee loyalty. As long as they worked diligently, their personalities and thoughts would not disrupt the overall harmony. "Sister Lusheng, this is Shun Shuren and Shun Shikong, our new employees. Please take care of their arrangements," Linu instructed. Upon hearing Lin Yu introduce Shin Shiren first, Zhang Luxing stood up and gently patted the young girl on the shoulder. Shin Shikong slightly furrowed his brow, but quickly resumed his cheerful expression. Shanong Shikong, allow me to introduce Zhang Luxing, our esteemed chief manager at the inn. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to report to her. She will adeptly arrange your duties and accommodations. Upon casting a fleeting glance at Zhang Luxing, Xinshan found herself momentarily captivated by her exquisite beauty. A gentle smile graced Zhang Luxing's lips, and the girl, suddenly roused from her reverie, blushed and hurriedly lowered her gaze, murmuring, "Good morning, Manager Zhang." In stark contrast, Shin Shikong wore a broad smile. "Sister Luxing, since the boss addresses you thus, may I do the same? From the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an immediate warmth. If I were to have an elder sister, I would wish for her to be as amiable and beautiful as you." Chapter 62. Red Date Pumpkin Porridge. With the staff brimming with enthusiasm, the proprietor was in high spirits. However, upon evaluating his current assets, Lin's smile gradually faded. At present, all 9 guest rooms and 8 staff dormitories of the Inn of the Northern Plains were fully occupied, and the number of rooms was far from sufficient. The 15 quaint wooden cottages in the poplar forest had all been put to use. Although the shared cost was affordable, they were only available for whole rentals. Guests unable to find companions for shared accommodation were few, and only a handful managed to secure reasonably priced rooms with quick reflexes. Each day, Xiaoyun and Xiaoyu received numerous requests from patrons wishing to expand the guest accommodations. Expansion required points, and making profits promptly was essential. Thus, for the ensuing 3 days, Lin busied himself either assisting in various tasks or rushing along the paths to expand the farmstead. 3 days later, at 9 in the morning, ding! Player experience points have reached the threshold for leveling up. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Yes or no? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, player has advanced to level 8 with 70,000 experience points and a balance of 32,326 points. Ding! New crops have been unlocked. Attribute panel information has been updated. The special section of the shop has new items. Lin Yu rubbed his sore wrists, having devoted himself to earning points for a swift upgrade. His mind nearly turned to mush over the past 3 days. Fortunately, the results were gratifying. In the farmland area, 213 plots of carrots, providing him with 11,502 points and experience daily. In the pasture area, 5 broods of native chickens and 37 broods of large geese, yielding an astonishing 36,000 and 30,000 experience points, respectively. The wisdom of the elder rings true. Merely relying on agriculture will not lead to wealth, yet raising chickens holds promise. Raising large geese is even more lucrative. Lin's points have surged to an unprecedented 471,817. With his substantial fortune in hand, Lin leisurely completed his morning routine and descended the stairs to occupy his designated spot, a small table in the kitchen corner. Relishing a breakfast prepared by Chef Li himself, a plate of 4 chive and egg dumplings, a bowl of verdant rice porridge, and a small dish of pickled vegetables exclusively reserved for him. As Li's most favored protege, he often received special treatment for arriving late. However, there was an odd tint of green in his breakfast. Yet, it mattered little. Lin savored his meal with delight, patting his satisfied belly. Lin Yu grabbed a bunch of grapes and ambled into the lobby. The desert's morning temperature was relatively cool compared to the rest of the day, resulting in a sparse gathering of guests in the hall. Xiaoyun and Xiaoyu were each guiding a new female recruit at the front desk, engaging in one-on-one instruction. A display of diligence that any employer would command. However, Lin Yu's keen eyes discerned that 4 young girls, using the counter as a shield, were stealthily stuffing some food into their mouths at an astonishing speed, leaving him unable to catch a clear glimpse of what it was. The girls chewed rapidly with small motions, occasionally exchanging knowing smiles, only to revert to a facade of earnestness as they resumed their lessons. An observation Lin, the proprietor, noted with clarity. Lin Yu was engaging in hands-on teaching while fostering relationships and enjoying a leisurely break. Ultimately, if they were happy, that sufficed. After consuming the last grape, Lin Yu, from a few paces away, successfully executed a 3-point shot using the grape stem. Yes, wow, Boss Lin, that was spot on. The girls cheered enthusiastically. Lin Yu maintained a calm demeanor while feeling a surge of delight within. Upon reaching the courtyard, he nestled into Li Dashin's designated recliner and began to explore the updates that accompanied this recent upgrade. First on the list were seeds, sand jujube, pumpkin, and walnut. The simultaneous appearance of these 3 items struck Lin Yu as vaguely familiar. He hastily opened his mother's moments, and as expected, after scrolling down a couple of pages, a familiar post caught his eye. Red date and pumpkin millet porridge, low calorie and sweet, beneficial for the stomach and lungs, and beautifying. Everyone who has tried it says it's great. Ingredients: millet, old pumpkin. Lin Yu quietly liked his mother's post from 2 days prior. And just as he prepared to exit, a new message arrived. Son, are you awake? The impression of you being a late riser is indeed deeply ingrained. Mom, I've been up for ages. What about you? Did you and Dad return home? Yes, taking advantage of the students' vacation. The 2 of them locked up the little supermarket by the school gate and joined a short travel group. Most of the fellow travelers are laid-back uncles and aunts who run shops nearby, and old companions who enjoy square dancing and playing chess. Plus, the tour guide is a recent graduate, rather shy about taking a group of elderly folks into shopping stores. Thus, the week-long tour truly became a leisure trip. In the past few days, each time Lin Yu opened the chat, his moments were inundated with images of his mother and her friends. their colorful scarves dancing in the wind. Occasionally, the camera would drift just enough to reveal his father and the uncles in the corners, holding bags. Come on, I know you. You've barely been awake for half an hour, right? If your brain were alert, would you have liked my post? Linu felt a tinge of embarrassment. This inside joke traced back to his sophomore year when he was immersed in gaming yet feared being discovered by his mother for neglecting his studies. Thus, he cleverly devised a study check-in, asking his roommate to take several photos while he studied, and using old pictures as substitutes during his gaming sessions. Consequently, his moments became flooded with images of his diligent study check-ins. To ensure his mother would see them, he would purposely like several of her posts after sharing his photos. Unbeknownst to him, his mother, with her keen insight, quickly uncovered the fact that he had been studying the same material over the span of 2 days. His facade of false check-ins was thus exposed. The haunting memories resurfaced in Lin's mind, prompting him to hastily wrap up the conversation. The exchange with his mother invigorated him, and with renewed vigor, he opened his favorite discount section, only to find an unexpectedly familiar item among the newly refreshed products. 1. Hung-Yue's cloak, the first garment meticulously crafted by the mermaid Hung-Yue, made from the exquisite fabric of Jiao silk. When worn, it maintains a constant temperature of 28 degrees, even in environments reaching a scorching 1070 degrees. Special offer, 600 points. Gloves of the Evermoon. Merfolk adore water and beauty while despising dryness. When donned, these gloves maintain skin hydration and provide a certain degree of physical protection. Special price, 600 points. Flying balloon. A mode of transportation that operates along designated routes, accommodating up to 30 passengers without occupying ground space, ideal for sightseeing and advertising. Special price, 3,000 points each. Flying balloon station. Essential takeoff and landing points for flying balloons, usable only when connected to flight routes. Special price, 20,000 points each. Toy Bear sunflower seeds. Level 40 mutated crop, harvestable for 5 seasons. A member of the Asteraceae family, these sunflowers boast large, vibrant flowers and dense foliage, making them a novel potted ornamental plant. Maturity time, 46 hours per season. Special price, 672 points. White moonlight sunflower seeds. Level 40 mutated crop, harvestable for 5 seasons. A member of the Asteraceae family, featuring milky white petals and a gentle hue, with upright stems and round, multi-angled heads. Exceptional ornamental effect. Maturity time, 48 hours per season. Special price, 656 points. Previously locked duplicate items omitted. The newly updated products are quite appealing, but upon seeing the familiar description of the gloves following the Merfolk coat, Linu couldn't help but inquire. System, is this Evermoon Merfolk male or female? Chapter 63, The Secretly Competitive Tour Guide. The system did not respond to the question of whether Merfolk possessed gender. Linu could only speculate as he closed the shop. First, he needed to expand the Saisenku and see how much money remained, allowing the owner, Lin, to discern whether he could afford these tantalizing new items. 2 hours later, ding. Confirm whether to use this design blueprint for the expansion of the Saisenka building? Confirm. Ding. Design blueprint input in progress. As the player has activated the real construction module, the current construction period is calculated to be 3 days. Player points, 20, 350. Current balance, 268, 317. For this expansion, Linu implemented a significant redesign of the main inn, doubling the size of the primary structure on the right side. The dining area and kitchen on the first floor were also enlarged, each expanding by 1 fold, merely separated by a single wall. The dining room now accommodates 500 guests simultaneously, greatly enhancing the kitchen's service speed. The main reception area remains unchanged, as most guests quickly check in and head out to explore, rarely lingering in the lobby. Only individual travelers tend to gather here to enjoy the cool air. Consequently, Linu doubled the size of the right side reading bar and tea room, adding numerous seats to disperse the guest flow. Furthermore, he relocated the specialty shop, previously adjacent to the dining room, to the right side of the hall, installing a single door that faces the front. Prior to the renovation, many guests often forgot to take souvenirs when departing. Even when they remembered, many refrained from purchasing due to the inconvenience of detouring. Now, the owner has placed the shop directly within the guest's line of sight, stimulating their shopping desires. The specialty shop, spanning over 30 square meters, features just 2 types of products. Yet Zhang Lushing has filled it to the brim, creating a dazzling display. Linu commended her, acknowledging her experience as a former business owner. The warehouse and workshop have significantly expanded, with the newly added second floor featuring an astonishing 10 additional guest rooms, seamlessly connecting with the original corridor. Is it the construction crew? It appears the owner is embarking on a new project. It seems to be an expansion. I've noticed the green barriers at the back of the inn have been up for several days, likely indicating the commencement of work from that side. That would be splendid. I hope they construct several more rooms. Currently, securing a reservation relies solely on one's speed. I struggled for 2 days just to claim a single room in a suite. The biomechanical construction team dispatched by the system has made another appearance at the inn, this time with even greater fanfare, as dozens of workers erected a series of tents in the vacant lot adjacent to the staff quarters. Once settled, they vanished behind the green barriers, which are actually camouflage cards, to begin their work. To enhance realism, the crew retained the sounds of construction, adjusting the volume to an ultra-low decibel level that could be heard by customers without disturbing their rest. Where did the owner find such a quiet construction team? I'm inclined to recommend them to my neighbors. You seem to have a good rapport with your neighbors, willing to introduce them to the renovation crew. What do you mean by that? I'm only here on vacation because of the incessant noise from their place, which starts at dawn, demolishing walls, sawing wood, only calming down in the late hours. My head has been buzzing. I haven't had a proper night's sleep in over a month. Why don't you file a complaint? Isn't this a disturbance? Who says I haven't complained? It wasn't just me. Several neighbors joined in. But the property management has been unresponsive after multiple complaints. They even advised us to be understanding, citing the new residential area as a school district and parents needing to renovate for their children's education. I purchased my new home for its location. Yet I can't even reside in it, merely left with understanding. The man felt a surge of despair. The sympathetic individual who initiated the conversation patted his shoulder. Passing by, Linu cast a sympathetic glance at the man's back before turning towards the poplar forest. An hour later. Ding. Congratulations, player, for spending 400 points to construct cabin number 16 in the poplar grove. Balance, 23, for 131 points. Ding. Congratulations, player, for spending 200 points to construct cabin no. 17 in the poplar grove. Balance, 20, 231 points. Ding. Congratulations, player, for spending 300 points to construct cabin number 18 in the poplar grove. Balance, 16, 931 points. Ding. Congratulations, player, for spending 600 points to construct cabin number 19 in the poplar grove. Balance, 13, 331 points. Ding. Congratulations, player, for spending 200 points to construct cabin number 20 in the poplar grove. Balance, 7, 131 points. Ding. Congratulations, player, for completing the blueprints for the poplar cabins. You have successfully completed the themed architectural complex for the first time, rewarding the player with 1 landscape optimization for the poplar residential area. Optimization duration, 72 hours. Currently optimizing. Is landscape optimization what I think it means? The landscape optimization service entails the system recalibrating the aesthetic details based on existing structures, vegetation, terrain, and other factors to achieve a more harmonious and visually pleasing integration of architecture and nature. Are you dissatisfied with the greenery I planted for the poplar cabins? Understood. Linu expressionlessly closed the panel. Boss, what is wrong with you? The tree planting duo, passing by with saplings in hand, curiously inquired. Just a phase of life. 10 trees alleviated a modicum of melancholy, and Linu, along with the duo, promptly planted the day's share of saplings, their gloom dissipating entirely. As the duo continued to water the young trees, Linu turned and returned to the inn. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed a caravan of camels approaching from a distance. He cast a casual glance before proceeding forward. A few steps later, he abruptly turned around, confirming his initial observation. The caravan belonged to Uncle Hassan, led by the robust Uyghur youth. While beside him, engaging in animated conversation with the tourists, was none other than Shin Shirkong. Hadn't he been assigned to assist in the kitchen by Sister Lucian? Undeniably, the image of the timid and introverted young girl, Shun Shuren, who harbored a profound wariness towards the outside world, was what Linu envisioned when he thought of children from an orphanage. It was not to say that such a disposition was unfavorable. Rather, it was evident from their words and actions that the shadows of their childhood experiences lingered. In contrast, Shun Shirkong, with his extroverted, cheerful, and sunny demeanor, left a remarkable impression on Linu. The group had dismounted from their camels, and Linu observed Shun Shirkong expertly extracting a small colorful flag from his pocket, raising it high as he waved it enthusiastically. Dear travelers, welcome to our splendid Bardan Desert. The building before you is. Please proceed to the front desk in an orderly fashion to check in and drop off your luggage. I shall go and review tonight's dinner menu to give a heads up to the uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. Shall we gather here in 20 minutes for dinner? Understood. Thank you, little guide Shen. All right, 20 minutes, is it? We must hurry, as chef's roasted lamb chops are on the menu tonight, and they are in limited supply. If we delay, we might miss out. The tourists, though eager, entered the reception hall in an orderly manner. Tour guide Shin Shirkong removed his hat and fanned himself. Upon spotting Linu, he immediately broke into a broad smile and jogged over. Boss, have you had dinner? Shall we head to the kitchen together? Not yet. Let us go, Linu replied. Chapter 64. Lin Boss entangled by employees after conversing with Zhang Lushing. Linu had to concede that the disparity in emotional intelligence between individuals could be more pronounced than the difference in intelligence between humans and pigs. Among the 4 newcomers who joined on the same day, Gao Jinmu diligently worked alongside Yao Jiqiang planting trees. Shin Shuren had just begun her customer service role. Still hesitant to engage in account management, Gao Xiaolan, possessing planting skills, was racking her brain for a rose garden proposal based on Lin Yu's ambitious vision. Meanwhile, Shin Shirkong, the cheerful and industrious young man, had successfully transitioned from kitchen helper to tour guide, earning the tourists' admiration. In his narrative, every sand dune, wind-eroded pillar, and abandoned village, common sites in the desert, held unique legends and meanings. Whether or not these tales were fabricated, the tourists certainly relished them. When Lin Yu had been a guide, he merely recounted the stories he knew, lacking the animated and slightly mysterious storytelling style that Shin Shirkong embodied. He excels in the kitchen, demonstrating diligence and keen insight, much to Master Li's appreciation. When Lin Yu inquired about Shin Shirkong, Zhang Lushing smiled with warmth. Gao Feng initially assumed he sought mentorship and was quite guarded, but later, Shin approached me with a desire to create an account akin to that of Xiao Yun and others, aimed at attracting customers to the inn. As he spoke, Zhang Lushing unveiled his phone, showcasing the main interface of an account to Linu. The account contained only a handful of videos. The earliest posted the day after the four of them started their jobs. The videos maintained a consistent style, commencing with the question, "What is it like to be a tour guide in the desert?" Today, I shall share how I lead tourists to exploit the resources of our boss, Lin, who is being exploited. As one continues watching, it becomes evident that he initially lacked the opportunity to lead camel tours. The camera swayed among the group of tourists. Yet the audio remained clear, seamlessly narrating tales from the origins of Jiaolon County to various desert legends. The humor interwoven throughout provided practical advice for visitors, detailing when to arrive at the inn for the first breakfast and when to return for a taste of the latest local delicacies. He highlighted breathtaking photo spots in the poplar forest, presenting an array of engaging strategies that resonated with first-time visitors. Coupled with his witty demeanor and attentive service, he has become the beloved guide known as Xiaoshun among both new and returning customers. In recent days, many patrons have specifically requested his guidance. His tips have nearly equaled those of the boy bear, who spends his days with the camel caravan. Lin Yu perused the content, his expression a blend of surprise and admiration. "This is truly a talent," he mused, setting down the phone. "And there's more," Zhang Lushing added. Clearly fond of this astute student, he is particularly meticulous. After each tour, he diligently collects any litter or cigarette butts left by guests along the route. He even purchased a well-stocked first aid kit, which he keeps in the camel pack for guests' needs. In the evenings, he dedicates time to researching and rehearsing his narratives. At this, Zhang Lushing sighed with a sense of affection, concerned that the noise might disturb Jianmu's sleep. Noting how the boy worked late into the night at a small table in the kitchen, Lin Yu pondered the kind of obsession that drives a person, reborn into this world, to strive so relentlessly. Yet, his impression of Shen Shikong evolved from a mere few lines in the system introduction to a vivid image of a genuine, hard-working individual in the world. The employees demonstrate remarkable effort, placing considerable pressure on the owner. Having expanded the main inn and constructed 20 rooms in the poplar forest, the capacity has reached a historic peak of 170 guests. The enlarged restaurant can now accommodate a higher influx of individual customers. The farm and ranch yields steady points of income, while the workshop, with its 21 small goals, has never contributed to the owner's personal profit. He views it as working for the nation. If he can repay the debts in his lifetime, he considers himself a wealthy man. He would remain in debt until his dying day. Boss Lin initially envisioned a period of languid repose, yet the newly arrived employee's fervor compelled him to abandon his lethargy. How could a boss, burdened with guilt for merely seeking rest, be deemed a good leader? Was he born to a life devoid of leisure? Such a fate seemed tragically unfair. Since he could not indulge in idleness, he resolved to occupy himself with some tasks. The diligent worker, Zhang Lusheng, continued to shine in his role, while Boss Lin retreated to his room, sinking into the depths of his sofa, lost in contemplation. The sofa was a product of recent upgrades. As a self-proclaimed sloth, he had no desire to relocate or share living quarters with guests, resulting in an even more spacious room. The staircase, originally leading solely to his quarters, was expanded to match the dimensions of the left guest room staircase. Proceeding straight from this staircase led to 10 newly added rooms, while turning right revealed Lin Yu's expansive suite. With nearly 100 square meters, he divided it into a bedroom and a small conference room. The bedroom was unremarkable, but the small conference room featured an oversized, plush sofa on one side, complemented by a standard long table and ergonomic chairs on the other, prepared for future staff meetings. At that moment, Lin Yu sank into the sofa, his mind still in a state of turmoil. What should he do? After a prolonged period of fruitless pondering, he retrieved his phone, hoping to spark some inspiration. However, upon entering the short video interface, he was instantly captivated by the absurd videos he loved. Just a little while longer, he assured himself. Yet he found himself watching one video after another, only pausing when his phone began to overheat and the battery displayed a red alert. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 11 p.m. Well, it's too late now. Time to wash up and sleep. I shall continue my thoughts tomorrow. Ding. A delightful day commenced with the notification of points credited to his account. Lin Yu opened the panel to find his points had surpassed 35,000, and his experience had once again exceeded the 80,000 upgrade threshold. System, why didn't you notify me of my upgrade this time? Lin Yu wondered. Although his progress in raising chickens and geese had been astonishingly swift, it seemed improbable that even the high-tech system could fail to register such a rapid advancement. This contradicted his impression of the system's infallibility. After the ranch opened, the speed of experience accumulation accelerated, which was to be expected. To prevent players from being excessively disturbed by notifications, the system had disabled upgrade alerts. Why didn't you inform me? I was worried for ages. Lin Yu complained, having barely risen for 3 minutes. System, Lin Yu, enable automatic upgrades. And please pre-lock all items in the discounted section for me. It would be unacceptable to miss out on any bargains. System, 10 items in the discounted section have been locked. Points deducted, 100. Current balance, 356, 427. Chapter 65. The trainable mischief maker man is iron, and food is steel. A missed meal leaves one feeling ravenous. As the head chef, Li favored Lin Yu above all others. Even waking up late, he still managed to secure a breakfast that far exceeded the portions of his peers, both in quantity and variety. System, open the marketplace. The discounted items remain the same 10 that were previously updated. I am uncertain whether there is a limit to their availability. However, since I have invested money to secure them, there is no immediate urgency. Instead, a newly introduced crop has captured Linu's attention. The Saxol tree, a deciduous species from the family of Haloxylon, thrives in sunlight, is drought-resistant, cold-resistant, tolerant of waterlogged conditions, and can endure poor soils and saline alkaline environments. It can flourish even in the most barren lands, with a robust root system that develops nodules, effectively preventing wind erosion and sand drift. The Saxol possesses a sweet, yet tangy flavor, and is known for its ability to strengthen the spleen and alleviate diarrhea. It is truly a treasure in its entirety. Previously, when Yao Jiqiang was planting trees near the poplar forest, he occasionally included a few Saxol saplings. However, compared to those slender branches, the one unlocked by the system is evidently extraordinary. The illustrated Saxol tree on the card features a robust trunk, glossy leaves, and pale white fruits that are visually striking. System, you previously mentioned that I could transplant crops from my farm into the real world, correct? Indeed, under the current level permissions. Mature crops can be processed through system recycling, processing, or transplantation. The latter two methods yield only planting experience and do not provide points as rewards. I understand. So, the crops or animals extracted will not disrupt the ecological balance like invasive species, will they? After all, their growth rate is remarkably swift. Players need not worry. Once crops and animals leave the farm and their nurturing environments, their growth rates will align with similar species, merely exhibiting superior characteristics, such as extended flowering periods, larger and sweeter fruits, or increased production of eggs and milk in animals. Linu nodded, finding this outcome quite reasonable. As for the player's concerns regarding invasive species, such occurrences are absolutely impossible. All species available for purchase in the marketplace have undergone rigorous testing. Either their genetic chains are restricted from mass reproduction, or they are optimized local products that can seamlessly integrate into the food chain, thus maintaining ecological balance. Now I can rest easy. Wait, could you please refrain from pulling my hair? Ani, would you kindly manage your child? Just as Linu intended to continue discussing his plans with the system, a commotion erupted at the adjacent table. To avoid disturbing Chef Li and Gao Feng as they prepared lunch, Linu deliberately took his plus-sized plate to a small corner table in the dining area. Unexpectedly, he found himself witnessing quite the spectacle. I asked you to keep an eye on your child. He has been tugging at my hair for ages, and you haven't noticed? A girl in athletic attire clutched her head in anger, her long ponytail askew from the pulling. Facing her was a woman, seemingly in her 30s, who held the hand of a chubby little boy. The child appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old. One hand grasped by the woman while the other tried to reach toward the girl. The situation became all too clear in light of the girl's words. He's just a child. How much strength can he possibly have? Don't be so sensitive, little girl. What child isn't mischievous? At your age? Why bother with a child? The woman spoke with an air of self-righteousness, her face devoid of remorse, exuding an attitude of disbelief at the fuss being made. The girl with her hair pulled was on the verge of tears, her body trembling slightly, and although she opened her mouth, she found herself at a loss for words. However, her companion possessed a sharp tongue. Just because he is a child, does that give him the right to bully others? From the moment you entered, this child has been kicking our chairs. We politely asked him several times to stop, yet he remained unrepentant. Fine, we cannot confront him, but surely we can distance ourselves. We changed our seats to be away from you, and that should suffice. Her companion's face was rife with mockery as she scanned the ears of the surrounding onlookers, raising her voice to ensure everyone could hear. But what happened next? The child followed us to our new table, seizing the opportunity to step on my shoes and thump our table. Understanding his tender age, we endured it. Yet, the child grew increasingly bold, and while Huan was eating, he yanked on her braid with such force that she nearly toppled over. What exaggeration. He is so small. How could he possibly topple an adult? Is this how you fabricate stories? Is he really that small? Madam, your child can't be far from 50 kilograms. While our Fong is barely over 80. She was sitting there, unsuspecting, when he seized her hair and yanked it down. Are you accusing us of deceit? Indeed, though the child was young, his physique was anything but diminutive. Imagining the scene described by the girl, one could almost feel the collective gasp of the crowd, as if their scalps were prickling with phantom pain. But he didn't mean any harm. He probably thought it was amusing. The woman, confronted with the depiction of the incident, felt a pang of guilt. She had been preoccupied with serving dishes and finding a seat when her son tugged her in this direction, and she had truly not witnessed the hair pulling. Yet, given the circumstances, she could only stubbornly assert, isn't this just a trivial matter? I will keep a closer watch to ensure he doesn't disturb you again. Surely that will suffice. Madam, I believe that is insufficient. You must at least ensure your child apologizes to this young lady, Linu interjected, taking a tissue to dab her mouth before rising from her seat. Mom, I still want to play. Her braid is so long, like a little horse's tail. The child exclaimed, clearly fascinated by the girl's ponytail, even as his mother restrained him with one hand. Hello, I am Linu. What is your name? How old are you? Linu crouched down to meet the boy's gaze. Before a towering adult male, even when he crouched, the boy lacked the audacity he had displayed towards his mother and the girl. I am Xinxian. I am 5 years old. Oh, you're already 5. That means you should be in kindergarten, right? Has your teacher taught you not to bully others, especially girls? Yes. The teacher has said that we must not bully others or pull girls' braids. His voice dwindled, and he hung his head, feeling the weight of his actions. So, Xinxian, do you think what you did just now is right? Look at your sister. Her hair is in pain from your tugging, and she is on the verge of tears. Xinxian furtively glanced at the girl with the ponytail, and indeed, he noticed the redness around her eyes. Bewildered, he turned to Linu. Unaware of the extent of the harm his actions could inflict upon others. Do you remember the force with which you tugged at your sister's hair just now? Try tugging at your own hair for a moment and see how it feels. The boy, filled with vigor, promptly seized a small tuft of his own hair and yanked it forcefully. Ouch, that hurts. Chapter 66. The dream of the snack house. Children often lack gentleness, showing no mercy even to their own hair. With his chubby little hands, he tugged fiercely, nearly causing himself a painful shock. Linu quickly began to soothe the boy's head. Does it hurt a lot? The little boy nodded, tears brimming in his eyes. If pulling at your own short hair causes you such pain, just imagine how much more it would hurt your sister with her long hair being yanked. The boy paused for a moment, glancing at the girl across from him, and hesitantly nodded. Xian is a good child, isn't he? Now that he realizes he has wronged his sister and caused her pain, shouldn't he offer an apology? A true gentleman admits his mistakes and seeks to amend them, a quality that demands courage from both adults and children alike. Xian looked at Linu, then at his mother, whose expression was a mixture of complexity. Finally, he took slow, deliberate steps towards the girl. Sister, I'm sorry. Xian didn't know pulling hair would hurt so much. I promise not to do it again. As he continued to speak, his shame grew, and he could no longer hold back his sobs. I'm sorry, sister. Please forgive me. Xian wants to be a little gentleman, not a little girl. The child seemed to associate something in his mind, and as he apologized, his tone shifted. Fear of becoming a little girl overtaking his thoughts. I forgive you, but you must promise not to do this again, or no girl will want to play with you in the future. The girl, having neatly gathered her ponytail, crouched down to meet the boy's gaze at eye level. Mimicking Lin Yu's earlier stance. Let us make a pinky promise. A little gentleman must keep his word and never bully girls again. All right, I'm a little gentleman. Pinky swear for 100 years, no changing. Their pinkies intertwined gently, completing a half-turn, their thumbs pressed together. Whoever changes first is a little puppy. The chorus of their innocent voices rang out together. The storm of emotions had passed smoothly. Lin Yu waved to Gao Feng, summoning him closer, and whispered something in his ear. Shortly after he departed, Gao Feng returned with 4 exquisite white porcelain stewing bowls. This isn't what we ordered. Is it a mistake? The inn's restaurant was always self-service. It was unusual to have dishes served directly, especially when these stewing bowls appeared so elegantly crafted and seemingly expensive. Gao Feng placed 2 of the bowls on the girl's table. These are new offerings from the establishment, a gift from the owner for you to taste. We hope the earlier incident hasn't dampened your spirits, and we wish you a delightful remainder of your journey. As the lids were lifted, a wave of sweet aromatic steam wafted into the air, revealing a delicacy that resembled jelly. Pumpkin pudding, please enjoy. The pudding gleamed with a golden hue, reminiscent of amber under the sun's rays. A gentle whiff of its fragrance filled the air, a magical blend of sweet pumpkin, creamy richness, and the pure essence of eggs, enticing one to salivate uncontrollably. The young woman with a ponytail exchanged a glance with her companion. It turned out that the boss had come to offer warmth. Shall we indulge? Indeed, their silent communication conveyed 1,000 words, yet in reality, it was but a fleeting moment. Thank you, boss. We shall not hold back. Each of the 2 ladies took a bowl, and with a gentle press of the small spoon, a perfect piece of pumpkin pudding was removed. Eagerly, they brought it to their lips, savoring its velvety texture and perfectly balanced sweetness, as it melted in their mouths. It felt as if each bite had little pumpkins dancing in creamy skirts upon their tongues. With pumpkins from the farm, eggs and milk from the ranch, and the chef's handcrafted premium pudding, the flavor was simply unparalleled. Previously, Lin Yu had sold all the farms produce to earn points, leaving nothing behind. Now that he had finally accumulated some savings, he yearned to experience the delights of these ingredients. However, he was frugal during his first attempt. He had only taken out eggs and milk. Based on what he had, Li Dashin prepared this exquisite pumpkin pudding for him. Lin Yu had intended to treat himself, but unexpectedly, the first bite was offered to his guests instead. The little boy, watching the 2 girls relish their dessert, glanced at the 2 remaining bowls on the tray, and could no longer contain himself. He scampered over to the girls and pleaded, Sister, Xinyuan wants to try pudding too, pretty please? His sweet, childish voice was a stark contrast to the mischievous child who had just pulled hair moments ago. The girl glanced up at Gao Feng, who nodded subtly. The extra bowls were indeed meant for the boy and his mother. As for whether to share, the decision was left to the girl. Can you promise your sister that you won't bully girls anymore, won't kick others' chairs, and won't cause trouble in public? I can. Xinyuan promises. I will absolutely not bully anyone again, nor will I kick chairs or cause mischief. The girl chuckled, playfully tapping Xuanyuan's little nose. All right, I believe you. A young gentleman who has made a promise will not go back on his word, so these puddings are for you. They are courtesy of your uncle, so make sure to thank him. Thank you, brother. Xinyuan beamed sweetly at Gao Feng, cleverly changing his address. Meanwhile, the aftermath of the restaurant incident was beautifully resolved with the pumpkin pudding, while Lin Yu and Li Dashin sat face to face, each with a bowl of pudding in hand. Uncle Li, how do you find the farm's eggs and milk? Is there a significant difference compared to those from the market? Li Dashin, with his rough hands gripping the small spoon, scooped a mouthful of pudding into his mouth, presenting a delightful contrast akin to a burly man embroidering delicately. Especially now, as he savored dessert with a serious expression, that contrast was even more pronounced. The difference is quite substantial. Li Dashin set down his spoon, speaking earnestly. Take this pudding for example. I'm not particularly skilled in making such delicate pastries, and what I usually create is merely palatable. But after using this batch of eggs and milk, you've tasted it yourself. Does it compare unfavorably to what you've had in professional dessert shops? Linu shook his head and took another spoonful. Indeed, this pudding was sweet and creamy, had he not witnessed it being made. He would never have believed it was crafted by a chef specializing in rustic cuisine. The flavor rivaled those signature desserts from 2- or 3-star establishments. The exquisite quality of these ingredients, combined with the culinary prowess of the dim sum master, Ching, as part of the main quest rewards, is certain to allure a multitude of discerning gourmands. However, the dilemma arises. Incorporating such high-caliber desserts into the buffet menu may not only clash stylistically, but also significantly diminish table turnover rates. Dim sum, after all, is a delicacy best enjoyed in small portions alongside a cup of tea, allowing one to linger for an entire afternoon. Moreover, given that our locale lacks the plethora of entertainment options found in urban centers, patrons are likely to spend even more time indulging in this experience. Today's younger travelers are far removed from the obsession of the previous generation, who felt compelled to visit every site. Instead, they often prefer to sleep in at hotels, enjoy a leisurely brunch, and then venture out, impeccably dressed, to capture picturesque moments or simply to relax. A considerable number of them may not even leave the hotel throughout their stay. Xiaoyu, why not completely separate the restaurant from the dim sum house? Suggested Li Dashan. Separate? Linu inquired, intrigued. Please elaborate. Well, you see, my kitchen staff is limited to just Gao Feng and myself. Managing 3 meals a day is nearly overwhelming, and adding dim sum would only complicate matters further. Additionally, preparing dim sum is a meticulous craft. While I manage the savory dishes reasonably well, my skills with pastries are rather rudimentary. It would be best to enlist a dedicated dim sum chef for that purpose. We could then establish a separate venue focused on tea and dim sum, ideally situated in a scenic location, ensuring a thriving business. Li's words illuminated Lin Yu's thoughts. Indeed, rather than burdening the already operational restaurant with added costs and labor, it would be far more prudent to create distinct spaces for dining and enjoying dim sum. The consumer bases for both are largely non-overlapping. Those who frequent the restaurant primarily seek to satisfy their hunger, whereas patrons indulging in dim sum and tea are generally in search of an ambience to savor and pass the time. Given their differing purposes, they should be treated accordingly. Moreover, unbeknownst to Master Li, a dim sum chef would soon be joining their ranks. Lin Yu glanced at the task progress. The source of deliciousness quest was already past the halfway mark. Although the most cost-effective crop currently available on the farm remained the carrot, the rate of point accumulation was gradually slowing. However, the livestock area of the ranch allowed for the raising of cattle and sheep. Lin Yu calculated that, despite the longer growth cycle, the points and experience gained were 7 to 8 times that of carrots, making it an excellent means for accruing points. Should they devote the next few days to maximizing ranch operations for point accumulation, the combined efforts of the farm and ranch would soon unlock all 50 types of crops. The arrival of the dim sum master, Ching, at the inn was now a foreseeable prospect. Yet, before that, Lin Yu needed to meticulously plan her workspace, which would be the new dim sum house location. The inn had already undergone 2 constructions. One was the wooden building provided by the system at the outset, and the other was the poplar wood house blueprint awarded for completing a task. Both structures adhered to a refined architectural template, resulting in exquisite and beautiful buildings. Having learned from past experiences, Lin Yu held a high regard for the system's architectural aesthetics. With a glance at the points in her possession, she felt emboldened. Lin, the proprietor, opened the marketplace's building menu for the second time. The first time I entered this interface was when I had just acquired the system. At that moment, Boss Lin had just sold his first batch of mutated sea buckthorn fruits, feeling as though the points in his grasp were a treasure that granted him dominion over the world. Every menu he encountered beckoned him to make a purchase. However, the disparity between his lofty ideals and the stark reality was striking. The agricultural and pastoral regions remained locked. He could not afford the items in the props section, and upon entering the construction zone, he was startled by the lengthy string of zeros that followed the price tags. Until 10 minutes prior, he had been a loyal customer of the discount section. Yet, the Lin of 10 minutes later was evidently transformed. With over 30,000 points in hand, he now dared to open the luxury section of the marketplace and broaden his horizons. The construction area thoughtfully arranged its prices from low to high, showcasing 10 items per page across a staggering 9,999 pages. Lin swiftly perused the first page of products from beginning to end. Excellent. He could afford the first 2. His posture straightened considerably in his chair. In an instant, he transitioned from the perspective of a humble visitor to that of an entry-level magnate. The array of products within the construction area was immense and diverse. To facilitate player searches, a variety of filtering options had been thoughtfully added to the sidebar. Lin selected the restaurant option, and the interface refreshed instantaneously. After flipping through a few pages, he identified the 3 items with the best value for money to examine in detail. 1. Lingfeng Guiwei Building. The signature drink, Lingfeng Du, is said to impart a sense of ethereal grace to anyone who sips it, making them feel as if they are gliding through the moonlit sky. Note: this building will automatically unlock the Lingfeng Du recipe upon gathering 1 dedicated manager, 1 chef, and 4 waiters. Price: 150,000 points. 2. Qingping Tea House. A tea house constructed by the down-and-out scholar Shin Qingping, where one can listen to the rain beneath the banana trees and brew tea beneath the cherry blossoms, offering a serene escape. Note: this building will automatically grant the hidden card, the musician Lu Xiaoxiao, upon gathering 1 dim sum chef and 1 gardener. Price: 100,000 points. 3. Liujia Lantern Market. A vibrant market where the streets are adorned with splendid garments and festive lights. It is the liveliest market in Tiandu Prefecture, where young couples release lanterns. Even the shyest lovers, after wandering through this 10-mile-long market, would surely understand each other's sentiments. Note, this building will automatically grant the hidden card. The lantern artist Yufeng, upon gathering stalls for eating, drinking, entertainment, and leisure. Price, 160,000 points. Lin's heart raced with excitement, and he promptly added all of them to his favorites. Alas, he could not afford a single one. Yet, he was utterly enchanted and felt they were all such extraordinary bargains. The Lingfeng Guiyue building exuded nobility, the Qingping Tea House radiated elegance, and the Liujia Lantern Market thrummed with liveliness. Moreover, each came with hidden gameplay elements, especially the Qingping Tea House. The gardener, Gao Xiaolan, was already in place, and the dim sum chef, Qingqing, would soon be ready. How far could the musician be? When travelers came to admire the flowers, sip tea, and nibble on dim sum while listening to the enchanting melodies, wouldn't the coins effortlessly flow into Boss Lin's pockets? As Boss Lin envisioned such a delightful scenario, he couldn't help but break into a foolish grin. Boss. A concerned Yao Jiqiang gently tapped Lin's shoulder as he passed by. What is it? Lin, returning to reality, awkwardly cleared his throat. Jiqiang, what brings you here? There is nothing of great concern. It is merely that the supply of poplar saplings from the county has recently been disrupted. A severe storm in the neighboring county has swept away numerous saplings from various nurseries, resulting in a considerable demand for replanting, while our local supply remains scarce. Although Yao Jiqiang did not finish his sentence, Linu had already comprehended the situation. It's unfortunate for them, and they should be prioritized, he remarked. However, Linu felt compelled to take action. Jiqiang, please inform Sister Lusheng, Xiaolan, and Jianmu to convene in the small conference room of my office. We need to hold a meeting. Understood, I'll go right away. 10 minutes later, the five gathered. Linu asked Gao Jiqiang to briefly explain the issue with the poplar sapling shortage before continuing, to maintain aesthetic appeal. The planting in the poplar forest should primarily consist of poplar saplings. Since the supply is temporarily unavailable, we shall pause our planting efforts for the time being. I have a new plan to discuss with everyone. Linu pulled a whiteboard closer and sketched the floor plan of the entire inn, including the unlocked land area and the section of the poplar forest. Given that the land would eventually be cleared, Linu decided against adhering to the original layout for the arable land and system pasture, instead marking those two areas separately. Should future planning conflict with them, Linu would not hesitate to expend points to relocate them further away. The remaining structures, including the inn situated in the lower right corner of Plot 1, and the movable arable land and pasture temporarily placed in the upper right corner. The poplar forest spanned 2 plots, extending from the upper left corner of Plot 1 to the upper right corner of Plot 2, reaching into the interior of Plot 2 for further cultivation. The distances between certain locations were not insignificant, with the 2 primary buildings, Saishangchu and Huyangli, connected by a walkway. All structures were clearly illustrated by Linu on the whiteboard. This represents the general situation of our current buildings, Linu stated, indicating an area on the left side of the inn extending to the edge of Plot 1. My plan is to transform this entire area into a rose garden. Chapter 68. Hiring villagers. Here are the varieties of roses I have, Linu said, turning to Xiaolan. The red roses comprise over half, with the other varieties evenly distributed. Please make a more detailed zoning plan based on this information. The rose seeds purchased from the system, when planted, would yield authentic red roses. Large blooms characterized by their vibrant colors, each the size of a child's fist. However, if one were to switch to a seed blind box mode, various species and colors of roses would emerge according to the specified ratios, transforming a field of pure red into a kaleidoscope of hues. Linu intended to adopt this second mode for his plan. It was unrealistic for Linu's inn to rely solely on rose products for thin-margin sales. He had come to understand the ultimate objective of the system, to maintain or improve the desert ecosystem. Therefore, plants that could thrive on the surface and combat desertification were evidently more aligned with its intentions than transient economic crops. Hence, in his rose garden plan, Linu aspired for Gao Xiaolan to sustain the flowering of roses throughout the seasons, ideally in continuous bloom, enhancing aesthetic value and attracting more visitors to the desert. Contemplate the scene. While other households in the region cultivate only bare, hardy, and utilitarian shrubs, here lies an expanse of delicate roses flourishing abundantly. When the time comes to organize a flower appreciation festival or a cultural event, its allure will be unmatched by the trivial undertakings of the present. After Linu's musings, he noticed Gao Xiaolan nodding in agreement, and he turned his attention to the tree planting duo. For the next few days, Jiqiang and Jinmu will pause their tree planting efforts to fully assist Xiaolan in the initial planning of the rose garden, how to partition the various areas, what plants to cultivate, and the required acreage, all to be decided by Xiaolan. The duo expressed no dissent, nodding in unison. Sister Lusheng, please settle the payment for the saplings in the county. After the completion of the rose garden project, we will assess whether to continue sourcing saplings from his family. Upon finishing this endeavor, it is likely that the farm will unlock the ability to cultivate hardwood trees, allowing for cost savings should we be able to propagate our own saplings. Moreover, please inquire with Uncle Manier about hiring a few local villagers to assist with the land preparation and rose planting. Those who are nimble, diligent, and hardworking, compensated with daily wages at the going rate. If they perform well, they could potentially remain under Xiaolan's stewardship for the ongoing maintenance of the rose garden. Understood. I shall take care of it shortly. Since the last encounter with the young bear in Elder Hassan's caravan, Linu has found himself increasingly attentive to the circumstances of the neighboring villages. Compared to Linu, the fortunate young entrepreneur, the residents of the desert villages endure a life that can only be described as arduous. Some, like Hassan and Mayanir, have managed to secure a modest fortune during their youth, supported by their children in the city, returning to the desert solely for reasons of nostalgia. Yet the majority face harsh realities: scarcity of water, limited electricity, challenging job prospects, and difficulties in education. Each issue presents a formidable challenge. When given the opportunity, the youth flee, often never to return. The older population, once they accumulate sufficient savings, migrates to the relatively hospitable county town, while those less fortunate are left to endure the unforgiving desert day by day. Perhaps it will not be until the village's water sources are irrevocably consumed by sandstorms that they resolve to relocate. With the intent of fostering tourism and invigorating the economy, Linu has resolved to implement the leader's sagacious directive to enrich the prosperous first, thereby uplifting the less fortunate, ultimately achieving shared prosperity. Although Lin, the proprietor, is not wealthy himself, this fact remains unknown to others, and thus this decision received unanimous approval. The group dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. Zhang Lushing accompanied Yao Jiqiang to consult the two elderly Uyghur men regarding recruitment. Upon hearing the news, the elders were elated, confidently assuring that they would gather candidates for Lushing to select from that very afternoon. Finding well-paying work close to home is indeed a stroke of good fortune. They promptly entrusted their caravan duties to their deputies and hastily rode their camels back to their familiar village. It is widely recognized that life in the desert is fraught with difficulties, yet urgent assistance may not alleviate poverty. Even with their best efforts, the impact may be minimal. However, this time is different. Lin Yu's exceptional qualities may elude his own perception, yet the two elderly men, witnessing the rapid development of the inn, are undoubtedly aware of his potential. This is a capable young man, and following him promises a bright future. The two elderly men, deep in thought, urged the camel to hasten its pace. Lin Yu arrived at the designated open space and raised his hand to activate a camouflage barrier. Boss Lin, has such a vast area been enclosed? Are you planning to construct a new attraction? A curious tourist inquired. In his eyes, a towering green fence, over 3 meters high, slowly ascended from the ground, encircling the extensive area. He assumed Lin Yu had preemptively installed elevating equipment underground for this endeavor, and aside from a fleeting remark about wealth, he did not dwell on it further. Indeed, it is a splendid observation point. Once completed, if you find it appealing, do share it on social media. Lin Yu said with a smile. Haha, certainly. After Lin Yu walked away, the tourists sent a message in the group chat, riding the wind and mooncake. Little Fish said a new attraction is under construction right in front of the inn, and it's already enclosed, at least 1,000 acres. Latecomer Fish, wow, that is quite a significant investment. Any insider information? Riding the wind and mooncake, no. Little Fish is quite tight-lipped. I inquired for quite some time, but he only mentioned it would be a beautiful viewpoint. June rain, a viewpoint? I've discovered a hidden gem. Clear blue sky, exciting. Little Fish's taste is certainly commendable, if he deems it beautiful. I'll be reserving a spot the day it opens. Claiming a seat. Seat claim 1. Lin Yu, who habitually checked his phone before commencing work, thought to himself, so it's Boss Lin in front and Little Fish behind, is it? Well done, you have certainly captured my attention. Shutting down the bothersome group chat, Lin Yu opened the marketplace. Ding. Would you like to spend 6,000 points to purchase 100 units of Barren Sandyland? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have acquired 100 units of Barren Sandyland, costing 6,000 points. Current balance, 296 for 127 points. Please select a placement location. He pulled up the map, selected the enclosed open area, and placed the purchase. Ding. Would you like to buy 100 units of Arable Lomi land? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have acquired 100 units of Arable Lomi land, costing 20,000 points. Current balance, 96,727 points. The system prompted him regarding the new 100 units of land, which he decided to plant with rose blind boxes. Upon maturity, they would not be sold but sent directly to the small warehouse as seedlings. He allocated 100 units from the original carrot field to plant grass blind boxes, storing ordinary grass, and separately keeping the purple alfalfa. After all were harvested, the remaining loamy land would continue to produce carrots. Alright, player, 100 units of land have been entrusted, costing 1,000 points. Current balance, 86,427. Lin Yu remarked. I merely wished for you to keep track of the time. Why do you only remember to deduct points? Hassan and Monir worked swiftly. Within an hour, each returned with 5 villagers. The 10 stood in a row, appearing somewhat awkward in front of the neatly dressed and beautiful Zhang Lushing. Manager Zhang. These individuals are diligent workers. They will undoubtedly complete their tasks punctually and will not slack off. I vouch for them. Should any issues arise, you may approach me directly. Zhang Lushing approached the group, scrutinizing each one closely from left to right. 7 men and 3 women stood before me. The youngest among them appeared to be at least 40 years of age. Their fingers bore the marks of hardship, with thick joints and rough textures, suggesting a resilience forged through toil. I nodded slightly and smiled. Chapter 69. The Treasure Boy? The individuals being scrutinized collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. One older woman discreetly wiped the sweat from her palms onto her trousers. Zhang Lushing beckoned Gao Xiaolan and the tree-planting duo to his side, introducing them to the identities of the 3 individuals. He then solemnly reminded the 10 of them. Our current project involves rose cultivation. The task is not physically demanding, yet it requires great attention to detail and patience. In this environment, drought-resistant and heat-tolerant rose seedlings are a rarity. Working under the sun will be arduous for you. So I urge everyone to pay close attention during Professor Gao's planting training. Let us strive to complete our work promptly, avoiding any need for rework. Manager Zhang, what about our wages? Inquired the first man at the forefront of the group, summoning his courage, while others looked on with anticipation. Although Munir and Hassan had mentioned the matter of wages during their journey, the villagers still sought a reassuring confirmation from their employer. Wages will be paid daily. Today is already halfway through. Once training concludes, you may return home. Starting tomorrow, your wages will commence, Zhang Lushing replied. Lunch will be provided. Someone will deliver it to you. He flipped through his notebook and added, before you leave, please visit the inn's lobby to register your personal information and bank account details with Xiao Yun. From now on, your wages will be deposited into this account. Any further questions? No, none at all, they replied eagerly. Manager Zhang, we will certainly work diligently, with the assurance of wages and a provided meal. Smiles adorned the faces of the 10, and their responses grew more spirited. Gao Jinmu and Yao Jiqiang, already skilled in tree planting, found the methods for cultivating roses to be merely more meticulous. They swiftly mastered the techniques and soon transformed into instructors, assisting teacher Gao with the training tasks. The three groups progressed in unison, the pace of instruction rapid. Linu, having pilfered a cucumber from the kitchen, munched on it as she approached the enclosure. Spotting the group from a distance, she chose not to interrupt and headed directly to the newly acquired sandy land. Oh, is this land truly this expansive? She mused. Having initially presumed the sandy plot to be merely 1 square meter in size, and thinking that 60 points per piece was significantly cheaper than the yellow land. Upon closer examination, she was astonished to find the plots arranged in neat rows, each measuring at least 20 meters in length. Opening the sandy land information revealed the understated label at the bottom of the information panel, 1 mu plot. What a delightful surprise. What she had anticipated to be a substantial expenditure turned out to be merely the earnings of 2 days. With such an impressive cost-performance ratio, what more could one desire? Is the land barren? No matter. I shall head to the processing workshop to create plant fertilizer. Is its water retention inadequate? No concern. I can elevate the underground river a few meters shortly. With such ample and inexpensive land, what shortcomings could there possibly be? None at all. Only advantages abound. The thrill of this unexpected windfall lingered throughout the afternoon. As night fell, the first batch of forage blind boxes ripened. The ordinary, optimized forage continued to be turned into fertilizer, while the others were tossed by Linu into the processing machines. He selected a few universal plant fertilizer formulas, and the machines buzzed to life, industriously churning away. It was a delightful task, and he relished his meal with great satisfaction. The buoyant mood of Boss Lin showed no signs of waning even as he lay down to rest. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have unlocked the poultry farming area level 5. With a score of 4,000 and a balance of 46,427 points. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have purchased 50 geese, costing 4,500 points, leaving a balance of 1,427 points. As his points dwindled to a mere score that could barely buy anything, Boss Lin finally released his pent-up excitement and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, as Linu prepared for breakfast, he passed by the designated rose field and noticed the Gao siblings and Yao Jiqiang bustling about with 10 workers in the field. The rose seedlings would not be ready for harvest until the afternoon, and there were currently no supplies in the warehouse. Gao Jinmu and his team pushed small carts, forming a line as they efficiently spread the plant fertilizer that Linu had processed just the night before. With each pass, they created long, continuous lines of fertilizer, achieving an astonishing efficiency. By now, they had likely completed 2 or 3 rounds, and were well past the halfway mark on their 100 acres. The mimicry card encompassed the entire planned area, presenting an endless expanse of sandy land to any observer, while the diligent workers hurriedly endeavored to accomplish more. However, Linu was aware that it was merely an illusion. The actual land where they were applying the fertilizer was confined to the 100 acres they were currently tending. If they worked their way to the edges, the ruse would be revealed. How could they work so swiftly? Linu, disregarding the warmth of his newly acquired 45,000 points, hastily purchased an additional 700 acres of sandy land. The mimicry card instantly retreated to the edge of the new plot, unnoticed by the workers who continued their diligent task of fertilization. Now once again impoverished, Boss Lin let out a sigh of relief. His attention turned to the wooden carts they were pushing. The carts resembled oversized baby carriages, with a unique wool design featuring smaller front wheels and larger rear wheels. As a person walked forward, the smaller front wheels would automatically drop, causing the larger connected wheels to rotate under the force of gravity. A delicate wheel assembly was installed in the middle of the 4 wheels, which Linu found somewhat perplexing. However, seeing the 2 bags of 10-pound fertilizer in the cart, easily maneuvered by the slender Gao Xiaolan, he grasped just how labor-saving these carts were. No wonder they worked so quickly. Who made this cart? Linu inquired, giving it a gentle push and discovering it was indeed quite light. My brother made it, Gao Xiaolan replied proudly. He was concerned that the plot was too large and that moving the fertilizer back and forth would be too laborious and slow. So he worked through the night to create these carts for us. They are incredibly useful. Though the cart's design appeared simple, its actual construction was no easy feat. Gao Jinmu, who could conceive an idea and bring it to fruition in a single night, truly seemed remarkable. Linu reflected on whether he ought to revisit the identity introductions of each individual. If even someone whose skills could only be described as a hobbyist in woodworking could achieve such a level of proficiency, then he must have overlooked numerous treasures. He wondered if others shared this sentiment. Days often felt slow, yet once engaged in a task, time seemed to fly by unnoticed. This was precisely Lin Yu's current experience. After breakfast, Lin Yu joined the larger group heading to the unplanted rose fields to spread fertilizer. With the addition of over 20 strong laborers led by an elderly Uyghur man, the group now numbered over 30, aligned in a single file. 2 individuals worked together to push a small cart, doubling their efficiency. Moreover, aside from Lin Yu and Gao Xiaolan, the remaining members were seasoned laborers, yielding impressive results. By lunchtime, they had successfully fertilized over 150 acres of land. Today's lunch consisted of braised pork, chicken stewed with vermicelli, stir-fried bok choy, and winter melon shrimp soup. The portions of meat and vegetables were generous, while the vegetarian dishes were delightfully sweet. Zhang Lushing arranged for a large sunshade at the field's edge, from which the meals were served in large containers. Lin Yu, along with several employees and workers, shared the meal. Brother Ali, this food is so good, it can't possibly cost us anything, right? One worker discreetly nudged the man who had inquired about wages yesterday. The appearance and quantity of the meal were comparable to that of a restaurant, leaving him hesitant to pick up his chopsticks. The man, bowl full of food and poised to eat, halted at the question. After all, how much were they earning for a day's work in the fields? If they were to eat at this standard, would the small employer deduct the cost from their wages? As he mentally reassured himself that surely the employer, running such a large operation and hiring numerous workers, would not quibble over a trivial meal expense, he still felt a twinge of anxiety. Even the slightest chance that taking a bite might diminish his earnings for the day gnawed at him. With less money to bring home, he would have to find other ways to cover his child's tuition. However, before he could voice his concerns, his raised chopsticks froze mid-air, revealing his inner turmoil. Nearby, Yao Jiqiang spoke up, his single remark providing reassurance. Don't worry about it. The small boss said he would cover the meal, and he wouldn't engage in petty deductions from our wages. His tone was confident and casual, and he resumed devouring his food. The 2 men, having overheard the employer's response, felt a bit awkward but were relieved by Yao Jiqiang's nonchalant demeanor. They cautiously approached him. Brother, we will be planting the rose seedlings tomorrow, right? Yes, the boss has prepared the seedlings. Once the heat subsides a little, we can begin planting. That's no small feat. I have never seen such delicate flowers being cultivated in the desert. Will they thrive? The man who initially questioned the meal expenses interjected. However, it was evident that his timing was less than ideal. Yao Jiqiang looked up from his bowl and replied. The small boss would not undertake an endeavor without assurance of success. Indeed, Teacher Gao is a professional, and the small business owner's money does not come from the wind. We, simple folk, know little about cultivating flowers and plants. We follow orders without question. Yet why do you have so much to say? The leading man quickly intervened to ease the tension. Yao Jiqiang continued to eat, disregarding the banter between the 2. Noticing that the conversation had ceased, the 2 workers exchanged glances, and the leader spoke again. Brother, we wish to inquire whether, given the vastness of this flower garden, there will be long-term positions available once the planting is complete. Their previous probing had yielded no results, so they decided to directly address the question that truly concerned them. Whether roses could survive in the desert was beyond their knowledge, but they had observed the innkeeper's considerable investment in over 1,000 acres of land, not sparing any expense for labor. The workers perceived their employer as affluent and generous, believing that working under such a boss promised a prosperous future. While short-term labor could bring in quick earnings, it paled in comparison to the stability of long-term employment. If they could secure a job nearby, it would not only safeguard their children's education but also alleviate daily expenses, freeing them from the need to seek side jobs and allowing them to see their families more than once a year. Long-term positions would certainly be available, but not everyone would be hired. It depended on their performance during this task. If they demonstrated diligence and responsibility, the boss would undoubtedly prioritize them. We will certainly work hard and will not cut corners. After we complete the task, could you kindly speak a few good words to the boss on our behalf? Certainly. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, seated at a distance, remained oblivious to their conversation. After finishing his meal, he joined others for a half-hour break. The heat persisted, yet the workers spontaneously rose to commence their duties. Yao Jiqiang's words spread quietly among the laborers, motivating them to strive for a potential secure job. Each worker became more efficient and swift in their tasks. Lin, who had previously shunned labor, found himself compelled to join the ranks of the working class. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the light gradually faded into a gray haze, and only when the ground became indistinct did the workers cease their labors. By then, they had fertilized a remarkable 400 acres of land. The plant fertilizer produced in the workshop was highly effective and quick to decompose. Unlike conventional fertilizers that required fermentation time, they could sow roses the very next day after application. Given the nutrient-poor sandy soil, once the roses were planted, Gao Xiaolan would need to devise a fertilization plan based on the growth conditions of each variety. However, that was a concern for another day. For now, she waved her hand and addressed the workers. Thank you for your hard work. We shall conclude today's tasks here. Your wages have already been deposited into your accounts. For those without account numbers, please collect your cash at the front desk. Please return home safely, and I will see you tomorrow. The workers bowed their heads, pulling out their phones, and the joy in their eyes was unmistakable as they saw the transaction notifications. A few hurriedly made their way toward the inn, eager to return. The desert night was not entirely peaceful. while the area surrounding Linu's Inn was relatively secure. The rest of the desert was fraught with threats from wild animals and shifting sands. However, the workers, accustomed to life in the desert, quickly departed from the inn in pairs after receiving their wages, their figures soon vanishing amidst the vast expanse of sand. Boss Lin was unable to partake in the joy of the workers as he was nearly exhausted. In comparison to the villagers who labored year-round, he could indeed be considered a pampered young master, having only experienced menial jobs during his university days, which paled in comparison to the true toil at hand. Especially with Boss Lin's indomitable spirit, as the workers lined up to spread fertilizer, working at a rapid pace, he too exerted himself to keep up, unwilling to fall behind. Unbeknownst to Linu, the villagers were eager to impress him, hoping to secure their positions as long-term workers. He was solely focused on not lagging too far behind. Fearing that his presence would turn the straight line of workers into a V shape, an embarrassment he could not bear. The consequence of such bravado throughout the day was that Boss Lin was on the verge of losing control over his limbs. Upon checking his phone, he discovered, unsurprisingly, that he had exceeded 30,000 steps, claiming the top spot in his social circle. His mother even rewarded him with a like on his leaderboard. Boss Lin felt like crying, but he could not afford to, suppressing the tears and aches within, hastily taking a shower before diving into bed to nurse his wounds. He fell into a deep slumber for the entire night. The following day, Boss Lin awoke to the delightful sounds of points and experience being credited. But as he sat up, he was struck by the overwhelming soreness in his limbs. The fatigue from the previous day's labor had transformed into a painful, throbbing sensation, leaving him feeling weak and as if his limbs were being torn apart with every movement. This was the agony Boss Lin was currently enduring. Gritting his teeth, he bravely opened the store, exchanging his newly acquired points for a grand plan for Gao Xiaolan. Ding. Congratulations, player has reached level 10 with 900,000 experience points and a balance of 36,424 points. Ding. Congratulations, player has obtained Barren Sandy Land, X 700, with 42,000 points, balance, 20,460 points. Thus, the plan 500 acres of flower fields were fully established, and Boss Lin utilized the mimicry card to restore the initial fencing state, seamlessly replacing the simulated environment with genuine land. The impoverished Boss Lin had once again evaded the fate of being exposed. Chapter 71. Is he raising wild buffalo? The phrase money opens one's eyes does not quite capture the essence. For those truly in need, even the mere scent of wealth can attract them like bees to honey. Linu's 500-acre rose garden had just commenced its operations. 10 workers had received their wages for the first day, and the news had spread like wildfire among the villagers. Therefore, as Boss Lin descended the stairs with sore, weary legs to have his meal, he beheld an even longer line of people fervently working on the sandy land he had just rectified. Xiaolan, why are there so many people today? Did they arrive early? Linu slowly approached Gao Xiaolan, glancing at the scene before him. As he drew nearer, he estimated that there were at least 40 individuals energetically spreading fertilizer. Gao Xiaolan was diligently supervising, closely observing each worker's efficiency. Linu had previously pledged to take full responsibility for the management of the rose garden, personally selecting her staff. The character cards in the discount zone of the mall were becoming increasingly scarce, and the area allocated for construction by the system was excessively large. Thus, it was imperative to employ a substantial workforce from reality. This approach served a dual purpose. It liberated the special character cards from the tedious and repetitive labor, allowing them to engage in more creative tasks, while also providing job opportunities for the local villagers, enabling them to earn a decent income without having to leave their homes. Considering the current situation, everyone was diligently working, each striving to outperform the other. On the surface, their efforts appeared similar. So Gao Xiaolan could only observe the finer details each day to select the most suitable candidates for long-term positions in the rose garden, thereby forming her own team. A multitude of workers toiled on the 500 acres of land, while the labor-averse Lin, ironically, found herself unemployed, her expression conflicted, yet secretly pleased. The pace towards the dining hall hastened significantly. The breakfast menu included scallion scrambled eggs, lean meat porridge, longan buns, stir-fried beans, and a plate of sliced honeydew. As the favored protege of Chef Li, Linu always commenced her day of happiness with a hearty breakfast. After satisfying her hunger, she returned to the sandy land, pretending to supervise. Today, were they to plant rose seedlings? Linu noticed Gao Jinmu and Yao Jiqian each pushing a small cart filled with rose seedlings towards her. The existing plant fertilizer had been sufficiently spread, and due to the surplus of manpower and the workshop's limited capacity, she decided to split them into 2 groups. One half would continue spreading fertilizer, while the other half would take advantage of the mild temperatures to plant a batch of rose seedlings. Linu nodded in agreement. Although the sandy soil lacked fertility and water retention, it had one undeniable advantage: its depth. The small lake near the poplar forest had been directly drawn up from underground using an indexing tool, boasting its own water vein, which allowed saplings of all sizes to thrive. However, the soil intended for planting rose seedlings adjacent to the inn had a staggering height difference of 8 meters from the surface to the underground soil layer. After exchanging for the sandy land, Linu had curiously examined it with the indexing tool, discovering that the depth of the sandy land indeed connected to the normal soil 8 meters below. This indicated that each plot of sandy land was a vertically extending terrain, fundamentally altering the structure of the intervening layer of yellow sand. System, this sandy land will certainly not be reclaimed after my demise, correct? Indeed. The sandy land incorporates a soil structure enriched with multiple layers of plant humus, which, despite its lack of fertility and water retention, is sufficient for cultivating most real-world crops. If plant fertilizer is continuously added, is there a chance it could transform into fertile yellow soil? The sandy land, after proper maintenance, has the potential to evolve into fertile black soil, but it can only support the cultivation of real plants and cannot develop into yellow soil with special effects. Alright. Linu reflected with a hint of regret, yet she felt content. Within moments, half of the villagers in the rose garden had already transitioned to different tasks. Gao Xiaolan set aside her notebook and personally sorted the various types of roses, the farm's harvest yielding large, vibrantly colored blossoms. Each plant could provide 34 cutting branches that met the required standards. She meticulously sketched the planting area and locations for each variety of rose, subsequently organizing them into groups, with each group entrusted to propagate a specific type of rose. The uncles and aunts were instructed to ensure that each cutting retained a closed bud and 2 to 3 leaves. When inserting the cuttings, they were reminded to orient the leaves outward. Gao Xiaolan personally demonstrated with the rose seedlings, making an effort to articulate every detail clearly, while the villagers gathered around her, listening intently. The exchange of knowledge was remarkably smooth, characterized by a spirit of openness and earnest learning. However, Linu felt an unsettling discrepancy. What was amiss? The villagers had been divided into teams. 2 were preparing the beds, while others handled the cuttings, and some were pushing a cart to fetch water from the inn for irrigation. Linu finally discerned the source of his unease. The labor-intensive tasks of bed preparation and carting should, by his recollection, be executed by machinery on a large scale, or at the very least, by resilient draft animals such as oxen or horses. System, do you possess any plowing machinery? Indeed, but it cannot be utilized in the current dimension, and players lack the qualification to purchase it. Why not? It's merely plowing. It shouldn't require advanced technology. In the future, the majority of repetitive mechanical labor has been supplanted by versatile, intelligent machines, far exceeding the technological level of the present realm, rendering them inapplicable to real land. Then why can you manage my farm? You seem quite adept at harvesting. The system's technology can only be applied to special lands and constructions. Should players require assistance, they may entrust sandy land to this system. But upon the day of the player's demise, the sandy land will be reclaimed by the system alongside special constructions. Would you like to proceed with the management now? Absolutely not. Linu hastily declined. The system was surprisingly pedantic. He was merely inquiring out of curiosity. Asking did not incur any cost, so why the sudden seriousness? It nearly gave him a fright. What about the livestock? Can the yellow cattle raised in the pasture be used as draft animals? In theory, yes. And in practice, all livestock in the pasture are genetically optimized breeds, superior to the current agricultural standards of this realm, yet they have not undergone any domestication training. Given the player's current physical condition, control over them is likely unattainable. Are the dairy and yellow cattle in the farm wild bulls? They are domestic animals, merely undomesticated. The system reiterated emphatically. Do they go mad at the sight of a red cloth? The system refrained from engaging in further futile dialogue with this uninformed individual. Ahem. Linu redirected his racing thoughts and continued to humbly inquire, System, do you have any suitable tools for my current situation? Please recommend some. In light of the player's current impoverished and barren circumstances, the following items are suggested. 1. Livestock specialist farmer Go Laoan. Only his surname is known. No one knows his full name, but he is renowned for his expertise in raising cattle and sheep, and has recently begun to learn about horse breeding. Price, 6,800 points. 2. Draft Ox Zhuang, a standard livestock card. Refined feed, can be fed alongside regular pasture, strong and low maintenance, making it an ideal choice for household plowing. Price, 1,000 points. Impoverished and barren? Linu harbored suspicions that the system was mocking him and had gathered evidence to support his claim. However, upon viewing the 2 recommended items, he could not help but feel elated. Chapter 72, Buy 1, Get 2? Shop, shop, shop. Whatever one thinks, one receives. The system's store boasted an overwhelming array of products, but Linu was only familiar with a few, primarily those in the discounted section. Without a specific goal, he found it challenging to search for keywords in the other menus. Fortunately, despite its sardonic nature, the system remained reliable. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that, with each upgrade, the system's emotional range seemed to expand, particularly its mocking abilities, as if a sharp-tongued creature disguised as a system was launching verbal attacks at him. Ding! Ox Zhuang has been added to the backpack. Farmer Go Laoan cannot be purchased. Cannot be purchased? But I have enough points. To confirm, Linu opened the panel to check the balance, which stood at 66,790 points. Indeed, it was correct. The conditions for Farmer Galahan's residency required a farmhouse courtyard. The player's current employee dormitory was at full capacity. Expansion was necessary, and only upon meeting the residency conditions could he make the purchase. It turned out there was no place for him to stay. A separate courtyard needed to be constructed. It made sense, as Go Laoan was to help him tend to a zhuang and required a small courtyard with a barn. Moreover, the employee dormitory was indeed insufficient. He opened the system map to select a location. The area in front of the inn was bustling with activity, making it unsuitable for building and raising cattle. However, raising cattle was intended to assist the rose garden, so it should not be too far away. The region near the poplar forest was lined with exquisite wooden houses, while the farmhouse courtyard depicted on the card was uniformly thatched roof cottages with small yards. One exuded a refined vacation vibe. while the other embraced a rustic Chinese countryside aesthetic, which seemed somewhat incongruous. After considering several locations, Linu ultimately chose a site within the inner layer of the isolation belt behind the inn, close to the farm and ranch, only separated from the rose fields by the inn and the forest belt, allowing easy access to both sides. Furthermore, the entire large plot, isolated by the forest belt, was perpetually shrouded in a camouflage card, alleviating any concerns of being discovered. System, please help me locate the purchase option for the farmhouse courtyard. Understood. The farmhouse courtyard blueprint card has been retrieved. Please review it. Similar to the poplar wooden house blueprint, although the names were consistent. There were numerous house types to choose from, large and small, with yards, cellars, and diverse styles and functionalities. Observing the visage of Go Laohan, who appeared to be in his 60s, Linu noted he was of a similar age to Li Dashan. Most of the employees at the inn were young, and the only one who had consistently accompanied Li Dashan was Gao Feng, who was not particularly talkative. In truth, there were no peers for the elderly man to converse with the intention of finding a conversational companion for Uncle Li. Linu selected a small courtyard with 3 rooms, a barn, and a cellar. If they found common ground, perhaps Uncle Li would be inclined to stay in the courtyard for a change of scenery. Linu stepped into the location cloaked by the camouflage card. Would you like to spend 230 points to purchase farmhouse courtyard number 013? Yes or no? Yes. Bang. As the white mist dissipated, the courtyard was completed. This is a quintessential farmhouse courtyard, comprising a main house and 2 side rooms, oriented north to south, and enclosed by a circle of wooden fences, creating a neat, square courtyard. The entrance features a rain shelter supported by 2 pillars, with a gabled roof adorned with golden thatch, beneath which hangs a bamboo lantern inscribed with the character Go. Pushing open the wooden door, which reaches only to his chest, Linu stepped into the courtyard. In the center of the yard stood a flourishing osmanthus tree, under which a set of stone tables and stools was arranged. Upon seeing the osmanthus tree, Linu instinctively retrieved his underground river tools for inspection, discovering that the soil beneath the tree was consistent with sandy earth and connected to the deeper soil layers. Furthermore, the tree's roots had deeply penetrated the soil, enabling it to absorb moisture efficiently, which relieved his concerns. It was not unreasonable for him to worry. If this osmanthus tree were merely ornamental and withered soon after the old man Go moved in, Lin, having spent his money, would truly be despondent. To the left of the courtyard stood a chicken coop over a meter high, while to the right was a cattle shed leaning against the fence. Currently, neither chickens nor cows resided within. Linu took a cursory glance at the 3 adjoining rooms. The right side was divided into a kitchen and a storage room. Entering the middle room led to the main hall, furnished with a set of tables and stools, while the bedrooms on either side contained simple furniture such as beds, cabinets, and washstands. The left side room was empty, presumably awaiting future occupants to personalize it. Overall, the decor was essentially original, yet functionally sufficient. Individuals with life experience could move in without issue. Would you like to spend 6,800 points to purchase livestock specialist farmer Go? Yes, purchase. A familiar white mist enveloped Linu at a distance of 1 meter. However, this time the mist appeared unusually dense. Was this robust Uncle Go truly that large? The final syllable of Linu's utterance lingered for half a second as the scene dissipated. He was not stammering, but rather astonished. The old farmer Go, indeed, resembled the figure depicted on the card, a man in his 60s. Yet why were there 2 others accompanying him? 2 for 1. 3 birds with 1 stone. A buy 1 get 2 free? Countless phrases and terms flitted through Linu's mind. System, what is happening? Does purchasing a character card permit bringing family along? The elder woman is one thing, but this little girl appears to be merely 3 or 4 years old. Am I to consider her as child labor? Uncle G's appearance aligned perfectly with Linu's initial impression of a farmer. He was not particularly tall, but possessed a sturdy, muscular physique. Dressed in grayish linen, his sleeves rolled up to reveal calloused hands and feet. However, an anomaly presented itself. The old farmer was accompanied by a similarly aged woman and a young girl who looked no older than 3 or 4. The little girl, clutching the woman's leg while sucking on her finger, curiously peered at Linu. Players, please note the prefix of the purchased farmer card. When Linu previously made the purchase, he had not scrutinized it closely. Now, upon reviewing the information card, he realized that indeed, this farmer referred to a household. Indeed, the cards prefixed with the character for household represent a family unit. This child is so young. Surely, they must attend kindergarten. Linu pondered, must I establish a kindergarten? It is not unfeasible, yet there are no teachers available in this area. Players merely need to strive to earn money to pay the wages owed to the Go family. All character cards are matched with their respective identities, and guardians will autonomously address educational concerns, relieving players of premature paternal anxieties. I have considered this thoroughly. Who wishes to become an unexpected father? Really, it is merely a fleeting moment of concern upon seeing such a small child. This is a normal reaction for a youth educated in modernism upon encountering infant humanity. With this thought, the embarrassment from Lin's earlier mockery dissipated. It is swift to provide oneself an avenue of escape. Old Man Go took the initiative to introduce the identities of the other 2. Greetings, boss. I am Go, and this is my wife, as well as my granddaughter, Maoya. After the introductions, both Aunt Go and Maoya greeted Linu. Perhaps due to the presence of familiar family members, the atmosphere among the trio was remarkably relaxed. Linu felt joy as well, hurriedly retrieving a zhuang from his backpack and activating it. Mo. Chapter 73. Farmer? Sweeping monk? The card transformed upon landing into a robust yellow cow. bellowing in Lin Yu's direction. What a splendid cow. Old man Ji's eyes lit up, and without waiting for Lin Yu to speak, he stepped forward to examine Ah Zhuang from top to bottom. From the horns to the hooves, from the fur to the teeth, he scrutinized every detail. Ah Zhuang was quite perceptive, showing no resistance and occasionally nodding its large head and lifting its hooves, much to old man Ji's delight. Old man Go, I will leave Ah Zhuang in your care. I have some flower fields to tend to. Please make yourselves at home and settle in. Lin Yu retrieved his phone and located a photo of Zhang Lushing from the employee album, presenting it to the Go family. This is Zhang Lushing, our inn's chief manager. I have already messaged her, and she will arrange for someone to familiarize you with the inn and organize your work. Understood, boss. We will certainly do our best. The three moved to sit at the stone table to await Zhang Lushing. Suddenly, Lin Yu recalled something and asked, Old man Go, do you know how to train cows? Specifically, to train them as plow oxen like Ah Zhuang? Moo. Ah Zhuang expressed its displeasure nearby. Of course, I understand this may not be entirely feasible. But even training them to be slightly less proficient than Ah Zhuang, capable of understanding simple commands, would suffice. Can you do that? Lin Yu, ever accommodating, humbly acknowledged his limitations in front of every capable employee, whether human or bovine. Such are his principles. Certainly, I have raised cattle and sheep for decades. While I cannot boast of training horses or mules, training a few cows is certainly within my capabilities. Leave this matter to me, and I assure you I will produce a functional plow ox. That is wonderful. I will go calculate the details shortly. But perhaps you could accompany me to select a couple of cows to bring back? Housing 3 cows in the barn should pose no problem. Boss Lin abruptly changed his words mid-sentence, as he suddenly pondered whether he could manage to bring a cow from the pasture to the courtyard, given his physique. He harbored doubts, suspecting that either he would end up chasing the cow, or the cow would pursue him. In any case, the likelihood of a harmonious coexistence between the two seemed exceedingly slim. Xiao Yu, I have arrived, announced Zhang Lushing. Despite Boss Lin having only 10 employees, well, now 13, he was uncertain if the young girl counted among them. Of Boss Lin's 13 employees, 12 were overseen by Zhang Lushing, who had become quite familiar with the job. Upon hearing that Lin Yu intended to take the old man Gu to the pasture to select cows, Zhang Lushing expressed interest in accompanying them. After selecting the cows, they would conveniently take them out for a meal with the veteran employees. Employees originating from the system, regardless of the era or realm they hailed from, were imbued with knowledge and memories appropriate to the current dimension upon their arrival. Thus, when Gu and his family, along with Zhang Lushing, beheld the modern chicken coops and cow sheds, they merely paused momentarily before accepting the scene. The cow sheds had been purchased by Lin Yu after he exceeded his step goal the previous night, earning praise from his mother. He had bought 2 sheds with 20 cows, initially planning to enjoy a beef hot pot the next day. However, he had forgotten that cows required 64 hours before they could be harvested for meat. Therefore, as the group entered one of the cow sheds, they encountered not the robust, well-fed cattle they had anticipated, but rather a collection of frolicking calves, each sporting long lashes and large eyes, with soft yellow fur and slender legs, standing at most 1 meter tall. Uncle Gu, perhaps we should wait a bit longer. In just a day, they'll grow bigger. Shall we return then to choose? Lin Yu suggested awkwardly. No, these calves are just right. Uncle Ji's tone was so assured that it took Lin Yu by surprise. But Uncle Gu, such small calves can hardly be of use. They barely reach the height of the plow in the shed. One mustn't judge them so hastily, Uncle Gu replied. Shaking his head, he caught hold of a calf with a tuft of white hair atop its head, inspecting its teeth while addressing the group. Look here. Although this calf appears small, its teeth and bone structure are robust and well-formed. With 2 months of training at home, it can manage some simple tasks and gain experience. In 6 months, it will be a capable adult cow. The others nodded in understanding, and Lin Yu suddenly saw the light. Indeed, training time must be considered. While these calves seemed to lead a tranquil existence in the system's cow shed, listening to music and grazing peacefully, he had not forgotten the system's evaluation of these little beings. Then, Uncle Gu, choose a few to take back. Your courtyard's cow shed isn't large, so let's start with that scale. If all goes well, I will arrange for a larger space for you to expand. All right, I will select 2 that I can manage. And Ah Zhuang can help take care of the calves. Uncle Gu genuinely adored cows, and with the system providing such lively and healthy calves, he found himself enamored with each one he beheld. After much deliberation, Lin Yu finally selected the 2 calves that caught his eye. As they were about to exit the cattle shed, a dialogue box appeared before him. Detected that the yellow cattle have not yet reached maturity. Are you sure you want to remove them from the cattle shed? Note: immature animals leaving the breeding area will not gain corresponding experience or points. Confirm. After silently affirming his decision, they successfully passed through the gate of the cattle shed. The moment they stepped outside, each calf was adorned with a new halter. Simultaneously, it seemed as if some seal had been lifted, causing the 2 little creatures to suddenly kick up their heels in exuberance. At that moment, the positions of the individuals were as follows. Zhang Lushing and Aunt Gu each held one of the calves, leading the way out of the shed. Following them were Lin Yu and Old Gu, with the 2 calves trailing behind. The first to notice the calves' spirited antics was Old Gu. Just as Lin Yu turned his head, he saw Old Gu seize the halters with a firm grip, forcefully yanking the calves' heads down by several inches. With their heads restrained, the 2 obstinate calves, in defiance, dug their front hooves into the ground and propelled themselves forward, attempting to charge at Old Gu. Uncle Gu, let go quickly. Lin Yu shouted urgently, rushing toward the halters. Boss, stay back. Don't come any closer. These little rascals are no match for Uncle Gu. The elder, without boasting, cautioned Linu and took a deep breath, firmly planting his right leg back while bending his left knee. In an instant, he assumed a powerful stance. The calves, their hind hooves relentlessly striking the ground, stirred up a cloud of dust around them. Old Gu tightened the halters with all his might, his veins bulging. Yet he did not budge an inch. Both sides exerted their strength, resulting in a stalemate. Time passed, though it felt uncertain, perhaps an hour, perhaps merely a few minutes. Eventually, the calves began to tire, their hind legs retracting as they swayed their heads and took small, tentative steps. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into remarkably docile creatures. Uncle Gu, you are truly impressive, Linu exclaimed, showering him with praise. Is this a farmer? Is this an old man? No. This is a martial arts master among the common folk, a contemporary wandering monk. Old Gu gradually relaxed his grip on the halters, the flush of exertion fading from his face, while the calves stood obediently beside him. Throughout his life, he had dealt with these young beings, always knowing that one must never retreat when facing them. The first encounter must establish dominance, or future management would become exceedingly difficult. You're truly remarkable. Once we level up and unlock horses, I'll leave it to you. Linu, he began to say before trailing off, as he recalled something of utmost importance. Chapter 74, Scenic Optimization complete. After the upgrade, horse leveling would be unlocked. Wait, it cannot reach level 11. Why can't it? Linu clutched his head, pacing in circles, feeling as though he had forgotten something incredibly significant, something related to leveling up, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall it. Boss, what's wrong? Zhang Lushing asked with concern. I've forgotten something important. The three members of the Gu family exchanged perplexed glances with Zhang Lushing, momentarily forgetting the matter at hand, which rendered all their inquiries utterly mute. It was Zhang Lushing who regained composure first, hastily guiding the conversation. Do not rush. Reflect carefully. What is it related to? Planting trees? The rose garden? The restaurant? The specialty store? Or perhaps the general store? Linu abruptly halted in his tracks, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Yes. It is the store. I remember now. Sister Lushing, please assist Uncle Gu and the others with their onboarding arrangements. Let us have a luncheon together to welcome them. I must leave for a moment. With that, he darted away, for he had finally recalled what he had forgotten. Level 10. The items in the store's discounted section would be unlocked upon the next upgrade. If he wished to purchase them afterward, he would have to buy at full price in the prop section. He almost missed out on a fortune. Thankfully, it was just a narrow escape. System, please disable automatic upgrades. Even if my experience reaches its cap, do not upgrade. Automatic upgrades have been disabled, but the system will remind players that the higher the level, the rarer the items unlocked. If players forego upgrading, the discounted section will revert to a bi-weekly update frequency, with no new items added. Understood, understood, understood. I will diligently save up to clear the discounted section as soon as possible, and then continue to upgrade, assisting you in fulfilling your KPI, allowing you to become the wealthiest entity among all systems. As Lin, the proprietor, raced toward his room, he daydreamed of grand prospects. The system, in its bewilderment, could not fathom why this individual, though impoverished, exuded such confidence. Upon returning to his room, the self-assured Lin settled into the sofa and opened the coveted discounted items section. Due to his prolonged financial constraints, over 10 items in the discounted section had been locked. Examining each one, he noted, Barren Sandyland, priced at 60 points. Available for unlimited purchase, with a post-recovery price of 100 points. The 500-acre rose garden had already been acquired, even should he wish to plant trees later. He could tolerate such price hikes, so he momentarily set that aside. 2 character cards for exceptional students, and 1 for a laborer were best purchased now. Even the cheapest was 500 points, and the restored price would instantly double. Lin's heart could hardly withstand it. Do you wish to spend 500 points to purchase, labor, Shinshiriwa? Do you wish to spend 800 points to purchase, intern makeup artist Hiea? Do you wish to spend 800 points to purchase, sewing specialist Chi Mingwan? Purchase all. Congratulations, player, you have obtained 3 character support cards. Current balance, 460 points. As long as he refrained from purchasing the latest models, his funds were quite manageable. Lin finally grasped this principle. While he drooled over the buildings costing tens of thousands, he realized his status as a pauper. However, after leaving the discounted items untouched for half a month, Lin discovered he was, in fact, quite affluent. Given this newfound wealth, he felt no hesitation. The silk-producing, Cloud Dream Silkworm appeared to be intended for the sewing specialist Chi Minglan and was limited to just 5 purchases. Lin Yu checked the props section, noting its original price of 600 points, restricted for purchase until level 25. The sooner I buy, the sooner I enjoy, he mused. Purchasing it for 800 points. Would you like to spend 4,000 points to purchase 5 Cloud Dream Silkworms? Yes. Congratulations, player, on acquiring the special item, Cloud Dream Silkworm. Current balance, 460 points. With over 40,000 points in hand, Boss Lin was in high spirits, eager to continue browsing when the system notification chimed. Ding. The landscape optimization in the Poplar residential area has been completed. Would you like to view it now? Landscape optimization? Lin Yu recalled that this was a reward granted by the system after he completed the Poplar cabin blueprint. Although it was termed a reward, it felt more like a mockery of his aesthetic sense. I am curious to see how beautiful your optimized landscape truly is. With a dismissive flick, Boss Lin swiftly closed the panel and descended the stairs. Amao is here to take you out. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Yu encountered a Mao, who was leisurely wandering about. The creature would occasionally tilt its head or jog a few steps to listen to the jingling of the bell around its neck. Yet it ignored the several tourists nearby who were requesting photos. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yu noted that these tourists were all men. Hearing Lin Yu's call, a Mao trotted over, affectionately nudging Boss Lin's shoulder with its large head. As one of the two favored males by a Mao, the other being Chef Li, who prepared double portions of carrot feed. Lin Yu felt somewhat astonished by this attention. Nodding to the envious tourists, Lin Yu leaped onto the camel, and a Mao galloped away, swiftly disappearing behind the sand dunes. A Mao truly favors that little fish, one of the men remarked. We can't even get close, but it rushes over at a call. Indeed. Last time I bribed a Mao with a carrot from Chef Li, it devoured it in one bite, and simply turned away, completely ignoring me. Well, we are neither little fish nor young ladies. Another man sighed in resignation. Unaware that he had become the object of envy, Lin Yu was presently seated atop a Mao, gazing vacantly at the wooden cabins nestled among the poplars. Reflecting on his perception before the new area was unveiled, Lin Yu thought, how beautiful could mere beautification be? Yet, after witnessing the transformation, he lamented, I was mistaken. The original poplar cabins were constructed by Lin Yu according to the designated locations on the blueprint, with an effort to enhance aesthetics leading him to have Yao Jiqiang plant numerous trees between each house. Yao Jiqiang understood the boss's intentions perfectly, interspersing various species so that the neighboring cabins could not see each other's windows, ensuring ample privacy. However, upon viewing the results, the contrast was stark, akin to the distinction between the wild and the impressionistic. The once chaotic thickets had been meticulously arranged, with shrubs, trees, and lawns of varying heights concealing each quaint building. The winding paths now featured several intricately designed wooden pavilions. Clusters of vividly colored wildflowers adorned the grassy patches by the roadside, swaying gently in the breeze that whispered through the treetops, as if serenading the setting sun. The golden-orange light of the sunset spilled across the rooftops, kissed the treetops, and graced the lush greenery below. Though the essence of the tourists still residing within remained largely unchanged, every subtle alteration served to enhance the beauty of the scene. Truly magnificent. For the first time, Lin Yu truly felt that this place was indeed a perfect vacation spot. Thrown into the desert with empty hands, he gradually built it up to its current scale, employing numerous staff. Yet it was only now, standing atop the sand dune alongside a Mao, gazing at the poplars beneath the setting sun, that he finally sensed the unique poetry and distant allure of travel. Click. At the base of the dune, a tourist captured the silhouette of a person and a camel, amidst the vast yellow sands of the desert. As the sun dipped lower, the elongated shadows on the dune were instinctively recorded by the photographer. While you appreciate the scenery, others are also observing you. Chapter 75. Boss Lin faces teasing on the Cape Forum. In the photography section, a post that had just been published 10 minutes prior soared to the homepage, followed by a flurry of enthusiastic responses. Moonlight curves, the original poster. Some people are the scenery, while others await the sunset. Image JPG, 1L. Which celebrity's portrait is this? No studio, just real shots? 2L. Are celebrities really this competitive in promotions? Even pure photography forums are getting ads? 3L. Impressive technique, but I can't tell which star this is. The face isn't even visible for promotion. 4L. What a striking brightness. Is the background edited? Looks like a resort. The original poster. Location, Xinshan Province, Moy City. The aloof poster of the photos remained unresponsive to all doubts and admiration, merely providing the location. Hey, Sister Lu Sheng, I'm over here among the poplars. Lin Yu, momentarily embodying the essence of a poet atop the sand dune, was interrupted by a call from Zhang Lu Sheng. Need authorization? When was it taken? Lin Yu was genuinely curious upon hearing this news. It turned out that someone had captured a photo of him and a Mao, wanting to use it for a photography competition. They had privately messaged the IN's account to request permission and even sent the original image. After ending the call, Lin Yu logged into the account he hadn't accessed in a while. The IN's promotional accounts, some of which he had created, were now managed by 3 capable front desk ladies, along with Xiao Yun's foodie girl, Shen Shikong's guide Xiao Shun, and Chef Li's delicacies every day. These accounts supported each other, their growth rate not slow at all. Now, Lin Yu logged into the original account where he had first posted about a Mao, and indeed found the private message pinned by Zhang Lu Sheng in the backend. Photographer Zhang Liang. Hello, boss. I inadvertently captured a photo of you and would like to use it for a photography competition. I hope to obtain your permission. Image PNG. Lin Yu opened the photo. It depicted the silhouette of himself and a Mao standing on the dune, watching the sunset, the face barely discernible. This photographer was quite talented. Even his mother Wu Ti recognized him from this shot. Lin Yu mused to the system, noting how the photographer had chosen to mention something that could have easily remained unspoken, a testament to his character. In truth, the player should have some impression of him. Do I have an impression? Lin Yu paused, furrowing his brow in recollection, trying to remember when he had met a photographer of such caliber, one capable of entering a photography competition. A prompt appeared. Room change incident. Change rooms? Could it be that this was the photographer Mr. Chi had brought? Is he still at our inn? Indeed. After a thorough review by the system, it was revealed that he did not depart with Chi Jia. Rather, he settled in the inn with his own team. Initially, they engaged in music performances, and once the construction at Huyangli was completed, his team secured a long-term rental of one of the buildings to establish a photography studio, capturing moments for visiting guests, which must have yielded a substantial income. Lin Yu could hardly fathom that while he was tirelessly toiling for the sake of 2 calves and a patch of flowers, others were already profiting from his endeavors. He diligently tended to his trees and chickens, nearly being kicked by the two calves today. His employees were assiduously promoting their work through videos, attracting guests from afar. In contrast, this photography team merely needed to remain stationary, benefiting from the vibrant scenery without any financial outlay, effortlessly reaping small fortunes. Lin, the proprietor, felt a pang of envy, a twinge of bitterness, and an undeniable intrigue towards this photographer. Requesting the room number of the photographer from the front desk, Lin Yu set off on his camel towards Hu Yongli. Hello, I am looking for Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang's rented space was one of the largest accommodations at Hu Yongli, boasting 6 rooms. Logically, since Lin Yu had renovated these houses, he should have been well acquainted with them. Yet, upon observing the arrangement in the room, he felt an unfamiliarity. Hello, little boss, please come in. Our leader isn't here at the moment, but I can summon Sister Wanqing for you, said a young girl, beckoning him as she sat behind a small table to the right upon entry. The general layout of the room remained intact. Yet the long table had been divided into various small sections, cluttered with computers, mobile phones, cameras, tripods, and an array of specialized equipment. Navigating around the tangled wires on the floor, Lin Yu was guided to a sofa by the young girl. After sipping some water, he noticed someone descending from the upper floor. Hello, Lin boss. I am Wanqing. She introduced herself, her neatly manicured nails painted a deep black. Lin Yu reciprocated the handshake. I am here regarding a photograph. Primarily, I wish to meet with photographer Zhang Liang. Do you know when he will return? Brother Liang has gone to Kyoto for a photography exhibition. He is likely to return in about a week. Would the little boss be willing to authorize this photograph to us? Ah, so he is away. That explains the private message he sent. Lin Yu initially intended to discuss a collaboration with Zhang Liang for promotional videos for the inn, as the footage from the last professional shoot of a Mao garnered significantly more views than their own mobile recordings. Now, encountering a professional again, Lin Yu could not resist the temptation to seize the opportunity. Authorization is certainly possible. It's just one photograph. When he returns, please have him get in touch. Is the little boss interested in collaboration? Before Lin Yu could articulate his farewell, Wanqing unexpectedly uncovered his intentions. Yes. I was hoping to share my ideas with Lin Yu, he stammered. I believe Brother Liang would be amenable to this form of collaboration when he returns. You two can sit down to discuss it. However, if the collaboration is successful, could the little boss consider being our model? Wanqing teased, her gaze unabashedly appraising Lin Yu's physique. Her words were not merely playful banter. Lin Yu was already tall and slender, and after spending so many days running around the desert to manage the inn, subtle muscle definition had begun to emerge on his arms. His physique boasted a well-defined waist and legs, complemented by a handsome face. If it weren't for his usual disheveled appearance, he surely wouldn't have remained single until now. Consider this, little boss. We will capture you in a dashing light, the kind that young ladies adore, one of the girls suggested. Indeed. Let's make you our model. Little boss, I will handle your makeup and hairstyle. Another chimed in. You would look splendid in a shirt, just 2 buttons fastened. How delightful. They giggled. Yes. And with gold-rimmed glasses, perhaps with a chain, they continued, playfully teasing him. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable under their unabashed gazes and the hushed whispers of several nearby girls, Lin Yu hastily rose to his feet. No, that won't be necessary. I truly do not photograph well. When photographer Zhang Liang returns, let him contact manager Zhang Lushing directly. I must take my leave. With that, disregarding Wanqing's attempts to retain him, he swiftly mounted his horse, a Mao, and departed. As they watched Lin Yu hastily flee, as if pursued by flames, Wanqing and the girls in the studio burst into laughter. Such an innocent young man was simply irresistible to tease. After running across 2 sand dunes, Lin Yu finally managed to bring a Mao to a stop, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Women could be truly formidable. How could she maintain such an alluring expression with that striking face? In that moment, he felt as though he were being stripped bare for inspection. Never mind. I shall leave such matters to Sister Lushing in the future, he thought, a tinge of apprehension in his tone. He quickly sent a message to Zhang Lushing detailing the circumstances regarding their collaboration with the photography studio and shared his plans. Chapter 76. The Little Yellow Goat. A place can only be deemed a resort if it offers an abundance of dining, drinking, entertainment, and leisure activities. Currently, the overall status of the inn is as follows. For dining and drinking, there is Chef Lee's restaurant and an upcoming dim sum house. For entertainment, there are the poplar forests and an imminent rose garden. However, the leisure aspect remains entirely vacant. Most guests come to take pictures, check in, savor delicious cuisine, or simply lounge in their rooms for a peaceful slumber. While comfort is certainly present, over time, it inevitably becomes monotonous. It would be splendid to have a venue where visitors could pass the time and engage in activities. Lin Yu pondered this and began to browse the construction interface in the system's marketplace, making a concerted effort to ignore his financial constraints and focus solely on the functionalities of the buildings he sought. To his surprise, without considering costs, he swiftly identified his target, the Cloud Dream Weaving Workshop, established by the master tailor Qi Jinshu, renowned for producing the exquisite tussa silk brocade of Yunmeng's. After Qi Jinshu's passing, the workshop was bequeathed to his only daughter. Note: this building, upon acquiring apprentices in weaving, cutting, and sewing, unlocks bespoke tailoring services. Descendants of the Qi lineage residing there will enable personalized custom services, with design blueprints automatically archived and registered with relevant authorities for copyright. Price: 150,000 points. Tussa silk brocade, tussa silk from the clouds of Yunmeng. Excellent. Lin Yu had a plan. Descendant of the Qi lineage specializing in tailoring, Qi Minglan. Wonderful. Lin Yu had that as well. What are the 3 apprentices in weaving, cutting, and sewing? No, but that is of no concern. As an apprentice, opportunities for learning are ever present. Unsure? One can always learn. Who would still be called an apprentice if they had mastered a craft? It is only those who have yet to acquire the skills that bear that title. Boss Lin has essentially fulfilled the grand framework, but there remains one obstacle: insufficient funds. After an extravagant spree of purchases, he now possesses over 40,000, which falls short of the required amount to acquire the weaving workshop by half. Yet, there is no need for alarm. Boss Lin's revenue base is substantial, and with just a few more days of patience, he is certain that the building will be secured. With a reluctant glance at the construction interface, he clicked the large follow button in the upper right corner. Lin Yu then closed the construction interface and returned to the planting interface to expand the scale of his ranch. Wealth is measured by the presence of livestock. Lin Yu calculated that, disregarding initial costs, the return on investment for raising cattle and sheep is over 8 times that of cultivating carrots, rendering it a veritable cheat for points. Congratulations, player. You have acquired the livestock breeding area, gaining 15,000 points. Balance, 34,460 points. Congratulations, player. You have obtained 100 dairy cows, gaining 30,000 points. Balance, 4,460 points. Indeed, 4-digit points provide a greater sense of security than 5-digit sums, at least. Looking at the remaining points, Boss Lin no longer possesses the audacity to entertain thoughts of the extravagant construction worth over 100,000. Closing the panel, Lin Yu allowed Amao to roam freely in the poplar forest while retrieving 2 carrots from his backpack, handing one to Amao and taking a bite of the other. Perhaps it is a habit formed from interacting with the CPU. Each time he passed by the workshop and the small warehouse, he could not resist slipping a couple of carrots into his bag. Most of the time, they were for Amao. But after spending the entire day outside without a drink and being intimidated by a group of formidable women at the photography studio, he indeed felt quite parched. He approached the edge of the poplar forest, preparing to utilize the directional alienation skill on the saplings, intending to hasten their rooting and growth, so that he could soon retreat another round of mimicry cards. However, just as he reached the forest's edge, he locked eyes with a pair of eyes peering from behind a bush. On the other side, the poplar saplings had temporarily run out. The tree planting duo had spent the entire day sowing mixed saplings of sea buckthorn, tamarisk, and sand willows to maintain the aesthetic integrity of the poplar forest. They had refrained from planting deep into the second plot, instead opting for a strip along the edge, roughly 2 to 3 acres in size. These small bushes still bore the appearance of freshly planted, stubby forms, and Lin Yu was just about to release his skill upon them. Now, from behind that low bush, a pair of round, glistening eyes emerged. Those eyes were nearly devoid of whites, resembling 2 obsidian stones, fixated intently on the carrot in Lin Yu's hand. The two held their gaze for several seconds, and it was Lin Yu who first ventured to stir, extending the carrot toward it, inching closer while never relinquishing his grip. It was a young yellow goat, seemingly still weaning, its coat a light hue, with a pair of small horns that turned slightly inward at the tips. Whether it was the alienation ability emanating from Lin Yu that made the creature feel at ease, or the allure of the carrot that captivated it, the little goat stood motionless until the carrot was brought to its mouth. Crunch, crunch. The unsuspecting young goat began to munch on the carrot voraciously. Lin Yu pondered on the vastness of the Baldan desert, reflecting that if he, the unfortunate soul, had not been cast into this arid expanse to establish an inn, perhaps no one would have ventured here for decades, excluding those hapless archaeologists, of course. It was no wonder that the local fauna remained unguarded. To them, he might simply appear as an oddly shaped creature. But humans are indeed a type of animal, aren't they? As thoughts raced through Lin Yu's mind, his heart stirred with excitement. With one hand holding a carrot, he tentatively reached out to stroke the little lamb's head. He had seen yellow sheep in the animal kingdom, known for their long horns and swift movements, and this miniature version seemed almost like a different species altogether. However, Lin Yu had miscalculated. The lamb, noticing his eager hand, swiftly bit down on the last piece of carrot and retreated on its tiny hooves, vanishing from his sight within mere seconds. The only evidence of the encounter was the drool it had inadvertently left behind in his palm, a testament that he had not been dreaming. Goodness, what a clever little creature, feigning innocence to snag a carrot and then fleeing, Lin Yu mused. While his plan to pet the sheep had failed, it sparked a new idea. Previously, he believed that only unique buildings and attractions could entice visitors. But observing the lamb inspired him to consider a more economical and effective approach. System, please access the whitelist of the inn management system. In an instant, the familiar interface materialized before him. He swiftly bypassed the mundane options related to room cleaning, focusing solely on the last entry, territory safety. Eliminate all creatures within the buildable area that pose a risk to guest safety. Blocked instances, 15,205. Blocked list, see here for details. Whitelist, none. Lin Yu examined the blocked list, filtering out venomous and aggressive creatures such as rattlesnakes, scorpions, and spiders, leaving only gentle herbivores. He then added the selected animals to the whitelist. Upon submission, the inn management system refreshed, revealing whitelist, yellow sheep, wild rabbits, foxes, mallards, and sand grouse. Does a peace treaty option exist? He inquired. Upon signing this treaty, animals cannot actively attack humans or other creatures, provided they remain unharmed, establishing a pact for peaceful coexistence. Lin Yu was taken aback. Such a feature existed? The system, perhaps mistaking his astonishment for ignorance, elaborated, "You may consider it akin to a safe zone in a game." I comprehend. Chapter 77. Selection of safety personnel. Is this truly feasible? Linu admitted to feeling somewhat disjointed, oscillating between agrarian civilization and interstellar technology, with notions of cattle farming and high-tech filtering coexisting in his mind. Yet, if such constraints could be imposed, could snakes and scorpions not also be included in the whitelist? After all, they too would be incapable of inflicting harm upon one another, correct? Certain species inherently possess toxicity and aggressiveness. Even an unconscious act could result in fatal consequences for humans or animals. Do you wish to proceed with this endeavor? It should not merely be an illusion. The mechanical voice of the system was laced with unmistakable mockery and derision. No need. Thank you. Let us initiate the peace treaty. Linu resolved to disregard the taunts. The whitelist was submitted, and the peace agreement was signed, yet the surroundings remained unchanged. However, it did not take long for Lin to find a rationale for this. After being driven away numerous times, it was likely that the locals had become accustomed to circumventing the area. How could they possibly know instantly that he had acquired a pass? Congratulations on mastering the art of quick responses. There was no need for flattery if one did not wish to indulge in it. Following the original plan, the skills were released, and the stunted shrubs visibly elongated, flourishing. What had barely concealed a small lamb had now grown to an impressive height. The outcome was satisfactory, and Lin felt pleased. Mounting his steed, Mao, he set off towards the guest station, for he could not afford to miss any meal. Unbeknownst to Linu, just as he and Mao rounded the first sand dune beside the walkway, the little lamb returned. This time, however, it was not alone. 5 or 6 adult yellow goats followed closely behind. Unlike the naive demeanor of the young lamb, the adult goats exhibited heightened vigilance. They pricked their ears, carefully scanning their surroundings, lingering at the forest's edge without daring to step forward. After observing the area for several minutes, during which only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves was heard, and the distant echoes of human voices could be discerned, at least 200 meters away, the lead goat emitted a low grunt. Upon hearing this sound, the lamb seemed to receive a signal of safety. It lifted its tiny hooves and crossed the boundary of plot number 2. The invisible barrier that once obstructed their passage had vanished. The lamb paused, bewildered. It was still too young to comprehend the concept of boundaries and territories. Yet it remembered that every time it reached this point, it could no longer proceed. It could only gaze longingly at the clear lake and tender grass not far away, drooling in anticipation. But this time, it had crossed over. Bah! It bleated excitedly. The lead goat emitted a few low warning calls, and the lamb immediately understood, lowering its bleats. Yet, its 4 little hooves continued to dance eagerly upon the ground. After observing for a while longer and confirming that no danger lurked nearby, the lead goat led its family across the boundary line in unison. Initially, they advanced slowly, but upon catching a whiff of the moisture nearby, all the yellow goats quickened their pace, accustomed to traversing the desert. The distance of a mere 100 or 200 meters to the lakeside was covered in the blink of an eye. All the yellow goats, regardless of size, bolted towards the lake, lowering their heads to drink deeply of the refreshing water. The harsh desert environment, particularly the expansive Bardan Desert, was treacherous beyond measure. Often, they would toil throughout the day to locate scant sustenance, be it grasses, leaves from shrubs, or even the tubers of certain plants buried beneath the earth. Sources of water were exceedingly rare. Sometimes, even when they were utterly exhausted, they might not find any. Countless companions had perished along the way, succumbing to thirst or starvation. Yet now, here lay a vast lake, its waters crystal clear and seemingly inexhaustible. The lakeside is adorned with a tapestry of yellow and green grasses, while the populous Euphratica forest envelopes the area, interspersed with a variety of shrubs and berries. It is nothing short of paradise. Yet, one must remain vigilant, continuing to observe for a while longer. If no threat is detected, the endangered gazelle, having crossed the boundary, has begun to cultivate its capacity for thought, a rarity among leaders of wildlife communities. The subterranean river, once brought to the surface by Linu's tools, has been incessantly gushing forth, striking rocks on one side, ceasing to expand horizontally, but deepening vertically. Conversely, the other side continues to extend towards the basin until it reaches the confines of the populous Euphratica cabin. This expansion yielded 2 outcomes. Firstly, the wooden cabin closest to the lake has become the preferred lodging for guests, never left vacant. Secondly, the entire lake surface has expanded to nearly 30 acres. The initial grove of populous Euphratica planted by Linu has seen several of its roots submerged by the rising waters. Fortunately, the lake's spread has ceased, and those trees have grown to several meters in height, reflected beautifully in the lake, devoid of the anxiety of drowning in the desert. Sister Lu Sheng, could you recruit 2 proficient lifeguards from the populous Euphratica forest? Ideally, those with prior experience in forest conservation. Linu conveyed his plans regarding the whitelist to Zhang Lu Sheng while they dined together in a small meeting room on the first floor. As the number of guests at the inn continues to rise, the 2, one a county official and the other a current manager, find themselves quickly surrounded in the dining room or any public space, bombarded with inquiries, rendering their meals chaotic. Thus, they were compelled to relocate their dining venue, allowing them to discuss work in tandem. Are you looking to hire locals? Yes. Preferably those who have previously worked as forest wardens, with a bit more experience. The inn's reputation has grown, attracting an increasing number of families seeking accommodation. Previously, it was manageable with just adults, but now it is common to see little ones scampering about the inn. Lin Yu harbors genuine concern for the safety of these younglings when they venture into the populous Euphratica forest, especially since he has initiated the animal whitelist. Understood. Zhang Lusheng acted swiftly. Having promised the previous night, he found 2 suitable candidates by the following morning. Xiao Yu, have you risen? The lifeguards have been located. Would you care to take a look? Certainly. I'll be there shortly. Lin Yu rubbed his dry eyes, set down his phone, and headed to the restroom to freshen up. After returning to his room the previous night, he fortuitously found Xiao Dingyuan online, and the two engaged in a gaming session for over an hour, leaving his mind a bit foggy upon waking. A splash of cold water to his face finally roused him, and he grabbed his phone, making his way to the small meeting room on the first floor of the inn. Upon entering, he found Zhang Lusheng seated in the first chair on the left, accompanied by 2 men, one older and one younger. Apologies for my tardiness. You are Uncle Sadek? Lin Yu inquired, recognizing the middle-aged man beside Zhang Lusheng. Indeed, this was the very friend of Mountaineer whom Lin Yu had encountered on his first visit to the county upon arriving in the desert. A man who had devoted many years to planting trees and grasses on the desert's edge. The small proprietor possesses a remarkable memory. It is I. I have heard that the inn is seeking a safety officer. Having previously served as a forest ranger, I wish to apply. This is my young son, Hasmo. He has learned to swim during his schooling and is quite adept in the water. Do you no longer continue planting trees? Chapter 78. Lin Zhilangtai is exposed. Lin Yu immediately realized that he had posed a foolish question. The arid edge of the desert offers limited opportunities for tree cultivation and viable land. The vast expanse of grass squares they had seen during their last passage, according to Mountaineer, was the result of 3 generations of hard work. In seeking a livelihood near the desert, one must either contract land for cultivating cash crops or develop tourism, possessing either the capital or skill to unearth gold from the soil. Relying solely on the meager wages from tree planting would barely suffice for basic sustenance. The Sadek family likely belonged to the latter category. Thus, the proprietor swiftly altered his inquiry, posing questions to the father and son regarding forest protection and safety matters. He aspired to be a straightforward employer, offering remuneration without delving too deeply into personal matters. Indeed, once the topic shifted to their area of expertise, the 2 men's initial embarrassment regarding their circumstances quickly faded, and they earnestly responded to each of the proprietor's inquiries. Both parties were satisfied with the outcome of the interview. The father and son possessed sufficient professional knowledge to excel in the role, and the salary proposed by Zhang Lusheng solidified their determination to perform diligently. They were taken to complete the onboarding process and could commence work that very day. Unlike employees from the system, the father and son did not reside at the inn, but rather took turns on duty and commuted daily, thus temporarily averting the proprietor's potential financial burden of expanding employee accommodations. After this recruitment, Lin Yu delegated the responsibility of daily hiring to Zhang Lusheng. He discovered that, unlike himself, who enjoyed solitary farming simulation games, manager Zhang excelled in large-scale interactive online games. After the father and son completed their onboarding, Zhang Lusheng presented Lin Yu with the results of his background check, detailing the new employee's upbringing, work experience, neighborly evaluations, and various public information with meticulous thoroughness. Upon reviewing the information, Lin Yu glanced at the chat interface, which was densely populated with names such as Aunt Zhang from Heishui Village, Zhao Shuangwei from Baiyang Village, and Grape Valley, covering over a dozen villages near the desert. The proficiency in social skills displayed by Zhang Lusheng left Lin Yu in admiration. No wonder he could find suitable candidates within a single night, with background information so meticulously gathered. Having relinquished his struggles in human resources, Lin Yu quickly found his own footing. Glancing at his points balance, which exceeded 100,000, he realized it was sufficient for everyday purchases, but still fell short of acquiring the desired building. Therefore, he decided to allocate all his points towards expanding the ranch. Upon reaching level 10, Lin Yu had yet to thoroughly examine the newly unlocked species. To his astonishment, level 10 unlocked 2 animals, peacocks and pigs, both featuring a blind box gameplay element. The pigs included black pigs, white pigs, and small fragrant pigs, all depicted on the cards in a glossy, appetizing manner. The peacocks, however, had only 2 varieties unlocked, the blue peacock and the green peacock. With a keen sense of crisis, Boss Lin scoured the internet and confirmed his memories were accurate. The green peacock, a second-class national protected species, is indeed a strikingly beautiful bird. System, I feel a twinge of fear, yet a bold idea stirs within me. What do you intend to do? What if I were to rear the green peacocks and later release them into the populous Euphratica forest, pretending they had flown in from the wild? Do you think that would be feasible? If all goes well, the player's idea is plausible. But what if unforeseen circumstances arise? The player may face consequences. Thank you for the warning. You're welcome. After the system doused Boss Lin's audacious plan with cold water, he hesitated to act recklessly and decided to observe the visitor's reactions to the animals after a trial period on the whitelist before determining his course of action. Hastily enjoying his exclusive breakfast in the kitchen, Lin Yu ventured alone to the vicinity of the system ranch. Rows of modern chicken coops, goose houses, and cattle barns stood side by side, yet not a single sound from the animals could be heard. Only through the semi-transparent walls could one glimpse the small creatures joyfully feeding and drinking. The silent mode is truly commendable. Lin Yu accessed the breeding interface, and thus far, the unlocked poultry included chickens, ducks, geese, and peacocks. He was reluctant to rear the blue peacocks and dared not raise the green ones, leaving them temporarily aside. The returns from chickens and geese appeared promising, and with a flourish of his hand, he arranged a complete setup. 50 chicken coops, 50 goose houses, 10 barns for dairy cows, and 10 barns for yellow cattle. The system chimed incessantly as Boss Lin reveled in his purchases until a prompt interrupted. Would you like to spend 10,000 points to purchase a unlimited Wi-Fi card, permanent? Yes. Congratulations, player. You have acquired unlimited Wi-Fi card, permanent. Current balance, 682 points. The points diminish rapidly, Boss Lin remarked, casually converting his remaining points into 28 plots of arable land. Congratulations, player. You have obtained arable land, 28 plots. Current balance, 82 points. System. These lands do not require management. Place them directly in the kitchen garden. Understood. Placement has been executed as planned. Lin Yu called Li Dashin to inform him of the newly added garden space, while granting him the necessary permissions. The restaurant's foot traffic remained consistently high, especially when Lin Yu occasionally brought over dairy products like milk, eggs, and goose eggs for a culinary treat, leading to an insatiable demand. Once I accumulate enough points, I shall establish several dedicated ranches for food in the kitchen. The flavors dance vividly in my imagination. Player, when do you think you will have sufficient points? At the very least, I must purchase the weaving workshop, restaurant, tea house, and lantern market. I painstakingly selected these. I cannot merely let them languish in idle temptation. The system reminded the player that the marketplace is vast and filled with even better and pricier buildings awaiting the next upgrade. Player, it seems visitors may find it challenging to enjoy the ranch's meat offerings anytime soon. Thank you for the reminder. Now, kindly remain silent. Lin Golangtai exposed, was filled with indignation. In the populous Euphratica forest by the lake, shoot from my left side. My left profile is more appealing. Crouch down a bit, or turn the camera around to accentuate my long legs. Understood, understood. Manage your expression, for I am about to begin. Two girls are taking photographs by the lake. One, adorned in a red dress, stands at the water's edge, her single braid complemented by a petite straw hat, as she pretends to stroll along the shore, lifting the hem of her skirt with one hand. The other girl, clad in a t-shirt and a baseball cap, crouches to her left, capturing her movements. Click, click. The sound of the shutter echoes, transforming the red-dressed girl's actions into a series of silent film animations. Here you go, dozens of shots for you to choose from. I'm going over there to grab a drink. Take your time. You know me too well. Go ahead, pick your favorites. And then I'll help you take some photos. Farewell. I'm not particularly fond of being photographed. The t-shirt girl ambles toward a small wooden cabin. The two are close friends, having rented a house in the Huyangli area along with several other girls traveling together. Splitting the costs makes it financially manageable. Despite the desert's high temperatures, even the grass by the lake lacks the dampness found inland, instead offering a soft and dry embrace, inviting one to sit comfortably. After finishing her photo session, the girl in the red dress becomes indifferent to her appearance, knowing the best images reside within her phone. She plops down on the grassy bank, engrossed in selecting and editing her photos. In the midst of her editing, she suddenly feels a tickling sensation on her calf, as if something has brushed against her. But at this crucial moment, she must focus on achieving the perfect angle, ensuring her face is not distorted in the edits. Without lifting her head, she remarks to her companion, "Hold on, are you thinking of taking more photos? Just wait until I finish this one." As she continues to edit, her calf is nudged again, accompanied by a gentle bump to her shoulder. Her concentration falters, and her editing mishap results in a distorted alien-like visage, ruining her previous beautification efforts. Irritated, she turns, exclaiming, "Didn't I say I would be done soon?" Yet, the remainder of her words fades into silence as she realizes the creature that nudged her is not her impatient friend, but rather a small lamb. Is this a yellow goat? Like the owner of the forest, the red-dressed girl's knowledge of desert fauna is largely derived from nature documentaries. She had only glimpsed yellow goats a couple of times before. However, this little lamb is irresistibly adorable, with its slightly inward curving horns and nearly all black eyes. Resembling a cartoon character leaping from the screen into reality. You are simply too precious, little one. The lamb appears juvenile, clearly still weaning. Thus, instead of feeling alarmed, the girl approaches slowly, focusing on the lamb's slender front legs. She reaches out and gently scoops the unsuspecting creature into her embrace. Bah, the lamb bleats softly, its voice sweet and innocent, melting the girl's heart. She retrieves her phone and begins to take selfies, varying her angles. Click, click. Accustomed to handling pets, she cradles the lamb tenderly, applying just enough pressure to keep it secure without causing discomfort. The lamb struggles slightly, but upon realizing it is safe, it settles contentedly into her arms. Adjusting her camera to selfie mode, she points it toward them, and the lamb, intrigued by its own reflection on the screen, repeatedly tries to lean in to lick the image. The girl giggled delightfully as she held her phone at a distance, capturing numerous expressive snapshots of her playful interaction with the little creature. "Are you a pet of the inn?" she mused. "Why have I not seen you before?" After taking enough pictures, she stowed her phone away, lifting the small lamb before her, as if it could comprehend her words. Where did this little lamb come from? The girl in the red dress, who had just returned from quenching her thirst, brought along a bottle for her friend. As she approached, she noticed the girl cradling the lamb. Curiously, she reached out to touch its body, her fingers sinking gently into its short fleece, her palm enveloped in warmth and softness. She was astonished. Having resided at the inn for several days, she had seen no living creatures aside from the camel caravan and the innkeeper, and she had assumed the area too desolate to sustain any wildlife. Yet here was this adorable being. It came over to me on its own while I was editing some photos. "Isn't that right, little one?" The girl in the red dress spoke to her companion, her tone softening into a cooing cadence as she addressed the lamb. Could it possibly belong to the owner? It looks so clean, not at all like a wild animal. Indeed, it does seem so, the other girl replied. Last night, the excitement of seeing the small lake led to the lamb rolling around by the water's edge, inadvertently bathing itself. Suddenly, a deep bleating echoed from a distance. The two girls turned to see a tall yellow goat standing at the edge of the woods, its gaze fixed intently on the girl in the red dress. There exists, perhaps in every tribe, a leader endowed with an innate gift. Without the need for words or gestures, a mere glance conveys a clear message. That lamb is mine. Release it. Under the weight of this gaze, the girl instinctively loosened her grip, and the lamb hopped lightly onto the grass, nuzzling her arm before trotting off towards the dominant goat. Soon, both the large and small figures vanished into the lush foliage. The girl in the red dress exhaled deeply, her hands grasping her companion's arm with excitement. Did you see that? The intensity in that goat's eyes. It was so formidable. I can't believe I was intimidated by a goat. I did see. I did. Just stop shaking me. My head is spinning. The girl in the cap replied, swaying unsteadily under the red dress's grip, unable to suppress her exasperation. Oh, I apologize. I'm just so thrilled. I've never encountered such an imposing goat. No, such a commanding animal. Even the cheetahs at the zoo don't compare. The girl in the cap rubbed her arm, but silently agreed with her friend's sentiments. An average goat stands about 60 centimeters tall at the shoulder. Yet that particular goat appeared to tower at least 80 centimeters, and with its long neck and impressive horns, it stood taller than a person. The robust horns and muscular build imparted an overwhelming presence, far more intimidating than any human. The girls, neglecting to take more photos, hurried back to the inn, where they found Linu, who was already indulging in a meal. Expecting to be unbothered during the first wave of dining, the innkeeper asked, "Ladies, have you eaten?" "I have," replied one. "I have not," said the other. Boss Lin reflexively took a bite of food, puzzled, wondering whether he had eaten or not. This was of little consequence. The girl in the red dress pulled her companion to sit opposite Linu, opening her phone gallery and presenting it before him. "Boss, is this sheep yours? And what about this larger one?" Initially, the two girls were quite certain about the ownership of the lamb. However, once the imposing large sheep appeared, their confidence waned. After all, although Boss Lin was tall and handsome, he had a rather slender build, which did not quite suggest he could command such a formidable pet. Unbeknownst to him, as his masculinity was being questioned, Lin Boss immediately recognized the lamb in the photograph. After all, it was his first encounter with the double-faced lamb. However, he certainly had never seen the towering yellow sheep before. In this regard, the girls were not unjustified in their doubts, for upon seeing the magnificent yellow sheep, his first reaction was not to consider it as a pet, but rather a relief that he had signed the safety regulations. Otherwise, he had little confidence in confronting such a powerful creature. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say he had little assurance in taming it. Most likely, it would be Lin Boss himself who would be tamed. Nevertheless, with a profound air of mystery, Lin Boss calmly replied, "Yes, it can be considered mine. Could we take a picture with that large sheep? It is truly magnificent." About that. Lin Boss hesitated, but upon noticing the skeptical gazes from the two girls, he quickly concocted an excuse. "There is a small group of yellow sheep over by the poplar forest, and this large one is the leader. I need its help to train a few young ones not to attack tourists, so it's rather busy. Just take a few pictures from a distance, but please do not approach too closely." Oh, I see. No wonder that sheep didn't take charge at her when she was holding the lamb. It turns out it's the flock's instructor. The two girls accepted this explanation. Lin Boss, by sheer happenstance, had unwittingly touched upon the truth. It could only be said that his luck was remarkably fortuitous. Chapter 80. A special sunflower. The girls' glimpse of the lamb was no mere coincidence. Once the guest house's whitelist was opened, the small animals seemed to have activated a regional chat group, gradually appearing around the poplar forest. As night fell, tourists dined and departed, leaving the lakeside gradually serene. Wild rabbits, foxes, sand rats, lizards, birds, cats, and even sluggish turtles emerged from the dry sand, making their slow way towards the lake. After a night had passed, the crisp calls of birds resonated in the lush air of the forest. Although the birds themselves were unseen, the entire woodland came alive with their sounds. Is that the sound of birds? The early risers among the tourists were greeted with delightful surprises. Indeed, listening closely, the variety of species was quite remarkable. Previously, one felt something was amiss. Despite the comfortable accommodations, pleasant environment, and delicious food, it seemed lacking in vitality. Indeed, this sound is far more pleasant than an alarm clock. It suits the heart upon entering the ear. Let us wander into the forest and immerse ourselves in the sublime realm where the mountain light delights the avian spirit, and the reflections in the pond resonate with the tranquility of the heart. Off we go. The two guests strolled hand in hand into the populous Euphratica forest, while the owner remained lost in slumber, until 9:30, when the daily financial report was unveiled. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed player. You have accrued 148, 889 points, and 335, 162 experience points today. The owner was jolted awake by the allure of wealth, his gaze fixated on the overflowing experience points, plunging him into a quandary. Leveling up would unlock crops, which in turn would enable task completion, leading to the acquisition of the pastry chef Chingching. Subsequently, he could purchase the Qingping tea house and unveil further gameplay possibilities. However, acquiring the tea house required funds. The owner perpetually found himself ensnared in an endless cycle of perfection. Yet, with daily points already reaching 140,000, procrastination could no longer be afforded. Linu accessed the discounted goods section and indulged in a spree of purchases. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed player. You have obtained the Cloak of Eternal Moon, costing 600 points. Current balance, 148,289 points. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed player. You have acquired the Gloves of Eternal Moon, costing 600 points. Current balance, 147,689 points. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed player. You have secured Flying Balloons, X5, costing 15,000 points. Current balance, 132,289 points. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed player. You have acquired Flying Balloon Stations, X2, costing 40,000 points. Current balance, 92,689 points. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed player. You have obtained Toy Bear Sunflower Seeds, X10, costing 6,720 points. Current balance, 85,969 points. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed player. You have secured White Moonlight Sunflower Seeds, X10, costing 6,560 points. Current balance, 79,409 points. The mermaid's cloak and gloves were indeed treasures. Yet he already possessed a cloak, and as a man, he found little use for gloves. He decided to reserve them for future employee rewards. The flying balloons and stations were limited in availability, so Linu maximized his acquisition, tucking them away for later use, contingent upon the construction pace of the rose garden. However, the last two types of sunflower seeds left him somewhat astonished. System, are these sunflowers truly so bountiful? Linu felt this defied logic. Beautifully grown plants typically fall into two categories. Either they are intentionally cultivated to be visually striking, with vibrant colors luring in prey, or they are nurtured in special environments to appear delicately beautiful, albeit with low yields that are challenging to sustain. Yet, these two plants did not conform to either description. The card depicting the toy bear sunflower showcased a flower head so diminutive, it was nearly obscured by the sun-like petals surrounding it, resembling a puffball of feathers. In contrast, the white moonlight sunflower exhibited leaves of a gentle green hue, with petals that transitioned from pale yellow at the center to a near-translucent white at the edges. One resembled a fervent oil painting, while the other evoked an elegant watercolor. Even Linu, a man somewhat averse to romance, could instantly appreciate their beauty. Both varieties of sunflowers are optimized through iterations, exhibiting resilience and ease of maintenance, adorned with exceptional ornamental value. They are also cold and drought-resistant, with extended blooming periods, making them exquisite ornamental plants. Thus, it can be inferred that these sunflowers can indeed thrive in sandy soils. Correct. But it is essential to amend the soil with plant fertilizer beforehand. Raw sandy soil lacks the necessary nutrients required by such ornamental plants. Planting directly would result in issues like diminutive flowers and uneven coloration. Understood. The yield from 20 special sunflowers could cultivate approximately 200 acres of land. Linu flipped to the discounted section and directly purchased 200 acres of sandy land located to the right of Plot 2, separated from the rose garden by a 20-meter wide poplar forest. However, since the tree planting commenced, Linu had long concealed that area with a mimicry cover, alleviating concerns of exposure. Consequently, all items in the discounted section were completely purchased. System, initiate automatic upgrades. Ding. Congratulations, player level has risen to level 11. Unlocking crops for the farm. Ding. Congratulations, player level has risen to level 12. Unlocking crops for the farm. Ding. Congratulations, player level has risen to level 13. Unlocking crops for the farm. Remaining experience points, 5,162. Remarkably, leveling up thrice. Ding. New products have refreshed in the special discounted section. Players please check. System. Why does your tone resemble a shopping mall promotion? It's not just Linu's illusion. The system is increasingly human-like. The attribute panel has been updated. Please check. Now that is the tone I prefer. Linu felt at ease. Opening the special discounted section. 1. Desert Planting Gift Pack. Long-term. Containing 100 species capable of surviving in desert conditions, including poplar, flower rods, sand willows, and saxaul, among others. Varieties are random. Each pack contains 1,000 plants, limited to 3 purchases per day. Price, 300 points. 2. Tea Art Specialization. Su Qinghuan, the second daughter of the Su family. Renowned tea merchants of Jiangnan. Unskilled in needlework, chess, or painting, yet unparalleled in the art of tea. Price, 8,800 points. The Great Yu Dynasty? Why does that sound so familiar? After paying for both items, Linu scratched his head, recalling that Zhang Lushing hailed from the Great Yu Dynasty. System. Was there really such a dynasty in history? Those before you are indeed from a historically existent dynasty, albeit from a different realm's history. How many realms are there? Unknown. Even you don't know? In any knowledge system, there is a commonality. The unknown will always outnumber the known, regardless of technological advancements. Any paradigm shift could potentially overturn all previous understandings. For instance, concerning time and space, no one can claim to possess all the answers. Linu merely asked casually. Yet knowledge entered his mind in an uncanny manner. Chapter 81. Trouble in the Rose Garden. The remaining points were exchanged by Linu for yellow soil and a cattle shed, respectively enhancing the farm and kitchen garden with some bricks and tiles. With just over 1,000 points left, he finally rose to freshen up, feeling significantly invigorated. Indeed, a state of near poverty suits him better. After changing her clothes and having breakfast, Boss Lin strolled to the rose field to inspect the work. Have we cultivated nearly 100 acres? She mused. When do you anticipate they will bloom? Yes, this afternoon we should reach about 150 acres. So fast, given the planting density and workload. Are these workers not taking a break for lunch? They are all aware that we are looking to hire long-term workers, and they are putting in extra effort to impress. I can't seem to get through to them, Gao Xiaolan replied helplessly. Most of these villagers were older, with the youngest in their 40s. She worried that if they overexerted themselves, something might happen in the fields. Yet, despite their verbal affirmations of agreement, the uncles and aunts continued to toil without pause. They claimed they would rest after finishing just one more task, but in reality, very few were willing to waste time on meals, merely sitting for a moment before returning to the fields. Gao Xiaolan coordinated with the kitchen to provide not only the regular lunch, but also green bean soup and chilled watermelon every couple of hours to help the villagers beat the heat. To her surprise, this only fueled their determination to work harder, as they insisted they couldn't let the boss incur losses, believing that by working a bit more, they could justify their wages and treatment. We only plan to hire 10 long-term workers this time, right? Have you mentioned this to them? Yes, and consequently, they are all subtly competing with each other, making them even less inclined to take breaks. Lin Yu felt helpless yet understood. In such a harsh environment as the desert, finding a decent and stable job was exceedingly difficult, particularly for those of their age without much education. With no capital and no qualifications, their choices were limited to labor or farming at home, neither yielding substantial income. However, working at this intensity was certainly unsustainable. Lin Yu understood Gao Xiaolan's concerns and was preparing to address the issue of work hours. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed nearby. Tana, what happened? Wake up. As Lin Yu and Gao Xiaolan turned to see, a woman wearing a cloth headscarf lay unconscious on the ground. Another woman, who had been planting flowers alongside her, squatted beside her, anxiously calling out. Something's wrong. Lin Yu rushed towards the fallen woman, and upon closer inspection, his heart sank. Aunt Tana had lost consciousness. Beads of sweat rolling down her face, her lips turning pale, and her hand tightly gripping a rose seedling, with thorns piercing her skin and drawing blood. Quick, everyone. Step back. Give her some space. I need someone to help carry her to the shade over there. Aunt, please fetch a cloth to wipe her hands and face. To help cool her down. Lin Yu raised his voice, directing the crowd with composure. Although it was his first encounter with such an emergency, he was the pillar of support in this situation and could not afford to falter. Soon, a man emerged from the crowd, and together with Lin Yu, they lifted the woman, swiftly moving her to the shelter's shade. The temporary sunshade constructed for the villagers is merely a single roof, devoid of air conditioning or fans. However, its open design facilitates the circulation of air. Aunt Tana's complexion gradually regained a hint of color. At that moment, the aunt who had been washing towels returned. Lin Yu stepped aside and advised her to change the towels several times to wipe Tana's body and help cool her down. After speaking, he departed the tent with the men. The women instinctively formed a circle around the shade, standing with ample space between them to allow for smooth airflow. They removed their outer garments, holding them up to shield against prying eyes. A few minutes later, excited voices arose from within the tent. She is awake. Aunt Tana is awake. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and waited a few more moments as the human wall around Tana dispersed. Leaning against a woman who was wiping sweat, Tana sat on the ground, her face still pale. Aunt Tana, how do you feel? I feel much better. Tana replied softly. Yet, Lin Yu observed that her complexion did not appear significantly improved. If anything, it merely suggested a slight recovery. How about this, Annie? You should rest a bit. In a while, I will ride a camel to take you to the county town for a checkup. You seem to have suffered from heat stroke, and it appears quite serious. We must consult a doctor. I truly am fine, young boss. There is no need to go to the county town. I just need to rest for a while, and I can continue with the afternoon's work. Aunt Tana exclaimed urgently, hastily explaining. You must listen to me. We absolutely need to go to the hospital. You collapsed while working for me, and you needn't worry about the medical expenses. I will take care of that. Lin Yu reassured her, understanding her concerns. The villagers, earning their wages under the sun, typically face financial constraints. Aunt Tana opened her mouth to protest, but Lin Yu did not grant her the opportunity. He rose to his feet and instructed Gao Xiaolan. From now on, the workers must strictly adhere to the work schedule. Even if wages are calculated by the hour, they cannot work themselves to the bone like this. Although the Rose Garden project is urgent, it is not so urgent as to jeopardize health. Lin Yu's usual genial demeanor was replaced by a serious expression. Gao Xiaolan clenched the notebook in her hand and responded weakly. The root cause of this incident lay primarily with her. The boss had entrusted her with the entire 1,500-acre rose garden, and she felt compelled to deliver results swiftly, despite knowing that working relentlessly in the scorching August heat of the desert could lead to issues. She had clung to a semblance of luck, hoping to mitigate the dangers of high temperatures with cooling foods to achieve a more efficient working duration. Now that a problem had arisen, her heart was filled with dread. At that moment, Amao had vanished, prompting Lin Yu to quietly open the system map and conduct a broad search. The yellow dot representing it remained stationary in the poplar forest, seemingly engaged in some unknown activity. Lin Yu gently nudged the creature with his thoughts, and the little yellow dot swiftly moved toward him. In just a few minutes, Amao arrived at Lin Yu's side, trotting along with an urgent clatter. Amao, a special transportation card produced by the system, not only moved smoothly but also possessed a weight-bearing capacity far exceeding that of an ordinary camel. Lin Yu allowed the elderly woman who washed the towels and Aunt Tana to sit upon the back of Mao. While he held the reins and proceeded towards the direction of the camel caravan station. Following the signing of the collaboration agreement with the two elderly ladies regarding the grand caravan, the designated station was established a few hundred meters in front of the inn. Although this location was somewhat distant from the Rose Garden, it conveniently lay along the essential route from the county town to the inn. The stretch of road from the station to the inn, frequented by many travelers, had transformed into a firm yellow sandy path, facilitating guests as they carried their luggage and backpacks into the inn. Chapter 82, a life-saving task currently. The inn hosts 2 round trips of camel caravans to the county town each day. As Lin Yu arrived at the station, he observed young Bal directing the camels, which were unloading their cargo, to rest under a nearby shelter. Bal, are you in charge here today? He inquired. Yes, brother Yu, the boy responded, hurrying over to greet him. During Bal's time with the caravan, whenever he visited the inn around mealtime, Lin Yu and several staff members would invariably invite the child to join them for a meal, assuring him it was staff food and he need not pay. Having entered society at an early age, Bal had experienced the warmth and coldness of human relationships and never took others' kindness for granted. Aware that everyone was looking out for him, he felt a sense of gratitude and embarrassment, often eagerly offering to assist with tasks within his capability during breaks. Consequently, the staff grew increasingly fond and protective of the boy. Yes, I need a camel now. One of the employees has suffered from heat stroke, and I must take him to the hospital in the county town. Bal peered at Mao's back, nodded in understanding, and selected a camel that was relatively light in load and in good spirits today, handing the reins to Lin Yu. Brother Yu, you should ride this camel. It is quite fast. Do you need me to accompany you? There's no need. Won't there be another batch of guests heading back to the county town soon? You have your work to attend to, but will you have enough camels with this one gone? Rest assured, brother Yu, we always prepare several extra camels here, ensuring there will be no delay in the afternoon's guest departures. All right, we shall discuss this later. I will head to the county town now, and once I finish my business, I shall call you. Lin Yu patted Bal's shoulder and mounted the camel. Okay, brother Yu, you may go, Bal replied. Lin Yu nodded and swiftly made his way towards Jiaolon County Town alongside Mao. He urged Bal's camel into a brisk gallop, while Mao trotted effortlessly beside him, making minimal movements. The 2 elderly women on his back merely sensed a gentle jostle, and Aunt Tana's expression remained largely unchanged. They raced through the county town, and Lin Yu instructed the 2 elderly women to wait for him in the resting area while he rushed to register for emergency care. However, within this brief moment, Aunt Tana encountered another issue. Ugh! Aunt Tana hunched over, her body curling like a shrimp as foul-smelling vomit surged from her mouth. With each bout of vomiting, her complexion grew increasingly pale, and sweat drenched her temples and the back of her clothing once more. The doctors and nurses, upon witnessing the situation, hurried over, skillfully lifting Aunt Tana onto a flat bed. The doctor tilted her head to one side to prevent the vomit from obstructing the airway, while simultaneously checking the vital signs and drawing the curtain beside the bed. Time seemed to drag on for Lin Yu as she listened to the conversation behind the curtain and the gentle clinking of instruments. Suddenly, the curtain was pulled aside, and the doctor, removing her mask, approached the 2 individuals. You must be the patient's family, she said. Fortunately, you brought her in on time. In addition to heat stroke, she is suffering from severe malnutrition and excessive fatigue. Please take this prescription to the pharmacy. After rehydration, if there are no further complications, you can take her home to rest. It is essential to minimize strenuous physical activity in the future and allow her body to recuperate. Thank you, doctor. Lin Yu replied hurriedly. Just then, another voice called out, Dr. Zhang. An emergency patient has just arrived. You need to take a look. The workload at the county hospital was far busier than Lin Yu had anticipated. After delivering her instructions, the doctor nodded hurriedly and exited the room. Feeling a mix of emotions, Lin Yu asked Aunt Ma to stay with Aunt Tana during her infusion while he went to fetch the medicine and settle the payment. Aunt Tana would likely need to be on the floor for 2.5 hours, and after a long wait, it was now lunchtime. Lin Yu had eaten breakfast late and was not yet hungry. However, the 2 aunts, who had been up early, were undoubtedly famished, especially since Aunt Tana had almost completely expelled her breakfast. Nevertheless, they would likely refrain from mentioning their hunger out of concern for their work. Consequently, after completing the payment, Lin Yu did not return directly to the ward. Instead, he stepped outside the county hospital and found a clean little eatery nearby, ordering 2 light lunches to bring back. Upon entering the ward, he noticed that Aunt Tana's complexion had improved significantly. Seeing Lin Yu, she struggled to sit up, prompting him to quickly approach her. You don't need to get up. Let me adjust the height of your bed. The hospital environment in the small county was rather modest, and the bed adjustment mechanism was manual. Lin Yu squatted down, gently turning the knob, and once he found the appropriate height, he stopped. He then retrieved a small table from beside the bed, unpacked the meals he had brought, and placed them on the table. From the bag, he also produced 2 cups, instructing, you both eat first. I will wash these cups and bring back some hot water. As Lin Yu exited the ward, the neighboring aunt spoke enviously to Aunt Tana. Your son is truly thoughtful and filial. No, he is not my son. He is my employer. Aunt Tana quickly waved her hands, hastily denying it. Your employer? Yes, I work for his farm, planting flowers. I was brought in today due to heat stroke. This job must be exhausting. No wonder. No. My boss treats us very well. Not only is our salary paid promptly, but he also provides lunch and ensures we do not work for extended periods. I only suffered from heat stroke this time because I overexerted myself. Is the salary good, and are you still hiring? Regardless of the truth behind their claims, the small boss's actions had not gone unnoticed by her. He not only brought them to the hospital, but also bought meals and attended to their needs. Even if there were mistakes on his part, it was rare to find a boss who demonstrated such care and responsibility. Working for such individuals, irrespective of the potential earnings, undoubtedly minimizes the likelihood of complications. It was only at this moment that the two aunties realized they had spoken too much. Presently, Linu had confirmed the hiring of 10 long-term workers for the Rose Garden. Should they continue to talk, it would only heighten the competitive pressure. Thus, the two aunties fell silent. Regardless of the inquiries made by the individual, they refrained from further endorsing a commendable employer. Upon returning to the ward, Linu sensed an unusual atmosphere, but before he could scrutinize it further, Aunt Tana and Aunt Maojin called out to him. "Boss, why not join us for a meal?" It was then that Linu noticed the two aunties had not touched their food, waiting for him to arrive. "I had a late breakfast, so I specifically bought this for you. Please enjoy it while it's warm. Even if you're not hungry, you should eat a little after the 4 drip. We can head back." Seeing the two of them obediently bow their heads to eat, Linu pulled up a chair beside the hospital bed. "Auntie, which village do you live in nearby? Once the 4 is done, I'll give you a ride back." Upon hearing this, Aunt Maojin quickly replied, "Young boss, I won't be returning to the village. I need to continue working at the inn. I still have tasks to complete today." After applying the plant fertilizer, Gao Xiaolan had shifted from daily wages to a piece rate system. The more work one did, the more one earned. Aunt Maojin did not want to forfeit her afternoon income. Aunt Tana also set down her chopsticks and urgently interjected, "Young boss, I'm feeling much better now, and I don't need to go home. I can continue working this afternoon." Chapter 83, A Little Flower in the Desert. Linu hesitated to agree. Both women were audacious, and he was still apprehensive. If anything were to happen, the wages he offered might barely cover medical expenses. "Aunt Tana, I cannot allow you to return to work at this time. You heard what the doctor said. You must go home and rest for a few days. You can only return once you are certain your health is stable." Tana, sitting on the hospital bed, grew anxious, repeatedly assuring him, "Young boss, I promise this will never happen again. I will eat well and rest properly. Please, I beg you, allow me to continue this work. I truly cannot afford to lose this job." "Aunt Tana, I am not dismissing you. I am merely insisting you take a few days off. Your health is paramount." Linu felt exasperated. Why was it so difficult to convey this? "But I cannot rest for even a day. I truly cannot. Little Hua is counting on this money for her treatment." As Tana spoke, tears began to stream down her cheeks. She hastily lowered her head, trying to wipe her face with her hands. Yet, the more she wiped, the more tears flowed, and she did not lift her head again, leaving droplets of sorrow on the quilt, forming circles of dampness. The aunt nearby opened her mouth, but Linu discreetly gestured for her to remain silent. Relenting, he finally said, "Then, Aunt Tana, you should rest today. Tomorrow, assess your condition. If you feel all right, you can return to work at the inn as usual. However, you must not overexert yourself. It is essential to rest when needed. I will have Xiaolin supervise you." Upon hearing this, Aunt Tana immediately lifted her head, her eyes red with gratitude as she looked at Linu, nodding repeatedly. "All right, young boss. I assure you, such an incident will not recur. I will certainly take care." With both hands tightly gripping Linu's, the strength was such that her fingers turned slightly pale, as if clutching a lifeline. After the 4 was completed, the doctor conducted a checkup and confirmed that Aunt Tana's health was stable enough for her to return home for recuperation. The 3 of them then exited the hospital. Linu intended to first escort Aunt Tana back home before returning to the inn with another aunt. The camel trod along the unpaved roads of the county, gradually making its way toward the desert. The further they traveled, the more desolate the surroundings became. After nearly 2 hours, they finally caught sight of a small village nestled within the desert. The village was so diminutive that one could see its entirety at a glance, with only around 10 households showing signs of habitation. Aunt Tana's home was the smallest among those 10 or so houses. It was a humble earthen dwelling, featuring only a door and a window, with a low roof that cast a dim light within. Linu had to bend down and stoop to enter. Although it was still daytime outside and the sun shone brightly, the interior remained somewhat dim. The stark contrast in lighting momentarily blurred Linu's vision, and it took several seconds for his sight to adjust and clarify. Only then did he fully comprehend the room's layout. To be honest, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he could hardly fathom that, in this day and age, anyone still resided in such conditions. On the right wall stood a low clay bed made of yellow bricks, stretching from wall to wall and measuring less than 2 meters wide. To the left was a 2-tiered low cabinet, adorned with various daily necessities. Beside the cabinet lay a wash basin and cleaning tools such as a broom. The small area wedged between the cabinet and the bed constituted the entirety of their living space. Despite the neatly arranged bedding and the cleanliness of every corner of the home, it could not conceal the family's poverty. "Mother, you're back. Why are you home so early today?" A girl's melodious voice rang from outside the door, prompting Linu to turn around. The doorframe, which was too low for him and required him to stoop, posed no such hindrance for the girl. Backlit as she was, Linu couldn't discern her features, but judging by her voice and estimated height, she appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, slender in form, and carrying a wooden bucket that swayed precariously in her grasp. The bucket seemed heavy, and upon seeing them, the girl paused in surprise at the entrance. Linu quickly stepped forward to take the bucket from her, which was filled with more than half a container of clean water, likely fetched from the well in the center of the village. He couldn't fathom why they hadn't encountered this girl upon entering the village. "Xiaohua, come greet Boss Lin," he said, placing the wooden bucket on the vacant spot beside the cabinet, noting only a circular mark left behind, as there were hardly any other places to set it down. Turning back, he was met with the girl's rosy, apple-like face. A bit shy, she wiped her hands on her clothing and softly said, "Thank you, Boss Lin." "Hello, Boss Lin." "Hello, Aunt Patty." "Good, good. Xiaohua seems to be in good spirits today." Aunt Patty responded. "Oh, wait, she is called Patty." Lin Yu silently committed yet another name to memory. "Hello, this is my daughter, Xiaohua, who is 15 years old this year." Lin Yu was somewhat astonished. Due to his family's business near the school, he frequently encountered students and could usually gauge their ages with remarkable accuracy. Yet, this girl, who appeared to be merely 12 or 13, was actually 15? However, Lin Yu concealed his surprise, his eyes widening momentarily before returning to their usual expression. After giving a slight nod to the young girl, he handed her the medication prescribed by the hospital. "Aunt Tana, this is the medicine from the hospital. The dosage and instructions are clearly labeled," he said, his tone becoming uncertain as he recalled that Zhang Lushing had mentioned the villagers' low level of education. He quickly rephrased his inquiry. "Little Hua must be able to read, right?" "Of course. Little Hua excels in her studies, always ranking among the top 3. Aunt Tana replied proudly, her face lighting up with joy. "That's great, Little Hua. Ensure your mother takes her medicine on time. If she feels better by tomorrow, she can return to work. If not, she should rest a bit longer. This responsibility is entrusted to you," he concluded. "Absolutely, Boss Lin. I will make sure my mom takes care of her health. Please don't fire her. She works so efficiently." Little Hua replied earnestly. "Rest assured, Little Hua, the young boss is kind-hearted and won't dismiss your mother. However, since your mother fainted in the fields today, you must look after her. If anything arises that you cannot handle, seek out your brother Ace Han at my home. He is back early from his day off." Patty gently advised, patting the girl's somewhat frail braids with concern. "Okay, thank you, Aunt Patty," Little Hua responded gratefully. It then dawned on Lin Yu that both women hailed from the same village, which explained their eagerness to accompany him. After bidding farewell to Aunt Tana, the girl followed them out, watching them until they were quite distant before returning indoors. Chapter 84. 2 new tasks. When the dog, Amao, saw its master emerge, it rushed over eagerly. The intelligent creature understood that the urgent matter had been resolved and no longer wished to be ridden. Lin Yu affectionately patted its fluffy head and swiftly mounted the camel. Aunt Patty, agile as ever, effortlessly climbed onto the adjacent camel. The two retraced their steps, passing by the low houses of the village. Aunt Patty pointed to a slightly larger dwelling and informed Lin Yu, "I live in that one. Rest assured. My eldest son is home today and can assist Tana and the others if needed." Lin Yu nodded, and they walked side by side towards the village's outskirts. Encountering no other villagers along the way, Aunt Patty occasionally turned back to wave, urging Little Hua to return. It was only after she saw the girl enter the house that she began to share more about their family. It turned out that Little Hua was not Aunt Tana's biological daughter. She had been found at the hospital entrance. One could even say that her real parents had entrusted the child to Tana. At that time, Tana and her husband had been married for several years without children. Both worked diligently and were financially stable. In pursuit of having a child, they had visited numerous hospitals and taken various medications, but to no avail. The doctors had advised Tana that her body needed nurturing and that having a child depended on fate. Every time the couple visits the Grand Bazaar for business, they also take the opportunity to collect their medication from the hospital. By the way, Tana's naan is exceptionally well made, and her husband's grilled meat is quite delectable as well. Aunt Patty, in the midst of her storytelling, digressed. "So what happened next? If they were doing business, their financial situation must have been quite good," Lin Yu pointed out, hitting upon the crux of the matter. It was that occasion when they emerged from the hospital to discover a child in their car. The little one had a note attached, indicating her date of birth and name. This child was Xiaohua. Did the couple then decide to adopt her immediately? No. At that time, they were still young and hoped to have their own child. So they took the baby to the police station, seeking assistance in locating her biological parents. Lin Yu nodded, eager to hear more. However, back then, there weren't many surveillance cameras. Everyone was preoccupied with making ends meet. The child lay there, silent and unbothered, and no one noticed when she was left. Yet, the subsequent developments are surely beyond your imagination. Aunt Patty's tone turned somewhat mysterious. The couple waited at the police station with the child for an entire day. When the officers attempted to take her from Tana, the child suddenly began to cry. Her wails were heart-wrenching, as if she had recognized Tana as her mother. What a twist of fate. Indeed, Aunt Patty exclaimed, striking her thigh and shaking with excitement atop the camel. Lin Yu quickly steadied her, startled by the sudden movement. Unfazed, Aunt Patty continued her tale. The child cried uncontrollably, and out of compassion, the couple took her back to the hospital. After a thorough examination, the doctors discovered that the child suffered from epilepsy, and it appeared to be hereditary. This condition is notoriously difficult to treat. Hereditary epilepsy often requires medication from a very young age, necessitating continual adjustments and optimizations of the treatment plan based on her health status, a long-term financial commitment. Moreover, to effectively manage the seizures, surgical intervention to remove the affected area or functional zone is often recommended, which incurs substantial costs. Not an easy ailment to contend with, especially for such a young child. At that time, there were no welfare institutions in the county, so the couple chose to care for her themselves. They even left a note at the police station, intending to raise her for a while, hoping that if her parents wished to reclaim her, they would return. But who would abandon their child and then come back for her? Isn't that the very logic? Yet, Tana and her husband were moved by the child's cries. Having no children of their own for so many years, they raised her as their own daughter. I see Xiaohua is helping out at home. Isn't she supposed to be in school? I heard her grades are excellent. She just returned home this year after having a seizure during class. I heard she overturned the desks around her and lay on the floor, foaming at the mouth, which frightened both the students and the teacher. The school allowed her to come home to receive treatment, and she can return to classes once she feels better. What about Xiaohua's adoptive parents? Why haven't I seen them? They are working away, reportedly on a construction site in the south as masons, returning home only once a year. The couple is frugal, saving diligently for Xiaohua's surgery. Aunt Patty continued her narrative as they walked, though Linu fell into a contemplative silence during the latter part of the tale. By the time they returned to the inn, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Aunt Patty, upon her arrival, hurried towards the rose garden, eager to plant a few more rose saplings, thereby increasing her earnings. Linu returned the camel to the camel station and took the opportunity to send a message to the young ball. He then accompanied Mao to the kitchen to sneak a few carrots, allowing the young one to entertain himself while he quietly reclined on Li Dashan's designated lounge chair at the kitchen entrance, gently swaying and gazing at the sky. What's the matter, little you? You seem troubled, Li Dashan observed as he wiped his hands and sat beside him. With some time still remaining before the dinner preparations commenced, Gao Feng was bustling about in the kitchen, having closely followed Chef Li, who imparted his culinary knowledge. Gao Feng had eagerly learned and now boasted several signature dishes of his own. These had made their way onto the restaurant menu, receiving favorable reviews from patrons. Furthermore, a few young ladies from the reception took turns assisting in the kitchen, keeping the operations running smoothly, allowing Chef Li the occasional respite to inquire about the young owner's emotional state. Yes, I do feel a bit uneasy, Linu confided, briefly recounting Aunt Tana's situation to Li Dashan, who responded with a sigh. Misfortune tends to strike those already burdened, and it seems fate has a penchant for targeting the unfortunate. Both Ball and Xiaohua, being youths at the very onset of their lives, were forced to confront the harsher realities of the world far too soon. Ding! A main quest became available for selection. Would you like to view it immediately? Linu straightened up and promptly opened the quest panel. 1. The Trials of Livelihood. Though one may strive for self-sufficiency in adversity and seek to benefit the world in prosperity, players may still find themselves in dire straits. However, relative to the desert's indigenous people, life has begun to stabilize to a modest comfort. Please provide suitable employment for 100 impoverished desert dwellers. Will you accept this quest? Yes, no, 2. Craftsmanship and heritage. In every profession, excellence can be found. Please gather 36 elite practitioners from various trades within the INS operations. Will you accept this quest? Yes, no. After reviewing the 2 quests, Linu silently clicked to accept them. Pondering thoughtfully, I was indeed contemplating ways to assist Aunt Tana's family, yet now I have 2 quests presented before me. Could it be that engaging with a diverse array of individuals is necessary to enhance the likelihood of triggering such opportunities? Chapter 85. The value of worthiness. This realization clarified why no new quests had been unlocked recently. Ever since the versatile manager Zhang Lushing had joined, he had taken on all daily affairs, leaving Linu engrossed in farming to the point of obsession. Chef Li, a master of the kitchen, managed everything seamlessly, never requiring Linu's oversight. He even introduced several new items on the mini-program, having created a variety of dishes beyond the initial potato cakes and corn chips. Linu had only personally involved himself in the debut of one item. The rest remained solely for tasting. The inn's profitability was anchored in 3 pillars: accommodations, dining, and e-commerce. The first 2 consistently yielded a net profit exceeding 30,000 daily. However, it was the e-commerce segment, powered by a few employees, that far surpassed this figure in daily earnings. Boss Lin nestled in the desert, lacking neither sustenance nor drink, and while he continually pondered over his 21 petite ambitions, he exhibited little desire to spend. Thus, apart from the portion he allocated to employ workers for cultivating roses, he hardly touched the funds, which consequently continued to accumulate. Upon accepting the tasks, the mission list was promptly refreshed, repetitions omitted. 4. The struggles of livelihood. In times of poverty, one tends to focus on personal virtue. In times of prosperity, one seeks to benefit the world. Although the player remains somewhat impoverished, their lifestyle has already stabilized into a modest level of comfort compared to the indigenous desert dwellers. Players are required to provide suitable employment for 100 impoverished desert natives. Current progress, 0-100, task reward, special building, library of infinite tomes, 5, heritage of craftsmanship. In every profession, excellence prevails. Players are tasked with gathering 36 elite practitioners from various fields within the inn's operational scope. Current progress, 336, Li Dashan, Zhang Lushing, Gao Xiaolan. Upon seeing the task rewards, Boss Lin's spirits soared, and the earlier gloom of concern for the nation and its people dissipated entirely. However, upon reviewing the task progress, he immediately questioned the system. Why is the livelihood task at 0? I have clearly employed over 50 villagers for rose cultivation, and I have never defaulted on their wages. Boss Lin spoke with conviction. Yet the system showed no leniency and promptly replied. The provision of suitable job positions must be long-term, stable sources of income that can adequately sustain their livelihoods. The positions currently provided by players are neither entirely appropriate nor stable, but I'm planning to recruit 10 more stable workers, aren't I? Once they are secured, the progress will naturally be reflected in the task, with no possibility of preemptive credit. And what of the craftsmanship task? Aside from these 3, Gao Jianmu is quite capable as well. Have you seen how well he constructs that cart? It is both sturdy and convenient. Why can't he be included among the 36 professions? Players are advised to closely examine the task requirements. Only elite practitioners from different industries are eligible. The emphasis on the word elite was pronounced, as if to ensure Boss Lin would not overlook it. But I also have makeup artist He Ye, tailor Chi Minglan, and tea master Su Qingwan. Where are they now? They are in your backpack. Just as money spent is considered one's own, character cards that are not utilized do not count towards the head count. Do you understand, player? I see. Excellent. The system's half-hearted praise did little to comfort Boss Lin, yet the enticing task rewards indeed inspired him. Upon completing task 4, at the very least, he could push the progress to 10. However, Boss Lin was not inclined to indiscriminately expand the land to accommodate everyone. He recalled the system's initial words, stating that the reward level for each task is determined by the degree of completion. The stark contrast between the initial and intermediate rewards was evident. Should he act recklessly and secure a lower reward when he could have attained a higher one, Boss Lin would truly lament. Therefore, he resolved to align closely with the requirements, taking his time to identify their strengths and determine suitable positions for them. Moreover, today's incident concerning Aunt Tana has served as a poignant reminder for him. The villagers, in pursuit of their wages, are indeed willing to toil to the point of risking their lives. This time, fortune smiled upon them, as the only consequence was heatstroke, and Linu, relying on his scant knowledge of first aid, managed to bring the person back from the brink. However, the inn is situated in a remote location with inconvenient transportation. Should any of these elderly villagers or tourists encounter a serious issue, timely medical assistance could be a formidable challenge. To avert future crises, Boss Lin intends to take decisive action. System, do you possess any character cards related to medical expertise? Please assist me in finding one. The product pages across the various menus in the marketplace are all capped at 99, a number that continues to rise as Linu's level increases. Since discovering the advantages of the system search, Linu no longer exhausts himself by laboriously experimenting with keywords. Instead, he activates the intelligent assistant via voice command, which proves to be both convenient and swift. Search results have been listed. Please refresh the interface. Player. Linu murmured the command to refresh, and the interface instantaneously transformed. System, why are all the results buildings? Are there no character cards available? Linu inquired, while instinctively applying a filter to sort the prices from lowest to highest. To his astonishment, the cheapest option still demands a staggering 380,000 points. Is this building peddling elixirs? Unless a reasonable explanation is provided, Linu is left with a justified suspicion that the system is engaging in underhanded dealings, attempting to siphon off his points. Medical buildings fall under a distinctly special category, each equipped with a corresponding number of specialized character cards. Ordinary auxiliary cards are inadequate for such establishments, thus driving up the price. Linu, albeit skeptical, clicked on the least expensive apothecary building, by Chaotang Apothecary, situated next to the esteemed physician Du Jingshun's clinic. This apothecary offers a comprehensive range of medicinal items, crafted with professional expertise. The apprentices are all named disciples of the renowned Du Jingshun, permitted to dispense medicine only after 5 years of training. Note, this building includes 2 apprentices who can diagnose and prescribe for basic ailments. Price, 380,000 points. What constitutes a basic ailment? Perhaps a cold, heat stroke, diarrhea, or muscle cramps. This level seems insufficient. Linu continued to scroll down, and upon reaching the last building on the first page, his eyes brightened when Xin Tang, a clinic established by the renowned physician Du Jingshun upon his retirement in his hometown. In his youth, Du Jingshun traversed various regions, assimilating the strengths of numerous eminent doctors, excelling in health preservation, acupuncture, and bone setting. Note, this building includes 1 renowned physician and 2 apprentices, capable of diagnosing complex conditions. Price, 550,000 points. Linu was overjoyed. This is precisely the expert he has been seeking. Is 550,000 points exorbitant? Not in the slightest. Boss Lin firmly believes that one gets what one pays for. It seems the frugal individual from earlier was a different Lin entirely. Chapter 86. The Considerate System. The characters associated with such special buildings come with their own accommodations, do they not? They should not need to reside in the staff dormitory, correct? And surely, they can be counted towards the expansion task? Boss Lin posed a trio of inquiries. Self-contained. No need. Counts. The system replied succinctly. That is excellent news. It saves us a significant expense on expansion. Ahem, I assure you, I am not miserly. Rather, I aspire to accumulate funds expeditiously to acquire the clinic and apothecary, for the lives and well-being of both employees and visitors are of paramount importance. By the way, during quieter moments, may the apprentices in the clinic and apothecary be reassigned? I have not yet finished my thought. Please listen. The character cards bound to specialized buildings cannot be repurposed. They may only operate within their designated establishments and cannot serve various business ventures of the player. Very well. Linu sheepishly touched his nose. Having spent ample time with the system, while not claiming to know it entirely, he had certainly gleaned a considerable understanding. Among the 10 employees currently stationed at the inn, who does not rotate under Linu's meticulous arrangements, Zhang Lushing, needless to say, is akin to a brick, moving wherever required. The duo tasked with tree planting, once they found respite, were summoned to assist Gao Xiaolan in planting roses. The 3 young women in the hall took on roles at the front desk, in guest rooms, and the kitchen. As for Li Dashan, his responsibilities extended beyond preparing 3 meals a day. He was also accountable for new product development on the app. The more the system enumerated, the more Lin Yu felt an inkling of guilt and hastily interrupted. This cannot solely be attributed to me. It is the scarcity of character cards refreshed in the marketplace. Were it possible to purchase more, I would certainly secure additional assistance for them. With so many places like workshops, farms, and pastures concealed from ordinary eyes, what recourse do I have but the system's character cards? The more Lin, the proprietor, spoke, the more he found his reasoning compelling, his voice gaining confidence. Yet, in the next moment, a chime resonated. Ding. The special price section of the marketplace has been refreshed. Please check. What? What is this? It is neither a holiday nor a festival. Why refresh the special price section? Lin, the proprietor, was thrown into a flurry. Previously, the player had leveled up thrice, only to have the special price section refreshed once. This was a fault of the system, as the remaining 2 refreshes had all been consolidated into this occasion. The player is advised to check diligently. Very well, I shall look. If the prices are reasonable, I will certainly make a purchase. I sympathize with their toil. Lin, the proprietor, muttered incessantly, while the system remained oblivious. Upon opening the special price section and beholding a lengthy array of character cards, Lin Yu felt as though darkness enveloped him. Without needing to scrutinize the names, simply observing the quantity at the bottom of the page, 10 cards displayed per page. Spanning 3 pages, Lin Yu had never encountered such a spectacle. Moreover, system, pray tell, why does the cheapest laborer now command 3,000 points? Are you adopting the shopping platform's tactic of inflating prices before offering discounts? Lin Yu, accustomed to a pricing spectrum from low to high, discovered a flaw. As player levels rise, there should be preferential requirements for types and skills of laborers. Please examine the detailed descriptions of character cards carefully to avoid being overly frugal. Lin Yu retorted, Who is overly frugal? The system replied, notable but unidentifiable. Lin, the proprietor, felt as though the system had stabbed him in the heart. Alas, unable to refute the truth of the statement, he could only silently click on one of the laborer's descriptions, and indeed, he discerned differences from previous encounters. Laborer Chun Pingyan, a native of Chun family village in Kanglan County of the Dua dynasty, known for his eloquence, has served as a waiter in a tavern for 3 years. Applicable to commercial buildings. Price, 500 points. A tavern, a waiter? Upon encountering these 2 keywords, Lin Yu turned back to review the architectural treasures he had previously collected, particularly the Lingfeng Guiwei Tower, which required a steward, a chef, and waitstaff. The system indicated that this versatile establishment permitted the laborer to serve as a waiter in a tavern or as a server in a tea house, signifying that any commercial enterprise was permissible. Indeed, this laborer possessed a commercial inclination, hence the elevated price. Satisfied with this explanation, Lin, the proprietor, felt reassured. He had previously harbored concerns that acquiring an abundance of special buildings might deplete his character cards, while relying on villagers for such roles would lack professionalism. With these anxieties now alleviated, Lin decided to overlook the system's earlier insinuation of his stinginess, allowing for continued amicable relations. This time, the character cards refreshed to a total of 25, with the first 2 pages fully occupied and the last page partially filled. Among them, only one was a specialization card for planting, specifically for herbs, while the remaining 24 were diverse laborer cards, each with unique skills. Casting a glance at his points, Lin waved his hand grandly and purchased them all. Congratulations, player, for acquiring the support card, Laborer Chun Pingyan. Points, 87, 500. Remaining balance, 127, 476 points. He selected 4 cards specializing in culinary skills and clicked to use them. Ding. Insufficient employee dormitory space detected. Please expand before attempting to use again. This was rather awkward. Lin had only expanded the employee dormitory once, which comprised 6 rooms, now fully occupied by 10 employees. While Zhang Lushing and Li Dashan enjoyed their own small suites, Gao Xiaolan, who had risen to a leadership role in the Rose Garden project as a planting consultant, was still cramped into a small shared room. Glancing at the dormitory's layout, Lin momentarily felt a tinge of embarrassment. Caught up in his expenditures, the somewhat sheepish Lin forgot he was still conversing with Li Dashan, who kindly refrained from interrupting and returned to the kitchen to prepare meals. However, not everyone was so considerate. Alert! Alert! An attack has occurred in the Poplar Forest residential area. Players are requested to respond promptly. What? An attack? Lin Yu sprang to his feet and dashed outside, simultaneously summoning Amao on the map. To his dismay, this time the remote summoning proved ineffective. The yellow dot representing Amao flitted back and forth within the Poplar Forest area, appearing torn between obedience to find Lin Yu and the desire to remain in place. With no other choice, Lin rushed onto Route 11, completing the 20-minute journey in less than 10, prompting curious onlookers at the venue to follow suit, intrigued by Lin's frantic pace. Upon arrival, he found a throng of people jostling by the lakeside, an incessant hum of conversation filling the air, rendering the specifics of their discourse inaudible. Amidst the crowd, loud shouts occasionally erupted, interspersed with a few calls from Amao. Wait a moment, Amao's calls. Lin could scarcely catch his breath as he pushed through the throng. Excuse me, please let me through. Who is it? Don't shove, there's no room here. Are you the small boss? The onlookers, initially irked, turned to see Lin Yu, the very person of interest. Ah, everyone make way, the young boss has arrived. The fellow's voice was quite loud, and with a single shout, the crowd in front of Lin Yu parted as if Moses had split the sea, creating a narrow passageway just wide enough for one person to pass through. Chapter 87. The incident. Ouch, ouch. I've broken my ribs. I need to go to the hospital. I need a CT scan. I will sue you for running a shady establishment. He wailed, his voice filled with exaggerated anguish. As Linu made his appearance, the man lying on the ground groaned even louder, his prolonged cries revealing to Linu that his injuries were likely not as severe as he claimed, which brought him a sense of relief. Many onlookers were amused, some even chuckling at his antics. My good fellow, you seem rather robust. Are you truly incapacitated by a mere lamb? A lamb kicked me? A newcomer asked, echoing Linu's sentiments. Indeed, it was that very lamb. The crowd turned their gaze in the direction he pointed, where a small lamb, no more than 40 centimeters tall, stood with wide, innocent eyes, its thin legs quaking slightly. The onlookers were left speechless. Even without knowing the backstory, it was evident that the lamb's size hardly matched that of the burly man sprawled on the ground. Had a strong man truly been toppled by such a diminutive creature? This was a level of absurdity they had never witnessed before. While the crowd engaged in lively discussion, Linu quickly surveyed the scene. The middle-aged man on the ground was robust, sporting a full beard, yet he clutched his side in apparent agony. A Mao a Zhuang, and the Huang family formed a semicircle around him, maintaining a distance of about 2 meters, effectively enclosing the man. The gap was surrounded by curious onlookers, creating a perfect stage for the man's dramatic performance. What lamb? I was knocked down by that camel. The man shouted in response to the crowd's laughter, hurriedly abandoning his act of pain. Are you not in pain anymore? Linu inquired. Ouch, it hurts terribly. I tell you, you must take me to the hospital immediately. Compensate me with 30,000, no, 300,000, or I'll report you for allowing your camels to injure people. You won't be able to escape the consequences. The man's eyes glinted with greed as he looked at Linu, as if he were gazing at a golden goose. To operate such a large inn in the vast desert, with its blend of forest and wooden cabins, and to have decor that exuded elegance, the furnishings of which were clearly high-end, he thought that spending a little money to avoid disaster would be quite fortunate for Linu. He was determined to ensure that the best hospital and a complete examination were arranged, insisting that the man should bleed a little more. Though the man harbored these thoughts, Linu had no intention of playing the part of a willing victim to his schemes. It was not merely a matter of financial loss. Maintaining a good reputation among tourists was paramount. If the inn were to be tarnished by accusations of allowing pets to cause harm, who would still wish to vacation here? Would they not seek out a more pleasant experience? If that were the case, not only would the inn's objectives remain unfulfilled, but what would become of the employees who worked alongside him? Ouch, ouch. Boss, hurry and take me to the hospital. What are you waiting for? Everyone has witnessed this. Look at my condition. Yet you stand there like a wooden post, refusing to resolve the issue. The common folk find themselves at a loss. The burly man, seeing that Linu remained unfazed, continued to perform his tragic act, seeking sympathy for himself. Sir, I am a doctor. Let me examine you first. If your ribs are indeed fractured, further rolling about may cause them to shift. A tall, slender man in a shirt emerged from the crowd, loosening his cuffs and crouching down to assess the man's injuries. I don't need you. Who knows if you are in cahoots with him? I want to go to the hospital, a proper hospital. The burly man forcefully swatted away the doctor's hand, adamantly refusing any contact. Come now. Let the doctor take a look. We are all here watching. I assure you. I'll film it on my phone to ensure you are not wronged. Yes, yes. We are all watching. Let him be examined. The desert is too vast for an ambulance to reach, and without a proper checkup, you cannot leave with the camel. Indeed, if your ribs shift and pierce your internal organs, even divine intervention might not save you. The doctor, who appeared to be a horror novelist, elaborated on several potential scenarios, each concluding in a grim fate. Stop frightening me. My ribs are merely cracked, not broken. That camel caused the fracture. Were you not just claiming that your ribs were broken by my friend Amao? Now it's a fracture caused by a camel? Can Amao simultaneously attack your ribs with both head and feet? Linu interjected. Then that camel must be a ballet dancer, able to align its head and feet perfectly to strike at once. Haha. Well, I was injured so quickly that I didn't see clearly. It's definitely that camel that hurt me. Are you stalling because you don't want to pay? I warn you, if you refuse to compensate, I will take you to court and ensure your inn cannot operate. After confronting the burly man alongside the tourists for a while, Linu became certain that this individual was merely pretending. He then sent a message to Ba Air, requesting that he contact the police and bring them to the inn. Putting away his phone, Linu approached Amao, gently stroking its head and softly inquiring, what happened? Did you truly kick him? Amao, upon seeing its master arrive, had wanted to approach but was deterred by the burly man's loud demeanor. Remaining stationary, it merely gazed at Linu with its large, expressive eyes. What use is it to ask a camel? Can this beast comprehend your words? Or are you merely trying to evade compensation with your antics? As the burly man finished speaking, hoping to gain affirmation from those around him, he witnessed Amao actually nodding its head slightly. Can this creature truly understand human speech? Though astonished for a fleeting moment, he quickly seized upon this as leverage against Linu, pointing at Amao and exclaiming, everyone saw that. This beast admitted it. It was it that kicked me. Linu, uninterested in engaging with him, continued to inquire, why? What did he do? Amao shook its head towards a nearby yellow goat. Following its gaze, Linu's eyes met the striking yellow goat in the tourist's photographs for the first time. This was a magnificent creature, its muscles rippling, head held high, with long, impressive horns, its tawny coat shimmering under the sunlight. Like the leader of the yellow sheep, Linu made this judgment. That pair of eyes subtly turned to glance at Linu before returning to fixate on the burly man on the ground, emanating an air of formidable authority. Suddenly, a piercing cry of the yellow sheep echoed from the depths of the populous Euphratica forest. The lead sheep swiftly turned its head, gazing in the direction of the sound. Mo Ajong took a few steps closer and called softly to it, as if receiving some signal. The lead sheep exerted all 4 limbs with great force, transforming into a golden flash as it charged into the woods. Chapter 88. A false encounter. A Mao nudged Lin Yu's shoulder with its large head, and Lin Yu understood immediately, flipping onto its back. The man on the ground appeared alarmed, exclaiming, Hey, are you trying to escape? You can't just leave without an explanation. Do you intend to shirk responsibility? He reached out to grab Lin Yu. Mo Ajong lowered its voice and took a step forward. Compared to the tiny lamb, Ajong's size was undeniably more intimidating. Faced with Ajong's unwavering gaze, the burly man froze in place, unable to move. Sister Lu Sheng, please keep an eye on him. Don't let him leave. There is a doctor among the guests, and the police will arrive shortly. All right, Xiao Yu, be careful, Lu Sheng replied. Lin Yu nodded, patting a Mao's neck, which immediately understood and began to chase after the lead sheep. Calling the police? You actually called the police? The man's panic was palpable, and even the onlookers sensed something was amiss. Brother, if you're attempting to feign an accident, consider the consequences. The boss has already notified the authorities. If you continue this charade, it won't be easily resolved once you're taken in. Indeed, it's best to cease while ahead. Let the doctor examine you. And if there is any pain, just inform them. A Mao has already acknowledged it. I believe the young boss is reasonable. Sir, do you still feel any discomfort? Let the doctor examine you. If it's a Mao's fault, we will take full responsibility. The burly man began to scan his surroundings anxiously, as Zhang Lu Sheng stood impassively before him, flanked by Ajong, creating a formidable barrier. One wouldn't expect a mere feigned accident to incite such tension. Zhang Lu Sheng had noticed earlier that upon hearing the cry of the yellow sheep, the man's expression shifted, his eyes darting around as if he were ready to flee at any moment. Could it be that he had hidden something unsavory in the woods, now discovered by the yellow sheep? It must be said, Zhang Lu Sheng was astute. As a product of the system, a Mao was finally exhibiting its true speed. If the leader of the yellow sheep was like a swift lightning bolt, then a Mao resembled a warm, yellow torrent. The two surged forward, side by side, as trees whisked past Lin Yu. In less than a minute, they reached the edge of the populous Euphratica forest. The tree-planting duo were perfectionists. The outermost grove of populous Euphratica had been meticulously planted in a straight line along the edge of Plot 2. However, what should have been a tranquil border between the yellow sand and trees had transformed into a chaotic scene of confrontation. Boss, over here, Sada called out, pinning a burly man to the ground, twisting his arms behind him with all his strength and weight. But the man was remarkably strong and was on the verge of breaking free from his grasp. In a moment of imminent danger, the leader of the yellow sheep sprang forward, forcefully trampling down on the flailing limbs of the adversary. A piercing scream ascended to the heavens, as the struggle of the man instantly diminished in intensity. Without delay, Sadak retrieved a rope from his pocket and deftly bound the man's hands in a manner reminiscent of securing a pig. While the situation here calmed, the battle on the other side involving Hasmu was still reaching a fever pitch. The opponent he faced was slightly smaller and leaner than the man now restrained. Yet he was still a formidable contender against the robust Hasmu, who was just a tad younger. However, lacking sufficient strength, he relied on his weaponry. As the adversary's hand reached toward a nearby shotgun, Lin Yu swiftly dismounted from his camel and kicked the gun away, leaving the man grasping at air. Seizing the moment of hesitation, Lin Yu lunged forward, driving a knee forcefully into the opponent's back, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground, half of his body sinking into the yellow sand. Yet, this individual was evidently seasoned in combat. Instead of attempting to rise, he rolled to the side, causing Lin Yu to waver precariously. Should he succeed, the dynamics of the battlefield would shift dramatically. However, he failed to remember that he was not alone in this struggle. At the very moment he struggled beneath Lin Yu, Hasmu seized the opportunity to spring upon him, throwing a handful of sand into the man's eyes. The sand here was both scorching and fine. Upon contact with his eyes, he felt as though a multitude of tiny needles were piercing through his eyeballs. Good lad. Bring me the rope. Let us bind him first. Lin Yu was startled by the man's anguished cries, immediately praising Hasmu for his cleverness. Here it comes. Just like his father, Hasmu carried a rope with him. The duo worked in concert, and in no time, they had the man bound like a zongzi. Meanwhile, Sadak had also secured his own captive, and the three of them tossed the two bundles into a pile. A yellow sheep beneath a nearby tree began bleeding, and Lin Yu was certain it was the same sound he had heard outside the woods. What was happening? After instructing a Mao to keep an eye on the two captives, Lin Yu and the Sadak father-son duo approached the bleeding yellow sheep, followed closely by the recently triumphant leader. They are poachers, a total of 3, and we have been watching them for 2 days. As the trio reached the yellow sheep, they discovered it was bleeding at a small mound on the sand dune. Lin Yu focused his gaze and noticed something peculiar about the sand mound. Approaching it, he dug a bit, only to realize that it was no mere mound of sand, but rather a tent concealed beneath the sandy surface. The tent was half buried, and its earthy yellow top blended too seamlessly with the sand, making it difficult to discern. A small ventilation hole had been deliberately opened at the top, yet the dark inner lining obscured what lay within. It must be hidden inside there. The three of them took to excavating the sand along the edges of the tent, shoveling it away in handfuls. After digging down over a meter, they finally unearthing the entrance to the tent. The zipper, now compressed by sand, was no longer smooth. With a bit of force, Lin Yu gradually pulled open the tent flap. The moment they beheld the contents within, all three could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Within the confines of the tent, aside from a bulging leather sack, were several animals crammed together, either bound or tied. Most of these creatures were not fully grown and were of modest size. Their limbs and wings were secured, and their mouths were silenced with strips of fine cloth. This explained the absence of noise when they were outside the tent. In the center of the tent stood a vibrant iron cage, housing a few black swans that were unmistakably recognizable, albeit far from their former grace. Now, they huddled in the corners of the cage, some missing patches of feathers, with blood seeping from the wounds. Sadiq cautiously entered the tent, handing the animals to his son, either cradled or carried in his arms. Hasmu received them gently, untying the cloth from their mouths and placing them in the shade of the poplar forest. Linu also assisted in removing the large iron cage. Chapter 89. Poachers exhibit little concern for the quality of life of the animals. As long as they can keep these creatures alive long enough to sell them to the right merchants, they stand to profit immensely. Whether the animals are vibrant and full of life or barely clinging to existence is of no consequence to them. In fact, the latter state is advantageous, as seen now. Despite Lin Yu and his companions having discovered these animals within the tent, even after unbinding their mouths, they lack the strength to call out. It is easy to imagine how much easier it would be to pass through inspection checkpoints with such weakened but valuable cargo, thereby avoiding the hassle of explanations. Watching Sadiq and his son settle the animals, Lin Yu pulled the leather sack from the tent. Upon opening it, he was met with a gruesome sight: several bloodied animal hides, including foxes, gazelles, and other species he could not identify. These individuals were truly despicable, treating the lives of animals with such disregard. Bound and gagged, it was uncertain how long they had been confined, but they were now left with only a breath of life. The old man's lips quivered in anger. After over a decade of serving as a forest ranger and nurturing trees, he held deep affection for the flora and fauna of the desert and harbored a profound disdain for those who disregarded animal lives. System. Have you not detected the poachers in this area of the forest? These three engaged in hunting activities outside the constructible zones. It falls within the blind spot of the system's routine monitoring. I apologize. In the future, I will expand the monitoring range to encompass all player-contracted parcels, ensuring such occurrences do not repeat. Never mind, it was my oversight. After enabling the whitelist, I underestimated the allure of the lake and forest for the animals. These poachers must have discerned the unusual behavior of the creatures, unable to harm the animals within the inn's vicinity. They lay in wait along the path the animals took to drink. Otherwise, given the vastness and depth of the Barden Desert, they could not have captured so many animals, especially those under protection, in such a short span of 2 days. Lin Yu reflected on his journey. Since entering the desert, everything had proceeded too smoothly. Even when faced with challenges, they were merely of a financial nature, and although some guests proved difficult, none had been insurmountable. The development of the inn appeared to be fraught with obstacles. However, it was merely a reflection of his adherence to the systematic tasks laid out before him. Progressing step by step to reach this point, he believed that by enveloping the construction with a camouflage card, he would remain undetected, convinced of his meticulousness. In venturing into new territories, he entrusted all monitoring responsibilities to the system, feeling assured of its infallibility. Yet, the subsequent 2 incidents served as a harsh awakening to his arrogance. He had placed his trust in Gao Xiaolan, assigning her the management of a 500-acre rose garden, forgetting that she was merely a young girl skilled in horticulture, lacking formal training in management. This oversight resulted in an incident of heatstroke among the workers. He also relied on the system to oversee and provide early warnings for all buildings within the inn's premises. However, the system proved fallible, allowing 3 poachers to succeed beyond the designated construction zones. Ultimately, the root cause of both incidents lay within himself. As the owner and actual controller of the system, he had failed to uphold his responsibilities for oversight and management, neglecting the vigilance expected of a business operator. Fortunately, it was not too late. Moving forward, all constructible areas would be entirely covered by camouflage cards, with the exception of farms, pastures, and employee accommodations. The remaining camouflage cards would not activate their camouflage effect, but would instead engage safety mode. The safety mode across all regions has now been activated. Unexplored areas cannot utilize camouflage cards. Please assist with high-frequency monitoring. Should any danger arise, send me or the 2 security personnel a warning message. Whether the payment is monthly or annually, please deduct the cost from my balance. Understood. The settings have been configured as per the player's request. Intelligent early warning. Monthly fee, 30,000 points, deducted from the player's balance. Did you not just say that you would automatically expand the monitoring range to cover all contracted areas? Are you really charging me for this? The profound and reliable demeanor of Boss Lin instantly evaporated, reverting to that of Lin the penny pincher. The intelligent early warning service ordered by the player includes monitoring, investigation, and alarm functions, more intelligent, convenient, and cost-effective. What cost-effectiveness? Monitoring and investigation were provided to me free of charge. Now there's merely an added alarm function, and you demand 30,000 for a month. How do you differ from those unscrupulous merchants who double their prices simply by repackaging their products? Upon examination, this is a common promotional tactic employed in the player's current dimension. In the absence of any misleading implications, with functionalities aligned with their descriptions and transparent pricing, the law protects the interests of both buyer and seller, eliminating the possibility of fraud. You truly excel. Can I return this function? Boss Lin attempted to resist further. Once a system product is sold, it is non-refundable and non-exchangeable. The system adheres strictly to its principles. Linu was infuriated with this dogged system. Yet he could only swallow his indignation, for he had further matters to address with them, necessitating his continued good temperament. What about the situation in the woods outside the monitored construction area? Was that monitored as well? What were the antecedents of the incident involving Mao kicking someone? The footage from that moment has been retrieved. Please view it. Instantly, a high-definition 4K aerial video materialized before Linu, as though someone had perched in a tree with a high-definition camera, capturing the unfolding events in real time. Unlike ordinary, indistinct surveillance footage, the clarity of the images provided by the system is astonishing. Every sound, whether it be the rustling of leaves, the trickling of water, or the soft patter of footsteps, resonates distinctly. Even the sight of Mao, as it burrows into the shrubbery to devour the delicate flowers and berries above, reveals its prominent teeth in vivid detail. Linu observed Mao as it savored one patch after another, leaving the underbrush of the forest pockmarked from its feasting, and a frown formed on his brow. No wonder, when he occasionally sought to locate Mao, the little yellow dot representing it remained motionless in the poplar grove. It was clearly indulging in a clandestine feast. Given its adeptness, it was evident that this was not a recent habit. Mao's creamy yellow fur, which might stand out in other environments, blended seamlessly into the landscape of orange and yellow leaves in the poplar forest, creating a remarkable camouflage effect. Moreover, these trees had been painstakingly nurtured by Linu, with the shrubs nestled among the poplars flourishing and bearing large, abundant fruits. Mao hardly needed to move. A mere turn of its head allowed it to feast for an extended period, enhancing its concealment. While Mao was engrossed in its wild fruit banquet, a shadowy figure crept into the frame. Linu instantly recognized this individual as the one who had recently feigned injury on the ground, claiming that Mao had broken his rib. Chapter 90. The might of Mao, with its rear raised and head lowered, was thoroughly enjoying its meal, blissfully unaware that a small yellow lamb had approached, eager to sample the berries as well. This sneaky figure, too, had not noticed the engrossed Mao. His attention was solely on the diminutive lamb. It was not merely Linu's affection for his animals that made them appear extraordinary. Even this man recognized the lamb's uniqueness. Its petite size and soft, creamy yellow fur were endearing, yet it was the lamb's eyes, bright and expressive, swirling with mischief, that truly set it apart. Such a lamb, with its spirited charm, would be a travesty to serve in a restaurant. It was far better suited as a pet for wealthy ladies or young heiresses. Given its vivacious spirit, it would undoubtedly command a handsome price. Linu watched as the man crouched low, extending his hand, inching closer to the lamb. Having lived in the remote depths of a desert for so long, this little creature had only encountered humans through Linu, the naive soul who had been tricked by it with a carrot. In the poplar grove for 2 days, it had met several friendly tourists, and thus, rather than feeling apprehensive about this two-legged creature, the lamb felt an inexplicable fondness. As the man drew near, the lamb did not shy away but instead focused intently on the small, succulent fruits in the bushes, seemingly searching for the juiciest one. Just as the man was about to seize the opportunity, Mao finally lifted its head from the underbrush. Although the man failed to notice the magnificent Mao, the clever creature had long since detected the presence of this peculiar human with its exceptional hearing. Initially, it had no intention of paying any heed. After all, the inn run by its master was bustling with visitors, and it had grown accustomed to the constant comings and goings. Occasionally, a few wayward individuals would venture deep into the woods, only to be instinctively drawn back upon encountering the camouflaged creature. However, having lingered there for quite some time, it became increasingly aware of the softening footsteps of a particular individual who was drawing ever closer. At this point, Mao found itself somewhat incensed by the lack of awareness displayed by this person, and upon turning to glance back, it discovered the individual extending a hand towards a young lamb. Though not intimately acquainted with the little creature, Mao regarded it as the sole pet of Linu and had claimed the entire forest and the inn as its territory. To dare to entertain thoughts of harming its little companion within its domain was a blatant disregard for Mao's authority. Thus ensued a series of comedic mishaps. The nefarious would-be abductor of the lamb was pursued by a camel, only to stumble and fall flat on the ground, subsequently crying foul in a series of theatrical antics. Linu observed Mao, who, in its simplicity, believed that the individual had truly encountered its hoof and readily confessed to delivering a kick when questioned. Yet, the surveillance system had captured the entire scene, clearly showing that Mao's hoof was still a good 10 centimeters away from the person. Despite Mao's intelligence, it lacked the ability to speak and defend itself. Without the video evidence, it would have been forced to swallow its indignation. Fortunately, the system had timely recorded the incident. System, please send this surveillance video to my phone. Sent. Sadiq and his son filled their water bottles to provide sustenance for the animals. After quenching their thirst, many of the creatures slowly began to recover, flapping their wings or attempting to stand unsteadily. At that moment, a cacophony of voices emerged from the forest on the opposite side of the lake, and shortly thereafter, a throng of individuals arrived, led by 4 police officers donning wide-brimmed hats. Linu approached and shook hands with the leading officer, briefly outlining the situation before showing the video on his phone. The animal caretaker, Hasmu, engaged in a conversation in Uyghur with one of the younger officers. Although Linu couldn't comprehend their words, it was evident that the two were familiar with one another. After their exchange, the other 3 officers began documenting the scene, taking photographs of the two individuals bound like dumplings, the tent they had recently excavated, and the animals scattered around. The lead officer expressed gratitude to Linu, even mentioning the possibility of applying for a commendation for bravery. Naturally, the innkeeper graciously accepted the offer. Refusal was out of the question, regardless of the amount. Even the smallest sum was worth something. After the police departed, Linu inquired with Sadiq and his son about how they had discovered the poachers, only to learn that the reason was quite peculiar. Almost all guests who visited the inn were aware that their meals were included in the accommodation fee. And given the quality of the cuisine, nearly all, one might say 99%, chose to dine in the restaurant. However, this privilege came with a stipulation. Neither hotel guests nor day visitors were permitted to take food away from the restaurant to partake in the meals. One had to eat on site. The three poachers were exposed due to this incident. Initially, it was Xiao Yun and her companions who discovered it. During the last expansion of the guest house, several triple rooms were added. Linu nodded, recalling that he had specifically added those 3 rooms to accommodate more guests, slightly increasing the room rates, which yielded greater revenue than the standard double rooms. Sadiq found it somewhat amusing. Typically, those who stay in triple rooms are friends traveling together, and splitting the cost makes it quite affordable. They also enjoy 3 meals a day, so guests generally do not miss mealtimes. However, these 3 individuals were peculiar. Hasmo interjected, stating that Sister Xiao Yun's group had noticed that only one of the 3 would dine in the restaurant for each meal, while the other 2 never appeared simultaneously. The young women reported this to Zhang Lushing, who then instructed Sadiq and his son to keep a close watch on these 3 men. On the first day, they were merely suspicious, and the father-son duo did not follow them closely enough to detect anything unusual. However, observing their suspicious behavior, the 2 decided to forego returning home that night, and instead spent most of it perched in the poplar trees. This morning, they finally located the spot where the poachers were hiding their contraband, leading to the dramatic scene Lin had witnessed. Yet, they had not anticipated the audacity of one who dared to act within the guest house, amidst the hustle and bustle of visitors, seemingly unafraid of being caught. Perhaps they were relying on luck. The young gazelle was quite small, and with no adult counterparts around, had it not been for the timely discovery by a Mao. It could very well have been taken away. Indeed, a Mao performed a great service, and he should be rewarded with a few extra carrots upon their return. After the situation was resolved, Zhang Lushing issued an announcement in the guest house group and on various accounts, outlining the circumstances surrounding the incident. Given that some quick-fingered customers had already posted snippets online, it was imperative to respond swiftly to protect the establishment's reputation. Chapter 91. The young gazelle is summoned to a meeting. Fortunately, the comments from netizens were largely positive. It's a pity the little yellow gazelle is so adorable. May the poachers meet a grim fate. Hey upstairs, have you seen the police report from Jialan County? These individuals are not just after the young gazelle. They have captured many protected species, tying them up and tossing them into tents, burying them in sand, without regard for the animals' lives. Wow, these people are truly vicious. 3 years without business, and now they're back hunting. They didn't even bother to hide their firearms. I hope they receive severe sentences and are all imprisoned. Everyone hopes for that, but it may not be realistic. After all, animals are not humans. True, if animals were human, based solely on the pelts in their bags, those 2 would have enough to face a round of gunfire. Linu opened his phone, scrolling through the responses from netizens. Upon seeing a particular message, he suddenly recalled the majestic leader of the gazelles and the little lamb, and couldn't help but ask, were the gazelles that were killed part of the same group that helped us apprehend the poachers? No. On the very night you opened the white list, that leader led its small herd into the poplar forest. It seems that the unique qualities of the populous Euphratica forest have led them to conceal themselves deep within the woods, with not a single one venturing into the construction zone. Are they truly that intelligent? The established populous Euphratica forest predominantly consists of players who have nurtured it through their extraordinary abilities, imbued with a rich essence of life energy. It is entirely natural for animals residing in such an environment to experience an elevation in their cognitive faculties. However, even if they are becoming more astute, this transformation is rather swift, considering the whitelist has only been active for a few days. Upon examination, the brainwave activity of that yellow goat was found to be significantly more vigorous than that of its counterparts, even revealing curves indicative of thought processes. This suggests that it is innately intelligent. It has merely been optimized by its surroundings, enhancing its cleverness, correct? Indeed, could it be that this creature possesses an extraordinary lineage, a rare gem that absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, embodying the collective wisdom of its entire species? Given the right opportunity, it could potentially transcend into realms beyond the earthly plane. However, I have read too few tales of cultivation, so let us leave it at that. After the establishment of the nation, one cannot ascend to sentience. I jest to alleviate the tension from earlier. Why is your sense of humor so elevated? As long as the system possesses intelligence, it is only the foolish who would find it amusing. Linu felt as though he had been struck. The consequences of the recent poaching incident in the populous Euphratica forest resulted in the inn gaining a modest surge in online attention. Although only Linu and Sadiq had engaged directly in the battle, some guests at the inn recounted the scene as if they had witnessed it firsthand, vividly describing it in the dining hall, on social media, and across the internet to all the onlookers. Some quick-fingered observers even captured footage of Zhuang guarding the foolish poacher, where the roles of hunter and prey were instantaneously reversed, much to the delight of netizens, who exclaimed, "Did you see the look in that cow's eyes? Absolutely riveting. What a majestic bovine." I, on the other hand, could only focus on the beautiful face of the young lady. Within a minute, I need to know all about her. Why do you need to know my wife's name? Just for show? Clearly, you must still be dreaming. She is, without a doubt, my wife. The young lady's name is Zhang Lushing, the manager of the inn. No need for thanks. May good fortune accompany the virtuous. Is this truly a beauty that exists in this world? Surely it can't be photoshopped? Not only is she beautiful, but her name is equally lovely. I suddenly wish to live in the desert, not for any other reason, but to catch a glimpse of that clever cow. You, upstairs, have your calculations all wrong. While the slow-witted are still debating online, I have already booked my high-speed train ticket to Jialan County. Goodness, you upstairs, what a lack of decorum. I have booked mine as well. I shall provide a live update upon arrival tomorrow. Linu had yet to find the time to indulge in the online chatter, thus remaining unaware of the impending influx of visitors eager to admire the beauty of manager Zhang Lushing. After bidding farewell to the police, Sadik and his son resumed their patrol of the forest, while Zhang Lushing set about issuing announcements. And Linu intended to check on the few animals that had played a significant role in this affair. Amao, without a doubt, is Lin's cherished pet. Eternally eager to remain close to Linu unless circumstances dictate otherwise. Observing that the carrots in the backpack were dwindling, Linu deliberately took a detour to the warehouse to procure a generous supply. Here you go, my dear companion. Indulge yourself today with no limits. Eat as much as you desire. Rather than restraining Amao with a leash, Linu strolled alongside, feeding him a carrot with each step towards the poplar forest. Amao gleefully munched, displaying his broad grin and occasionally emitting delightful purring sounds. Upon reaching the site of their earlier encounter, the leader of the yellow sheep had vanished. Fortunately, Amao had already familiarized himself with the terrain and swiftly guided Linu to their next objective, where they observed a family meeting in the animal kingdom. The participants of the meeting included the yellow sheep leader, the mother, and the young lamb, while several onlookers from the sheep herd gathered to witness the proceedings. Linu gently placed a finger to his lips, and Amao understood, treading softly as they found an ideal vantage point behind some bushes. The yellow sheep leader twitched his ears but did not turn, instead commencing a judgment with his wife upon the young lamb. Lin, in a fit of excitement, took out his phone to record the event, chuckling mischievously, causing the system to glance over in curiosity, undoubtedly pondering what fanciful thoughts were brewing in his mind. When the family meeting concluded and the flock dispersed to graze, Linu reluctantly ended his filming session. The footage was not kept under wraps. He immediately began editing on his phone, adding whimsical dialogue bubbles to each sheep's head, and even including the onlooking sheep. The inn, still riding the wave of attention from the poaching incident, coupled with manager Zhang Lushing's undeniable charm, had attracted a flurry of new online visitors eager to explore. The interconnectedness of the inn's verified accounts became apparent as newcomers found themselves following a plethora of captivating profiles, regardless of which account new followers gravitated towards. A quick scroll revealed the presence of others. Lin Yu's scenic account was grand. The inn's daily updates were heartwarming. Xiao Yun's food account tantalizing. Gai Chen's profile amusing. Chef Li's culinary page akin to a living recipe book, and Xiao Yu's immersive experience account served as the quintessential guide for prospective guests. Unbeknownst to them, the inn had amassed a delightful array of distinctive accounts, leading visitors to enthusiastically expand their following lists, which in turn resulted in a surge of followers for several accounts. After editing, color grading, and thoughtfully selecting suitable background music, Lin Yu uploaded the finished video. As netizens flitted between the various accounts, they were suddenly surprised to discover that both the inn's daily account and Lin Yu's scenic account had simultaneously released a new video. Upon clicking on the content, laughter erupted among the viewers. Chapter 92. External Development Video. A family conflict arising from poaching, a thunderous sound echoed in the sky as the parents made their grand entrance. In the scene, the young lamb joyfully grazed on tender grass, only to be cast into shadow by two enormous figures overhead, the yellow sheep leader and his mate, towering on either side. Mom, Dad, could you perhaps join me in enjoying this tender grass? A little lamb, with an adorable dialogue bubble emerging from its head, nuzzled the tender grass before it. However, the leader and the lamb's mother remained unfazed, instead lowering their heads to scrutinize the young one, whose tiny legs trembled in response. The little lamb assessed the situation, alternating between affectionately nudging its father and mother, and then playfully chasing its own short tail in an attempt to charm them. After this series of antics, it turned back to find its parents' expressions still stern and serious, realizing that its attempts at endearment were in vain. The lamb wisely lowered its head in contrition, bleating, "I was wrong. Do you understand how perilous this situation was? You nearly got caught to become hot pot." The mother sheep rumbled in a low tone. "Next time, you will be expelled from the flock," the leader of the yellow sheep stated succinctly, embodying the essence of a stern father. The little lamb, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, hurriedly approached its mother, snuggling closely and emitting soft, plaintive sounds. Indeed. It's not just the child, we nearly met our demise as well," chimed in the background voices of the onlooking sheep. The video, lasting barely 20 seconds, showcased the heartwarming and humorous interactions of the little lamb family, complemented by a whimsically chosen background score that imbued the entire clip with a delightful charm. Haha, the sheep father is so tsundere. This little lamb can even shake its legs. I seriously suspect it's just pretending. The parents wouldn't dare to move it, yet it feigns shivering. Hilarious, its front legs are constantly trembling, while the back ones remain perfectly still. Wow, sister, your observations are so meticulous. After reading your comment, I went back to check, and it's true. This dramatic little lamb's hind legs are completely still. It's laughable. I initially thought the video title was just trying to ride the trending wave, but upon watching, I realized it was from the inn itself. The lamb is adorable, and the uploader is comedic. For those above, this is the account of Xiao Yumi. He posts videos at random. I once thought he was a cool, aloof guy, but now he's turned into a comedian. Who is Xiao Yumi? His imagination is vast, and his captions are hilarious. Xiao Yumi is the innkeeper. I forgot his full name, and as for the nickname's origin, here is a link to his tall, quirky video. Just take it, no thanks needed. The netizens fervently discussed the new video, while Lin, the innkeeper, had already closed his phone, his expression impassive. A comedian? He was no jester. The perceptive new customer was correct. He was indeed a cool, aloof figure, with a clear self-awareness of his identity. Lin retracted his wandering thoughts and began to focus on business matters. You can understand me, right? If you do, just nod. After the conclusion of the sheep meeting, the imposing yellow sheep leader did not depart, but instead took several steps to stand before the thicket where Lin was concealed. Awkwardly, Lin rose and reiterated his previous question. The yellow sheep leader gazed at him intently for a moment, and just when Lin thought he had perhaps overestimated the creature's intellect, believing he was merely casting pearls before swine, the sheep's head distinctly nodded once. There was hope. Lin Yu joyfully circled around the thicket, standing face to face with the leader of the yellow sheep. Would you be willing to become the forest ranger of my inn? I shall provide you with this as remuneration. Lin Yu extracted a carrot from his backpack, waving it enticingly before the creature. This carrot, cultivated on the farm, was irresistible even to the system-born Amao. Lin Yu believed that the yellow sheep, accustomed to the arid desert, would likely find such a treat hard to refuse. As anticipated, the situation unfolded almost precisely as he had predicted, albeit with a change in the subject of negotiation. The wise leader of the yellow sheep might still be contemplating. Yet the allure of the carrot was too great. The little lamb, hidden behind its father, immediately lit up with excitement upon sighting it. Seizing the moment while Lin Yu's focus was diverted, it darted forward with lightning speed, biting into the carrot and snatching the second one from Lin Yu's hand with practiced ease. The little creature was remarkably swift, and as Lin Yu felt the carrot tremble in his grasp, he instinctively released it. You little rascal, Lin Yu chuckled, somewhat exasperated, while the sheep father appeared slightly vexed, realizing that their earlier discussion had been in vain. Although no one had explicitly taught the flock the adage about accepting favors, the wise sheep father clearly understood the principle. Consequently, when Lin Yu attempted to speak again, its demeanor had noticeably softened. You won't need to perform much work, simply follow Amao around the inn. Just as Lin Yu was about to elaborate, Amao behind him began to grumble discontentedly. Not only had Lin Yu carelessly given away its carrot, but now he intended to hand over its little companion to someone else. Amao was understandably upset. Lin Yu's thought process seemed to align with Amao's, as he quickly recognized his misstep upon hearing its protest. You only need to patrol the inn's vicinity with Amao daily, and periodically hand over this to Sadik or Hasmo. Lin Yu produced a finely crafted collar from his backpack, which featured a black button that resembled half a pearl at its center. This button was a small item he had discovered in the system's marketplace, reasonably priced, and capable of automatically capturing images within its range. Despite its modest size, it could store and transmit nearly a month's worth of video content. If the animals could wear this, and if there were enough of them, the entire inn could be under constant surveillance, even extending to undeveloped areas. This one-time solution would eliminate the need to pay monthly alarm fees to the system. System, what a miser. Lin Yu disregarded the system's commentary and continued to persuade the yellow sheep family. Beyond the aspect of saving money, he harbored other considerations. Generally, those with ulterior motives would be wary of the inn's staff, but would not suspect an animal, especially one so common and seemingly harmless. What do you think? Let this serve as payment. Lin Yu presented the carrot once more. The yellow sheep leader turned to the scattered flock and called out, prompting immediate compliance. Within moments, all the sheep had gathered around it. The implication was clear. This meager carrot was insufficient. Lin Yu quipped, who taught you mathematics? Chapter 93, The Animal Task Force. In the ensuing moments, Boss Lin engaged in a rigorous negotiation with the leader of the yellow goats. Despite one party's frugality and the other's reticence, the entire process of bargaining proved to be exceptionally tense and serious. Ultimately, Boss Lin secured the deal by offering a price that surpassed the number of goats by 5 carats. The arrangement stipulated 3 distributions per day, to be collected by the Sadik father and son. Now, allow me to assist you in donning the collars. As the deal was finalized, the yellow goat leader's demeanor softened, and he approached Lin Yu, bowing slightly. The collar adjusted automatically around the goat's neck, snugly fitting without constricting the skin. The leader tilted his head in confusion, yet felt no sense of restraint. All right, next. After consuming their carrots, a lively little goat bounded over, obediently tilting its head for Lin Yu to place the collar upon it. Good child, Lin Yu praised, gently patting its small head as he continued to adorn the remaining yellow goats with collars. Under the leader's imposing presence, even with their modest intellect, the goats lined up one by one, succumbing to the shackles of labor imposed by Boss Lin. As the collars were secured, a series of brownish-yellow light spots began to appear on the system map surrounding Lin Yu. He methodically numbered the ordinary yellow goats in sequential order. However, when it came time to address the leader and his family, he felt a sense of obligation to bestow upon them more dignified names. After all, they were sentient beings deserving of more than mere identifiers. Yet, Boss Lin struggled with naming. Thus far, his only success had been with an early electronic pet, which he had dubbed Wonkai, a a name he deemed less than fitting for the formidable leader. Recognizing his own shortcomings in nomenclature, Boss Lin decided against using that glaringly simplistic name and instead retrieved a book from his backpack. Come, choose a name for yourselves, but once decided, there shall be no regrets. The goat's hooves were too large to select from a densely packed text, so the astute Boss Lin opted for a visually appealing cookbook. 3,000 examples of home cooking, which featured one word per page. Seated cross-legged on the ground, Linu turned the pages, inviting the family of 3 to make their selection. Upon reaching the dessert section, the curious little goat leaned in and placed a hoof on a dish. Custard bun? Quite fitting for you. The white, flowing custard bun was squished under the goat's hoof, prompting Linu to gently move it aside to continue. As he flipped through several more pages, another goat hoof landed upon a dish. Blueberry shaved ice. The color is indeed delightful. No wonder it captivates you, but the 4-character name is a bit lengthy. So you shall simply be called Blueberry. The goat mother seemed uncertain if she understood, yet her hoof was removed, presumably in acquiescence. Continuing to flip through the pages, the leader observed intently, but made no selections. Just as Linu anticipated that the leader would inherit a grand name, the hoof moved again. Looking down, Linu was struck by the leader's discernment. The cookbook had been turned to a later page, where a large pot was illustrated, filled with golden broth, atop which rested a sizable turtle. The dish was titled, Farewell, My Concubine. Brother Yang, you exude an undeniable charisma. However, sharing a name with your wife. The 4-character moniker seems rather lengthy. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Overlord, a title befitting your stature. After diligently updating the map with all animal identifiers and names, Boss Lin, brimming with vitality, could not resist gesturing grandly as he envisioned his domain. Our inn shall henceforth be as secure as a fortress. With Sadik's experience and Hasmu's aquatic prowess, combined with the diligent efforts of you youngsters to address any oversights, we shall undoubtedly be invincible. Yet, in an unexpected twist of fate, a fresh and warm droplet of avian excrement descended upon Boss Lin's hair. Serving as the final touch of disdain from the creatures of the sky, Boss Lin was momentarily stunned, his demeanor shifting to one of utter exasperation. Meanwhile, the guests residing amidst the poplars reveled in the melodious symphony of morning birdsong, while Boss Lin, strategically monitoring the surroundings, bore the brunt of an unbearable olfactory assault. What manner of bird is this? Why does its droppings reek so? The foulness was not attributed to the species, but rather to the quality of sustenance and environment. What does that imply? Boss Lin sensed that the system's forthcoming revelations might not align with his expectations. Previously, the system had indicated that the gazelles, having dwelled in an environment altered by otherworldly influences, had experienced an increase in intelligence. The same could be said for the avian inhabitants. Moreover, due to their diminutive size and adept concealment, they had managed to consume portions of the forest's bounty before being detected. Thus, they had become more astute due to the conditions and nourishment of my domain, only to repay me with a generous deposit of excrement. Boss Lin gritted his teeth in frustration. Indeed, with a scowl, Boss Lin hastened to the small lake, bending over to wash his hair. After several thorough rinses and scrutinizing his reflection in the water, he finally confirmed that the avian mess had been entirely eradicated. Unbeknownst to him, a guest nearby, capturing the moment with their camera, had aimed their phone at him. While the initial washing was not recorded, they did capture Boss Lin gazing into the water moments later. Thus, mere minutes later, a new meme featuring Boss Lin emerged, titled Do You Think I Look Beautiful? Oblivious to this development, Boss Lin returned to the gathering, solemnly issuing his first command to the 2 leaders. Amao, Overlord, from this day forth, you are to ensure that all animals refrain from defecating indiscriminately. They must use designated areas for their needs. Otherwise, they will be banished from the forest. Do you understand? Overlord and Amao nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Boss Lin promptly mounted Amao's back, exuberantly gesturing, Children, follow your king on a patrol of the mountains. Though Overlord led a relatively small flock of just over 10 sheep, Boss Lin's commanding presence on his camel set the tone, and with Amao's robust stride, they quickly traversed a considerable distance, with Overlord keeping pace behind. The varying physical abilities and response times of the sheep in the rear resulted in a staggered procession, forming an impressive line that was quite imposing. Leading a string of loyal followers, Boss Lin conducted a thorough inspection along the boundaries of 2 potential building sites, physically delineating the patrol area. Along the way, he encountered Sadik and his son, providing them with a compact management system device, a tablet-sized contraption that had cost the system a hefty sum of 10,000 points. You possess this device, which enables real-time monitoring of any anomalies within public areas based on the movements of the flock. The alarm and alert systems are fully operational, should any irregularities arise. Corresponding video footage of the identified animals can be retrieved. Additionally, one can summon any staff member from the inn at any moment or initiate an alert. Indeed, it requires a staggering 10,000 points to activate the extension, consolidating the telephone, intercom, alarm, and surveillance into a singular system that epitomizes the Lin family's principle of extracting every possible advantage. As for the system, do not inquire. The silence is profoundly telling. After pacifying the 2 principal contributors to the poaching incident and inadvertently assembling a small team of animal guardians, Mr. Lin felt quite satisfied and resolved to confront the last of the contributors. Madam Go, are you busy? Lin Yu instructed Amao to accompany the dogs in continuing their patrol of the territory, familiarizing themselves with the surroundings. He then approached the quaint farmhouse where old man Ji's family resided, coincidentally witnessing Madame Gu tidying up the chicken coop. Ah, the young master has arrived. I was merely keeping myself occupied. Come in quickly. I brewed some osmanthus tea for you to sample. The woman hurriedly emerged from the coop to open the door for Linu, leading him to a stone table beneath a tree. Before Linu could utter a word, she swiftly retreated indoors to wash her hands and prepare the tea. Within 5 minutes, she emerged with a tray in hand. Linu promptly stood to receive it. The tray bore a pot and a bowl, all crafted from rustic black pottery, exuding an air of antiquity that harmonized beautifully with the charm of the courtyard. As he took a sip, the fragrance of osmanthus enveloped him. Auntie, where's Uncle Go? I don't see Zhuang or the calves around either. They have gone to the rose field. Zhuang is quite the diligent worker. Your Uncle Good doesn't trust others to oversee things, so he accompanies him daily, bringing the calves along as well. Linu chuckled, realizing that Zhuang was not only pursuing poachers, but also engaging in acts of valor. Very well, I shall visit them shortly. However, Annie, I noticed you were cleaning the chicken coop earlier. Are you considering raising chickens? Madame Gu, slightly embarrassed, poured more tea for Linu. Young master, I intended to discuss this matter with you. Your Uncle Gu has a livelihood from cattle, while I am left with household chores. Once those are completed, I find myself with nothing to do. The chicken coop seemed rather underutilized, so I thought about raising some chickens and ducks. Linu nodded in understanding. His own mother was similar, always restless. Had she not been busy managing a small supermarket, she would have likely ventured into the countryside to cultivate some land and raise a few chickens. However, the chicks I had someone bring from town barely survived 2 days, unable to withstand the intense heat of the desert. When I observed the abundance of poultry you raised during the last cattle selection, I thought to inquire about it. Auntie, there is no need to refer to me as young master. Simply call me Linu. Raising chickens is certainly feasible, he reassured her. Then, seizing a fleeting thought, he inquired, Annie, do you only raise chickens, ducks, and geese, or do you have experience with other animals as well? Do not mistake me for boasting. While I may not match your Uncle Gu in raising large livestock, I assure you, when it comes to these smaller creatures, I surpass him. Unlocking new character card information, Farmer Gu. Would you like to view it immediately? Yes. Farmer Gu. The wife of the Farmer Gu, she grew up in poverty, is diligent and kind-hearted, and excels in raising small poultry. Ah, it seems that characters from farming backgrounds also have the opportunity to unlock special talents. Linu has struck gold again. Well then, please accompany me to the farm to select a flock of chickens. I have other tasks to assign to you afterward. Certainly. No matter the task, I shall do my utmost. Linu led Aunt Gu to the farm to choose a flock of chickens. Although it was termed as selection, it merely involved casually entering a chicken coop and claiming all 10 chickens within, 1 rooster and 9 hens, all robust and healthy. Just as they were about to leave the coop, Linu recalled the last chaotic experience of selecting cattle and turned back to remind her, Aunt, would you like to find something to contain or tie these chickens? Before he could finish his sentence, Linu fell silent, realizing that Aunt Gu had already taken out a rope she had prepared earlier and began binding the chickens' wings one by one. The little chicks, eager to flutter away as they exited the coop, suddenly found themselves restrained, having lost their chance to escape. Linu admired her ingenuity, increasingly convinced that Aunt Gu was indeed an experienced breeding expert. Watching Aunt Gu's formidable figure as she carried 5 chickens away, Linu opened the marketplace interface. Ding. Would you like to spend 5,000 points to purchase a peacock blind box? Yes. As soon as the words left his lips, 10 little peacocks appeared in the empty chicken coop, and the moment they landed, the coop began to transform. The ceiling rose and elongated. The nesting area for the chicks vanished, morphing into a small grove with trees of varying heights, providing ample branches for the peacocks to perch upon. Breeding countdown, 67 hours 59 minutes. System, do not sell this batch of peacocks. Notify me once they mature. Understood. Closing the system panel, Linu felt a twinge of hunger and decided to have dinner before checking on the garden. Yo-yo. Oh, how delightfully rhythmic. Linu discovered that the little tune he was humming had an unexpected cadence, and he happily gave himself a mental pat on the back. The 150 acres of rose seedlings, compared to the grand 1,500-meter rose garden plan, occupied less than a tenth, yet upon closer inspection, this area was sufficiently impressive. The seedlings were all produced by the system, each cutting bearing at least 1 rosebud, nourished by the specially formulated plant fertilizer from the workshop. They were lush and poised to bloom. After acquiring the full 1,500 acres, Linu had removed the barriers of the mimicry card. At that moment, as he approached the vicinity of the rose garden, he noticed a number of tourists beginning to take photographs around the still-developing garden. Zhuang, dragging a plow, was effortlessly tilling the land under the direction of Old Man Go. The 2 young oxen were performing admirably as well, with one pulling a small cart made of timber, going back and forth to assist the villagers in transporting fertilizer. Everyone was bustling with fervor, and Linu chose not to disturb them, instead heading to the kitchen for dinner. As I emerged from the restaurant, I encountered Amao, who was relishing a specially prepared meal crafted by Chef Li. Near the back door of the kitchen, Linu swiftly opened the map and noted that the luminous dots representing the yellow goats were diligently patrolling the route he had indicated. Meanwhile, Amao, their leader, was indulging in a delightful dinner. It struck him that Amao truly embodied the essence of a boss. Having grasped early on an undeniable truth, without the ability to lead a team, one can only toil alone until exhaustion. Gently stroking Amao's large head, Linu fell into contemplation, while Amao had grown accustomed to his owner's occasional lapses in focus. enjoying the playful affection. However, the harmonious atmosphere was soon shattered by Amao's growl. Looking down, Lin Yu saw two calves thrusting their heads into Amao's exclusive bowl, greedily devouring the heartwarming feed prepared by Chef Li. How could Amao, the guardian of his meal, endure such an affront? Lin Yu had never before heard such a low, rumbling growl from Amao, evoking an ominous premonition. Yet the two calves remained undeterred, and as Amao raised his head, they brazenly leaned in further, feasting with even greater enthusiasm. This behavior was nothing short of a provocation for Amao, and Lin Yu thought to himself, this is trouble. Indeed. Amao paused momentarily before viciously biting the leg of one of the calves. Had Lin Yu not seized the reins with all his strength, it seemed Amao would have happily shattered the bone. The two oblivious calves finally lifted their heads, and upon witnessing Amao's furious demeanor, restrained only by Lin Yu's grip, they lowered their heads and pawed the ground, adopting a stance that suggested a duel was imminent. Lin Yu felt a surge of panic. His strength was nearly depleted from holding Amao back, and that was only because Amao was tempering his force, unwilling to harm his owner. If those two foolish calves charged, he would find himself in a precarious situation. A few tourists, undeterred by the unfolding drama, foolishly pulled out their phones to record the scene. Step back. Do you think being kicked is a joke? Lin Yu bellowed. The onlooker heeded his warning, distancing themselves, yet they still clung to their phone, filming from afar. Lin Yu, disregarding the onlooker, wrapped his arms around Amao's neck, soothingly murmuring, Amao, remain calm. No one shall touch your feed, I assure you. Yet his reassurances bore little fruit. Shall you, let Amao fight them, the old man shouted as he hurried over, his words contrasting sharply with Lin Yu's intentions. What if they get hurt? Lin Yu thought, his grip inadvertently loosening. Amao sensed the shift and swiftly shook his neck, employing a clever maneuver to break free from Lin Yu's embrace, confronting the two calves head-on. Chapter 95, The Battle of Kings Don't Go. Go Lao Han grasped Lin Yu's arm, pulling him onto the platform at the back door of the kitchen, where they could observe the impending clash from an elevated position. The tourists, drawn by the commotion, began to gather on the platform to witness the spectacle. Are you afraid of Amao getting hurt in the fight? Go Lao Han inquired. Noticing Lin Yu's unwavering gaze fixed on the scene below, Lin Yu nodded, yet his gaze remained fixed. However, the battle that Amao had to fight was imperative. Only through victory would the animals in the inn yield to him. Lin Yu was taken aback. Was there truly such a notion? Yet, the creatures under their care were undeniably intelligent. He could not comprehend why they would resort to conflict like ordinary animals to resolve their disputes. The more intelligent beings tended to resist authority, be they human or animal. Lin Yu intended to counter this idea, but upon noticing the presence of the Wang family and a Zhuang beside the battlefield, he realized that old Ji's words held a kernel of truth. Presently, the inn was governed by two distinct systems, one for humans and another for animals. The human hierarchy was clearly delineated, with Lin Yu at the apex, followed by Zhang Lusheng, Li Wenshan, and at the grassroots level, the younger generation represented by Xiao Yun and Xiao Yu. Conversely, the animal management structure was only just emerging, leaving the wise creatures disinclined to submit to one another. This was most evident during the apprehension of poachers, where each faction acted independently. While Wang Ba helped Sadek subdue a struggling offender, a Zhuang assisted Zhang Lusheng in monitoring another intent on stealing a lamb, and Amao darted around with Lin Yu in tow. Although the animals appeared to participate actively in the capture, there was a palpable lack of cooperation among them. Lin Yu lamented his delayed realization, helplessly watching as the three young ones clashed. Rest assured, they are clever and know their limits. Nothing grave will occur. Let us await the outcome, old Gu reassured him, patting Lin Yu's shoulder with a calm demeanor. As a seasoned breeder, he had long been accustomed to the natural order where the strongest animal led the pack, a law of nature that could not be altered by human intervention. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yu noticed that, after the earlier tussle, Amao had indeed calmed somewhat. Although still biting at the legs of his opponents, his aggression had noticeably softened. The two calves, brimming with youthful vigor, disregarded the notion of a fair one-on-one duel. Instead, they coordinated seamlessly, advancing and retreating in a relentless assault on Amao, their synchronicity betraying their shared upbringing. Yet, Amao's mental fortitude was evidently superior to that of Lin Yu. He remained undeterred by provocations, focusing his energy on a singular target. The sounds of their struggle echoed, grunts and bellows reverberating across the makeshift arena, where the ground was kicked up in a cloud of dust. Since the inn's recent expansion, the kitchen had been relocated further from the residential area, leaving a generous expanse of land between the back door and the vegetable patch. This arrangement now served to facilitate spectators who gathered to witness the spectacle. Reminiscent of a miniature arena, Amao's muscular form swelled beneath his cream-colored coat, the contours of his physique discernible, with powerful hooves striking the earth. His eyes sparkled with the fervor of ambition, while the two calves, exhaling steam from their nostrils, charged once more. The resonant sounds of impact and low roars filled the air, creating an electrifying atmosphere as the onlookers felt their hearts race, their palms clammy around their phones. Bang! Bang! Uncertain of how many rounds had transpired, the battle ultimately concluded with both calves collapsing to the ground. The forelimbs of the two little creatures were drenched in blood, and although Amao bore numerous wounds and trembled on all fours, he still managed to stand steadfast. Lin Yu hurriedly descended from the platform, embracing Amao with tender strokes as he inspected for significant injuries, finally exhaling a sigh of relief upon confirming there were none. Old Gu, on the other hand, rushed to the fallen calves, employing swift and adept techniques to assess their condition. In no time, he stood up and declared, "No worries, Mao knows his limits. Both are merely superficial wounds." No sooner had he spoken than the two calves, wobbling, rose to their feet, obediently retreating behind old Go, too timid to approach Mao's feeding trough any closer. The onlooking tyrant, along with his wife and kin, departed. Mao's position was firmly established. As a unique transportation card produced by the system, Mao's constitution was indeed remarkable. After Lin Yu meticulously cleaned and applied ointment to his wounds, it wasn't long before Mao's condition improved significantly. He resumed his endearing, gentle demeanor, affectionately rubbing his large head against Lin Yu. "Oh you," Lin Yu chuckled, his irritation dissipating as he lovingly offered a bounty of carrots and fruits to replenish Mao's strength, much to the latter's satisfaction. After ensuring the invincible Mao was comfortably settled, Lin Yu found himself utterly exhausted. The day's events had been nothing short of tumultuous. First, there had been an incident involving villagers in the Rose Garden, requiring a frantic trip to the hospital, and before he could catch his breath, he had engaged in a confrontation with poachers in the poplar forest. In the evening, he had witnessed Mao's royal duel with the calves. 3 battles in a single day felt as routine as the 3 meals he consumed. Before drifting into slumber, Lin Yu silently wished, "May the world find peace, allowing me to live a life of tranquility." The following morning, the familiar sound of points being credited arrived as expected. Yet both the timing and content surpassed the usual quality. Ding. Players' daily points have been credited. Current balance, 648, 909 points. Ding. Players' daily experience has been calculated. Current balance, 607, 624 experience. Ding. Month-end settlement has commenced. After deducting farm and ranch management fees, guest room cleaning fees, and streaming service subscriptions, the current balance stands at 616, 329 points. Ding. Task, Long-Term Oasis of Hope, Month-end settlement. The player's current greening area is 111, 878 square meters. Reward points, 1, 119,000, for greening purposes. Wait a moment, what does for greening purposes mean? The points awarded for the Oasis task could only be utilized for purchasing greening-related items, such as arable land, saplings, or water sources in reality, and could not be diverted for other uses. So you've been waiting for me, have you? Why did you not inform me of these limitations before I undertook the task? Had I known, I would not have tightened my belt to purchase 500 acres of land. The task's rewards have not disadvantaged the player. I fail to comprehend the source of your ire. Just as the newly acquired 1 million had yet to warm in hand, he was informed that this amount was designated exclusively for the project, and it was imperative to plant trees. Not only would the over 1 million points be rendered useless, but all future Oasis points for the subsequent months would also be inaccessible. Who wouldn't feel indignant in such a situation? Observing Lin Yu's displeasure, the system, undeterred, added, "The requirement for a 70 greening rate is a term clearly stated in the player's contract and must be adhered to. The system merely assists players in methodically and periodically fulfilling their planting obligations." Understood. Thank you. Lin Yu gritted his teeth. "You're welcome. At your service," the system responded, maintaining its calm demeanor. Yet, having spent considerable time in the human realm, it had evidently learned a few unconventional strategies. As Lin Yu's expression darkened, the cheerful notification sounds continued to chime. Ding. Congratulations. Player level has risen to level 14. Crops unlocked on the farm. Remaining experience points, 467, 624. Ding. Congratulations. Player level has risen to level 15. Crops unlocked on the farm. Remaining experience points, 317, 624. Ding. Congratulations. Player level has risen to level 16. Crops unlocked on the farm. Remaining experience points, 157, 624. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. Source of deliciousness. Reward, pastry chef Ching Ching, has been placed in your backpack. Please check. A stick and a sweet date. City schemes run deep indeed. Chapter 96. The shift in public opinion. Lin Yu, initially agitated, found joy in his newfound level. His facial expressions no longer under his control. A few minutes later, as he gazed at his balance, his mood significantly improved. It's all right. Over 1 million may have taken flight, but I still have over 600,000 at my disposal, he silently reassured himself. Wealth has the power to alleviate many inexplicable grievances. Ding. Would you like to spend 100,000 points to purchase the building, Chimping Tea House? With the pastry chef secured and the gardener acquired, having finally assembled the personnel configuration for a special building, what was there to hesitate about? Yes. Congratulations. Player has acquired the special building, Chimping Tea House. Points spent, 100,000. Current balance, 16 million. Lin Yu opened the system map and began delineating functional areas. Currently, the inn had only 2 unlocked building plots, each spanning 4 square kilometers, totaling approximately 12,000 acres. Among the larger structures were 4 farms, the Saishang Chu, Huyang Li, and a 500-acre rose garden. Lin Yu decided to use the road between the rose garden and Saishang Chu as the main thoroughfare, arranging the special buildings in a branching pattern akin to a lush tree. Once all constructions were completed, these special buildings would resemble fruits, irregularly embedded within the branches, while the vacant spaces could be utilized for greening or the cultivation of economic crops. This approach would not only fulfill the terms of the contract, but also help accumulate Oasis points. Although these points could not be monetized, They would sustain a long-term commitment to greening efforts and enhance the environment. Ultimately, he resolved to position the structure on the inner side of the forest belt behind the inn, in a place where it could be seen from the farmhouse across the main road. Selection made, construction initiated. Ding. Should we immediately construct the special building, the Qingping Tea House? Yes. Please select the construction method. 1. Instant generation. 2. Simulate a realistic construction process, which incurs an additional cost of 50,000 points and a construction period of 15 days. I choose the second option. The construction has commenced. Countdown. 14 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Linu closed the system map and walked to the designated location for the tea house. He discovered that the ground had been compacted, though it was still covered with a fine layer of yellow sand. Externally, it appeared unchanged. Only upon stepping on it could one discern the transformation beneath. The system's camouflage has become increasingly sophisticated. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Mayanier. Hello, Uncle Mayanier. What prompted you to call me? Xiaoyu. I ran into a construction crew in Jialan County. The foreman claims they are here to build your tea house. Should I guide them to the inn? Yes. They are the crew I hired. Please bring them over. All right. We shall arrive before dinner. After hanging up, Linu confirmed with the system, receiving an affirmative response. The system simulation is drawing ever closer to reality. Surprisingly, the majority of the crew comprises real human workers, with only a few androids occupying leadership roles, seamlessly blending into the crowd. Linu fell into a contemplative silence, uncertain if this was a blessing or a curse. Far away, within an unremarkable white building, individuals were preparing a report. Yesterday morning around 9:30, the target individual transported a villager suffering from heatstroke to the hospital, exhibiting no unusual behavior. In the afternoon, an incident of poaching occurred at the target location. The individual reported it, detaining the poachers and providing a remarkably clear surveillance video. However, we did not discover any monitoring equipment within the populous Euphratica forest. In the evening, the target was seen among tourists observing a dispute between camels and 2 cattle, with no abnormal behavior. This morning, the target entered the populous Euphratica forest and has yet to emerge, similar to the previous situation near the rose field. Our personnel have persistently been unable to access the area surrounded by the trees. The man seated at the table chuckled. This fellow has participated in 3 altercations in one day. He certainly keeps himself busy. Let us continue to observe. The young man reporting at the table snapped the folder shut and saluted. Yes, sir. However, despite his affirmative response, he remained rooted in place, his expression betraying hesitation. Speak freely. Do not stammer, the man seated interjected. Director Du, I was wondering why we do not simply bring the target individual in. Judging by the camouflage safety devices he employs, they are at least a significant leap ahead of our current technology. Why do we not? I understand your point. The seated man interjected. However, we cannot proceed in that manner. If we resort to opportunism upon seeing something valuable, how can we expect the people to trust us? Merely because of our strength? Because we act without reason? But I believe he may also wish to provide us with something. Oh, elaborate, please. He could effortlessly utilize mimetic devices to envelop the entire establishment, employing technology that even our satellites fail to detect. Yet, inexplicably, he chose to conceal everything except for a particular area within the woods, as if inviting us to explore and uncover his secrets. Furthermore, the continuous supply of unique ingredients was left in the kitchen, available for visitors to take at their leisure. We discovered that he had previously sent these ingredients for testing. So he must be aware of their exceptional nature, along with the presence of those unusually intelligent animals. With so many peculiarities, can he truly be oblivious to their significance? It seems to me that his defenses have always been aimed solely at ordinary tourists, leaving us nearly unguarded. The man seated in the chair straightened up, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, have the plant and fertilizer samples we retrieved last time been sent to the research institute? Yes, they have been sent. Professor Song stated they are quite valuable. After hybridization, they could potentially increase the existing yield by more than double. Excellent. The man rose from his chair and paced back and forth in the office, stating, your reasoning is sound. We should seek an opportunity to test the waters. If your suspicions hold true, we can arrange a meeting. Indeed. The young man nodded vigorously, his voice noticeably elevated. When the construction team arrived, Linu was lounging in a chair by the kitchen's back door, perusing comments under his account. Unsurprisingly, nearly all the latest discussions revolved around the altercation between Amao and 2 calves the previous night. However, in contrast to the overwhelmingly positive feedback of the past, this time the comments were a mixed bag. Amao truly defies appearances. Despite his cuddly demeanor, his prowess is formidable. Bravo. Indeed, experience prevails. Those calves are still immature and need more training. Amao is majestic. Amao, who are you calling old? I am truly baffled by you blind fans. A camel and 2 cows brawling in a public area. Does the owner not fear for the tourist's safety? Who would dare to stay at such an inn? I concur with the previous comment. Animal fights can be brutal, and who knows when they might charge at a visitor. Bloodshed is a deterrent. If you Haven Tea stayed at the inn, please refrain from pretending to be a fan. Amao is usually quite docile. We stayed for many days without seeing him lose his temper. Isn't it natural for animals to protect their food? Moreover, please open your eyes and observe carefully. Can you not see the large sign on the back wall of the kitchen that reads no entry for tourists? Does a single sign ensure safety? How ridiculous. The kitchen is so secluded, and even with the warning sign, you still intrude? What? Should we assign you 2 bodyguards while you enjoy your outing? The young owner has assured us that the animals in the inn will not attack tourists. Rest easy. He says they want tea attack, so they want tea? And the young owner, A mere fledgling. How childish. Let us stick to the matter at hand. Why are we digressing into personal attacks? Have some decorum. In the beginning, the discussion remained relatively civil. However, as the conversation progressed, it took a turn for the worse, devolving into unwarranted attacks on Linu himself. The venomous words and malicious speculations have afforded Boss Lin, who has never been acquainted with the entertainment industry culture, a premature taste of the bitter sweetness of notoriety. Upon seeing the official announcement from the NS account, Linu promptly shut off his phone. Do you require my assistance in removing negative reviews? He was asked. No. In this era of the internet, freedom of speech prevails, and keyboard warriors are ubiquitous. Turning off my phone renders them powerless over me. Although he expressed this sentiment, the system discerned that Linu's mood was markedly different from his usual demeanor. Boss, the construction team has arrived. Li Dashin's voice shattered the silence of the corner, prompting Linu to look up and indeed see Mountier leading a group towards him. With the recent expansions of the inn and the staff dormitory, the back door of the kitchen was now close to the edge of Area 1, providing ample space. Linu intended for the engineering team to traverse this route henceforth, ensuring minimal disruption to guests while maintaining a clear path for construction. After greeting Linu, the foreman organized the workers according to the plan. The foundation had already been established by the system, leaving them to construct the main body of the tea house. The workers, motivated by their wages, exhibited far less curiosity than the guests, thus sparing Linu the trouble of explanations. System, expand the staff dormitory. Please select an expansion plan. A full page of courtyard blueprints appeared before Linu. However, upon thorough examination, he realized that there were essentially three categories: vertical expansion to increase floors, horizontal expansion to enlarge the area, and overall expansion to augment total capacity. Noticing that his backpack contained nearly 30 unused character cards, Linu, as lunchtime approached, reclined on the lounge chair by the back door of the kitchen, peering inside. Chef Li was nearly igniting sparks with his frying spatula, while Gao Feng hurriedly carried an oversized deep plate towards the dining area. Meanwhile, the two sisters, Xiao Yun and Xiao Yu, were relegated to the role of vegetable cutters. Beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. What feelings does the player have? What feelings could I possibly have? I'm about to expand the dormitory and increase our manpower. Experience had taught the system that those with guilty consciences often spoke loudly. You are not human. Your experience is utterly inaccurate, judging by the player's response. This experience seemed to be quite precise. I choose the 23rd expansion plan. This was the largest option available within the overall expansion scheme, adding a substantial 30 rooms. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the 2-story courtyard increment blueprint. Upon construction, this blueprint will automatically merge with the existing structure, providing the corresponding number of functional rooms and rest areas. Points awarded, 80,000. Current balance, 360,000 points. Linu dragged the blueprint from his backpack to the staff dormitory location and clicked to build. Please select a construction method. 1. Immediate generation. 2. Simulate a realistic construction process. Construction cost increases by 20,000 points. Duration, 6 days. I choose the realistic construction mode. Construction has commenced, with a countdown of 5 days and 23 hours remaining. Completing 2 projects, Linu closed the system panel, intending to convert the remaining 40,000 points into special buildings before retiring for the night. If prioritizing quality, acquiring a pharmacy would be straightforward. If focusing on quantity, securing an eatery, a lantern market, and a weaving workshop would also be a matter of moments. The common folk, today, are truly elated. Little do they know that Lin, the owner bustling about in the kitchen, is on the verge of losing something significant. Greetings, I am your host, De Biao. Today, I received a private message from a fan urging us to investigate a rather popular and currently making waves online. Allegations have surfaced regarding its substantial safety hazards. Thus, our small team has arrived at the scene. As the live stream camera pans upward, the inn sign is prominently framed within a shot. We shall masquerade as ordinary tourists, meticulously uncovering the inn's secrets while refraining from the usual interactive elements. Let us indulge in the joy of revelation together. With the opening remarks concluded, the host swaps the live stream equipment for a portable camera, securing it in his pocket as he follows the tourists into the inn's premises. First, we venture to the dining area, sampling the nearly universally praised buffet. To be candid, the flavors are indeed delightful, aligning with the online reviews. However, De Biao remains focused on our true purpose. It is time to inspect the kitchen. After departing the dining area, the host whispers into the microphone, "Be cautious, De Biao. Watch out for the erratic camel and cow. Without context, refrain from hasty judgments. Mao is well behaved. It's you who's losing your mind. A fan has slipped in. Yes, it's not the camel going mad, but you. Enjoy the view, don't incite a brawl." De Biao is nearing the kitchen. The back door of the kitchen displays a no-entry sign for tourists. Following a scuffle between Mao and the calf, Linu instructed the workers in the flowerbed area to monitor this entrance vigilantly. Anyone attempting to come through would be halted, this host included. Thus, he approaches the kitchen via the main entrance, where another no-entry sign hangs. However, the restriction applies solely to the interior of the kitchen, hence, some tourists occasionally approach for carrots to feed the animals, albeit they cannot enter. At this moment, most tourists have retreated to the dining area for lunch, leaving De Biao as the sole observer at the entrance. The advantage is that he is afforded an unobstructed view for filming. The downside is that his considerable presence is quite conspicuous at the door. Inside the kitchen, the staff is tidying up after lunch. Look how clean it is. Certainly far superior to the restaurant downstairs, he remarks. That figure by the washing station in the corner, could it be the owner? Upon closer inspection, De Biao confirms this observation. Even without the visibility of viewers' comments, he discerns a stark contrast in the work ethic of this individual compared to others. While the rest execute their tasks with a relaxed efficiency, this tall figure in the corner sways and bobs, humming an off-key tune. I want to bathe. My skin shall shine. Oh dear, wait, let me change that. The home must be tidy. It must be scrubbed well, scrub-a-dub-dub. My goodness, his singing is atrocious. Yet he seems somewhat spirited. Have I fallen ill? He exudes a peculiar joy in his labor. And oh, the working class shall not be a mere CPU. Is this the true nature of an owner? Your boss, my boss, seems rather distinct. Upstairs, how can you send voice messages? If I were as affluent as he, I would be even more industrious and joyful. In the realm of debunking fraud, the true essence lies within the fan base. De Biao's defection has been confirmed. Having served as a streamer for an extended period, De Biao is acutely aware of the significance of understanding audience psychology. He deftly shifts the camera towards the kitchen, discreetly retrieves his phone, and enters the live broadcast using a secondary account. Upon reading the viewer's comments, he promptly alters the pace, whispering to the camera, "The boss is quite busy. Let us proceed to meet the protagonist of the event directly, without granting them any preparation time." As the peculiar individual at the entrance departs, the illumination brightens considerably. However, the usual crowd surrounding the kitchen is overwhelming, and Linu pays it no mind, shrugging off the distraction and returning to his cheerful work, humming an odd tune. Should we establish the lighting market first tonight, or should we prioritize the construction of the tavern? The quandary of wealth is truly perplexing. Chapter 98. The ongoing campaign against fraud. Mao indulges in exclusive delectable berries amidst the thicket of the populous Euphratica forest. Since last night's fierce battle, this creature has firmly established itself as the leader within the inn's animal kingdom. The finest berries, basking in the sun by the lake, represent the pinnacle of choice. With all matters of precedence now dictated by the esteemed Mao, the food chain, constructed through sheer strength within the animal realm, operates far more swiftly and authentically than in the human world. This marks De Biao's inaugural visit to the inn, rendering him unfamiliar with the surroundings. Nevertheless, the simplistic map illustrated on the room card proves invaluable. Upon accessing the inn's exclusive app, the map can be magnified to the meter, guiding him directly to any open structure. Truth be told, De Biao finds himself somewhat enamored with the inn. Despite the lack of signal on the journey from the county to the desert, upon completing the room card process, the signal strength surged to full capacity, and the thoughtfully designed map adds to his delight. De Biao muses, for those in our profession, the demand for internet speed is undeniably high. Streaming at home with excellent internet, yet lacking followers, is futile. Venturing out to stream results in a relentless struggle with data charges, often testing one's patience, and sometimes, despite spending money, the outcome is subpar, akin to an ancient bearing. Not to mention, I must commend the signal quality. During my last stay with my wife, we played games all night with a consistent connection below 25 milliseconds, and our rank soared. Traveling with the wife, gaming all night. Is that you upstairs? That is not me. I have no idea what you were talking about. During my last trip, the boss urgently called for a video conference. I initially intended to feign poor signal as an excuse, yet my connection was so swift that I inadvertently outpaced the boss, leading to an unplanned extension of my work hours. Condolences. That is indeed a sorrowful tale. Following the map's guidance, De Biao journeys to the populous Euphratica forest. Once he departs from the bustling staff area, he retrieves his phone to interact with netizens in real time, confidently broadcasting live. I have arrived at the famed populous Euphratica forest. Let me showcase the surroundings. Honestly, had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would scarcely believe the scenery could be this breathtaking, devoid of any filter. De Biao, a renowned streamer, has invested significantly in his camera equipment, capturing the landscape in stunning high definition, allowing viewers to appreciate the azure sky and the golden populous Euphratica forest even through the screen. This saturation is beyond anything I would dare to adjust. It is simply exquisite. As De Biao continued his journey, he soon caught sight of the camel, a Mao, delightfully munching away on berries hidden among the bushes. Its rear swayed rhythmically, as the berries vanished into its large mouth at an astonishing pace. Observing this head-bobbing creature, he couldn't help but think of someone. Sister. I had the same thought, came the reply. So this is what it means to resemble one's pet. How amusing. De Biao chuckled. Yet he remained focused on the purpose of his visit. He shifted his gaze from the camel and scanned the surroundings, noticing numerous tourists capturing the moment with their phones. Some were at a distance, while others were much closer, but none exhibited fear or apprehension. Curiosity piqued. De Biao recalled the fierce demeanor of the camel in yesterday's video. How could they not be afraid? He approached two girls who were nearest to him, microphone in hand, ready to conduct an interview. Hello. May I ask you a few questions? The girls, engrossed in their conversation and documenting a close-up of the camel, paused momentarily as the microphone appeared before them. However, given the prevalence of various streaming platforms and the commonality of such encounters, they quickly agreed, especially seeing De Biao, a young man equipped with seemingly professional gear. Were you present yesterday when this camel fought with two calves? He inquired. Well, sort of. We didn't see it face to face. We watched from the second-floor window. Mao was truly impressive. One of them replied enthusiastically. Were you not frightened? De Biao pressed on. In the video, it appeared that both animals were injured quite severely. Aren't you concerned that this camel might suddenly attack a person? Not at all. Amao has a remarkably gentle temperament. One girl responded matter-of-factly, noticing their skepticism. The other girl elaborated. If you are new here, you might not know, but we have been staying at the inn since it opened. Apart from Chef Lee and the owner, we were the only guests for over 2 months. Amao has never once shown any aggression towards us. On good days, it even takes us for a few laps around. Do you reside here regularly? De Biao asked. Indeed. We are preparing for our graduate entrance exams. So we have rented a place here for 3 months. The environment is serene and convenient, far better than home, and we don't have to rely on takeout. Thank you for your time, De Biao said. I will edit this interview and post it on my account. Should I tag you? No need, no need. Just speak kindly of the inn. Please, don't mention us, and remember to blur our faces in the video. Thank you. Alright, but I am currently live streaming. De Biao noted. Quickly. My mother often browses the internet. If she sees me not studying, and instead taking photos of a camel, I'll be in big trouble. My mother is the same. Oh dear, I should have declined the interview. 2 girls vanished from the camera at lightning speed, while the netizens in the group erupted in laughter. Ladies, I have taken screenshots and sent them in bulk to your followers. No need to thank me. Are you a devil? Watching this makes me want to stay there forever. The scenery is beautiful, the food is delightful, and there are no unruly children to disturb the peace. Simply perfect. With so few rooms in the inn, is there really a monthly rental? I had to fight for 3 days just to book a single room. The ladies mentioned they arrived early, catching the owner during a time when he had only one assistant. Subsequently, De Biao interviewed 7 or 8 guests, whose responses were remarkably similar. None expressed fear of the local wildlife suddenly turning aggressive. This left De Biao feeling quite frustrated. The host must have been paid. They all speak favorably of the inn. It's all scripted. De Biao is no longer naive. He has no bottom line when it comes to making money. Unfollow. How much did the inn pay you for this promotion? Quite the hustle, to do a live broadcast and pull such tricks. Is filthy money that easy to come by? The host randomly selects people. Just because they say nice things, you all turn on me. I'm truly amazed. Fans of the inn, get lost. As the negativity on the screen intensified, De Biao quickly turned the camera towards himself. He assured everyone that this trip was entirely self-funded, and he had never accepted a single penny in advertising fees. If I ever accepted a dime from a business, may I never broadcast again. The viewers were taken aback, as this host dared to make such a weighty vow. After all, the internet has a memory. If any dirt on him were discovered, a single report could indeed ruin his account. Given that 1 million accounts can sustain a small team, his words somewhat convinced the viewers. However, the uniformity of the tourists' responses was unexpected for De Biao. To test the veracity of their statements, why not conduct an experiment? What experiment? The host doesn't he intend to recreate yesterday's battle, does he? I advise you to think twice. Given the host's physique, his combat power should be roughly equivalent to that of 13 Mao or 23 Xiaonyo. To replicate yesterday's battle, he would only serve as cannon fodder. De Biao, this is the worst you've been roasted. Block the one above. I have faith in you. Host go. We support you spiritually. A real man never backs down. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was completely ignited. Everyone was eager to see how the host would conduct this test. Little did they expect De Biao's actions would be even more audacious than his name suggested. Chapter 99. De Biao's downfall. Hey brother, look here. Just as Mao was swaying its tail and enjoying a fruit, it suddenly heard a loud shout from behind. Alert, it turned around, only to have a round berry smash into its backside. Instantly, Mao realized, this human is provoking me. It was no misunderstanding. The host, De Biao, had indeed encouraged several team members to climb a tree, while he himself picked a handful of fruits to hurl at Mao's rear end. De Biao is indeed formidable. One cannot dismiss his impressive strength. Even an ordinary camel, upon encountering such a troublesome character, would likely be compelled to retaliate. The host is undoubtedly striving for attention. His blatant provocation merits any consequences he may face. What does it signify? You often boast about the safety of that place. If such behavior is tolerated, I shall be convinced that the animals there do not attack humans unprovoked. Host, do not falter. Continue your antics. Let us shower the host with gifts. The Golden Tycoon sends a helicopter. The cheerful warrior gifts a carnival. The sharp-tongued boy offers 5 flowers. The viewers in the live stream revel in the spectacle. The member responsible for handling the equipment beams with excitement, and while perched in the tree, he relays the names of the gifts to De Biao, who becomes increasingly exhilarated with each mention, taking a chance, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. With newfound vigor, De Biao ceases to cautiously toss the fruits. Instead, he hurls them with abandon, one nearly striking a Mao in the eye. Initially indifferent to this bothersome individual, a Mao intended to relocate for a peaceful meal. Yet, the audacity of this human, who relentlessly provoked him, ignited a Mao's ire. Not only did they recklessly pluck his favorite berries, but they also dared to challenge him repeatedly, rendering yesterday as confrontation futile. With a swift pivot, a Mao faced De Biao, lowering his neck as his forelegs began to dig into the ground, poised for a swift charge. Observing a Mao's fierce gaze, De Biao, momentarily intoxicated by the gifts, was abruptly jolted back to reality, a wave of apprehension washing over him. However, the real danger lay in his previous reckless actions. He instinctively flung the last remaining fruit, which fortuitously struck a Mao squarely on the forehead. In this tense standoff between man and beast, even the slightest breath could ignite a conflict, let alone such a blatant provocation. A Mao's digging intensified, his breath growing more labored. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a thunderous voice pierced the air. What are you doing? Directed at De Biao. It brimmed with fury. De Biao whirled around, his expression akin to that of a child caught in wrongdoing, fearing the wrath of the camel. Hasmu, having patrolled the woods, had observed from afar this troublesome individual hurling objects at a Mao. He dashed over but was unable to intervene in time. And upon witnessing De Biao's audacity to feign victimhood, anger surged within him. Yet, before he could reach the scene, De Biao took a step in his direction, prompting a Mao to bolt forward with astonishing speed. Truly, it was nothing short of lightning. Ah, help! I'm sorry, dear camel. De Biao, struck with terror, fell to the ground, eyes shut tight, hands clasped in desperate supplication. However, after several minutes passed without the anticipated pain, he cautiously opened his eyes, discovering he had become the center of attention, surrounded by onlookers. Hasmu remained in his previous position, struggling to suppress laughter. A circle of tourists had gathered, all capturing the moment on their phones, whispering and chuckling. De Biao, bewildered, scanned the crowd, searching for a Mao. Where could that massive camel be? Look behind you, came a voice, offering a timely reminder. As De Biao instinctively turned his head, he was greeted by an oversized posterior, mere centimeters from his face. This ample backside seemed vaguely familiar. He murmured to himself, yet before he could fathom where he had encountered such a large derriere, an overwhelming scent assaulted his senses, spraying directly onto his face. Goodness gracious, what a close encounter! He exclaimed, laughter erupting from the crowd. What an unfortunate psychological imprint this will leave. De Biao bent over, gagging, feeling as though both his sense of smell and taste had vanished in an instant. It was then that he finally recalled why that posterior appeared so recognizable. It belonged to the very camel he had been filming for an extended period during his live broadcast. The onlookers erupted in laughter, declaring that this streamer was the best comedian of the year. Meanwhile, De Biao's streaming team, devoid of the usual camaraderie, was caught up in fits of laughter atop a nearby tree. One of his friends, balancing precariously with a camera in one hand and gripping the trunk with the other, nearly tumbled from his perch. The live stream transformed into a sea of merriment. Annual Comedian Award confirmed. Here's a little gift for your troubles. From now on, if anyone asks whether to choose chocolate-flavored poop or poop-flavored chocolate, I'll know exactly who to refer them to. De Biao, you've solved a global conundrum. Let us hear some applause. Bravo, bravo. That jump from a Mao was absolutely stunning. For a moment, I thought it would actually attack De Biao. Thank goodness I kept my eyes open and recorded the moment. This camel is truly clever. I apologize for my previous derogatory remarks. It clearly had no intention of attacking De Biao. Its leap was sufficient to clear him entirely. It was merely trying to intimidate. The girl behind De Biao is holding an iPhone 13. By estimating the height from the phone's length, we can conclude that De Biao's true height is approximately 174 centimeters. A Mao's jump must exceed 1.8 meters, thus affirming the conclusions above. The meticulousness of the scholars above sends shivers down my spine. This is the most thorough exposure of De Biao's true height. Your verbosity has convinced me. This camel has outsmarted itself. Look at it baring its teeth at De Biao. It's clearly mocking him. Upon seeing this comment, the cameraman immediately zoomed in on a Mao, who was indeed showing its teeth at De Biao, emitting a series of guttural sounds. Even without a common language, the expression of mockery was unmistakable. To be candid, many netizens were witnessing a camel's vocalizations up close for the first time. It was astounding to observe that they expel their vocal cords from their throats, only to swallow them back after producing sound. Well, it's not mandatory to laugh, you know. A Mao, please close your mouth. My admiration for you is shattering. The viewers in the live stream were not the only ones affected. The actual tourists observing from nearby had an even closer view. The atmosphere thickened with an eerie silence, reminiscent of a crow's flight effect. Noticing this, a Mao promptly closed its mouth, regaining its aloof demeanor. I now genuinely believe that this camel possesses remarkable intelligence. It seems to truly comprehend human speech. Just a moment ago, a young lady nearby quietly mentioned something about its halter, and the camel immediately ceased its vocalizations. Is the world mad? Or am I the one losing my sanity for finding your words quite sensible? Look, is that not the innkeeper approaching? Indeed, and he is accompanied by the police. De Biao, you are in serious trouble. Trouble indeed. Welcome to a sojourn at the detention center, adding another chapter to life's experiences. Officer, it is he who deliberately harmed the inn's animals to garner attention, attempting to incite discord between merchants and consumers, thereby provoking animosity towards the tourism industry of Xinjiang province. Blah blah blah. De Biao was taken aback, as were the onlookers, astonished by the young boss's eloquence. With the topic threatening to escalate to a provincial and national level, De Biao hastily sprang to his feet and rushed to the police to explain himself. Chapter 100. The innkeeper's thoughts are unveiled. You need not explain. Any further discourse can wait until we reach the police station. Operating a business in such an environment is already fraught with challenges, and with someone like you, who would resort to any antics for notoriety, it is impossible to sustain even the finest establishment. Linu did not afford him the opportunity to defend himself. Yes, let us proceed with you. You have disrupted their business, and the facts are clear. They have already provided us with surveillance footage, which clearly depicts your provocative behavior towards the camel. De Biao felt utterly defeated. With the existence of surveillance, it was evident that his earlier taunting of the camel would be laid bare for all to see. De Biao's entire live-streaming crew was taken away by the police without exception. Lin Yu instructed Gao Jianmu to accompany Zhang Lushing to the station, resolutely refusing to settle, retaining the right to pursue compensation, and placing all involved on a blacklist. It would be farcical to allow those who seek attention through outrageous stunts to patronize the inn. Linu would write his name in reverse before that ever occurred. Online and in reality, the spectators believed the matter concluded, yet they were unprepared for the aftermath, which would prove far more significant than they could have imagined. That evening, the official account of the Jialan County Police issued a statement publicly condemning the actions of the streamer Debiao, imposing detention and a substantial monetary fine, while calling for the purification of online conduct, advocating for positive guidance in the live streaming sphere to foster a civilized, open, and law-abiding digital environment. Shortly after the announcement, a multitude of verified official accounts began to circulate the news, with the Xinshan Police, the Mo Yuan City Police Force, and others actively commenting and sharing, resembling a swarm of insincere accounts. I initially thought something monumental had transpired to warrant such a mobilization of official accounts, only to discover it was merely a case of a streamer causing trouble with a camel at a scenic spot. Are they attempting to set a precedent? I cannot say if it is a precedent, but I can affirm that the innkeeper possesses quite a bit of acumen. Is this what it feels like to have connections above? Now everyone can feel at ease staying at this inn, as the sense of security provided by this series of official endorsements is overwhelming. At this moment, the tumult of the online world has little bearing on Boss Lin. The three managers of the inn gathered for a long-awaited meal, during which Lin Yu shared his upcoming plans. Sister Lu Sheng. Aaron has been maintaining a considerable online presence these past few days, and with this afternoon's events, we are likely to experience a small peak in visitors tonight. I intend to expedite the construction of several special facilities, and I would appreciate your assistance with the promotion when the time comes. Understood. Uncle Lee, observing the current shortfall in guest accommodations, added, I will work on expanding the guest rooms as quickly as possible. However, with an increased influx of guests, our kitchen staff will surely be insufficient. If we anticipate daily foot traffic in the thousands, how many more staff do you think we will need in the kitchen? The main dishes can be produced in bulk from the workshop, he continued. If we expect over 1,000 guests, I would need at least 10 additional staff members, though we could manage with 1 or 2 fewer if they possess kitchen experience. However, rather than merely expanding the kitchen and dining area, I would recommend establishing a separate dining venue where guests can order from a menu. Have customers expressed interest in ordering from a menu? Yes. Many patrons have left suggestions on the message board urging us to add a menu-based dining option. Since the launch of the mini program, Lin Yu had been engrossed in solitary farming activities, leaving him little time to check the message board. Daily suggestions and inquiries were handled by Zhang Lusheng and several young ladies at the front desk. Upon entering the mini program, he indeed discovered a wealth of new messages from visitors, most marked as resolved, while a few, highlighted by Zhang Lusheng, awaited his attention. These insights served as a veritable compendium of guest demands, providing him with numerous ideas for future developments. I happen to have a building designated for a restaurant, he began, but was suddenly interrupted by a mechanical voice from the system. Warning, quantum vision number 002 is about to be taken beyond the inn's perimeter by a human. Should we activate the countermeasure function? Wait, Lin Yu quickly interjected. Zhang Lusheng and Li Dashan looked up in confusion as Lin Yu hastily gathered his plate. Continue your meal, we can discuss the rest tomorrow. The individual has been intercepted. Should we activate the countermeasure function immediately? The system urged. A man clad in ordinary athletic wear lowered his cap and swiftly navigated through the crowd, going unnoticed by the guests. Upon reaching the edge of area number 2, he accelerated his pace, only to be abruptly repelled by an invisible barrier. Trained for such situations, the man's momentum caused him to rebound forcefully. In midair, he executed a roll and swiftly concealed himself behind a tree, connecting to a communication device. Director Du, I am trapped. I cannot pass freely without carrying items. But I cannot leave with them, he reported, his voice low as he scanned his surroundings. Understood. Remain in place and attempt to escape every 10 minutes, came the response. Stowing away his communicator, the man deftly climbed the tree, suppressing his presence amidst the dense foliage, leaving no trace of his presence. Do not activate the countermeasure yet. First, please assist me in retrieving this individual's identity information. Understood. Please wait a moment. Ku Feiming, male, 26 years old. An outstanding graduate of the Military Command and Operations Control major from the Huaxia National Defense University, currently serving in Huaxia Security. Stop. No need to continue. Cancel the paralysis countermeasure. Let him go. Let him go? The system must remind the player that if products far exceeding the current technological level fall into the hands of humanity in this timeline, the consequences could be unpredictable, potentially even rewriting the history of this realm. For me, those changes should be termed the future. Was this part of your plan all along? Lin Yu's tone remained calm, and for the first time, the system hesitated, doubting its own computational abilities. What plan? You are the one who discovered this person. Boss Lin looked innocent. After the afternoon's livestream incident, you seemed utterly unconcerned about the aftermath. So many official accounts suddenly came forward to support you, and you were not surprised at all. Did I not send Zhang Lusheng to handle it? The general manager's appearance shows the matter is taken seriously enough. If I must intervene in everything, wouldn't my monthly salary be wasted? No, your actions are entirely inconsistent with the behavior logic of the past 2 months. I am certain you must have done something in advance. Please inform the player immediately, or the system will cease all updates and maintenance, and all special buildings within the site will lose their functionality and protection. Then first deactivate the countermeasure function of the quantum vision, allowing that person to take the items away, and I shall divulge everything to you. Lin Yu's expression turned solemn. After the system reanalyzed his behavior patterns post-binding, It decided to agree to this request. The technology of quantum vision would not be cracked in the short term given the current technological level, and it could even be remotely controlled for destruction. The paralysis countermeasure has been disabled, and the security function of the number 2 mimicry card has been temporarily turned off. As soon as 10 minutes elapsed, the man perched in the poplar tree leapt down and tentatively stepped toward the previously obstructed position. Clear sailing. Having exited the designated area, he reached the specified location in 20 minutes, requesting extraction. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he leapt several meters away, quickly vanishing into the vast yellow sands. Chapter 101. Boss Lin reveals his hand faming has departed. The security function of the mimicry card is reactivated. Players are reminded to uphold their promises. The mechanical voice of the system carried a sense of impending storm. Linu relaxed, nestled on the terrace of his room, exhaling gently. Do you remember when you first told me you could assign identities to synthetic beings? I remember. That was when the handyman Zhao Xiaoyan had just started, shortly after the opening. Indeed, at that time, I pondered your remarkable capability to grant a completely unfamiliar being a brand new identity. Could you also alter others' memories? Thus, I conducted a small experiment. Was it that little boy? You guessed it. Back then, you sent him to the kitchen to ask Li Wanshan for carrots. I merely thought you were amusing the child. Little did I know you had already begun preparations from that moment. Not quite preparations. It was merely a fleeting thought for an experiment. As you can see, even though those items were incredibly delicious, they did not create significant waves. This perplexes food enthusiasts. How could such delectable creations exist in the world and not evoke your curiosity? Consequently, you gradually acquired character cards for employment, securing their identities in one fell swoop, ostensibly to capture the attention of others with a surge of new information. At that time, I was truly impoverished. Boss Lin, without a hint of embarrassment, acknowledged this. Yet it was a moment of inspiration. Rather than placing my faith in the infallibility of system technology, I placed greater trust in human intuition and memory. Lin Yu glanced at their places of origin and noted that the system, in a bid for logical coherence, had assigned these individuals to locales near the inn. Thus, I wagered that the person in charge of management would notice the sudden appearance of records indicating a decade-long residence in a specific location for individuals who were previously unaccounted for, sparking even the slightest suspicion. Are you deliberately collaborating with real humans to develop a caravan, guiding me to publish tasks for hiring human employees, and actively integrating synthetic beings into society? If so, that individual is indeed formidable. The system is a product of pure rational computation. If it can be influenced by human thought, would that not spell failure for its objectives? No, I have not yet devised a foolproof plan. The matter of the blood oath was merely incidental. I subconsciously expanded my creative thinking while managing the inn in accordance with your tasks. Upon witnessing the system allow synthetic beings to join the actual construction team, I was equally astonished. Was this the rhythm of complete integration into humanity? Had my previous efforts been in vain? I nearly rushed to find someone, exclaiming, "Look, I possess something valuable. Come and take it." Fortunately, the response from above was swifter than I anticipated. The system too felt relieved, acknowledging that I was not yet so diabolical. This was its initial reaction. But wait, when did these subtle machinations begin? Why had you prepared so far in advance? It was not preparation per se. Initially, I regarded you merely as an NPC within a game, as if I were experiencing a farming simulation. However, when you informed me that upon my demise, these advancements beyond current technological capabilities would be reclaimed, I felt compelled to take action. Upon saying this, Lin Yu sensed a dissonance and quickly rectified, asserting that the other party had responded with equal swiftness and sincerity. Thus, it could not solely be his fault. Lin Yu referred to the online backlash incident. The inn seemingly possessed several accounts with decent traffic, yet they were merely feeling their way through the murky waters, lacking any direct or systemic countermeasures. Were it not for timely intervention from